This day's young man is Shun Chongqing, a transmigrator from the 21st century. The 10th year of the Jingwan era, Great Tang Dynasty. He didn't transmigrate as a prince, or a noble, or even a rich heir. To top it all off, he didn't even get a support system. Even working his ass off only earned him enough to rent this dilapidated shack in front of him. This sucks. This place might be a wreck, but at least it's clean. The old owner was probably just superstitious. I'm a man of the modern age, an atheist through and through, not afraid of all this ghost and demon nonsense. With that thought, Shun Chongqing tore all the talismans down and tossed them in a corner. In the center of the room was a peachwood sword engraved with a taiji symbol. It was stuck upright in the ground, as if suppressing something. So damn superstitious. All right, calm down. Time for a smoke to take the edge off. The young man lit a cigarette with a slick-looking lighter. He took a drag, looking like a total addict lost in the moment. As he puffed on his cigarette and stepped inside, the rotten wood of the shack began to sprout new leaves. Huh, what's this? Why is there junk just lying around? Shun Chongqing tried to pull the sword out, but unexpectedly, it was so rotten it snapped in two. TSK, definitely a cheap knockoff. Completely useless, he muttered. Just then, a faint female voice called out from within the room. Young master, please save this humble servant. Young master, is someone here? This house is supposed to be abandoned. Shun Chongqing was stunned. Suddenly, from where the sword had broken, a stream of spiritual energy rose up, and on the ground, a taiji symbol appeared. This is my house. Get out. A voice rang out. Shun Chongqing threw the door open. Before him was a woman dressed in red, with an alluring and demonic charm. Young master, you've finally come. The woman smiled. Shun Chongqing's heart began to race. Oh man, I think I'm in love, he thought. The woman pretended to fall into his arms, but Shun Chongqing quickly sidestepped, causing her to tumble to the ground. Mississippi, please don't do this. I'm a decent man, and I'm not into these aggressive games, he said. The woman scrambled to her feet, grabbing his sleeve and saying, This humble servant has no money. I can only repay you with my body. She tried to entice him with her seductive charm. Shun Chongqing felt uneasy, but he tried to remain calm. Miss, it's late. If there's nothing else, you should head home. Wandering into abandoned houses like this is dangerous, he advised. While he was lecturing her, the woman had already begun to release her demonic energy everywhere. Shun Chongqing walked over to a painting on the wall and said, I heard this place is probably haunted. Aren't you scared? The demoness sneered. Is the young master afraid of ghosts? Ha, I am a child of fortune. You are the chosen one. There's no need to be afraid. At that moment, the demoness had crept up right behind him. She was just one step away from devouring him. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, two figures were talking. One was large and imposing, the other thin and small. The large one was the city god's martial judge. He stroked his magnificent beard and said, Taoist master, do not worry. I'm the city god of Jingyang County. As the martial judge, I will help you exterminate this demon. Suddenly, the thin Taoist master's expression changed. Oh no, my ceiling formation has been broken. Back at Shun Chongqing's shack, he was still spouting nonsense, completely unaware of the danger behind him. Demons, ghosts, and monsters. It's all just ancient superstition. We should trust in science, he said. The demoness crept ever closer. Her sharp claws extended. Hey, what's this? Looks like a coin. Shun Chongqing suddenly noticed it. While his guard was down, the demoness prepared to snatch him in one move. But just then, Shun Chongqing lifted the table to pick up the coin. He inadvertently flung the table right into the demoness' face. Money falling from the sky. I really am lucky, he laughed. Unexpectedly, an unusually large coin flew out of his pocket, gleaming with a brilliant golden light. A mechanical voice sounded. System booting. Please wait. What's the big rush? Is this the system? His eyes lit up as he said excitedly, Finally, the ultimate cheat for transmigrators like me has appeared. Show me what special functions this system has. Current existence time, 7,159 minutes, 59 seconds. Please recharge in a timely manner. First recharge bonus, 6 tails for 6 hours. Second recharge bonus, 12 tails for 20 hours. Third recharge bonus, 120 tails for 256 hours. Fourth recharge bonus, 648 tails for 105 years. Warning. If you do not recharge before the countdown ends, the system will force the host to be immediately terminated. Hearing this, Chongqing was so angry he could explode. What kind of screwed up system is this? Are you kidding me? I haven't even done anything, and I'm already about to kick the bucket. Behind him, the demoness, having just been hit, had recovered. She feigned a gentle tone. It's gotten so late. Let this servant help you rest. Still in fit of rage, Chongqing flailed his arms wildly. And once again, the demoness became his victim. He punched her right in the face, making her cry out, "Oh my! I'm falling." As she fell, the demoness tried to grab Chongqing's hand, attempting to look as helpless as possible. "Why are you still here? I'm a grown man. I don't need anyone to tuck me in." When she saw Chongqing wasn't going to catch her, the demoness changed tactics. She sprang up and threw herself onto him. Her expression was one of pure ecstasy. "Whoa, what is this feeling? Just by touching him, my body feels absolutely incredible." For the first time, Chongqing was flustered, his face blushing. "Hey, Missy, that's enough for today. Let's meet again some other time." Suddenly, two figures burst in from outside. It was the Taoist master and the city god's martial judge. Like righteous judges passing a sentence, they bellowed, "Audacious demon!" Chongqing hadn't even processed what was happening yet, but the demoness pressed herself against him, leaving him flustered and unsure what to do. The two newcomers saw the intimate scene with the beautiful demoness and froze for a solid 30 seconds. The judge spoke. "This is the superclass old demon you were talking about? And what's with that mortal?" The Taoist master replied, "Your Excellency, don't be fooled by her appearance. This is her trick to absorb a man's vital essence. Vile creature. Release him." Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat. "Crap. Busted. She started it. This has nothing to do with me." Chongqing figured this girl must be a runaway fairy, and those two must be the ones sent to capture her. "I'm screwed. Am I going to get beaten to a pulp for being caught up in this? To avoid any misunderstandings, I have to make it clear I'm not involved." With that thought, Chongqing mercilessly shoved the girl away with a palm strike. The demoness, falling hard, moaned, "Ah, that feels so good. Oof, I fell again. Damn it. Why doesn't this guy know how to be gentle with a lady? I thought you were just some lost young lady or a girl who'd fallen on hard times. I didn't realize you were a fugitive immortal. Are you trying to rob me?" He talked tough, but inside he was crying. "I don't even have any money left to be scammed out of." The system swallowed it all. Seeing Chongqing's action, the Taoist and the martial judge stared, frowning as they thought. Lord Sanyang himself couldn't handle this old demon. Yet this mortal just gave her a light push, and half of her demonic energy dissipated. But for a mere mortal to see me, an underworld god of the city, and not even bow, how disrespectful. The martial judge, enraged, strode forward and roared in Chongqing's face. "You insignificant mortal. Do you have any idea what kind of deity you're standing before? And what kind of deity are you supposed to be? Look at that gaudy getup. Ridiculous. Those bizarre clothes. You're clearly up to no good. I'm dirt poor. I don't have a single coin for you scammers to take. And another thing, an underworld god of the city? Yeah, right. And I'm a Jade Emperor. Have scammers these days gotten this unprofessional?" As soon as Chongqing finished speaking, he immediately threw the demoness out the door, shouting, "Get lost. I'm in a really bad mood." With that, Chongqing turned and stepped inside, slamming the door shut, putting two psychos and a ghost woman in their place. The three of them stood frozen, their eyes pitch black, whispering, "Taoist master. I can't use my divine power anymore." "Me neither. It seems like the moment we stepped into this courtyard, our magical abilities were completely nullified. Could that person be an immortal?" The martial judge looked down at the demoness. Her entire body was emanating a thick, sinister aura. "Taoist master. What do we do with this old ghost?" Hearing this, the Taoist tucked his legs and ran for his life, shouting fiercely, "I'm going to find my master for help. Hey, don't leave me here alone." The martial judge stood frozen. A cold sweat broke out across his back. "Hey, let's talk about this." Down in the courtyard, the demoness had transformed into a hag, so ugly even her own kind would disown her. The martial judge's blood-curdling scream echoed through the night. Outside Chongqing's courtyard, a swarm of dark souls was lurking. Incredible. Just a whiff of this scent is enough to make my demonic power boil. He's all mine. From the smoke, a delicate, pale foot emerged, followed by a soft, fluffy tail. A beautiful woman with a seductive figure appeared. How interesting. This mortal radiates such an intoxicating aura. No wonder all the demons for 100 miles are craving a taste. The woman licked her lips, her eyes fixed ahead with a look of pure captivation. If I can absorb his vital essence, I'll surely ascend to immortality. With that, the woman stepped forward and opened the gate. The creak of the gate sent a jolt through Chongqing's head. Annoyed, he stormed out, shouting, "You monsters! What's with all the racket? It's the middle of the night. Can a guy get some rest?" A golden aura erupted from Chongqing's body, blasting the fox girl and the swarm of dark souls away. The brilliant light flashed, revealing a single hand. As it turned out, the fox girl had reverted to her true form, dazed and confused about what had just happened. At Haozhe Temple in Jingyang County, the fox girl lay unconscious in front of the small courtyard. A while later, she awoke. She opened her eyes and looked around. Is it almost dawn? Was I really out for that long? Still bewildered, she sensed the presence of resentful spirits behind her. She turned around. A female demon with a bone-chilling gaze stood there, surrounded by a dense, dark mist. In her hand, she held an orb of demonic energy. Terrified, the fox girl's fur stood on end. She shrieked, "Ah, Yumi!" She collapsed to the ground with a sigh. "My powers, they're all gone. I'm dying." A golden ray of light passed over her. She looked up. The female demon was advancing on her, surrounded by grotesque faces. "Is this how my life ends?" Just then, Chongqing opened the door. "Good morning." Seeing her only chance at survival, the little fox scrambled toward him, but he slammed the door shut. "Still dark out. Guess I'll sleep in." The little fox froze, petrified, as the black mist closed in from behind. In that instant, a chilling aura from the demon materialized right behind her. The demon leaned down slowly, a malicious smirk spreading across its face. It whispered into the fox's ear, "Little one, are you lost?" Hearing this, the little fox turned deathly pale. A cold sweat drenched her fur. Her throat was tight. She couldn't even make a sound. The demon's mouth suddenly gaped open as it roared. What a delicious little demon fox. The little fox panicked, screaming, "I'm dead. I'm so dead," in her moment of absolute terror. Just as the little fox thought she was about to meet her ancestors, Chongqing suddenly appeared. He stepped out the door. The golden light radiating from his body instantly scattered the surrounding black mist. Chongqing stood there, a basket slung over his shoulder. He glanced into the distance. Leaving a little early today was definitely the right call. This system is seriously terrifying. It wants my money and my life. What rotten luck. As he walked, he accidentally stepped on the little fox's tail. Ouch! Where did this dog come from? The little fox cried out, "It hurts. It hurts. You're the dog. Your whole family is dogs. Now let me go." Chongqing crouched down, scratching his head. He stared at the little fox, clutching her bright red tail, then chuckled. Sorry about that. What kind of spirit are you? What are you doing at my front door? You're pretty cute. Come here. Let me pet you for a bit. Get away. You stupid human. Don't you dare touch me." Despite her protests, Chongqing reached out anyway. He gently stroked the little fox's head. Strangely, the moment he touched her, the little fox suddenly felt a wave of relaxation. Her whole body felt at ease. She lay perfectly still, just enjoying it. What's happening? How can his hand contain such powerful spiritual energy? No wonder this feels so good. Wait a minute. Is it a stray? Or does it not have an owner? Maybe I could adopt it? Nah, forget it. I can barely take care of myself right now. My golden touch is truly the real deal. Just one pat, and even a dog is completely charmed. I'm broke as a joke right now, and this damn system is trying to bleed me dry. So I can't take care of you. You should go find a richer owner. What in the world is with this guy? Last night, a single angry shout from him instantly obliterated 100 ghosts, forcing me, a celestial fox of Qingqiu, back into my original form and stripping all my powers. And just now, the combined form of 9 powerful wraiths didn't even dare to show its face. What's more, with just a simple pat from him, my cultivation, which has been stuck for 100 years, just had a breakthrough. as Chongqing was washing his face. The little fox playfully trailed behind him. She was accidentally splashed by a cascade of water from him. It's a spiritual spring. Thank you for this gift from nature. What the hell? It's just a few drops of water. Why are you treating it like some priceless treasure? The little fox giggled softly. Judging by that look on your face, you must really like me, huh? As Chongqing was staring intently at the little fox, a monstrous set of teeth suddenly appeared, poised to attack him. Abruptly, a giant coin materialized beside Chongqing. At the same time, a notification popped up. Time left to live. 6,236 minutes and 44 seconds. It then rapidly dropped to 48 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. The coin managed to block the monster's attack. Its spiritual energy vanished. The little fox stared in astonishment at what had just happened. As for Chongqing, his body grew weak, and he slumped to the ground. What's going on? I feel like my body's being hollowed out. Time left to live. 48 hours. Then he passed out. Time left to live has dropped to 14 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. The little fox bit down on his sleeve and began to drag him away. Being energy is overwhelming right now, she thought. I have to get the Immortal Master away from here. Hang in there, Immortal Master. As his head bumped along the ground, thump, he suddenly shot up, explaining, I probably just have low blood sugar from skipping breakfast. Don't worry about it. The little fox immediately realized. He really is a reclusive master. He was completely unharmed by the attack of the fused will-o-wisp. He must have pretended to faint to test whether I'd abandon him and run. TSK, TSK. Good thing I was smart enough to see through his little trick. Meanwhile, Chongqing glanced at the notification panel, showing his remaining lifespan. Only 14 hours, 30 minutes, and 11 seconds left. What the hell is this? I sleep for 8 hours tops. How did 72 hours turn into just 14? Is this demonic system even trying to let me live? Although I don't understand what the Immortal Master is saying, I'm sure his words hold some profound truth of the Great Tao. My own cultivation is still too shallow. I can't possibly comprehend it yet. I absolutely have to stick close to the Immortal Master. At that moment, the Taoist had returned to report the events to his master. Master, I seek your guidance. How should we handle this? An old man arrived on a flying sword, reporting, that great expert weakened the 9 wraiths in Haozhe Temple last night. We should strike them down now, while they're still weak. This man was Yuan Tiangang, supervisor of the Imperial Celestial Bureau. As you command. This disciple will go invite the martial judge and the city god's Yin spirit to aid in exorcising the demons. We will restore peace to Jingyang County. Yuan Tiangang looked down at the Bagua diagram in his hands. A strange aura swirled around it. He sighed deep in thought. I wonder if the great expert who broke the 3 Yangs formation is still in Jingyang County. If I'm fortunate enough to meet him, I must discuss the Tao with him. Curious about Chongqing's identity, he raised his hand to perform a divination. After a moment of calculation, he was utterly astonished. He couldn't divine anything about Chongqing's origins. Could it be his cultivation level is far beyond my own? A moment later, Yuan Tiangang formed a strange seal with his hands. He ran into the marketplace and accidentally bumped into Chongqing, who was telling a man's fortune. My friend, the space between your eyebrows has turned black. A great disaster is coming. Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, aren't you supposed to be reading my palm? Why are you talking about a dark omen on my brow? The methods of divination are 1,000, but they all stem from the same source. Don't get so hung up on the formalities. Lu Tianxiang overheard this and scowled in annoyance. How dare you pull a scam in broad daylight, right in front of me? Suddenly, Chongqing shot to his feet. He held up a scroll of calligraphy. It seemed to glow with a faint, holy light. Then, he rolled it up and offered it to the man. So what do I do? Don't you worry, my friend. Just hang this immortal's ink treasure in your home, and I guarantee you'll be safe from all evils. Not 999, not 888. For the low price of 10 taels of silver, you can take it home today. The young man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Sweat poured down his face like rain. As he hesitated, an old woman suddenly appeared behind him. It's Taoist Master Shun. The lady I work for was afflicted by an evil spirit, and he's the one who saved her. Hearing this, Chongqing grinned, practically drooling. A peerless master in a single step. But surprisingly, this old woman was a paid actor. An excellent performance. I'll give you a bonus for that. The old woman immediately started shouting to the gathering crowd. Would he really be out here on the street, trying to swindle all of you? That evil entity. We were so lucky to have Taoist Master Shun. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid my mistress would have kicked the bucket. The crowd stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, believing every word. The young man heard this and immediately offered Chongqing a handful of money. Taoist Master Shun, I want that calligraphy. Chongqing reached out and took the money from the man's hand. He flashed a confident, toothy grin. Seeing this, Lu Tianxiang immediately spoke up. Hold it. Which sect does this little immortal belong to? Do you have identification papers issued by the authorities? At which temple do you cultivate? Hearing this, Chongqing's expression hardened. He frowned, staring at Lu Tianxiang and muttering to himself. Is this guy trying to call me out? Before he could answer, Lu Tianxiang pointed a finger at Chongqing and shouted, You rotten brat. So young, yet instead of studying properly, you've learned to be a common swindler. Today, I will not let you get away with this. Not one to back down. Chongqing slammed his foot on the table and shot back. The hell? Who do you think you are? You're just some ordinary nobody. You can't even understand a simple fortune-telling. And you dare claim your calligraphy can ward off evil? The argument grew more and more heated. Their faces drew closer and closer. The burden of proof is on the accuser. You say my calligraphy can't ward off evil? Then show me the proof. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Watch it, or I'll sue you for slander. You rotten kid, you've got a sharp tongue. How dare you demand proof? Chongqing looked at Lu Tianxiang's furious face and gave a slight, cold smile. Hanging calligraphy to ward off demons is just for peace of mind anyway. Let's see what you can do about it. The old man flew into a rage. He pointed at the old woman standing nearby. His eyes bulged as he yelled. My word, Yuan Tiangong's word, is the proof. Furthermore, I am certain that she is your accomplice. Hearing this, Chongqing scoffed. Oh, is that so? Yuan Tiangang, my ass. If you're Yuan Tiangang, then I'm the Emperor Li Shimin. If you're really who you say you are, then get lost and go back to the imperial court. What are you doing here picking a fight with me? When the old man heard this, he bristled with fury. He brought his hands together, forming a hand seal. Instantly, a brilliant golden energy flared. You shameless brat, how dare you speak the Emperor's name so casually? Don't be so arrogant. Crap, I'm screwed. What the? Chongqing's face went pale. This old geezer. What are you trying to do? Lu Tianxiang glared at Chongqing and bellowed. You who dare blaspheme the Taoist arts. Witness the true power of my Xianmen sect. But for a long moment, nothing happened. Chongqing peeked through one eye. He saw the old man standing frozen before him. He started to taunt him. He waved a hand in front of Lu Tianxiang's face. Meanwhile, the old man had no idea why his spiritual power had vanished. Chongqing seized the opportunity. He pointed at the old man and yelled, Aha! So you're the real scammer. You must be afraid I'll take your business, so you're trying to cause trouble. Yes, that's right, Taoist Master Shun. Get rid of this menace for the people. Deal with him. The old man couldn't believe what was happening. He stared at his own palm, muttering, Impossible. In my decades of cultivation, I've never encountered a situation like this. Emboldened, Chongqing pressed his advantage. He stood up, hands on his hips, striking a pose. Everyone be sensible. Don't fall into this charlatan's trap. You seek peace for your homes, but he'll only bring you turmoil. Trust in the talismans of Taoist Master Shun. Hearing this, the old man erupted in a furious rage. He rushed forward and flipped Chongqing's table over. In broad daylight, even if I can't use my powers, I won't let you continue your scam. Hey, you bald old coot. You'd better watch yourself. Just as he was about to smack the rotten kid on the head, from the calligraphy scroll on the ground, an abundant stream of spiritual energy shot into the air. It took Lu Tianxiang completely by surprise. His eyes bulged out. Lu Tianxiang stared intently at the golden light emanating from the paper, thinking, This script, why does it possess such an unimaginably terrifying Taoist might? Chongqing saw the old man's expression. His own face darkened. He gritted his teeth in anger. If I can't make any money, I'm gonna die anyway. But before I go, I'm taking you down with me. Just as he finished the thought, Lu Tianxiang suddenly dropped to his knees. He kowtowed before Chongqing, startling him. To think that such a profound, great Tao is hidden within the script. This junior had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. I have offended a great senior. Please, senior, forgive my arrogance. Is he crazy? Weren't you the one being so high and mighty just a second ago? The old actress saw the scene before her and pointed, piping up. At first, this old Taoist didn't believe it. But now he's been convinced by Taoist Master Shun's divine power. Boss Shun, making money is what's important. This is a great chance to advertise. Chongqing tapped his own head with his fan to clear his thoughts. Right. Making money is the priority. So he put on an act. He adopted a magnanimous tone. It is fine. This humble Taoist, no. This immortal will not hold it against you. After all, you're also a cultivator. Surely you understand the principles of karma, do you not? Lu Tianxiang's face grew serious. He broke out in a sweat, muttering to himself. So, I treated him as a mere mortal. This must be the state of returning to simplicity after achieving true enlightenment. Human destiny is determined by the heavens. If I were to casually resolve their adversities, it would be akin to defying heaven's will. By taking a few taels of silver as a token, he helps them overcome their troubles. That is the truly benevolent path. The golden light shone upon the faces of the crowd. They all stared, mouths agape, exclaiming, "The laws of heaven are clear. Karma is cyclical. I've cultivated for so many years, yet I never understood this principle. What a waste." Hearing this, Chongqing winced, thinking to himself, "Stop spouting all this nonsense. You still have to pay up." Just as he thought that, Lu Tianxiang took out a glistening black stone. To offer such a priceless treasure in trade would be an insult to you, senior. This junior sincerely begs you to bestow this calligraphy upon me. I will place this treasure in a place of honor in my hall to contemplate it daily. This is the only thing this junior has on his person that is worthy of your status, senior. Chongqing snatched the black stone from Lu Tianxiang's hand and stared at it intently. What does this rock do? This sky-mending stone is the most precious treasure this junior possesses. After looking, Chongqing slammed his hand on the table, startling Lu Tianxiang. Sweat beaded on his brow. "I don't want this rock. Don't you have anything more practical?" Hearing this, Lu Tianxiang looked up at the sky. An idea struck him. In the blink of an eye, he held the golden calligraphy scroll in his hands. "Strip bare," he shouted loudly. "Thank you, senior, for passing on the Tao. This junior will contemplate the deep principles hidden within it every single day." After Lu Tianxiang left, the young customer looked utterly bewildered. He spoke up, "Taoist Master Shun, you sold the calligraphy to him. So what about me?" "Don't worry. I had already foreseen his appearance and came prepared." Having said that, Shen Chongqing unrolled the scroll. "This righteousness character repels evil and corrects wickedness. It's perfect for you." Yes. I'll buy it. The man clutched the cultivation manual, dancing with joy as if he were at a festival. And just like that, Shen Chongqing's basket of scrolls had become a treasure trove. The scene shifts to Prefect Haoji's residence. The martial judge and the Taoist appeared in Shen Chongqing's small courtyard. The martial judge, holding a broom, gritted his teeth and said, "How can this demon gather its fiendish energy so quickly? It's even stronger than before." The young Taoist stared at the bagua plate in his hand and gritted his teeth. "Judge, hold on. My master has arrived in Jinyang County. I'll send word for him to come." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept through, making the young Taoist's eyes fly open in alarm. Before he could react, a blast of malevolent energy shot from the doorway straight at him, shattering the bagua plate in his hands. At the critical moment, someone threw a powerful punch into the encroaching, malevolent energy. It was the martial judge. He grabbed hold of the evil energy with all his might and yelled, "Taoist friend, now!" Hearing this, the young Taoist immediately raised 2 fingers and began chanting an incantation. Golden bolts of lightning shot from his fingertips. Then, the bagua formation behind him unleashed a sword that flew straight toward the purple, malevolent energy. The sword and the evil energy clashed violently, creating a terrifying explosion. Just as Shen Chongqing came into view, The sword plunged straight into the ground, followed by a strange aura. Shen Changqing looked around his home, his eyes turning red. Damn it, I was only gone for a little while, and these bastards have already wrecked my place. For God's sake. He turned to look at the doorway. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Oh my God, my brand new rental. Shen Changqing was furious. He pointed a finger straight at the faces of the martial judge and the Taoist, yelling, "You two are really something else. You couldn't scam me out of money last night. So you came here to trash the place while I was out today. Is that it?" While he was busy ranting, Shen Changqing didn't notice that behind him, the malevolent energy had escaped from the golden sword. Seeing this, the two men raised their hands and yelled, "Look out!" Behind him, the malevolent energy was slowly coalescing into a terrifying monster. Its entire body radiated a demonic aura. Both of them got goosebumps. They stared jaws agape, breaking out in a cold sweat. "There's a demon right at your feet. Why are you just standing there? Move!" Hearing that, Shen Changqing looked down at the ground with a blank expression. What demon? From his vantage point looking down, a demon was rising from the ground. It opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow his leg whole. Shen Changqing looked down and lifted his foot to see if there was really a demon there. Then, he rolled his eyes in annoyance and accidentally brought his foot down on the demon's head. It exploded. Smoke billowed everywhere. Shit. But in reality, Shen Changqing still had no idea what he had just done. He was just panicking, sweat pouring down like a river. The demon's fiendish energy flew into a rage, chasing a stumbling Shen Changqing all over the house. Whoa, hey, what was that noise just now? The two men stared at the scene before them, gaping in utter amazement. They shouted. The 9 grudge demons that have plagued Jingyang County for over 10 years were just dispelled by a stomp. The Taoist walked over to Shen Changqing, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. This humble Taoist is Li Chunfeng, successor to the Tiangang Divine Calculation Institute. May I ask for the esteemed senior's name? Li Chunfeng, the Tiangang Institute. Taoist Li, do you work for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? This humble Taoist cultivation is not yet sufficient to enter the Bureau. After speaking, Shen Changqing glanced over at the martial judge. And this bearded gentleman looks familiar. You must be one of those city god deities, right? When I visited the temple before, the statue of the god looked just like this. The martial judge stepped forward, clasping his hands in a salute. I am indeed the underworld city god's martial judge. I apologize for my offense last time, and I thank you, fellow Taoist, for not holding a grudge and for lending your aid. After hearing this, Shen Changqing lit a cigarette. He took a long drag to calm himself down. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes stared blankly into the distance. The people of the Great Tang are truly simple and honest. At this point, Shen Changqing's eyes welled up with tears. The smoke formed an O shape. He felt a lump in his throat. In just one short day, I've run into 3 different scammers. How can I, Shen Changqing, be this unlucky? This is heartbreaking. Shen Changqing spread his arms wide, gesturing in all directions. I'm a student of Marxism-Leninism. I only believe in getting rich through honest labor, not in any supernatural powers. So, let's be realistic here. You two made this mess in my house. You can't just walk away from this. Shen Changqing let out a helpless sigh. His eyes swept over the dilapidated house. He couldn't see any evil demons, but the place was crawling with poverty demons. 3 of them, in fact. Chunfeng stepped closer and whispered, "Senior, this is all this humble one has on him. How about I stay and help you repair the house?" Shen Changqing glanced at the few gold and silver pieces in his hand. He reluctantly nodded. Fine. After that, he led the 2 men to the front of the house. He pointed at a pile of rubble, the red bricks and mortar for the repairs. You guys figure it out. Don't just stand there gawking. Get to work. After just 2 hours, the house was completely repaired. Shen Changqing stood inside, placing his earnings for the day on the table. The pawn shop owner wouldn't even take this stone today. So, I guess it'll just have to be a paperweight. The set of clothes I traded with that old man got me 2 taels, minus the cut I gave to what's his name. All in all, I made 20 taels today. As he was counting his money, A sudden, brilliant light shone straight in his face. Immediately, the system panel appeared and selected the money he had just earned. Hey, my money. At least leave me a little. Shen Changqing stared intently at the system panel. He saw that the timer, which had been at 9 minutes and 56 seconds, had jumped to 3,556 years. He suddenly realized he had met the conditions for the first recharge bonus, and he could claim 2 rewards. First recharge bonus rewards are now available. Thousands of items appeared on the system panel. Whoa, so bright. Is the system finally going to give me a cheat? CC, come on. Give me the SSS tier item. After a moment of loading, the system granted Shen Changqing 2 manuals. He was stunned. His eyes bulged. Veins popped on his forehead. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Oh, for crying out loud. How to make soil fertilizer. Method for distilling liquor. System, are you being serious right now? I'm about to starve to death, and you give me these 2 useless things? Shen Changqing's eyes were dark, like a panda's. His whole body trembled. As I thought, a regular guy like me just can't afford to be a pay-to-win player. A moment later, Shen Changqing walked toward the door. He placed a hand on Chuanfeng's shoulder. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you're waiting for a free meal. He then tried to politely shoo Li Chunfeng away. It's getting late. Help me patch up that hole today, and then you should head home. Just then, a little fox ran in, carrying a small bag in its mouth. Chuanfeng's eyes went wide with astonishment when he saw it. A fox immortal, Your Excellency. Shen Changqing sat down, taking the bag of food. You're here again? It's no use trying to butter me up with gifts. Right now, I can't even feed myself. How am I supposed to feed you? Chunfeng said softly. Senior, that's not a Luoho dog. Shen Changqing turned to look at Chunfeng. Are you talking to me? At the same time, the little fox shot to its feet, baring its teeth. Say one more stupid thing, and you're dead meat. Shen Changqing gently patted the little fox's head. This little demon really is intelligent. Since you've tried so hard, I suppose I can let you stay. From now on, your name will be Xiaobai, okay? The fox demon, delighted, barked twice woof woof to please him. How's your prefecture during the hour of the ox? A water dragon appeared in the sky, weaving through the layers of clouds. The water dragon chased after a white dragon, calling out, Big sis, wait for me. Father is not doing well. We have to find someone to cure him. As they were flying, the white dragon suddenly noticed a flash of golden light ahead. Xiaoqing, look, what is that? After she spoke, the 2 dragons transformed into 2 beautiful young women. I can feel the pressure of immense magical power inside that blinding golden light. There must be an immortal who has descended to the mortal realm, or a rare treasure has been born. Let's go take a look. Life was already full of cruel twists of fate, but for Shen Changqing, things seemed even more merciless. His remaining time was running out. And yet, my stomach won't stop growling. I'm helpless. Changqing slammed his head against the bed 30 times. He muttered in agony, sob. I'm so hungry. Where's all my money? The system ate it all. I can't even make it through the day. To comfort himself, Changqing bit down hard on his bedsheet. Tears welled in his eyes. Oh, system, my dear system. If you keep this up, you won't even get the chance to kill me. I'll have starved to death long before that. Outside Changqing's door, a dense, golden spiritual aura enveloped the area. But hovering above, it was the sinister presence of demons and ghosts. The little fox sensed it. She glanced upward. A question formed in her mind. What does that sound? Why does it carry such a strange Taoist rhythm? With that thought, the little fox leaped gracefully onto the roof. Standing under the moonlight, she found her thoughts drifting to an intimate moment with Changqing. The magical power in my body is boiling. It's an uncontrollable urge. I truly want to be with him. Under the moonlight, demonic energy poured into the little fox's body. Down below, the fused wraith, an evil demon, was lurking outside Changqing's door. After absorbing enough demonic energy, the little fox reverted to her true form. She stood on the rooftop, her cold gaze looking down. These demons and ghosts. The immortal master already broke their fused form, and they still dare to disturb his rest. They really have a death wish. The fused demon unleashed a terrifying wave of ghostly energy, its eyes wide and mouth agape, as if to devour everything in its path. Li Chunfeng stood nearby, his face pale with fear. On the roof, the little fox unleashed her power. The intimidating presence of a fierce fox spirit materialized behind her. The demon below was no less formidable. It fused into a single, ferocious monster and charged straight for the little fox. In his room, Chongqing slept on, blissfully unaware, lost in a sweet dream. At the same time, the two dragon sisters watched the scene from a distance, utterly astonished. Sister, that's some powerful demonic energy. How can a small county like Jingyang have so many powerful demons? The white dragon looked down at the erupting battle and spoke. No wonder. To these demons and spirits, the spiritual aura around the man in that room is like the sun in the dead of night. It's impossible to ignore. Back at the demon battle, the clash of their immense spiritual pressures was a truly epic sight. But in reality, it was just two critters scratching and clawing at each other like they were fighting over a man. The twin white and green dragons descended from the sky, shouting, "Demons! Who dares cause chaos in a mortal realm?" The two critters heard the shout. They turned to look, confused, but without letting go of each other's hair. The white dragon stepped forward and said sternly, "Demons will be demons. Few can remain calm in the presence of a true dragon like myself. Yet here you both stand. It seems you have some skill." Hearing this, the little fox stared with her eyes and mouth wide open. "What did you say, you two longworms? I'm guessing you're both here for the man in that room, right? So drop the whole righteous and dignified act." The other demon turned, a sinister smile on her face. "Why don't you and I team up? We can get rid of this promiscuous fox together. Then we can split the man 50-50. The little fox's face darkened. Her eyes were as sharp and cold as a demon's. She pinned the other demon's head down with her claws. "Did you just dare to call me a promiscuous fox? This one is a celestial fox of Qingqiu. You'd better listen closely, and if you dare lay a finger on the immortal master, you're finished. I'll kill you." The sharp-toothed demon was terrified. She could feel the overwhelming power radiating from the little fox. The two true dragons also grew wary. "Sister, could this fox have practiced body cultivation? She's terrifying." "Well, what do you think? You two still want to fight? This one is a celestial fox of Qingqiu. Oomph. If that's how you want it, then I'll oblige. Hanging Cauldron Thunder Law. Annihilate all evil." From the Thunder Command Talisman, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing straight toward the ground. However, the lightning's power was stopped cold by a protective barrier surrounding the house. It turned out the Thunder God himself was injured by the backlash from the anti-lightning barrier. Why? Why did my elemental magic suddenly disappear? Where did my lightning go? How dare you show off your powers in the immortal master's celestial abode? You truly don't know your place. The foxwoman was furious. She looked no different from a fiery she-demon. She charged straight for the dragon sister. But the true dragon dodged nimbly. Just then, through a crack in the door, the true dragon saw a golden radiance emanating from inside Chongqing's house. A worldly reclusive master. Could this be the great expert I've been searching for? My royal father can be saved. A fierce battle erupted inside Chongqing's house. Isn't this a battle between gods? To witness such a scene, I can die without regrets. Damn it, this fox is tougher than she looks. It seemed the dragon sister was being overpowered. The two women continued to clash, fighting with fierce intensity. The nearby tree looked like it wanted to curse them out. "You two can fight all you want, but what's it got to do with me?" The two of them continued their chase, running circles around Chongqing's house. At that moment, the commotion finally woke Chongqing. "For God's sake, let's see who's being so damn inconsiderate. It's noisy out here every single night. If you don't want to sleep, fine, don't sleep. But why do you have to bother me?" From inside, Chongqing opened the door and stepped out. At that moment, the foxwoman had been bound tightly by the dragon sister. The moment he looked, Chongqing immediately slammed the door shut. "Oh hell, it must be so noisy that I'm starting to hallucinate. I need to calm down." Chongqing opened the door again to confirm what he'd seen. This time, the true dragon sister was being held by the leg by the foxwoman. Well, this is a novel position. Chongqing's eyes went wide. His jaw dropped at the sight before him. What is going on here? All three of them stared at each other awkwardly. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, you useless dog. What's the point of having you if you don't even bark when so many people break into the house? Wait, where's my dog? Both of you, stop it right now. What are you doing fighting in my courtyard in the middle of the night? And where did you take my dog? While Chongqing was yelling. The two women were still locked in a fierce battle. Chongqing rushed forward and grabbed both of their hands. You foolish mortal, release me at once. My body, it started to tremble. What the hell? The moment he touched their hands, the two women became flustered. They were shocked to feel the magical power in their bodies surging uncontrollably. I'm a dragon princess by long. She immediately revealed her identity, warning Chongqing about the fox. But he just casually tossed the foxwoman aside, disbelieving her words and continuing to ask about his dog. Chongqing declared himself a man of socialism, a believer in materialism, and the ender of old gods. He then introduced himself with a string of mundane, everyday titles. Both women felt the cultivation power in their bodies rapidly increase as he touched them. After some time, and for reasons unknown, the two dragon princesses were cowering before Chongqing, breaking into a private residence, disturbing someone's sleep, and stealing my dog. Don't think I'll let you off just because you're women. Don't you kids have anything better to do? Now speak up. Where did you hide my dog? Suddenly, Li Chunfeng ran over, scaring Chongqing so bad he nearly had a fatal heart attack. Immortal Master, the dog's here. Whoa, where did you come from? Why haven't you gone home yet? Do you have any idea how badly you just scared me? Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to fix the gate and then leave? Immortal Master, your cultivation is profound. This humble Taoist wants. This humble Taoist wants. This humble Taoist wishes for the Immortal Master to take me as his disciple. Please pass on your wondrous techniques to me. I'm begging you, Immortal Master. Every morning in Jingyang County, a bird was flying in the sky, heading toward a beam of golden light. It was the Black Demon King, one of the 4 great demon kings. The bird landed on top of a tower, looking in the direction of the light and wondering, hey, what's going on over there with that golden light? Why does it fill me with such dread? He remembered his master's instructions. This opportunity is extremely rare. The great king told me to scout ahead. This is the territory of the 9-headed ghost, yet there's a golden light shining here. Could it be that some great treasure has been unearthed? He cackled wickedly. If I bring this treasure back, the Black Demon King will surely make me the leader of the 4 great demon kings. This time, those other 3 will have no choice but to bow to me. An hour later, the sun was blazing. He sat in front of his door. He held the fox in his arms. A blank expression was on his face. The 3 of them knelt on the ground. The white dragon had explained everything. Immortal Master, that's the long and short of it. The fox squirmed playfully in his arms. Taoist Master, you guys stop your yapping. I'm just a normal person. What kind of divine arts do I have to pass on to you? There are no demons in my little courtyard. Why haven't you left yet? He looked down at the 2 dragons. And you too. A minute ago you were telling me your father was gravely ill. You were just passing by to ask for medicine, and now you're mixed up with a fox spirit? You sure are involved in a lot of things. The whole dog-napping thing was my misunderstanding. As for me treating your esteemed father, I suggest you hire a proper doctor to make a house call. That would be the right thing to do. He shouldered his gear. He pointed a finger straight at the 3 of them. All right, we've been at this all morning. I don't have any breakfast to serve you. I've got to go make a living. See yourselves out. The 3 of them sat on the ground, watching his retreating back. The green dragon was in tears. Sister, did we make the Immortal Master unhappy? Is that why he won't agree to help us? The white dragon paused for a moment. I never expected that fox spirit to be raised by the Immortal Master himself. It seems we'll have to show even more sincerity. He walked out the gate. The fox shot a teasing glance back at the 3 of them. He set up his stall to continue selling his anti-demon talismans. Open for business. Open for business. The fox lay sprawled on top. A crowd immediately swarmed them. Grandmaster Shun. Grandmaster Shun. Read my fortune first. I have money. Last time, Grandmaster Shun scared that old master so badly he dropped to his knees. He must be the real deal. Just then, Magistrate Feng, an official of Jingyang County, walked up. His soldiers quickly held the crowd back. Back off. Everyone back off. He pointed a finger at the young man. There's been a report that you've been swindling people on the street. That person wouldn't be you, would it? He slammed his hand on the table in anger. Which son of a bitch reported me? The soldiers showed no mercy. They immediately clamped a wooden cane around his neck. The adjutant behind them raised a hand. Great master, great master. The adjutant pointed in a certain direction. This is bad. Something's happened at the Hao-Zhe prefecture. Everyone immediately looked where the adjutant was pointing. A pillar of black light had appeared in the sky. The crowd burst into a flurry of discussion. Look quickly. Demonic energy is shooting straight into the sky. That's terrifying. How dare a demon cause a ruckus in broad daylight? You don't know. The demon in the Hao-Zhe prefecture is incredibly fearsome. He looked at the crowd. He thought they were all delusional. And he pointed toward his own house. He spoke with a baffled expression. Are you guys serious? The sky is perfectly clear. The official standing beside him stared in astonishment. He turned his head back. His mind was full of questions. Hey, buddy, what's the meaning of this? Are you so bored that you're just messing with me for fun? Inside the house, the Black Eagle King was rummaging everywhere. Treasure, treasure. Where is it? Let's get back to the house. Where the hell is it? Not here. Not here either. He tore the room apart, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. 3 large question marks appeared in his mind. Strange. I clearly saw a golden light appear just now. It was the sign of a world-class treasure. Why can't I find it? Outside on the street. The crowd was rushing toward his house. Come on, let's go see. Taoist Master Shun is about to perform a live exorcism. The evil demon from the Hao-Zhe prefecture has plagued our Jingyang County for years. I have to see if Taoist Master Shun can really catch the demon. If he can, I'll buy 2 of his calligraphy scrolls to protect my home. The crowd gathered in front of his house. From a nearby bush, 1 person and 2 dragons were secretly observing the situation. Excellent. The immortal master has returned. He strode into the house with an air of authority. The adjutant and the other official followed behind him. Immeasurable celestial, weird demon, immortal way. A fox sauntered past. It slapped the 3 of them so hard they coughed up blood. The fox scolded them. You can't even protect the house. And you want to stay by the master's side and wait for some divine art? The 2 followers behind him looked at each other. They didn't understand what was happening. The white dragon spoke up. The one in the house is the Black Eagle King, one of the 4 great demon kings under the Black Mountain Demon. We are truly no match for him. The fox spoke confidently. Just you wait and see. Even if the old Black Mountain Demon himself came, my master would turn him to dust. Inside the house, the bird was eavesdropping on the sounds from outside. Great master, a Taoist master who slays demons. Suddenly, a thought sobered him up. This is bad. Before I descend to the mountain, the great king warned me that there's a place in the mortal realm called the Qin Tianjian. It's filled with powerful masters. Could it be that they've targeted me? Everyone followed him inside. The adjutant addressed him with a respectful look. Great master, this place is extremely dangerous, and there are many commoners here. I'll just have to stay outside and protect them. I'll leave the evil entity in the house to you. He crossed his arms, his face darkening. Isn't it just because you're scared? Hearing this, the other official chimed in. Little brother, if you can eliminate the demon in the Hao-Zhe prefecture, this official will no longer believe you are a swindler. He gave a sly grin. His eyes twinkled. Hee, if this little brother fails, I'll have him beaten in front of everyone. A warning to all criminals. Make an example of him here in Jingyang County. I'm a genius at reading people. The bird scrambled to escape. I only came to check things out because I heard them mention some great master. He tried to phase through the wall, but slammed his head right into it. He staggered back, dizzy. So dizzy, so many stars. He opened the door. What was that? That banging sound couldn't be a rat, could it? Hearing the sound from inside, he walked in, holding something to his chest. A noise that loud must be a huge rat. I wonder if little Snow White can even catch rats. The bird was now hiding on a ceiling beam. It looked down at him with a resentful expression. Is he talking about me? Could he really be a great master? He detected my presence the moment he stepped into the room. This is outrageous. I'm a demon king, for crying out loud. And he's talking about catching me? Down below, he was looking around with a small mirror. Outside the room, the air was strangely silent. Everyone was staring intently inside. The adjutant spoke up, as expected of a great master. He suppressed that demon the moment he walked in. Inside the room, he was rummaging through things on his desk. There's even toilet paper. His entire net worth was piled on the table. He lowered his head and sighed. That damn old Lou just had to insist this house was haunted in front of everyone. And now look, the whole county has shown up to watch. If I can't pull off this performance today, my career is over. An image of the magistrate throwing him in jail flashed through his mind. A cane locked around his neck and hands. His Honor the Magistrate will definitely throw me in prison. He glanced at his system and scratched his face. Remaining lifespan, 29, 23, 33. When the time runs out, the host will be immediately obliterated. He looked down at the desk. If I get thrown in jail, this countdown will definitely kill me. Wait a minute. My phone. I've got an idea. I even have a smartphone. This is perfect. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Wait. This phone can get me off the hook. I might even be able to make a fortune. He quickly picked up the phone and swiped the screen. If I brought something with me when I transmigrated, I downloaded a bunch of movies to watch and look things up. Suddenly, a loud moan echoed through the room. Ayami. The sound startled everyone outside. What was that noise? The magistrate asked, his face blushing. The people around him were also flustered. It must be the demon. A woman quickly covered her child's ears. But why does that cry sound so strange? The child looked around, bewildered. Inside the room, he paid no mind to the sound he'd just made. Not a shred of embarrassment. He just kept scrolling on his phone. Oops, wrong one. Good thing no one's here. Otherwise, I would have died of embarrassment. The bird in the tree stared, dumbfounded. It couldn't believe its eyes. What kind of magical artifact is that? How is it emitting primordial dharma on its own? But this one has never heard of such primordial arts before. Your phone is truly a treasure. You open the camera and take a picture. The bird was caught in the frame. What a shame. There's no internet in ancient times. Other than taking pictures, this thing is just a glorified brick. The bird looked at the phone screen. Its eyes felt like they were going blind. This light. My eyes. My eyes. The bird's dantian shattered. Its inner core disintegrated. The bird collapsed, trembling all over. This mortal cultivator definitely saw me, and he pretended he didn't. He was just waiting for me to lower my guard, so he could strike me with that profound primordial art. Down below, you were still happily snapping pictures of the scenery. At this point, the bird was practically dead, both in spirit and body. Mortals are truly vicious. From outside, the county magistrate shouted, Daoist Shun. Stalling for time is useless. If you don't come out, I'll send my men in to arrest you. The judge sneered. Oomph. So short-sighted. Daring to doubt the master. You stepped outside. Coming. Magistrate, what's the rush? Weren't you all just saying that my Hauser residence has been haunted for years and no one could deal with it? Well, today I, Shan Changqing, took care of business. The demon in this residence has been captured alive by me. You took out your phone. On the screen, a ghost was crawling out, crawling for its life. The proof is right here. Everyone who saw was terrified. A ghost. The ghost from the well is crawling out. Run. The judge, the Taoist, the dragons, and the fox demon were all terrified by the ghost's aura. Such powerful resentment. It's even stronger than the 9-grudge demon. You pointed at the phone, reassuring the crowd. Everyone, don't be afraid. I've sealed the demon in this treasure mirror. It can no longer harm anyone. Hearing this, the ghost panicked. Wait, what? You rewound the video. The ghost crawled back inside. See? If I want her to move forward, she moves forward. You kept rewinding. If I want her to retreat, she retreats. By now, the ghost on screen was completely exhausted. It struck a seductive pose. Oh, stop it. You shook the phone in your hand. So, what do you think? Pretty amazing, huh? As soon as you finished speaking, the 5 of them dropped to their knees. A female ghost with such overwhelming resentment. And Daoist Shun just plays with her in the palm of his hand. Immortal Master, your power is immeasurable. You have vanquished the evil ghost and protected the innocent. Your merit is boundless. Why did the treasure mirror suddenly go dark? The magistrate asked, his voice trembling. You glanced at your phone. The battery's dead. You tucked the phone away. Time for another lie. Ahem. Opening the heavenly eye is not so simple. What you just witnessed was a luxury. But today, you have all seen with your own eyes that this place is tainted with energy. It will be difficult for this residence to ever be peaceful again. However, this humble Taoist is well-versed in the arts of exorcism. Recently, I have mastered the ability to write evil-suppressing talismans. Hearing this, the magistrate's attitude did a complete 180. He hastily pulled out a bag of money. Taoist master, please bestow upon me one of your ink treasures. The crowd surged forward. I've been in line since this morning. Please, let me have one. Hey, not even the honorable official gets to cut in line. People from all over who had heard of your reputation came flocking. Where are you all going? There's a great master at the Hauser residence. I'm going to ask for a talisman to protect my home. Your residence was now completely surrounded by people. Is he really that incredible? Wang Ershin saw Taoist Shin exorcise the ghost with his own 2 eyes. How could it be fake? Oh, Jingyang is saved. I have to get one too. A man who managed to buy a talisman was crying his eyes out. Taoist Shun is so kind. Even with his hand swollen like that, he still gave me an ink treasure. I'm so moved. A bald man explained. That's not swelling. That's the true chi circulating within the ink treasure. The residence was finally quiet again. Your hand was completely swollen from writing so much. You clutched the mountain of money. You've all worked hard today. Please stay for a meal. I'll just go inside and tidy up a bit. I've been writing all day. My hand is about to turn into a printing press. You tremblingly opened the money chest. The 4 of them stared, their eyes gleaming. You snapped the chest shut again. Then you threw it wide open. It was overflowing with money. You were so happy you started to dance. Ahaha, I'm finally rich. I'm not a slave to the system anymore. This master is now a pay-to-win player. Hearing this, the 4 of them got excited. Senior, the immortal master asked us to stay for dinner. Doesn't that mean he's accepted us? This is amazing. The fox pouted. Why does this fox immortal suddenly feel like she's been cast aside? A voice echoed. Revive. My time. A protective barrier formed around the residence, instantly dispelling all the demonic energy. The 5 of them looked around, bewildered. The demonic energy is gone. Did the master make a move? Inside, the bird was injured so badly it was foaming at the mouth. It was filled with a burning hatred for you. This is a primordial art. Now a golden light. This one is filled with hate. So frustrating. The money hadn't even warmed my hands, and my remaining life is already down to 275 hours, 1 minute, and 1 second. First recharge bonus. Come on, please. 6 tails for 6 hours. At that moment, the system displayed a method for making handmade soap. Grind seashells into a powder. Add the seashell powder water to plant ash. Pour the resulting liquid mixture into oil. Shape and cut into bars. Let sit for 10 to 30 days for the saponification reaction to complete. This stuff is gold. In this era, most people use soap beans for washing. Wouldn't bar soap be so much more convenient? The money will come rolling in. But I only have about 10 days, and making the soap takes at least 10 days. Guess I'll have to find another way to make money. Suddenly, the Vulture King, unable to withstand the pressure of Shun Chongqing's aura, passed out. It fell from the ceiling. What the hell? What was that? Scared the life out of me. Oh, so that noise wasn't a rat. It was a wild chicken that flew in. Ancient times really are the best. Even the wild chickens are this huge. This poor little guy must have been trapped in here for who knows how long. Probably fainted from hunger. You're lucky you ran into me. I'm such a good person, I wouldn't even hurt a fly. Is a master going to use a resurrection art to revive the Demon King? That can't be. If the Demon King is revived, the consequences will be unimaginable. The master truly has a magnanimous heart. To show such compassion even to a demon beast. He's truly worthy of being an immortal master. In his eyes, all living beings are equal. If the immortal master can revive a Demon King, then curing our royal father must be a simple task for him. A moment later, the fan club saw what Shun Chongqing had done. Their eyes went wide. Their jaws dropped. Holy crap, he's roasting it. And he wasn't done yet. Shun Chongqing proceeded to sprinkle some sweet seasoning on the roasted black Vulture King. However, the smell that wafted up wasn't a fragrant aroma, but the thick stench of demonic energy. The fans whispered amongst themselves. The flesh of ancient demons is already highly toxic, let alone that of a demon king. Is the master actually going to eat it? Shun Changqing skewered a juicy piece of the chicken. He held it up. You've all been waiting. Please enjoy my cooking. It's delicious. The four siblings looked on, their faces turning deathly pale. Not a drop of blood remained in their faces. Master, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to. I won't impose any longer. Farewell. My mother told me not to be out too late. I must be taking my leave as well. Big sis, I don't want to die. Sob. Xiaoqing, don't be scared. Since the immortal master has bestowed this upon us, how could we dare refuse? After I die, you must ask the immortal master to save our royal father. With that, the white dragon reached for the piece of meat. Immortal master, allow me to go first. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed by. The piece of meat vanished. The culprit was the little fox, a giant chicken leg clamped firmly in its jaws. Shin Changqing yelled in frustration. Xiaobai, what the? I didn't even get a bite yet. Let go of that leg. But the little fox ignored her master, continuing to nibble on the thigh, sucking out every last wisp of demonic energy. The twin dragons were completely astonished. Senior Fox Immortal is testing the poison with her own body for our sake. So they're good fox spirits after all. Incredible. Very quickly, the piece of meat was stripped clean, leaving only a dry bone. And then, the little fox suddenly shot to her feet. Her head was spinning. She swayed unsteadily, leaving Changqing and the others gaping in astonishment. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? After stumbling for a moment, the little fox collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Did Senior Fox Immortal just die from that? Changqing walked over and lifted her by the tail. Puzzled, he remarked, she's still alive. What's with that expression? Why does she look like she's enjoying this? The little fox wriggled with delight, whispering with a look of pure bliss. That feels amazing. My whole body is overflowing with spiritual power. As expected of a demon king's meat, roasted by the master himself. The white dragon was stunned. She's not dead. That's demon king meat. Even a mortal could be poisoned to death by it. Changqing walked over, slicing off a few pieces for Chunfeng and the martial judge. Here, you all help me out the whole day. I can't let you go home on an empty stomach. Try some while it's still hot. Chunfeng took the plate of meat. He glanced over at the martial judge. Should we try a little? The fox demon was completely lost in her enjoyment. When a master makes something, it's beyond your wildest imagination. A demon king roasted by the master is probably even more delicious than the peaches of immortality from the nine heavens. At that moment, the twin dragons also put a piece of meat into their mouths, chewing thoughtfully. With tears in their eyes, Chunfeng and the martial judge also gritted their teeth and took a bite. As soon as they finished, the women's power erupted. Their bodies contorted gracefully as they thought. Such pure spiritual energy. I can't hold back this feeling. No, stop. Don't break through again. My body can't take it anymore. Sister, it feels like my cultivation is about to break through again. No sooner had she spoken than from Changqing's small courtyard, two pillars of green and gold spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. Qing, I've broken through too. This roast duck from the immortal master is truly a delicacy from the celestial realm. Amidst the commotion, Chunfeng and the martial judge's power suddenly exploded. They grabbed each other and began to dance an excited tango. This roast chicken is filled with spiritual energy. I feel like I'm about to ascend to the heavens. That's right, Chunfeng exclaimed. My body feels like it's about to burst with power, like a river about to break its banks. The martial judge chimed in. As Changqing witnessed this scene, his eyes began to sting. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, for crying out loud. What are these two doing? It's burning my eyes." The white dragon, meanwhile, suddenly remembered her father, who was on a drip back in the dragon palace. Her heart ached with guilt. While I'm here receiving the immortal master's blessings, my father is in critical condition. I'm such an unfilial daughter. At this thought, Bai Long burst into tears, startling Changqing. Why are you crying? I didn't do anything that bad, did I? The twin dragons knelt at Changqing's feet. Immortal master, please, you have to save our father. We are willing to work like horses and oxen to repay you. I already told you, I don't know any medicine. Don't you remember her, miss? Changqing replied. His gaze drifted upward, as if an idea had just struck him. All right, fine. I happen to be a bit short-staffed right now. You and your sister can stay and help me out. Once I make some money, I'll give you a cut. With money, you can get treatment for your father. What do you say? We will follow the Immortal Master's arrangements. Night fell in Jingyang County. Deep in the forest, a pair of glowing eyes stared intently at the bloody corpses. From the shadows, a ferocious tiger emerged. It was the Demon Mountain Tiger King, Nian Jing, one of the 4 great demon kings. That ball bird is so damn slow. I've waited so long I'm starving. Dawn broke. The sound of birds chirping filled the air. From somewhere, a singing voice could be heard. The sun is shining bright. Flowers bloom, and birds are singing early this morn. The twin dragons were meditating in the courtyard. Hearing the singing, one whispered, "Sister, listen to what the Immortal Master is singing." Why does it sound so? Before she could finish, Bai Long and her sister burst into tears. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your grace. We must seize this opportunity. We cannot waste the great expert's kindness. The fox watched them and frowned. So naive, Chongqing sat, singing cheerfully, his eyes glued to the system panel. Ever since I activated this system, every day has felt like having a knife to my neck. This is the first time I've been able to sleep until I woke up naturally, without worrying about my remaining lifespan. He glanced at the system panel, displaying a jug of fine wine, and whispered, "It seems like distilling wine is the fastest way to turn profit. Good thing I have modern cooking skills. I'll open an outdoor barbecue stall, sell roast chicken, no roast duck, and with Bai Long and Qing as servers. I refuse to believe these ancient people can resist." With that thought, he opened the door, his face flush with excitement. A confident smile spread across his face. As soon as Chongqing stepped out, Bai Long spoke up. "Immortal Master, please give us our task for the day." Holy crap, what in the world was that? You scared the hell out of me. Looks like these 2 young ladies are dead set on being my servants. Chongqing took out a large sum of money and gave it to Bai Long. "Since you're so eager, I have a task for you. Take this money and go buy some wine. Remember, don't go to the fancy taverns. Go to the cheaper wine shops. The cheaper, the better." Oh, yes, Immortal Master." The twin dragons, Bai Long and Qing, left immediately. Chongqing shouted after them, "Be back soon. And while you're at it, find some whole bamboo stalks and bring them back. That stuff is free. Grab as many as you can carry." "Okay. Rest assured, Immortal Master. We'll get it done." The martial judge and Chunfeng walked up and bowed. "Now that the courtyard is repaired, we must return to the city god temple. If you need the city god for anything, please just let us know." "All right, you can go. One pest taken care of." Chongqing turned to see Chunfeng, smiling confidently. "Are you planning to leave too? This humble Taoist's power may be weak, but my heart is devoted to the Tao. Senior, please allow me to stay and learn from you." Hearing this, Chongqing immediately nodded. "In that case, you can come with me." "Thank you, Senior. Free labor. Only a fool would refuse." And so, Chongqing, Chunfeng, and the little fox entered the bustling market together. The calls of vendors echoed all around. "Candy Haws, get your fresh tonghulu here. Freshly steamed mantou. Still hot. Come take a look, young man. All top quality goods here. Tofu pudding. Get your fresh tofu pudding. On the wine jars." The prices were clearly displayed. Glutinous rice wine, 1 tael of silver. 7 treasures liquid, 5 taels of silver. Immortal's drunkenness, 10 taels of silver. Chongqing stared at the price list. His heart sank. I miscalculated. Modern people can drink cheap liquor thanks to technology and advanced food production. Distilling wine is a good idea, but I don't have enough capital for mass production right now. At this thought, Chongqing clutched his head, his face scrunching up in frustration. Forget it. I'll just sell roast duck first to build up some startup capital." As he was lost in thought, Chunfeng tapped him on the shoulder. "Senior, you who comprehends creation, why do you concern yourself with such worldly things as money?" "Worldly things? You really see this stuff as worldly?" Annoyed, Chongqing pointed toward a plump young woman standing nearby. "All right, let me test you. What do you see over there?" Chunfeng focused his gaze. "A noble lady." The two leaned in and spoke in whispers. In the eyes of a common person, she is dressed entirely in silk. In the eyes of a cultivator, her fate is one of wealth and nobility. But what people don't realize is that the worldly things she wears are a representation of the very essence of the world. Chongqing imagined himself fishing with a rod over a gold mine. What are worldly things and the essence of the world? Take gold, for example. Gold is the lingering afterglow from the collision of ancient stars when the universe was formed, brought to this world by the eternal void. It has coexisted with the dragon veins of the 9 provinces for tens of millions of years, and we just dig it up to use as decoration. You only see its superficial appearance, unaware that it is as old as the heavens and the earth themselves. So, is it still a worldly thing? After hearing this, Chunfeng stared, his eyes and mouth wide open. So that's how it is. Immediately, he knelt down. He kowtowed before Chongqing. This humble Taoist was short-sighted. I could only see the material world. I was unable to escape my worldly attachments. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your guidance. A minor feat. Just watch. I'll have you so turned around you won't know which way is up. You'll be begging to work security for my roast duck shop. After bowing, Chunfeng rose. If I may be so bold, my cultivation has been stagnant for many years. I fear I have been blinded by the secular world. Thanks to the Immortal Master's guidance, this humble Taoist has had a small epiphany. I beg the Immortal Master to grant me his wisdom. If you are so sincere, then I will enlighten you further. Chongqing leaned into Chunfeng's ear and whispered, your current cultivation method is useless. Try this mantra of mine. This humble Taoist is listening. The value of life has 2 aspects. Its true expression is in contribution. To realize this value, you must create the conditions. Work for all, not for pleasure or money. Let ideals illuminate the heavens. Through bitter struggle, temper your heart. This is the historical materialist view of value. Upon hearing this, Chunfeng put on a solemn expression. The value of life has 2 aspects. Bitter struggle. The young man hiding in the bushes overheard and grinned. Yes, yes, yes. Just like that. At that moment, Chunfeng felt as if he had entered a divine realm. The master's words have broadened my mind. The inner demon that has plagued me for 3 years has finally been vanquished. Thinking this, Chunfeng rushed toward Chongqing. Tears welled in his eyes. Thank you, great master, for helping me comprehend these 30 words. I will carve them into my very soul. I will recite them always. He's a teachable one. I possess the advanced ideology of a man 1,000 years from now. Take your time comprehending it. Chongqing glanced at the drooling Chunfeng. He flashed a sly grin. Hif. This kid looks like he's fallen right into my trap. Time for this old master to turn up the heat. With that thought, Chongqing turned away and said gravely, Taoist masterly, you have cultivated for many years. Let me ask you this. In this world, there are thousands of divine arts that can lead to immortality. So why do so many people wish to become emperor instead of seeking the Tao and eternal life? Chunfeng's eyes widened at the question. His Majesty naturally desires immortality as well. It's just that eternal life is too difficult to attain. Even for us cultivators who defy the heavens, we can only extend our lives by a few decades. Very few can live to be 100. The words eternal life are not so easily achieved. Just as he finished speaking, he looked over and saw Chongqing's entire body radiating a brilliant light. Tisk tisk. Immortality? What's so hard about that? If you count from today, I've already lived for more than 1,000 years. Right now is the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty. From the 8th century to the 21st century I came from. Isn't that over 1,200 years? Chunfeng was dumbfounded. His face fell. The immortal master is truly an immortal descended to the mortal realm. But an immortal could live for over 1,000 years. With that thought, Chunfeng stepped forward and asked naively, May I ask the immortal master, if this humble Taoist continues on the path of cultivation, can I achieve immortality like you? Hearing this, Chongqing hid a triumphant smile behind his bamboo fan. He's taken the bait. Hit. Then, Chongqing turned away. He struck a supremely cool pose. I can't make any promises about other things. But if you follow me and cultivate for 2 or 3 years, it will naturally be no problem at all. Chunfeng was as happy as if he'd just struck gold. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped, a huge grin spreading across his face. Does that mean the immortal master is willing to accept me as his disciple? Chongqing turned back. His body was shrouded in a brilliant white aura. I don't normally accept disciples so casually. The only reason I didn't accept you before was to test the resolve of your heart for the Tao. You've shown that you have some talent and potential. I will reluctantly accept you as a nominal disciple and observe your perseverance in the future. Hearing this, Chunfeng immediately knelt at Chongqing's feet in front of the surrounding crowd. Master, please accept this bow from Li Chunfeng. Seeing this, Chongqing turned his head away, a sheepish grin on his face. He was sweating bullets. All right. So many people are watching. You mentioned before that your master was Yuan Tiangang, so I probably don't need to teach you any Taoist arts. But there are other things your master knows a little about. Since you've called me master, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Get up. First, help me carry these things. A while later, the master and disciple returned to their courtyard after buying some ducks. Master, did you buy these 2 ducks to roast and eat? Chongqing opened the door and entered the house. He let out a smirk. This is your master's secret weapon for getting rich. You'll see in a moment. As they entered the room, they saw a portly man wiping sweat from his brow. Immortal Master Shun, here is the duck roasting oven I built according to your specifications. What do you think? Chongqing stared at his new duck oven. He nodded in satisfaction, praising the man. Your craftsmanship is excellent. It only took you half a day to build this. Little Li, pay the master craftsman for me. At this, Chunfeng handed the portly man a bag of money, tears streaming down his face. The portly man said, Immortal Master, there's no need. How could this humble one dare to accept your money? I still have the calligraphy you wrote hanging in my home. Now my whole family is healthy and eating well. This is all thanks to your blessing. After he finished speaking, the portly man started to leave. Chongqing hurried after him. He waved goodbye. No need to see me out, Immortal Master Shun. If you need anything else, just let me know anytime. Thank you, Master Craftsman. Next time you buy calligraphy, I'll be sure to give you a 20% discount. Chongqing stared at the bag of money in his hand. An indescribable smile spread across his face. The people of the Tang dynasty are truly simple and honest. It's not even easy to spend all this money. At that moment, Shaoqing and Dongli had completed their task of buying wine and returned with a bundle of bamboo. Sister, what does the Immortal Master need all this bamboo for? The Immortal Master has his reasons for everything. Don't ask so many questions. Let's hurry back. We shouldn't keep the Immortal Master waiting. On their way back, Dongli happened to pass by a small courtyard reeking with a thick demonic aura. Dongli realized. Her face darkened. She turned her head to look back. A demonic aura? The stench of blood is so strong. In front of the small courtyard, a dense demonic energy rose up. Seeing the sight, Dongli spoke. There must be a monster running rampant in this residence. Let's go take a look. Inside a room in the courtyard, the corpses of innocent people lay in pools of crimson blood. The sharp fangs of a mountain tiger demon were gnawing on a body. It prowled around the house, attacking innocent men. Its eyes flashed. It stared straight ahead. Outside the door, a loud shout rang out. Audacious fiend! How dare you commit such atrocities in the mortal realm in broad daylight? The tiger demon was engrossed in its meal. Hearing the shout, it turned its head and glared toward the door. The 2 dragons kicked down the door. They strode in aggressively. You tiger demon! Cultivation is not easy. Why must you needlessly harm others? Hearing this, the tiger demon slammed its foot down. Its claws scraped against the ground. The tiger demon stared intently ahead. Its entire body was caked in blood. It had now transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. Massive and imposing, it stood up. It looked at the 2 dragons and growled. Where did you little demons crawl out from, daring to lecture this king on how to act? Dongli's eyes narrowed and her brow furrowed. She gritted her teeth in anger. She drew her weapon. You're courting death. It seems you want to taste the might of this young lady. Sister, be careful. The tiger demon raised its sharp claws. It let out a sinister chuckle. Tisk, tisk, such big words. You've disturbed this king's meal. Have you thought about how you're going to compensate me? With that, the tiger demon opened its maw wide. It lunged forward with a swipe of its claws. The white dragon showed not a hint of fear. She immediately unleashed a blast of power. A fierce energy shot toward the tiger. Shaoqing screamed in terror. Sister, watch out. At the same time, The 2 jugs of wine in her hands fell to the ground and shattered. The scene changes to Chongqing and his disciple. At this moment, the 2 of them are testing the new oven with 2 ducks. Looking at how plump they were, and the aroma coming from the ducks, the 2 of them couldn't help but drool. Not yet, not yet. Almost ready. I never knew that not only is Master's cultivation profound, but he's also a world-class chef. A few minutes later, the 2 ducks were cooked to perfection. The fragrance wafted into their noses. Chongqing immediately took out a honey sauce and brushed it all over the 2 ducks to give them a glossy sheen. A little garnish. A few cans of barley brew, and it's ready to serve. Soon, dust began to settle. The sun dipped below the mountains. Chongqing shielded his eyes with his hand. Peering out the door, Dongli and Xiaoqing still hadn't returned. It's almost dark. It doesn't take this long to buy wine, does it? Just as he finished speaking, Magistrate Feng and 2 guards burst in, yelling, "Immortal Master Shun, Daoistly, you have to help me. Something terrible has happened at Shirley Village." Seeing the magistrate's frantic state, Chongqing quickly helped him steady himself. "Your Honor, calm down and tell me. What happened?" "There's a demon at Shirley Village. The 3 members of the Old Hong family. They've all been brutally killed." Hearing this, Chongqing's face turned pale. His expression soured instantly. "A demon? Are you serious?" A short while later, at the Hong residence, the sound of weeping echoed throughout the area. What a tragedy. The entire Hong family, all 3 of them, are dead. This is bad karma. Didn't you know? The Hong family has been haunted for a long time. Family members kept dying for no reason. Even the neighbors have been having all sorts of bad luck. Really? So those 3 were really killed by a ghost? We shouldn't stay here. We might catch their bad luck. Seeing the scene before him, Chongqing's eyes widened. He frowned, rendered speechless. Chongqing and Chunfeng walked over to inspect the blood-soaked corpses. The crowd continued to whisper. It was definitely a ghost. I heard our Shirley Village was originally built on a massive grave. The Hong family's house is right on top of it. Living with that kind of filth every day, it was bound to happen. Magistrate Feng pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, his face etched with fear. "Daoist Shun, I won't hide anything from you. To be frank, over the past few years, the Hong family has suffered heavy losses. We investigated thoroughly but never found any clues. I never imagined it would get this serious. This case involves demons. Normally, it should be reported immediately to the Tianqin division to have a master handle it. But right now, everyone is in a panic. Everyone knows of Immortal Master Shun's demon-slaying abilities. I beg you, please save the people of Jingyang County." Hearing this, Chunfeng clasped his hands in a salute and replied, "Your Honor, do not worry. This humble Taoist is a member of the Tianqin division. I bear responsibility in this matter. What's more, my master is here. No demon, no matter how wicked, is a threat." Chongqing's face darkened at his words. Damn it, he thought. I never agreed to this. Who told you to run your mouth? This is a murder case. You need a real spiritualist, not me. A guy who just knows how to write calligraphy. After thinking it over, Chongqing forced a bright smile. Your Honor, a demon devouring people is indeed a grave matter. But I have faith in my disciple's exorcism skills. Let him handle this. It will also be a good test of his abilities. Hearing this, Chunfeng immediately took out his bagua plate. He stared at it with determination. Yes, master. I will not fail to live up to your expectations. With that, Chunfeng immediately began to chant. Mystic Heaven Treasure Mirror. Reveal the demon's form. Brilliant golden rays of spiritual energy erupted from the bagua plate in his hand. Suddenly, a jet-black demonic aura appeared, startling Chunfeng. This aura is... It's the old demon Huashan. Magistrate Feng asked worriedly, Taoistly, what is it? Chunfeng stared intently at the bagua plate. This residence is the epicenter of a curse. This curse originates from the dark arts of the old demon Huashan, one of the 2 most wanted demons by the Tianqin division. As soon as he finished, Chongqing stepped forward. He raised a hand to the sky and yelled, That's enough. Ranked 13th on the Tianqin division's wanted list. Demon King level. Curse is this, Huashan that. It's all nonsense. Look around you. You're terrifying these people. Look closely at the wounds on the bodies. They were clearly caused by a wild beast. Stop scaring the good citizens with talk of demons and ghosts. Chunfeng turned to look at the trembling crowd and thought, so that's it. I was too hasty. Everyone is panicking right now. I shouldn't be talking about demons and ghosts in front of them. He truly is my master, always so prudent. I overlooked such important details. This is what it means to truly care for the people. The three of them knelt down to observe the bodies. Your Honor, are there any other clues? Any injured people or witnesses? Looking at this wound, it's clearly residual demonic energy. Master is truly sharp-eyed. He grasped the key point with just a single glance. Magistrate Feng finished his observation and nodded. Yes, I was in such a rush I forgot to mention. A citizen reported that the two young ladies from your house appear to have been taken by the demon. Shun Changqing didn't quite catch what he said. He raised a hand to cut him off. I already told you. There are no demons. It's a wild beast. A wild beast. A second later, the magistrate's words finally registered. His eyes flew open and his jaw dropped. What? Who did you say was taken? Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed, startling the guards and townspeople. Gather all the hunters in the county now. The scene changes to another location. The two dragon sisters were sitting on a pile of bloody bones. Big sis, I don't want to die. Shao Qing, don't be afraid. The immortal master will definitely come and save us. Hearing this, Huashan bared his teeth in a sneer. What immortal? You wretched fox demon. I suggest you let us go. I am a princess of the dragon clan, daughter of the dragon king of the East Sea. Far from being afraid, Huashan let out a triumphant laugh. Huh, a dragon princess? You think you can scare me? My master is the leader of the 4 great demon kings, and a subordinate of the great immortal of Black Mountain. Weak little dragons like you are only fit to be concubines for our great immortal Huashan. Hearing this, Shao Qing's face went deathly pale. She broke down in sobs. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't want to be a concubine. Outside the forest, Shin Changqing's party had begun their search. A scout reported, Your Honor, we found many fresh tiger tracks. That beast definitely hasn't gotten far. If we just follow these tracks, we'll find it soon. Chunfeng walked alongside them, speaking with concern. Immortal Master, this beast is unusually ferocious, and it's a man-eater. We should reconsider letting the hunters take this risk. Hearing this, the hunters turned and laughed heartily. Don't you worry, Taoist masters. We're experienced in hunting tigers and leopards. We've been dealing with wolves for years. Last year, we even took down a massive tiger together. Shun Changqing listened, placing a hand on his forehead and sighing. These hunters are indeed experienced trackers. Let them continue. Dongli and Shao Qing, their fate is still unknown. If anything happens to them, I don't know how I'll ever explain it to their family. After walking for a while, the group spotted a cave up ahead. This is it, the tiger's den. Quickly, everyone, check if there are any other exits nearby. Before they entered, a hunter reported back. Your Honor, Taoist Shun, we've checked. There are no other exits from this cave. Excellent. Everyone, gather round. Here's what we're going to do. While Shun Changqing was discussing the plan, Chunfeng took his bagua plate to investigate. Damn, the stench of blood is overwhelming. Chunfeng immediately activated the Mystic Heaven Treasure Mirror. A golden light flashed from the bagua plate, revealing the information of the demon Huashan Tiger King, Golden-Eyed Huashan. Danger level, 4 stars. This is a great demon. With my current cultivation level, I'm no match for it. Chunfeng took a glowing object from his robes and muttered, I don't know where my master is, but I can't let this tiger demon continue to harm people. He immediately began to write on the bagua plate. Heaven is round, the earth is square. The 9 orders of law are decreed. With my brush, I now command 10,000 ghosts concealment. As he was casting the formation, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, startling Chunfeng. He turned around. He saw Changqing standing there. The formation he was casting dissipated. What are you doing, little Li? Everyone's busy. You should go lend a hand, too. Before he could explain, Chunfeng was dragged away. Master, I'm setting up a formation. That tiger demon is a demon king. All right. Once we catch that tiger, you can cast whatever spells you want. In fact, your master will even teach you a few celestial-grade magic techniques. Celestial-grade magic? Are you serious, Master? Of course I am. Couldn't be more serious. In the cave, Mason was fast asleep on a pile of bones, a blissful expression on its face. Nearby, the twin dragons dozed fitfully, their faces etched with worry. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke shot up by Long's nose, jolting her awake. She sat up, her face pale. There's a commotion outside. A lot of people. Could it be the immortal master coming to rescue us? Oh, thank goodness. Outside the cave entrance, Chongqing held a drum. Chunfeng, meanwhile, was fitted with a large, female tiger head costume. Oh, for heaven's sake, master. Is this really going to work? Whether it works or not, we're about to find out. Chongqing immediately began to beat the drum, shouting, "Hey, little tiger, time to wake up." The racket startled Mason awake. What is that noise? Who dares disturb my slumber? While beating the drum, Chongqing suddenly looked terrified. He threw down the drum and sticks, screaming woe. Chunfeng, hiding inside the tiger head, peered ahead in fear. It's here, the tiger demon. Mason's razor-sharp gaze made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, it's huge. What has this thing been eating? Mason crawled out of the cave, its face a mask of ferocity. It let out a deafening roar. Chongqing immediately started doing a ridiculous dance. Little Lee, don't be scared. Just shake like I taught you. Chuanfeng's face was drenched in sweat. Master, are you sure this spell is going to work? After speaking, he stomped the fake foot on the ground and began a performance of extremely intense hip shaking. Shake it, shake it, shake what your mama gave you. Chunfeng swiveled the tiger head around to face backward, striking a seductive pose in the moonlight. When Mason saw it, its pupils dilated, seeing only the image of an adorable female tiger. Well, hello there, beautiful. Chunfeng continued to operate the fake tiger head, shaking its hips to the rhythm. Every movement was incredibly taut and powerful. Witnessing the spectacle, Mason urged it on. Harder, harder, harder. Unable to resist the charm, Mason exclaimed, "Oh my. This tigress is simply irresistible. I can't wait another second." He then rushed forward and embraced the female tiger, his face bright red. His eyes turned into hearts. Let this king show you some love. The male tiger hugged the female tiger head tightly, declaring, "I will give you the most wonderful kiss in the world." That feels so warm. Inside the tiger head, Chunfeng wondered, is this an illusion? When did Master cast this spell? How did he make the Demon King so entranced? Suddenly, a loud thud made Chuanfeng's face go pale. He was speechless. Oof, something feels a little strange. Tigress, let me help you push your cart. Master, save me. Man, now's our chance. Get him. Archers, take aim. An arrow flew straight toward the target. Damn it, how dare you despicable humans attack me while I'm busy? Oh, Master, I'm still in here. That's one tough hide. Arrows can barely pierce it. This tiger must be close to achieving full spiritual transformation. If we brought this pelt into the city, it would be worth 10 times more than a normal tiger's hide. What? A tiger's skin is that valuable? Well then, we can't let this beautiful pelt get damaged. Roar, you foolish humans. The force of the attack sent the fake tiger head falling to the ground. So it was a fake. Brother Tiger, greetings. I'm going to kill you. You people dare to trick me? Master, save me. You monster. Release that man at once. Mr. Chongqing wildly swung his sword. He accidentally stabbed the Tiger King. The location of the stab seemed rather sensitive. HNGH. Something just stabbed me. Why in the world would that human choose to stab me there? The tiger demon, having been impaled through its rear, couldn't bear the pain and collapsed. Mr. Chongqing had finally defeated the Tiger King. After everything was over, the county magistrate offered his praise. Taoist master, you are truly a man of divine skill. Not only are you a brilliant strategist, but your martial prowess is also superb. To fell a ferocious tiger with a single stroke, you have truly rid the people of a great menace. Mr. Chongqing replied humbly, Not at all, not at all. You flatter me. It was all thanks to the county magistrate's excellent command. Li Chunfeng was still in shock. This tiger demon's hide was like steel. impervious to ordinary blades. It turns out Master knew all along. All those maneuvers were just to find its weak spot. The anus was the tiger demon's only weakness. No wonder Master's one strike could shatter its defenses. After chatting with the county magistrate, Chongqing suddenly remembered the two dragon sisters. That's right, are by Long and Qing inside. The magistrate replied, Taoist Master, please don't worry. I sent men in to search for them a short while ago. Shortly after, the magistrate led by Long and Qing out. The moment the two sisters saw him, they were overjoyed. Immortal Master, thank you. Thank you for saving our lives, Immortal Master. Being hugged tightly by two beautiful women, he was ecstatic but said shyly, It's all right. As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters. It's okay. It's okay now. Let's go home. Bai Long replied bashfully home. After they returned, everyone held a celebratory feast. The tiger-slaying hero. He strode majestically, his face beaming with pride, dragging his spoils of war, the demon tiger, behind him. Everyone looked on with eyes full of admiration. Everyone come and see. The tiger-slaying hero of Jingyang County has returned. He solved the case of the man-eating beast. Last night, Taoist Master Shun went up the mountain to hunt the ferocious tiger, and with a single sword strike, he finished it. He saved Jingyang County from a great disaster. Hearing the praise, Chongqing couldn't stop grinning. He turned to the magistrate and said, Your Honor, seeing as I risked my life to rid the people of Jingyang County of this menace, shouldn't the government show a little appreciation? The county magistrate was a bit flustered. Appreciation? What Taoist Master Shun means is, the Hong family grand estate is currently unoccupied, and as it happens, I was thinking of renting a larger house to expand my business. The county magistrate understood immediately and said, Taoist Master Shun is protecting the people of Jingyang County. Consider this house a gift to you from the government. Chongqing immediately replied, Your honor is truly generous. I will write an exorcism scroll to protect your residence. I hope you won't find it lacking. When Li Chunfeng heard the name Hong family, he fell deep into thought. The old Hong family estate. The last time, I sensed something strange about that house. If the three members of the Hong family were killed by the tiger demon, then what about the recent rumors of the Hong family members dying one after another? Perhaps Master already sensed the problem, which is why he asked the county magistrate for the house, to prevent others from entering and meeting a disastrous fate. I can't let this be. I have to go investigate. Having arrived, he politely bid farewell to the magistrate. Many thanks, Your Honor. Not seeing Li Chunfeng, Chongqing asked Bai Long, where's little Li? He was right here a moment ago. Where did he disappear to? Bai Long answered, Immortal Master. Taoist Li said he wanted to go back and investigate the old Hong estate. Hearing this, Chongqing was relieved. All right then, let him be. Since it's still early, you two can help me with an experiment. Meanwhile, at the Hong estate, Li Chunfeng was observing intently. This place is saturated with a deathly aura. Just as I thought, there's a problem. When I asked the people nearby earlier, they said the Hong family estate was built on an ancient tomb. 4 generations, the Hong family served as tomb keepers. Before, Master Celestial Aura suppressed the Yin energy, so I didn't notice. But now, the Yin energy is consolidating. No wonder the Hong family members have been dying so strangely. If an ordinary person were to live here, they would be eroded by the Yin energy. Their lifespan would be cut short. Suddenly, his Mystic Heaven Treasure mirror flew out. It began to glow intensely. Mystic Heaven Treasure Mirror. What's going on? Why are you spinning on your own? Li Chunfeng looked up and saw a horrifying eye staring down at the Hong estate. The Yin energy from this place was being sucked towards that eye. He was horrified. A Yin gathering formation. The great Yin gathering formation of the old demon of Black Mountain. Oof. The old demon is using this tomb as the eye of the formation, gathering the Yin energy of the ley lines. The Hong estate is at the very center of the formation. He grew anxious, quickly making a calculation. This is bad. Master killed the Demon King under the command of the old demon of Black Mountain, so he's now heading for Hao Zhe Temple. Over on his end, the once mighty tiger demon was now hanging on a spit. Next to it was a stove. Qing sat there, tirelessly stoking the fire. Immortal Master, will this really produce good wine? Chongqing sat beside them and said enthusiastically, of course. Roast duck must be paired with fine wine. You'll know once you try it. Dongli added more of the fermented liquid to the steamer pot. Xiaoqing added more firewood. The three of them were so focused on the stove that they didn't notice a crow watching them. With its crimson eyes, it observed their every move, then flapped its wings and flew away, returning to its master. The mysterious man in black received the information from the crow and scoffed. An immortal? He killed one of my Demon King subordinates. I'd like to see what kind of skills this so-called immortal has. The man exuded a powerful, murderous aura. After much effort, the first pure drops of distilled spirit finally began to flow. Dongli and Xiaoqing, standing side by side, couldn't escape the allure of this strange new liquor. This must be immortal's brew. Just smelling it, I can feel a dense spiritual energy all around. Chongqing sheepishly held up the jar filled with his precious spirit and said, the proof of this wine is only average. It still hasn't met my expectations. To call it immortal's brew is an overstatement. Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask, what is proof? Immortal Master, are you saying you can brew an even better wine? The mysterious man who had just appeared was silently watching the three of them. He observed their every move from a distance, thinking to himself, this kid looks no different from an ordinary person, and I can't sense any magical power on him at all. How could Mason have been defeated by such a commoner? There must be something strange going on. Outside, two people were walking past, chatting casually. They were singing his praises. Taoist Master Shun is an immortal. An immortal, you hear? Old Zhao II bought one of Taoist Master Shun's scrolls, and now he can go at it 10 times a night. His wife doesn't even dare call him useless anymore. Besides warding off evil and protecting the home, Taoist Master Shun's calligraphy has this effect too? Well, with him, is anything impossible? Today, I'm definitely going to get a scroll from Taoist Master Shun. I'll make that tigress at home look at me with new eyes. On their way to his house, the two men spotted the mysterious person secretly watching Taoist Master Shun. They assumed he was also there to ask for a scroll. They spoke to him in a friendly manner. Hey there, old-timer. Are you also here to ask Taoist Master Shun for a scroll? I didn't think someone your age would still have such aspirations. My respects, my respects. Don't be shy, old sir. Just go right in. Taoist Master Shun is very friendly. There's no need to climb the wall. The mysterious person was speechless at the misunderstanding. He was mortified and didn't know how to react. The other two didn't hesitate. They walked right in and announced loudly, Immortal Master Shun, you've returned. He was busy with his winemaking. Hearing the voices, he turned and asked, what can I do for you two gentlemen? The two men quickly replied, we'd like to purchase one of the Immortal Master's ink treasures. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Calligraphy, you say? Of course. My calligraphy is guaranteed to be reasonably priced. Do you two have any specific requests? One of them shyly whispered, well, it's the same scroll you wrote for old Zhao II last time. The Immortal Master's calligraphy is truly effective. Old Zhao II can go 10 times in one night. He brags about it to us every single day. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. 10 times? Since when did my calligraphy have that effect? That old Zhao II must be exaggerating. If these two buy my scroll and it doesn't work, they'll definitely come back and cause trouble. He immediately adjusted his demeanor and said, this immortal can write the scroll you desire, but you shouldn't have excessively high expectations for its effects. Besides hanging my calligraphy, you must also exercise daily. If you have the means, you can use tiger or deer penis wine to achieve miraculous results. As for going 10 times a night, please know your limits. The other man heard this and cheerfully pointed outside. Immortal Master, don't be so modest. Here in Jingyang County, from 80-year-old grandpas to 3-year-old children, no one would dare deny the power of your calligraphy. If you still have doubts, just look. We just met an old man try to climb your wall to ask for a scroll, but he was too shy to come in. Immediately after, he pointed toward the mysterious person, but he had vanished. Hey, where'd the old man go? He was confused. What old man? Just as he spoke, A bolt of lightning struck the mysterious man, and he instantly reappeared. Were you looking for this old master? My soul domain has reached its peak. Instead of being afraid of the demon, he was only worried about his roof. That old geezer just broke my roof. The others in the house turned pale with fear at the sight of the Black Mountain old demon. The old demon looked straight at him, a sinister smile on his face. Brat, this old master has come today to take something from you. Donnelly said worriedly to Shao Qing. It's the Black Mountain old demon, Shao Qing. No matter what happens, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must protect the immortal master. If we have to fight, you take the immortal master back to the ecchi and call for reinforcements. I'll stay here and hold him off. Shao Qing was worried for her sister. No, sister, I'll hold him off. You take the immortal master and go. In contrast to the sister's anxiety, he wasn't scared at all, only enraged. Old man, are you looking to die? You're old enough to be a grandpa, and you're still climbing on other people's roofs? Don't think your age gives you a free pass to do whatever you want. Let me tell you something. You'll pay for every single tile you break. The old demon looked at him. He saw not a shred of fear in the face of his power, and thought, no matter how I look at him, he's just an ordinary mortal. He has no magical power whatsoever. He's not even as strong as the two dragon demons beside him. But he shows no fear in my presence. He even seems intent on fighting me. I shouldn't act rashly. I'll probe him first. Then, he boomed in a loud voice. You barged into my territory and murdered one of my demon kings. How do you wish to die? He heard this and was completely confused. He pointed at the dead tiger demon. What demon king? Are you talking about this tiger? Old man, have you been listening to too many rumors? Are you delusional? It's true that I killed this tiger, but it was given to me as a reward by His Majesty the Emperor. If you want it, you'll have to pay for it. And you get down from there. Don't even think about faking a fall and trying to blame me. There are a lot of people watching. Donnelly saw him raising his voice like that. She was worried he would further offend the Black Mountain old demon. She stepped forward and whispered, Immortal Master, that's the Black Mountain old demon, a heaven-tier demon. Hearing this, he showed no fear. On the contrary, he became even more furious. Heaven-tier demon, my ass. Have you no shame? I've been putting up with you for a while now. And you still dare to damage my roof? Today, even if the Jade Emperor himself came down, you're not leaving. At the same time, Li Chunfeng also arrived. Seeing the enraged old demon, he rushed to his master's side, worried. Master, be careful. Li Chunfeng was scared to death by the terrifying appearance of the Black Mountain old demon. A heaven-tier demon can destroy cities and wipe out fortresses. They can annihilate an entire country. The old demon smiled faintly, his eyes filled with arrogance. An ant like you dares to provoke me? I will flay you alive. I will seal your soul. I will make you wish for a death that will never come. A fate worse than death itself. As he finished speaking, he lunged straight at him. The witnesses to this scene were all terrified. They feared for his fate. This is bad. Immortal Master Ding, be careful. He paid no mind to the threat. He was only concerned with how many tiles the old man had broken when he jumped down from the roof. Damn it. The old demon was lunging straight for him. He was just moments away from devouring him whole. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground right in front of him. Blood from his body stained the ground red. His legs were nearly shattered. The old demon could only grit his teeth and bear the pain. He saw the old man suddenly kneel before him. He said nonchalantly, Old man, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. It's good that you know you were wrong. Right after that, the old man suddenly collapsed. He had completely lost control. Where's my magical power? My magical power is gone. The old demon had just mumbled this when tears began to stream down his face uncontrollably. He screamed, the pain. My knees hurt so much. Li Chunfeng and the two dragon sisters witnessed this scene. They were utterly astounded. Immortal Master Ding is truly formidable. He made the Black Mountain old demon kneel. He walked closer to the Black Mountain old demon. Tisk, tisk. I told you to be careful not to fall. And now look at you. Who told you to climb on my roof in the first place? The Black Mountain old demon, once a figure of immense power, was now being humiliated by a mere brat like him. Couldn't help but burst into tears. All he wanted was to kill him to vent his anger. I'll kill you, just as he lunged. He gently grabbed the old man's hand. He handed him a piece of calligraphy and said, "This is for you. Consider it a gesture of respect for the elderly and love for the young. And you don't need to fix my roof." The old demon took the calligraphy and opened it to look. It was the character for elegance, written by him. It glowed brilliantly, filled with a powerful aura. The character for elegance immediately pierced through the old man, causing him to vomit blood nonstop. Seeing this, he was terrified. He hid behind the tiger demon's skin and quickly said, Hey, I just gave you a piece of calligraphy. I didn't even touch you. Everyone here can be my witness. I'm screwed. If this old man drops dead here, his family will definitely not let me off the hook." Not only did the old demon lose face, he was also berated by the commoners. Hey, we were clearly here first. How did this old man cut in line? That's right. He's old, and he still wants to extort the immortal master? Does he have no shame? Seeing the agitated crowd, he turned to calm them down. Everyone, don't worry. Everyone will get their turn. He's an old man. You should all learn to respect your elders and yield to them. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a tradition of the people of Jingyang County, right? The tiger demon saw the miserable state of the old demon of Black Mountain. He couldn't help but taunt him. You truly don't know your place. How dare you recklessly use your magical powers in the immortal master's residence? Even if your power is at the level of a heavenly demon, you still wouldn't be allowed to. When the old demon heard this, he asked the tiger demon, "Is he really an immortal descended to the mortal realm? How can that be? He clearly doesn't have a single trace of magical aura." The tiger demon replied with a sarcastic tone, "An immortal's abilities, how could they be seen through by a mortal demon? Like yourself. Look at you now, so weak. You can't even withstand a gust of wind. You're worse than a 3-year-old human child. Isn't this clear proof?" A 3-year-old child. Just then, a child of about 3 years old ran out of nowhere. He directly relieved himself right in the old demon of Black Mountain's face. After completing his mission, the child even gave the old demon a smug look before quickly running away. The old demon, who had always called himself a great immortal, had just been urinated on by a 3-year-old child. He felt utterly humiliated. He roared in anger, "Damn it, you deserve to die. I am the great immortal of Black Mountain, the one who holds this land. The 4 great demon kings all honor me as their superior. A mere mortal dares to humiliate me like this. I will definitely wash this entire Jingyang County in blood. I will turn this place into a living hell." As soon as he finished, his black crow suddenly froze. Its red eyes stared intently at Bai Long. Bai Long also happened to look directly into its eyes, and in that instant, she seemed to lose consciousness. Li Chunfeng immediately noticed the abnormality. He cried out in alarm. Demonic soul-snatching technique. Meanwhile, the old demon of Black Mountain stood up with a triumphant expression. He grabbed Bai Long by the neck and lifted her up. "For better or worse, I have 100 years of cultivation. No matter what method you use to seal my magical powers, I still have plenty of trump cards. Young man, if we fight to the death today, this Jingyang County will flow with rivers of blood. I'll give you 2 choices. Release the Demon King under our command. I will spare this woman, or you kill her, and we'll have a life-and-death battle." He looked at the old man with a bewildered expression. He thought the old man must have lost his mind. "Old man, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want that tiger skin, just take it. Don't hurt anyone else." When the old demon heard this, he speculated. This kid is so worried about the dragon demon. Could there be something going on between them? He even dares to touch a dragon woman. I see you're not such an upright immortal after all. Seeing that the old man showed no signs of backing down, he decided to roll up his sleeves and teach him a lesson. But just as he was about to step forward, a figure suddenly appeared above the old man. "You pervert. Cutting in line is one thing, but you even dare to have designs on Miss Bai Long. I've had enough of you." As this person spoke, he reached out and grabbed the old demon of Black Mountain by the head. He ruthlessly threw the old man straight into a wall. "Get lost." Everyone who witnessed the event was astonished, their mouths agape. He was no exception, exclaiming, "Well done." The man immediately went to support Bai Long, asking with concern, "Miss Bai Long, you don't need to be afraid. I've already taken care of that old pervert." Seeing her sister out of danger, Qing couldn't help but rush over and hug Bai Long tightly. Sister, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Bai Long also came to her senses thanks to the hug, asking dazedly, What happened? What happened to me just now? He and Li Chunyang went to check on the old demon of Black Mountain and were completely shocked. He's dead. Master, this is truly terrifying. Hearing this, he thought he had misheard and asked again, What did you just say? He's dead. Li Chunyang thought that this was all part of his plan. He said with admiration, Master is truly amazing. You've helped the people of the Great Tang solve the problem of the great demon, the old demon of Black Mountain. This is a great meritorious deed. He quickly covered his mouth. He whispered worriedly, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get me killed? I didn't kill this old man. Don't talk nonsense. When the officials arrive later, you better keep that mouth of yours shut. I think we should probably find a doctor and see if we can save him. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. This time, I'm really done for. Everything was going fine, and then suddenly someone dies in my house. He witnessed the scene of the old demon of Black Mountain collapsing and imagined himself rotting in prison. His heart was filled with fear. A moment later, the county magistrate and his soldiers also appeared. As soon as he saw him, he said with delight, Immortal Shun has once again performed a great service for our Jingyang County. The old demon was originally the 20th most wanted demon on the Imperial Celestial Bureau's list, and now he has been eliminated by Immortal Master Shun. This is truly wonderful news. He had no idea what was going on. He thought he would have to spend the rest of his life in a dark cell. He never expected to be commended. The county magistrate bowed and said, Immortal Master Shun, there's no need to worry. I understand the rules of cultivators like yourselves. These matters of gods and ghosts cannot be known to the common people. The government has already issued a notice that the old demon of Black Mountain was not a wandering martial arts tyrant, but a wanted fugitive. And now he has been eliminated by Immortal Master Shun. We will be giving you a special commendation. Please don't go. We'll be heading back first. He held the commendation flower in his hand, feeling incredulous. I never thought I'd get to wear a big red flower twice in my life. The large man who had just confronted the old demon was now recounting the events to everyone. Everyone was curious and gathered around him. Let me tell you, that old man was the old demon of Black Mountain. My second son, from my second wife's family, who lives next door to Old Wong, has someone who works in the Yamen. All that talk about wandering martial arts tyrants is just to fool commoners like you. How could this kind of thing be known to the common people? Gozi, am I right? You were there too. That guy said it himself, that Immortal Master Shun killed a demon under his command. He wanted to take Miss Bai Long as compensation. Someone who was there at the time also confirmed, that's right. Many people heard it at the time. The crowd's eyes widened in admiration. Really? The large man continued. At the time, I didn't know who that old man was. I just thought he was some pervert trying to do something indecent to Miss Bai Long, so I stepped in. I never thought I'd end up killing him. Just thinking about it now, my legs are still shaking. One person who heard his heroic tale didn't believe it and retorted, Hey, a fool like you could kill the old demon of Black Mountain. Didn't Immortal Master Shun use a divine light to make the old demon kneel and vomit blood before that? If it weren't for the Immortal Master's divine power and celestial techniques, could you even have touched the old demon of Black Mountain? If it weren't for the Immortal Master, you'd probably be dead right now and not even know how you died. The crowd immediately began to buzz. No wonder I felt the wind was blowing strangely at that time. It was like the scene of a decisive battle between two great masters, right? I felt that way too. At that time, Immortal Master Shun's expressions were all different. Right. At that time, I think I even saw Immortal Master Shun's soul leave his body and fight with the old demon of Black Mountain in the sky. And so, the story was embellished. His power was suddenly elevated to the heavens. Even the children couldn't escape the wave of admiration. They kept asking questions. Immortal Master, do you know how to turn into a candy figurine? He replied, I don't. Another child asked, Immortal Master, do immortals go to the bathroom? Hearing this ridiculous question, he was speechless. What do you think? The other two kids wouldn't let it go, asking again, Immortal Master, are you married yet? He snapped back in frustration. What's it to you? The children continued to swarm him, bombarding him with questions. Immortal Master, Is the reason you're not married because no celestial fairies like you? He was at his wit's end. Shut up. But no matter how harsh his tone, the children's relentless curiosity continued to bother him. In the small room, Bai Long and Qing were focused on the task of distilling wine. The sound of a crackling fire filled the air, and steam billowed up. Qing, make sure you keep a close eye on the temperature, okay? Bai Long urged hastily. The wine's coming out. Quick, find a jar. Around 11 at night, he and Li Chunyang were discussing an important matter. Do you really have to go? You can't reconsider? He asked, his eyes filled with worry. There's no need to reconsider. Li Chunyang replied, his voice firm. Seeing his friend's resolute attitude, he had no choice but to accept it. But he was still annoyed. He spat on the ground to vent his frustration. Sheesh. So irritating. The little fox saw the glob of spit and darted toward it, treating it like a treasure. But before it could take a lick, he tossed a ladle of water in its face. If you dare lick that, I'll throw you into the courtyard, he yelled, making the fox retreat instantly. A moment later, Li Chunyang spoke hesitantly. Master, I will return soon. We need to take the body of the old demon of Black Mountain back to the Shuti sect. He nodded, holding a tray of food in one hand and a gourd in the other, handing them to Li Chunyang. All right, I know. Take these with you for the road, he said, a pang of regret in his heart. My little delivery boy, my number 2 delivery boy. The delivery guy from my roast duck shop is flying away just like that. Li Chunyang took the items, looking at the food tray with surprise. Master, what is this? He turned his back, feigning indifference. It's just some food and some wine I made myself. Be careful on your journey. Leave early, come back early. I'm going to bed. As he walked away, Li Chunyang opened the food tray. A rich aroma filled the air. This is a divine artifact. He hastily grabbed a steamed bun and devoured it. The moment he took a bite, spiritual energy flooded his body. I'm having a breakthrough. Li Chunyang cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. After the breakthrough subsided, he knelt down, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, Master. This disciple will engrave this kindness in my heart. When I return to Shuti this time, I will be sure to spread the legend of your divine deeds. But just then, he reappeared, smacking a book on top of Li Chunyang's head. Returning my kindness with resentment, are we? If you dare mention my name to anyone outside, our master-disciple relationship ends here, he shouted, his face beet red. Li Chunyang picked up the book. He realized it was the 9 Heavens Ascension art manual. Once again, he assumed the best of him. He thinks my master wanted to give this to me, but was too proud to say it directly. Master is truly a man with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I will be sure to cultivate diligently, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Later, he was sitting on a horse-drawn cart loaded with goods, heading to the Old Hong estate with Bai Long, immortal master. Are we really moving there? Bai Long asked with concern. He replied nonchalantly, of course. Magistrate Feng already gave me the estate. Our original house is too small. There's not enough space for us to run the roast duck and distilled wine business. Although Bai Long had never run a business, she understood that shops were usually opened in bustling, crowded places. Hearing Bai Long's point, he felt she wasn't wrong. That actually makes sense. Looks like I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Bai Long asked in surprise. Your ultimate move? He suddenly spun around, coming face to face with Bai Long. The moment was charged with affection. The close proximity made them both blush. So close, Bai Long shyly turned away. The immortal master's scent, it's intoxicating. Her foolish little sister, Qing, also woke up. Sister, are we there yet? He confidently hopped off the cart, announcing, ahem, we're going to hold a grand opening with a huge sale. We'll set up a stage in front of the entrance and hire theater troops to promote the new shop. We'll invite a few old monks to chant sutras and a highly respected Taoist master. The goal is to prove that this place is no longer haunted by resentful spirits or evil demons. Tenli village of Jingyan County is now the cleanest place in the entire Great Tang. Hearing this, Qing asked, Immortal Master, are you going to perform a ritual? He gave a sly grin and replied, You're absolutely right. But remember, don't tell anyone we're performing a ritual. Otherwise, no one will dare to come. After speaking, he handed the two of them a stack of flyers. Take these. Later, go out and post them in crowded places, especially near the city gates. And watch out for the officials. If you see them, run. Don't get caught. I'm going inside to clean up first. Remember to be back before dark. I'll make you guys some duck." The sisters, by Long and Qing, obeyed. Without hesitation, they went to find places to post the flyers. Qing was puzzled. "Sister, did the Immortal Master tell us to post these just to promote his new shop?" Bai Long sensed the spiritual power on the paper. She frowned and replied, "No, that's not it. If this were just a normal advertisement, why would the Immortal Master give us papers containing such powerful spiritual energy? These papers are all divine artifacts. The Immortal Master isn't a wasteful person. He must have another purpose for doing this. It's just that our own cultivation is too shallow, and we can't see through his true intentions." Night had fallen. The two sisters had finished posting all the flyers. Bai Long wearily wiped the sweat from her brow. "Finally, we're done. Now, let's go report back to the Immortal Master." A large crowd of people had gathered in front of the flyers, buzzing with discussion. "Is Immortal Master Shun going to perform a ritual?" "What ritual? It says right here, grand opening sale. A ritual would be great, wouldn't it? Tenli Village has always been a cursed place. With the Immortal Master presiding over it, we can finally have some peace of mind." Suddenly, the flyers the two sisters had posted began to emit a powerful energy. Bai Long quickly realized, wait a minute, this is a formation, a great spirit-gathering formation. This, Jingyang County has become a holy land for cultivation. He is truly blessed by fate to create such a powerful stone formation just by posting flyers. He really has the aura of a protagonist. Deep beneath the ground of Tenli Village, the ancient tomb was besieged by a powerful, deathly aura. It seeped inside, and suddenly the ancient tomb opened. A woman in red stepped out. I've been reborn. I never thought the old demon of Black Mountain would use corpses to cultivate energy. He must have wanted to use the constantly gathering energy to break through to the next realm. But in the end, I'm the one who profited. This corpse, nourished by energy for so many years, is not bad at all. Once I devour a man, my power will surely have a breakthrough. I'll escape the 3 realms, and no longer be bound by the 5 elements. At that time, even a great golden immortal won't be able to do anything to me. Ha ha ha. On the surface, his house was also enveloped in energy. He was still busy with construction, with the little fox by his side, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The two sisters, by Long and Qing, were drunk from too much wine, no longer paying attention to their surroundings. Bai Long giggled. "I'm not drunk. I can still drink more. The Immortal Master's wine is amazing." Qing nodded along. "Immortal Master, please be gentle." Both of them had fallen into a deep, drunken sleep, completely oblivious to the danger that was creeping closer. Suddenly, a woman in red appeared in the darkness. Her cold voice rang out. "That man, he beat me until only a remnant of my soul was left. But now I have this corpse. Even if he's an immortal, he's no longer a threat to me." At the same time, at the city god temple of Jingyang County, the martial judge spoke up. "Your Excellency, I wonder what the background of that Taoist Master Shun is. He's so young, yet his magical power is so profound. If he stays in Jingyang County for a long time, we'll no longer have to worry about demonic infestations." The city god sat majestically on his throne, nodding slightly. "Indeed, I too would very much like to meet this great expert." Not only did he eliminate the Ghost King at Haozhe Temple, he didn't even spare the Black Mountain old demon a second glance. He eliminated him with ease. "If you're free tomorrow, accompany me to pay him a visit. We don't want to leave a bad impression." Suddenly, city god Shun felt a terrifying aura. "This presence," he asked Adjutant Wu worriedly. "Did that great master go to Shirley Village today?" Adjutant Wu replied, "He did. Taoist Master Shun has moved to the Old Hong family residence in Shirley Village." Hearing this, city god Shin immediately performed a divination. There's a strange disturbance in the direction of Shirley Village. This sinister aura, compared to the Ghost King in the Chohao residence, it's like an adult to a child. I must go there at once. If Taoist Master Shun can't handle it, I must save him. The only thing to do about the ghost is to report it to the Qin Tianjian. No sooner said than done. The three of them immediately flew to Taoist Master Shun's residence. As soon as they arrived, they felt a horrifyingly sinister energy emanating from within. This is bad. Taoist Master Shun is in danger. Without hesitation, city god Shin burst inside. Fiend, this old master is here. The sight before him left him completely frozen. He didn't know what to do. Then he fell backward, knocking over the other two like dominoes. The demon that city god Shun had been so worried about was now trembling in submission before Taoist Master Shun. The three of them, feeling like they were intruding, were at a loss for words. They hastily retreated outside, slamming the door shut. Taoist Master Shun, forgive us for disturbing your romantic evening. I will come to apologize in person at a later time. Taoist Master Shun yawned widely. He had no idea what was going on. Strange. What are those guys doing in the middle of the night? It's like they saw a ghost. What romantic evening? Jade Ghost. Wait a minute. He immediately shot up and checked his surroundings. Only after making sure there were no demons or ghosts did he relax and go back to sleep, holding the fox spirit. So, they were playing ghost and managed to fool even me. If those guys pull any more immoral stunts like this, I'll show them the iron fist of socialism. The red-clothed female ghost was exhausted. She hid under the bed. How can this be? Just being near him drains all the spiritual energy from my body. My power is far greater than it was before. I could even fight a true immortal. I have to get away from this man first. She trembled, wanting to leave. But the three of them were still watching from above. They were in awe of Taoist Master Shun. Immortal Master Ding is truly. Even a female ghost must submit to him. The female ghost struggled to breathe. Weakened, she slowly made her way out of the room. She almost sensed the presence of the three observers. Terrified, the three of them immediately flew away to escape. We won't watch anymore. If there's nothing else, then our work here is done. The female ghost was furious. Flames of rage erupted from her. The three of them were terrified. They hastily fled back to the city god temple. Seeing the three of them with looks of terror, everyone asked curiously, Your Excellency? What happened? Adjutant Wu, his face pale, exclaimed. Such divine methods. Unheard of. Earth-shattering. That man is truly audacious. So, this is another way to exorcise a ghost. General Gan Lu was also frightened. What in the world happened? Tell us. What kind of immortal technique did that great master use to eliminate the ghost? City God Shin began the story. At first, we were going to assist Taoist Master Shun. Adjutant Wu, with a look of utter shock, continued. But when we arrived, we saw that the door to Taoist Master Shin's house was wide open, and there was a female ghost inside. Another official couldn't help but chime in. That female ghost was draped over Taoist Master Shun. Her body was completely limp. Her eyes were like silk. She was writhing ceaselessly. That sight was truly blinding. The listeners immediately asked excitedly, And then what? Tell us more. After that, we were kicked out by Taoist Master Shun. But we stayed. We were worried that Taoist Master Shun wouldn't be able to subdue the female ghost. So we kept watch from the wall, ready to rush in and help at a moment's notice. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, guess what happened? Adjutant Wu couldn't contain his curiosity and interrupted. That female ghost was as weak as a dog. She crawled out from inside, and yet, she still gently closed the door, afraid of disturbing Taoist Master Shun. What's more, the aura on her body had been reduced by 99%. The crowd couldn't contain their excitement. How thrilling! As expected of Taoist Master Shun. Suddenly, someone asked a difficult question, but I have a doubt. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun can only last for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? This question angered everyone around him. They completely revered Taoist Master Shun and could not tolerate such an insult. What do you mean Taoist Master Shun can only last for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? That was Taoist Master Shun mercifully sparing her life. Otherwise, how could that female ghost body withstand Taoist Master Shun's punishment? How dare you slander our idol? Brothers, get him for me. The questioner was immediately surrounded by the crowd. Taoist Master Shun is our role model, you little brat. Eat my fist. I was wrong. Taoist Master Shun is someone even Een Master respects. You think you can talk smack about him? Watch me smash your face in. I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. Back at Taoist Master Shin's house, the female ghost refused to give up. She continued to absorb the Een energy. Hith. This residence is truly a sacred place for cultivation. In just a moment, with this Een gathering formation, let's try again. Even if I can't kill the person in that room, I have to scare him away. Suddenly, Taoist Master Shin opened the door and walked out. In reality, he just needed to find a place to relieve himself. But the female ghost was terrified to see him. She quickly hid behind a tree. This is bad. Why did he suddenly come out? He looked around, searching. There it is. Target acquired. He walked straight toward the tree. His hands were busy unbuttoning his pants. The female ghost hiding behind the tree was utterly stunned as she watched him approach. Did he discover me? Terrified, she fell to her knees. What do you want to do? He suddenly dropped his pants. The female ghost's jaw dropped. No, Immortal Master. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Boo-hoo. He paid absolutely no attention to her pleas. In fact, he couldn't hear her. He casually urinated right on the female ghost's head. His holy water seemed to possess a powerful spiritual force. It caused the female ghost to dissolve into dust. The sudden noise startled him. Who's there? What was that? But since the female ghost had turned to dust, he didn't notice her presence at all. Who's screaming in the middle of the night, scaring people to death? Oh well, when I get rich, I'm definitely going to build a bathroom with a flush toilet right in my room. As he spoke, he turned around. He casually walked back to his room, completely oblivious to the eerie atmosphere creeping around. It was incredibly creepy. At the same time, in a small room upstairs, a man and a woman were getting ready for bed and talking. My dear, did you hear that? It sounded like a ghost. The woman replied, it's probably Taoist Master Shin fighting a ghost. Taoist Master Shin's magical power is immense. Don't worry, my love. Let's continue. The man scratched his head, confused. I think I saw the wardrobe move. I can't get it up anymore. Hearing this, the woman asked, you don't want to or you can't? You useless piece of trash. A little noise is enough to scare you. After relieving himself, he rolled in a bed and hugged the fox spirit tightly. He dreamed of a wealthy future. So much money. It's all mine. It's all mine. The next morning, his shop was finally having its grand opening. Drums and gongs sounded, a joyous occasion. People gathered from all around. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. His courtyard was almost packed to the brim. The crowd watched and whispered amongst themselves. Is Taoist Master Shin really going to exorcise a ghost in front of everyone today? How could it be fake? I can't believe the advertisements for Taoist Master Shin's roast duck shop are posted everywhere. If it were anyone else, they would have been arrested by the authorities long ago. You don't say? When I heard the news, I immediately dropped my hoe and ran back from the fields. I wouldn't miss something like this for the world. The local authorities, seeing that the crowd was getting too large, were worried it would interfere with his exorcism. They reported to the county magistrate. A crowd this large might cause trouble. Should this subordinate dispatch soldiers to disperse them? When the county magistrate heard this, he angrily smacked the man on the head. Get rid of him? Get rid of what? This is Immortal Master Shin. You punk, you've only just been appointed. You've probably never heard of Immortal Master Shin's reputation. Right now, there isn't a single person in Jingyang County who doesn't know of his abilities. You need to remember this. In Jingyang County, Immortal Master Shin is the true main character. Today, you just stay here with me and watch him subdue the ghost. The man, half believing, half doubting, could only reply, yes. Your Excellency, this subordinate will remember. He then stepped onto the stage and was greeted with a thunderous welcome. Taoist Master Shin. Look, Taoist Master Shin is here. Immortal Master Shin, I love you. Don't catch ghosts anymore. Come and catch me instead. Seeing such an incredible crowd reaction, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. I never thought this immortal reputation would be so useful. To attract so many people, I'm afraid my Shin's roast duck shop is going to be an overnight sensation. I can almost smell the money. He then addressed the crowd. Elders, fellow townsfolk. Today is the grand opening of my Shin Chongqing's roast duck shop. It is also the day I complete the eradication of the ghosts in Tenli Village. As you all know, the estate behind me was originally the old Hong family residence. Before, there were always rumors of ghosts. It said that the members of the Hong family lost their lives because of it. An old woman from below couldn't help but interject. Let me tell you all, in my early years, I lived near the old Hong estate. Everything Taoist Master Shun says is true. Almost every household on the slopes of Tenli knows about this. That old Hong estate, strange things would happen there time and time again. TSK, tisk. The most tragic part is that not a single member of the Hong family is left alive. He stood tall on the stage, continuing in a serious tone. The reason I have moved into this estate is to show everyone that ghosts are nothing to be afraid of. With that, he pulled out his phone, a bright smile on his face. Everyone, look at the magic treasure in my hand. I used this very treasure to seal the ghosts in the old Ziku estate in Yongle District. Everyone stared at his iPhone 14 Pro Max, completely astounded. That's right. That's the one. I was there when Taoist Master Shin exorcised the ghosts at the old Ziku estate in Yongle District. Wow, I've seen a divine artifact. Seeing the crowd's response, he thought to himself with a smile. All right, the atmosphere is perfect. My dear phone, get me out of this. I'm counting on you today. With that thought, he tried to press the power button. The phone quickly powered on, displaying the half-eaten Apple logo. But unfortunately, you can't completely replace me yet, he thought to himself. This dear phone only has enough battery to give me another 1%. All right, just hold on a little longer, my friend. Shortly after, he turned back to the crowd and said, Everyone, please wait a moment. This Taoist Shun will be right back. As soon as he finished, he rushed in the house. In the kitchen, the two sisters by Long and Qing couldn't contain their curiosity and peeked outside to see what was happening. Qing asked Sister, Is this house really haunted? We've been here for a few days, and I haven't sensed a single trace of ghostly energy. Bai Long replied, Me neither. I haven't felt anything. Perhaps our cultivation levels are still too low. The ghost in this house must be even more ferocious and powerful than the Ghost King at Haozhe Temple. Hearing this, Qing was also extremely surprised. No wonder the Immortal Master told us to stay in our room and not go out. As soon as he ran inside, he picked up his phone and began his performance. Behold, my great 24-character socialist core value spell. You who kneel in this room, come out and atone for your sins. With that, he held the phone high as if performing a ritual, continuously muttering the words of socialism. The people who were climbing the walls to peek were completely astonished. He's creating lightning himself, thunder in broad daylight. The Immortal Master has summoned the Thunder God to exorcise the evil. He also took the opportunity to play a sound clip of a crying ghost on his phone, scaring the crowd half to death. The performance ended. He stepped back onto the stage and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the ghost has been subdued by me. From this day forward, Tenli Village will no longer be troubled by demons and ghosts. Suddenly, an old man from below couldn't help but ask Taoist Master Shun, Can we see the ghost? Hearing this, he grew worried. I never thought. These people wouldn't be so easy to fool. Even so, he had to comply to maintain their trust. Of course you can. Everyone, please watch closely, he said, holding his phone high. All eyes were on him. He took a deep breath and called out, Hey Siri. Siri on the phone immediately replied, Yes, I'm here. This small interaction between him and Siri had completely won over the crowd. They erupted in cheers and applause. Even the man from the yamen had to exclaim, An immortal! These are truly the methods of an immortal. The county magistrate, who had long since been won over by him, could only smile smugly. Look at your inexperienced face. It's just a willow spirit. You haven't even seen Immortal Master Shun subdue the old demon of Black Mountain and the Tiger Demon. A woman from below couldn't help but speak up. Thank you, Immortal Master. From now on, Tenli Village will no longer have willow spirits. She then turned to scold her husband. Look at your languid state. Last night, just a little noise, and you couldn't. If you dare to make excuses again, I'll divorce you. He seized the opportunity to manipulate the crowd. This willow spirit has been here for a long time. So, everyone in Tenli Village has been more or less contaminated with Een energy. Although this Een energy will dissipate on its own in 1 to 2 years. If you eat the duck that I roast with the fire of the ultimate yang, it can all disappear in less than a day. But this humble Taoist has limited abilities I can only roast 10 ducks a day before my magic is depleted. I ask for your understanding, fellow townsfolk. Hearing this, the crowd burst into a frenzy. I'll pay a string of cash. I'll pay 50 strings of cash. I'll pay 10 taels of silver. Even the county magistrate couldn't control himself. He pushed and shoved to get in on the action. Make way, make way. A guard hurriedly tried to protect him. Your Excellency, be careful. But the county magistrate paid him no mind, shouting, leave me be. Quick, help me get one. The crowd was completely mesmerized by him, continuously fighting to get a taste of the duck. He was also frightened by the crowd's reaction. Hey, no pushing. Everyone, line up and take a number. We'll use a lottery system to sell them. Hey, he dares to touch me inappropriately. Sir, a man like you, taking advantage of me like this? In the dark of night, at the mansion, a young boy was still playing in the courtyard. Suddenly, he felt someone standing behind him. He turned his head. Recognizing the person, he smiled and greeted them. But abruptly, that person pushed him into the well. The guards discovered what had happened. They rushed to the rescue in a panic. This is bad. The young master has fallen into the well. Quick, save him. Meanwhile, Shun Chongqing was pinning Bai Long against a wall, his tone full of challenge. Are you going to do it or not? Bai Long blushed, stammering, Immortal Master. Shun Chongqing gently lifted her chin, asserting, I will never treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Bai Long nodded in agreement. Shun Chongqing turned and set off celebratory fireworks. Congratulations to the first store manager of Shun's roast duck on her appointment. Our goal is to expand our chain to Chang'an within a year. Cover the entire country in 2 years. And in 3 years, Qing rushed in, panicked to report, Immortal Master, someone is looking for you. Shun Chongqing calmly walked out, his voice full of confidence. Don't be too surprised. We're famous figures in Jingyang County. It's normal for people to come asking for calligraphy or for exorcisms. Outside, a middle-aged man dressed in fine silk, with a noble air, spoke up. Taoist Master Shun. This old man, Sun Rong, begs your pardon for the intrusion. Shun Chongqing smiled in welcome. Old Master Sun, you're too kind. I wonder if you're here for calligraphy or to buy roast duck. Sun Rong's face was serious. His voice was full of pleading. Taoist Master Shun, I have just returned to Jingyang County and have already heard of your reputation for suppressing evil spirits. My son has just passed away. I hope you can choose an auspicious day to hold a ritual to help his soul find peace. Shun Chongqing replied, This is not my area of expertise. I'm only good at writing calligraphy to fool people. Sun Rong signaled to his servant. Taoist Master Shun, this is a small token of my appreciation. The servant opened a chest gleaming with gold. These 200 taels are a deposit. After the ceremony is complete, I will offer another 500 taels. Shun Chongqing's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He thought to himself, damn it, are they trying to corrupt me? But he maintained a calm exterior. Old Master Sun, there's no need to be so polite. I do this for the peace of the world, to help those in need. If I don't help you, I'd be going against the will of the heavens. With that said, he took the chest of gold. Seeing that Taoist Master Shun had agreed, the group was overjoyed. They hurriedly returned to make preparations. Before they left, Taoist Master Shun didn't forget to add a final instruction. Don't you worry, old Master Sun. Just prepare everything carefully. I will come tomorrow to assist with the ritual. He turned to look at the money he had just acquired and laughed heartily. I've struck it rich. This is even easier than robbing a bank. 200 taels plus 500 taels. That's enough to buy a house in the capital. At the city god temple in Jingyang County, news of the event had already spread. Adjutant Wen chuckled softly. Yesterday, Taoist Master Shun's exorcism at Shirley Slope sent shockwaves through our entire office. Taoist Master Shun's spiritual power is truly admirable. I'd say even the masters from the Qin Tianjian and Chang'an are only on par with him. City God Shin spoke up. The Qin Tianjian is still stronger. They can divine the fate of the nation and the livelihood of the people, the very framework of the world. Taoist Master Shun is currently only skilled in exorcism, but the Taoist masters at the Qin Tianjian can also perform at this level. The Yin Spirit Adjutant Wu whispered into the city god's ear, Your Excellency, watch your words. If Taoist Master Shun were to hear this, it would be disastrous. Before, the Taoist Li Chunfeng of the Qin Tian Jian acknowledged Taoist Master Shun as his master. Masters like him all have a bit of an ego. If the old master were to overhear, it wouldn't be good if he came looking for trouble with us. Just as he finished speaking, Taoist Master Shin suddenly appeared. He burst through the doors, startling the city god so much that he fell to the ground. Taoist Master Shin spoke. So everyone's here, huh? He thought to himself. The ancients certainly didn't lie. The thieves in the novels always like to hide out in ruined temples like this. It really is true. Chongqing approached the group. Big Beard, Adjutant Wu. The Yin spirit of the city god spoke up. Yes. Chongqing quickly ran over and whispered in the Yin spirit's ear. Sorry. I was originally looking for your help, but I didn't expect all your accomplices to be here. Don't worry. I won't report you to the authorities. Life isn't easy. I can understand why hustlers of all stripes like you have to resort to these methods to make a living. It's understandable. The three inside were in a panic. Adjutant Wen spoke up. Your Excellency, Taoist Master Shun's sudden arrival. Surely he isn't here to hold us accountable for interrupting his ghost exorcism the other night, is he? Ganlu also chimed in. Then what do we do? Taoist Master Shun doesn't seem like a person who's easily angered. Taoist Master Shun turned to look at the three of them. They quickly hid behind the door. City God Shun was sweating profusely. I must speak carefully in a moment. I can't let Taoist Master Shun get angry. Taoist Master Shun stepped inside. He showed a respectful demeanor. He said to the other three, my apologies. We met in such a hurry the other night. Forgive my eyes for failing to see. It turns out you are the city god. And the ones beside, you must be Adjutant One and General Ganlu, correct? Taoist Master Shun thought to himself. It really is an organization of charlatans. Everyone has such a professional-sounding title. City God Shun spoke up. Taoist Master Shun. Last time was our mistake for being so abrupt. May I ask what brings you here this time? City God Shun looked at Taoist Master Shun and thought to himself. He arrived without me sensing a thing. Could it be that his spiritual power has surpassed even the Yin energy of the city god temple itself? In Taoist Master Shun's eyes, it looked like the three of them were about to eat him alive. Crap, did I just walk right into the lion's den? From the looks of it, I won't be leaving this temple today without shedding a little blood. Taoist Master Shun gave a forced smile and said, well, you are all outstanding talents in the industry. Ever since I met Adjutant Wu, I have held you all in high esteem. The reason I came this time is to promote a professional exchange. Hearing this, City God Shun's face went pale, so much so that he broke out in a sweat. A professional exchange? We only have a few minor skills. Taoist Master Shun's spiritual power is profound. A few words of guidance from you would be more than enough. City God Shin thought to himself, what professional exchange? He's not here to cause trouble, is he? What should I do? City God Shin explained. This is a funeral rite. It's best to use ceremonial flags and light incense. Form hand seals and recite mantras to first guide the departed soul. After that, invite the deity to take their seat. Present the petition, then ascend the steps to perform the ritual. While the city god was speaking, Taoist Master Shin listened attentively. He carefully jotted down every detail. By evening, City God Shun was completely exhausted. I have just demonstrated the ritual footwork for the immortal master. The hand seals and mantras have also been drawn out for you. Please have a look. Taoist Master Shun replied cheerfully, Excellent. You've worked hard, my friend. Finally, Taoist Master Shun was willing to leave. Everyone in the city god temple was exhausted. Adjutant Wen spoke up, weeping. Taoist Master Shun is truly insufferable. What professional exchange? He was actually mocking us. He is a member of an immortal sect. Why would he need to consult mortal Yin spirits about performing a ritual? Adjutant Wu glanced at the city god and said, It must be because His Excellency the city god heard our whispered complaints before. Otherwise, why would he make us suffer like this? City god Shun roared in anger. You are all so narrow-minded. All of you. City god Shun flew into the air. Spiritual power radiated from him. His face was one of enlightenment. Taoist Master Shun is a venerable immortal. His actions today were not meant to mock or humiliate us. It was to temper us. Just as he was leaving, the spiritual power within my body was not only restored but surged dramatically. Cheers erupted in the temple. I've broken through to the next realm. Me too. We were truly narrow-minded. Taoist Master Shun is a true immortal. Outside, Taoist Master Shun had no idea what was happening. Were those charlatans yelling about? Didn't I just borrow some of the ritual props? It's not like I'm not giving them back. The next morning, at the Sun residence in Jingyang County, an atmosphere of mourning hung in the air. Gold and silver funeral money was scattered across the courtyard. A servant announced, Taoist Master Shun has arrived. Show him in. Old Master Sun went out to welcome Taoist Master Shun. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, quite a large family. It's a shame that the old are burying the young. How tragic. Suddenly, Taoist Master Shun noticed something. He spoke up. Old Master Sun, could you take me to see the dry well? Old Master Sun nodded sadly. This way, Taoist Master. A woman with white hair continued to toss paper money into the fire. Seeing this, Taoist Master Shun's suspicions grew. At the well, a black aura emanated from the bottom. Taoist Master Shun asked, Old Master Sun, is this courtyard for your son's funeral service? They both looked down into the well. Old Master Sun replied, sigh. It was evening. The servants who clear the weeds had all gone to rest. After dinner, I also went back to my room. Who would have thought that Fuguei would run out to play by himself? I am such a fool. My Fuguei was truly ill-fated. He was born with a mental disability. His mother also passed away early. I was busy with business, so I couldn't take good care of him. Over a dozen years passed. I always hoped his condition would improve. I didn't take good care of him. I have failed him, and I have failed his mother. With that, he began to sob. When the servants pulled him out of the well, he was still moving. His body was covered in blood and mud. His limbs were broken, but he was still clutching the rattle drum I gave him. His mouth kept calling, Father, it hurts. I deserve to die. Taoist Master Shun sighed and offered a word of comfort. Old Master Sun, please try to restrain your grief. I will do my best. Taoist Master Shun took off the bag slung over his shoulder. He was surprised to find that someone had snuck into the basket on his back. When did you get in here? Wait for me here and be good. Don't run around. After that, Taoist Master Shun handed Old Master Sun a stack of paper and comforted him. Old Master Sunday, don't be too sad. The dead cannot be brought back to life. But I will recite a passage from the Taishang scripture for saving the suffering to pray for your son. Hopefully, in this life, he can escape his karmic suffering and find happiness in the next. Xiaobai wagged her tail excitedly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Taoist Master Shun. How could I miss the chance to see the immortal master perform a ritual up close? Suddenly, Xiaobai sensed something. A soul. A woman appeared out of nowhere by the well. It startled Xiaobai. What kind of ghost is that? A wandering ghost, daring to appear in broad daylight? The spirit wore a grateful expression. It slowly faded away. Xiaobai and Hu Qianghua were bewildered. What in the world is going on? Didn't they say the one who jumped down the well was this old man's son? My God, he's been exorcised by priest Xian. The scene shifts to the Shun residence on Shirley Slope. Xiao Qing was startled as someone suddenly appeared before her. Who are you? Qing Yin. The man spoke gently, hovering in midair. Mississippi. So he's the city god of this place. I have some business with Priest Shun and have come to pay him a visit. Xiao Qing, holding a duck, replied politely. You're too late. Priest Shun has returned to Jingyang County to perform a ritual for someone else. Hearing this, Qing Yin vanished instantly. Thank you, miss. Then I shall trouble you no longer. Xiao Qing was truly left bewildered. Dong Li's voice called out, Xiao Qing, are you done with the duck yet? Hurry and bring it in. Who is that, big sister? Xiao Qing put her hands on her hips. Annoyed, she picked up the duck and went back to her task. These people are so rude. If the master wasn't away, I'd like to see them dare to just fly in and out of the master's residence like that. At the city god temple, Qin Yin held a ledger, deep in thought. So the Sun family's foolish son is already dead. Priest Shun went to the Hong family's home for a ritual. Wait, why would the old Sun residence have a wandering soul from over a decade ago, only just now reincarnating? Could it be a vengeful spirit? Late at night, at the Sun Manor in Jingyang County, Shen Changqing placed his tools on the table. The butler began to explain, "Priest Shun, we have set up the ritual altar in front of the morning hall, as you requested. Please, get some rest for today. If you need anything else, you can call for me at any time." "Thank you, Butler Wang." As soon as the butler left, Shen Changqing shot off like a rocket. "Oh, my aching butt. This rich family's estate is on another level. I even get lost just trying to find the restroom." As he passed by the morning hall, Shen Changqing stopped. Inside, 2 women were burning joss paper before 2 coffins. "When I arrived this morning, I'm pretty sure there was only 1 coffin in the hall. When did another one get here? Does this old master son have someone else he needs to mourn?" The Sun family never mentioned it. "This is going to cost extra. Can't hold it anymore. Gotta find the restroom first." Shen Changqing hurried off to find the restroom. As he passed through a willow garden, Shen Changqing once again encountered his 88th tribulation. Whoa! A figure appeared before him. A woman with long, flowing white hair. Her graceful green dress made her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. Shen Changqing couldn't help but admire her. This girl is gorgeous. Under the hazy moonlight, a beautiful, long-haired maiden appeared. Shen Changqing was stunned by her beauty. He was speechless. "Miss!" Then, the woman suddenly turned and fled. Shen Changqing anxiously called after her. Hey, what are you running for? I just wanted to ask where the restroom is." A clear night, a cool breeze, a sky full of stars. Shen Changqing was sound asleep in his room, snoring, when a figure repeatedly called out to him, "Priest Shun, Priest Shun." Shen Changqing was woken up. He opened his eyes, annoyed. "Priest Shun." A face suddenly poked out from beside him. It scared the living daylights out of Shen Changqing. He instantly shot up and sent the guy flying a few hundred meters with a kick. "Damn it, Lao Lu. What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night?" Qin Yin whimpered, holding his face, which was now clearly imprinted with 5 fingers. Shen Changqing sat on the bed, arms crossed. "Why do you keep barging into other people's rooms in the middle of the night? Spit it out. What did you possibly need from me right now?" Qin Yin immediately launched into a well-rehearsed presentation. "Priest Shun, this morning, I went to Shirley Village to find you, only to learn you'd returned to Jingyang County for a ritual. So, I did a little investigating, and discovered that something's not quite right with the Sun family. After thinking it over, I felt I should come and let you know." "What's he talking about? How can a house where someone just died be right? This city god is being so attentive. Is he trying to steal my business?" That's what he thought, but what he said was, "I know." "Anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep." Qin Yin gave a bright smile and said, "As for what's next, this humble god has disturbed your rest, Priest Shun. If you need it, Priest Shun, my city god temple can also resolve this matter for you." But to his surprise, after hearing this, Shen Changqing emanated a cold, sharp aura, his brow furrowed. His icy gaze locked on a Qin Yin. Well, this kid's been beating around the bush all this time. Turns out he just wants me to cut him in on the profits from this job. Seeing Shen Changqing's ferocious expression, Qin Yin's face turned deathly pale. He went as pale as a sheet. Before he could react, he was mercilessly kicked out the door by Shen Changqing. "This matter isn't for you to meddle in. Go back to where you came from." Qin Yin fell face first in pain. He cried out, "Oof!" Then, clutching his head, he mumbled, "Not for me to meddle in. Does Priest Shun mean?" Suddenly, he seemed to see a dense demonic aura blanketing the area. His face turned white. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Could the vengeful spirit in this Sun Manor be as powerful as the demons from the Ziku Hao residence and the Old Hong residence? At that thought, he shot out of the gate at the speed of light. He shouted as he ran, "Thank you, Priest Shun. Take care, Priest Shun." Outside the gates of the Sun Manor in Jingyang County, Qin Yin leaned his face against the wall in shame, blaming himself. So humiliating. I am the dignified city god of a whole county, and yet every time I have to rely on Priest Shun to solve these things. Exterminating demons and ghosts for us. I'm just too weak. When I get back this time, I'm going to make the soldiers in the temple train seriously with me. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared at his feet. Qin Yin whipped his head around, on alert. A voice sounded from behind him. "City god of Jingyang. It's the Heibai Wuchang." Lao Bai stood there, smiling. While Lao Hei was stuck, he was signaling for help. "I'm stuck. Help me." Qin Yin looked at the two before him. He couldn't help but wonder. "Fan Wujiu, Xiebayan. What are you two doing here?" Lao He answered miserably. We're here to collect the wandering souls in the Sun residence. Someone's lifespan is up tonight, so we came to escort them. Hearing this, Qin Yin grew worried. 2 more people are dying in the Sun Manor tonight, knowing Priest Shun's temperament. I'm afraid he'll do everything in his power to save them. A conflict with these 2 is probably unavoidable. He stood blocking the gate and said, Wait, you 2 excellencies. There's a master practitioner performing a ritual in this courtyard. It would be best for you both to leave. Lao Bai spoke with contempt, a deadly smile on his face. A master practitioner? More masterful than our King Yama? King Yama himself marked this person in the Book of Life and Death. Lord City God, don't meddle in things that don't concern you, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. With that said, the pair used their magic to slip past Qin Yin. He had no time to react. In a flash, the 2 figures had vanished. Entering the Sun Manor, Qin Yin's face purpled with rage. Damn it, what's so great about them? So what if you're the king's personal emissaries of the underworld? Inside the courtyard, a series of noises woke Shun Chongqing. He opened his tired eyes and mumbled, Now what? Who's doing construction in the middle of the night? The sound was so loud it made him curious enough to go check. From the sound of it, it was coming from a morning hall in the front courtyard. Shun Chongqing saw that the morning hall was brightly lit with lamps and torches. Furthermore, a suspicious-looking man was heading inside. He couldn't help but wonder, so many people. What are they doing? Sun Rong stood before a coffin, saying sorrowfully, Fu Gue. This time, you'll have someone to take care of you in the afterlife. This is all your father can do to help you. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face like rain. Don't worry. It won't be long before I join you down there. Even in the underworld, your father will protect you completely. I won't let anyone bully you. A sound came from within the coffin. Several men in white were continuously hammering nails into the wooden coffin. Shun Chongqing vaguely realized that the crying was coming from inside that coffin. Why is there a living person in the coffin? He recalled the scene from that morning. He couldn't help but curse. 2 coffins in front of the morning hall, covered with red flowers on top. The character for Joy, hanging in front. This is a ghost marriage. A sharp shout. All of you, stop what you're doing. Startled everyone inside, making them turn around. Shun Chongqing was burning with fury. He stood at the door, fists clenched. The look on his face was terrifyingly cold. The crying from inside the coffin continued unabated. Sun Rong wrung his hands, nervously huddling to the side. Seeing Shun Chongqing walk in, Sun Rong said frantically, Taoist, Master Shun. What are you planning to do? Shun Chongqing said nothing. He walked over and kicked the 2 servants who were nailing the coffin shut, sending them flying. His body practically seethed with rage. He menacingly planted his foot on one of the servants lying on the ground. I told you to stop just now. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Shun Chongqing was distracted, Sun Rong seized the opportunity, grabbing a hammer to continue nailing the coffin himself. He raved like a madman. This concerns my son's happiness. I absolutely cannot stop. Shun Chongqing gently planted his foot in Sun Rong's stomach, sending him flying several dozen feet. His head throbbing, Sun Rong got to his feet, then dropped to his knees, pleading wretchedly, Taoist Master Shun. I brought you here to perform a ritual for me. Can't you just pretend you didn't see what happened tonight? Shun Chongqing bit his lip, looking like he wanted to give the man a few more punches. Sure enough, a second later, he grabbed Sun Rong by the collar, hauling him to his feet. He pointed at the memorial hall and shouted, Take a good look for me. The woman trapped inside has a congenital Een fiend body. If you perform an Een marriage between your son's body and that spirit, the level of terror it will unleash will be no different from the Haozhe temple incident. An image of a terrifying, long-haired female ghost flashed through their minds. Shun Chongqing warned gravely, at that time, It won't just be your son, family, but this entire Jingyang County that will be annihilated. Trembling, Sun Rong hid behind Shun Chongqing and asked nervously, Taoist Master Shun, are you telling the truth? That woman is really... But I had someone in the capital read their birth charts. Shun Chongqing guessed. You went to someone from the Imperial Celestial Bureau? Sun Rong shook his head. No, but hearing that, Shun Chongqing began to boast extravagantly. My nose for these things would put Pinocchio to shame. Never mind anyone else. Even the Imperial Celestial Bureau has to listen to me. Sun Rong's eyes glittered with admiration, as expected of Taoist Master Shun. After finishing his bluff, Shun Chongqing silently lit 3 incense sticks in his heart. Sorry, Imperial Celestial Bureau. Just borrowing your name to build some credibility. No offense, no offense. Then he cleared his throat and said sheepishly, ahem. Now is not the time to flatter me. Hurry up and let her out. If you wait until she's dead, you'll all be finished. Sun Rong hastily gave the order. Didn't you hear what Taoist Master Shin said? Hurry up and open the coffin. The servant scrambled to obey. Yes, yes. Shin Chongqing watched the men struggling to pry the nails out and thought to himself, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Good thing I was still in time. Finally, the coffin was opened. A beautiful girl, bound in chains, appeared unharmed. Taoist Master Shun, what should we do next? All of you get out. I'll handle the rest from here. The men acknowledged with a yes, and obediently withdrew. Shun Chongqing looked at the girl before him and thought, I've saved a life. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Shun Chongqing thought the men hadn't left yet. Aren't you done yet? When he saw the trio of cosplayers before him, Shun Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. Are you guys here to steal my job? The Heibai Wuchang costumes are pretty convincing. Look, the tongue even moves. So realistic, but a little unreliable, seeing as you're all covered in dust. Both sides silently sized each other up. Old Black observed Shun Chongqing. This guy is pretty handsome. Other than that, nothing special. So this is the so-called great expert. Jin Yin played the role of peacekeeper, cheerfully introducing them. These 2 gentlemen are the 7th and 8th masters of the underworld, Heibai Wuchang. Old Black spoke bluntly and coldly. Bai Donger's lifespan has ended. We 2 are here to collect her soul under the order of the King of Hell. It doesn't matter if you're an immortal or a great expert. You cannot stop us. Shun Chongqing stared at Jin Yin, but he guiltily looked away. In reality, he was sweating bullets. Shun Chongqing glared daggers at Jin Yin. Nice one. So you found 2 other guys to team up with just to steal my job, huh? Don't tell me old man son didn't believe me. So he specially invited them here. To trick me into handing over Bai Dong, right? Afraid that the moment I leave, she'll be buried alive. Jin Yin desperately avoided Shun Chongqing's gaze. Don't look at me. I can't afford to offend them. Shun Chongqing leaned against the coffin and said defiantly, Bai Donger is still alive. Old White was resolute. So what? When I say her lifespan has ended, it has ended. Hand her over obediently. Shun Chongqing said arrogantly. And what if I don't? Heibai Wuchang was losing his patience. You really don't know what's good for you. Then I'll take her myself. A pink flame erupted in Old Black's hand. He spread his legs and cast a spell. Impermanence's decree of death. Instantly, a beam of pink light shot from his finger. Jin Yin trembled, covering his face. He was drenched in sweat. It's over. This is so humiliating. Shin Chongqing watched the group's performance with a deadpan expression. This little duo's acting isn't half bad. They even brought their own wind machine. Old Black smirked contemptuously at Shun Chongqing standing before the coffin. A mere mortal, Wong Tuong dreaming of stopping impermanence from reaping a soul. Truly delusional. Jin Yin looked back and forth between Shun Chongqing and Old Black, bewildered. Could it be the 7th and 8th masters can actually cast spells under Taoist Master Shin's oppressive aura? I'm not so sure. I'll just keep watching. A moment later, the newbie, Old Black, looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stood there, dazed, not understanding what was happening. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide. What's going on? Where's the soul? Where did that big soul of mine go? Old Black shot a glance at Old White. Then, as if enraged, Old Black roared. You're just a mortal, yet you dare to play tricks. Hand over Bai Donger's soul right now. As for Old White, he had more guts than brains. He charged forward to attack. Stop wasting words on him. Let's just do this. Shin Chongqing quickly dodged to the side. Then the young man scowled and shouted, Fatty, you've got no martial ethics at all. Instantly, he grabbed his staff and swiftly whacked Old White on the head a few times. If you want to fight, you have to ask for this Taoist master's permission first. Old White was dizzy from the blows. A large lump swelled on his head. His long tongue lolled out as he stammered. You dare to hit my brother? Shun Chongqing roared like a madman. You guys were bullying a weak girl, one who couldn't even trust a chicken. Old Black refused to back down, retorting, watch me beat your 307 pistols right out of you. Both of them held their staffs, preparing to charge in a battle. As Old Black was holding his morning staff, suddenly, a flash of golden light sent him flying. Didn't your mother ever teach you that the villain always dies from talking too much? Old Black was terrified. The morning staff broke in two. He shrieked, my morning staff. Then he picked it up, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. The ancient divine weapon, the morning staff, has never been damaged before, and now it's broken. How am I going to explain this to the king of hell? Shun Chongqing stepped forward. His eyes bloodshot. Old Black trembled. What else do you want? Jin Yin rushed over to intervene. Stop fighting. You all stop fighting. Seeing Shun Chongqing still advancing, Jin Yin hugged his leg tightly. Shun Chongqing, if you keep hitting them, something terrible will happen. Shun Chongqing said coldly. What? You want to join in too? Hearing that, Jin Yin quickly backed away, waving his hands frantically. Go ahead and hit them. Just don't hit me. Shortly after, Shun Chongqing gave Old Black a sound beating. Old Black screamed until his tongue stretched out 1.5 feet. NGH, stop hitting me. It hurts. Jin Yin watched in horror. Oh my God, so brutal. A moment later, Shun Chongqing tied Old Black's and Old White's tongues together. Still dare to bully the weak? MMPH, MMPH. With their tongues tied, the two could only mumble, we won't dare anymore. We know we were wrong. Shun Chongqing licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. What? You still don't know you were wrong? The two mumbled again. What they actually wanted to say was, for the love of God, untie our tongues so we can speak. Shun Chongqing continued. Wait until I find some rope. I'll take you two to the authorities. Then, Heibai approached the coffin. The rope is right here. Jin Yin quickly tucked the two, black and white, under his arms. 7th Master, 8th Master, my apologies. The two could only mumble incoherently. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't form words. Outside, the moon was high in the sky, and in the room, Taoist Master Shun was still holding the stick, ready to vent his anger. Old Master Sun, Counting Magistrate. He rushed over, panting. Taoist Master. What just happened? Taoist Master Shin said nonchalantly, it's nothing. I just had a fight with something that wasn't human. Hearing this, Old Master Sun was terrified. I'm going to die. Could it be that Bai Dong has turned into a ghost? No, it wasn't Bai Dong, it was someone else. Oh God, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Calm down. Let me explain. Despite Taoist Master Shun's words, Old Master Sun continued to hold his head and babble like a madman. Taoist Master Shin stepped forward and yelled, calm down. Old Master Sun was startled by Taoist Master Shin's shout. This is all your fault. If you hadn't wanted to use Bai Donger for a ghost marriage, you wouldn't have attracted that ghost to covet her body. Hearing this, Old Master Sun looked remorseful. I know I was wrong. He's taken the bait. Taoist Master Shin rubbed his hands together. I helped you subdue that ghost. That took a lot out of me. Old Master Sun immediately understood and replied, don't worry, Taoist Master. More money, I understand. The young man looked pleased. A teachable one. Scene changed to King Yama's hall. At this moment, King Yama was reprimanding and punishing the two impermanence officers, black and white. The two ox-head and horse-face guards stood on either side, awaiting orders. The black and white impermanence duo hastily knelt and pleaded their case. Your Majesty, we've been wrong. That guy, without asking any questions, just took a shovel and hit me over the head. Old White pointed to his head. A large lump had swollen up. Look at this. Look at this. Old Black held his broken morning staff, reporting, and the divine weapon, the morning staff that you gave me. He broke it. Boo-hoo. He's not human. Your Majesty, you have to get justice for us two brothers. King Yama was flipping through the book of life and death. Bai Dong died of suffocation from being locked in a coffin on the 7th day of the 10th month of the year being Shun. King Yama, having read this far, roared in anger. So audacious, daring to obstruct the messengers of the underworld from collecting a soul. Do you think our underworld court is nothing? Let me look up this person's life. King Yama waved his hand. A stream of blue magic shot out. In the mirror of yin and yang, a series of records of people appeared for Taoist Master Shun. He quickly scanned through the profile pictures. The black and white impermanence duo took a quick look. Not this one. Not him. Your Majesty, it's none of them. King Yama stroked his beard in surprise. I can't even look this person up. A strange occurrence in the three realms. Whether they are gods, immortals, ghosts, or demons, they are all recorded in this book of life and death. Unless that person has already jumped out of the three realms and is no longer within the five elements. Could he really be a reclusive great power, able to escape the cycle of life and death? Figures of this caliber usually have powerful backgrounds. I'm afraid he has someone powerful backing him. King Yama broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this is tricky. The black and white impermanence duo kowtowed repeatedly, begging, Your Majesty, get justice for us. King Yama closed his eyes and mumbled, Well, let's put this matter aside for now. It's quite strange that Taoist Master Shun is not in the book of life and death. I will make a decision after a thorough investigation. As for Bai Dong, her time was up. Bai Donger died of suffocation from being locked in a coffin on the 7th day of the 10th month of the year Bing Shun. Suddenly, the page in the book of life and death changed to Bai Donger died of old age at the hour of Z on the 17th day of the 5th month of the year Jihai. King Yama was utterly horrified. His eyes went white. He could no longer sit up straight and leaned against the table. Hey, I've seen a ghost. It changed. It changed. The black and white impermanence duo and the ox-head and horse-face guards asked in unison, surprised. What changed? King Yama was silent for a moment. At that moment, he thought, this heaven-defying ability to change fate, could it be that person? What should I do? It didn't change. Your Majesty, you misread it before. This Bai Donger died of old age at the hour of Z on the 17th day of the 5th month of the year Jihai. In order to cover up what had happened, King Yama waved his hand. That's right. That's right. Then he turned and, taking his anger out on them, shifted the blame. Ahem. That Bai Donger, her time clearly wasn't up yet. How could you go and collect her soul? Your work attitude is not serious. You've made a basic mistake. I'm docking half a year's worth of your underworld salary. The black and white impermanence duo's jaws dropped as they exclaimed. What the F? W what? Then, an attendant reported, Your Majesty. It's almost the 7th day of Sun Fugue's passing. It's time to let him return to the mortal world to visit his relatives. This is Sun Fugue's biological mother, who died 10 years ago. Her lingering obsession has kept her in the mortal world for a long time. It's time for her to be reincarnated. Black impermanence. I'm leaving this matter to you too. Don't mess it up again. Scene changed to Taoist Master Shun. The young man was walking outside when he heard a voice. Son, it's your father who is incompetent and couldn't take good care of you. This is all I can do. Taoist Master Shun thought to himself, what's that sound? I'll go take a look. Inside the room was old Master Sun, crying with his face in his hands. Son, don't blame your father. It won't be long before your father joins you. Old Master Sun couldn't perform the ghost marriage, so he's begging his son for forgiveness? From outside, Taoist Master Shun overheard a few phrases. Dry well, my son's sick. At this point, Taoist Master Shun seemed to realize something. There's something not right about this Sun Rong. His words are filled with guilt towards his son. It sounds as if he was the one who pushed his son into the dry well, causing him to fall to his death. Very quickly, the young man went to the dry well to investigate. As expected, there was a problem. Sun Fugue's death was no accident. After examining the scene, Taoist Master Shun noticed the bloodstains on the wall of the well and concluded that Sun Fugue's death was not an accident, but an intentional murder. An hour later, the urgent shouts of a servant from the Sun residence rang out. Taoist Master Shun, you're too late. Taoist Master Shun, along with a county official, rushed to the scene. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, old Master Sun might escape. The county official asked, bewildered, Taoist Master Shun. What do you mean? Taoist Master Shun replied. I suspect that Sun Fugue did not accidentally fall into the well, but was pushed by Sun Rong. At the scene, Taoist Master Shun pointed to the bloodstains on the wall of the well and explained. These bloody handprints prove that Sun Fuge tried to hold onto the edge of the well before he fell. He was probably hit with a brick before he fell. He continued, before I discovered Sun Rong had locked a young girl in a coffin to arrange a ghost marriage for his son. I stopped it in time. But recently, I noticed that Sun Rong was acting strangely. He was always muttering in front of Sun Fugue's memorial tablet, as if he was regretting something. I thought it was a father's grief. But now, I believe he killed his own son. Back at the coffin room, Sun Rong was startled to see Taoist Master Shun and the county official walk in. Why has His Honor the county magistrate come at this hour? Taoist Master Shun. What are you doing? Taoist Master Shun asked coldly. Old Master Sunday. Why did you kill your own son? Sun Rong hastily denied it. Taoist Master. What are you talking about? How dare you slander me in front of His Honor the county magistrate? Taoist Master Shun replied calmly. Old Master Sunday. You know best. Liars will have their tongues pulled out in hell. Before, you were trembling with fear at the mere mention of ghosts. But today, when it comes to killing your son, you are unusually calm. There's definitely something wrong. Sun Rong tried to justify himself. This Taoist Master Shun is someone I hired to perform a ritual for my son. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with the payment and is now framing me. Taoist Master Shun ignored Sun Rong's excuses and began the ritual. Body from withered love, foolishly discarded. True fate returns, obtaining the wondrous true self every day. The sealed soul on the seventh day. Look back, the soul returns. A strong gust of wind blew through. It extinguished the candle and caught everyone's attention. Foolish child, if your soul has returned, why don't you show yourself? At that moment, Sun Fugue's soul appeared. It made Sun Rong and the county official tremble. They broke out in a cold sweat. Father, please don't push me down, Sun Fugue said, trembling. Sun Rong burst into tears. Fugue, you really came back? It was my fault. It was my fault. Taoist Master Shun watched this scene with a surprised expression. Huh, did I crack the case just as I was getting started? The county official, both horrified and impressed, said, what a thrilling performance. It really opens one's eyes. Taoist Master Shun clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. He thought to himself, you flatter me, but in reality, it's just a simple psychological trick. In the dead of night is when a person's mind is most vulnerable. Moreover, the ancients were easily swayed by superstition. This Sun Rong, who killed his own son, must have been living in constant anxiety. Today is the first anniversary of Sun Fugue's death. It's the perfect opportunity to break through his psychological defenses and quickly secure a victory. The young man quickly approached. He grabbed Sun Rong by the collar and questioned him. Old Master Sun, do you have anything else to say? The bloody handprints by the dry well and the blood-stained rock at the bottom of the well are irrefutable proof that your son was murdered. Sun Rong. Tears streamed down the old man's face. He reached out toward Sun Fugue's soul, mumbling, Fugue, my son. Can you hear your father? I've wronged you. I've wronged both you and your mother. I shouldn't have pushed you into the well. And I especially shouldn't have poisoned your mother. Taoist Master Shun, ever the quick thinker, immediately latched onto the word poison and pressed him. What did you say? Poisoned who? The fortune teller said that my wife's health was poor. She couldn't have children. I always wanted a child. From the day you were born. She was tormented by illness every single day. I only wanted what was best for her, to free her from her suffering sooner. It's all my fault. I made you and your mother suffer. Sun Rong collapsed. He clutched his head. His voice was filled with anguish. In my dreams, I always hear my wife's resentful whispers in my ear. She resents that I didn't let her see her son for a little longer. But I only wanted what was best for her. How could I bear to watch her suffer so much that she was better off dead? My wife. I was wrong. After she passed away, I swore not to remarry so I could raise Fugue to be a man. But I couldn't protect you until the end. At that moment, his wife's soul also appeared beside Sun Fugue's. As Fugue grew older, I grew older too. After I die, there will be no one left to protect you. Others will bully you. Sun Rong remembered the scene of throwing a brick down the well. Fugue, my hand hurts so much. That's why father. That's why father. Fugue, everything father did was to protect you. Please forgive me. At that moment, Sun Rong seemed on the verge of collapsing from the grief of losing his wife and son, but it was his own doing. Taoist Master Shin stepped forward. He threw a punch straight into Sun Rong's face. Do you think you're so great? After saying all that, do you feel moved by your own story? Who are these tears of yours really for? Before you killed them, did you ever ask them if they wanted to die? Hearing this, Sun Rong was startled. He remembered the image of his wife. Taoist Master Shun pointed a finger. His voice was filled with rage. Your wife knew her health was failing. She still insisted on giving you a son. You great benevolent old master son. She knew she didn't have long to live, but she had no regrets. And you, what did you do? Taoist Master Shun continued to roar. And Sun Fuguet, a child with the mind of a 3-year-old, you pushed him into a well. You're no different from the people who bullied him. Outside the room, a large crowd had gathered. The soldiers had to work to maintain order. Inside the room, Taoist Master Shin landed another kick to Sun Rong's face. You animal. Seeing this, the county magistrate remained silent. He was speechless. After a moment, he finally uttered 4 words, pitiable and hateful. The Black Impermanence was still waiting at the gate, ready to lead the 2 souls of mother and son away. The Black Impermanence spoke up. Brother, it's time. The mission is complete. The White Impermanence nodded. Let's go, before we're discovered. Let's go. The Black Impermanence agreed. He proceeded to lead the 2 souls of Fuguei and his mother away. The county magistrate angrily ordered the officers to arrest Sun Rong. Arrest him. Take him back to be dealt with according to the law. Suddenly, someone rushed towards Taoist Master Shun. It even startled Magistrate Feng, who had to call out, Taoist Master Shun. Be careful. Taoist Master Shun recognized her as Bai Donger, the girl he had saved the night before. She clung to him tightly. Her face was full of desperation. Mr. Shun, please take me with you. Taoist Master Shun, being held so tightly, blushed and stammered. Why you? What are you saying? Bai Donger didn't let go, crying, Your Excellency. I, Bai Donger, was sold to the Su family by my own family. Now that this has happened, I truly have no home to return to. Please take me in. I'll do anything. Taoist Master Shun was silent for a moment, thinking. He felt sorry for the girl. He handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Then he said gently, if that's the case, you can come to my place and do things like boiling water and cooking. Bai Donger was incredibly grateful. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Donger will follow your every instruction. The next morning, the people of Jingyang County flocked to the city god temple to offer incense and pray. Meanwhile, the 3 of them were still chatting animatedly. The Yin spirit of the city god, Adjutant Wu, asked curiously about what happened at the Sun residence last night. Did Taoist Master Shun really confront the 7th and 8th lords of the underworld? City god Shun chuckled softly. It wasn't a confrontation. It was a brutal suppression. As he recounted the event, City god Shun couldn't help but shiver. That scene was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Princess, please, watch your step. City god Shun paid no mind. He continued his story. The White Impermanence used his 100 Ghosts night parade technique. The skies suddenly went dark. The wails of ghosts and howls of wolves filled the air. But Taoist Master Shun was completely unfazed. With a single, gentle wave of the weapon in his hand, he shattered the overwhelming spiritual power under the statue of the god. The princess was clasping her hands in prayer. I, the humble womanly Lizzie, pray to the gods to bless my mother with a long and healthy life. May she recover her health. I also hope to meet a true immortal on this journey, to cure my mother's illness. After speaking, she bowed her head respectfully in thanks. May my prayers be answered. The sincerity of her filial piety shone with a brilliant light. It surprised the city god, who exclaimed, Who is this, to have such a sincere and filial heart? Adjutant one immediately replied, Your Excellency, this is His Majesty's beloved daughter, Princess Changle. She is praying for her birth mother, Empress Zhang's son. Hearing this, city god Shin sighed. A pity. The Book of Life and Death has already recorded the day of Empress Zhangsuan's passing. A minor city god like myself cannot change fate. Outside, Taoist Master Shin's group was strolling down the street. Hearing people mention the city god temple, He also showed some interest. The city god temple, you say? Those charlatans even brought people to steal my business before. Now that the county magistrate is here, I can borrow his authority to teach them a lesson. Everyone's out here hustling. But getting physical is where you guys went wrong. With that said, Taoist Master Shun turned to Magistrate Feng. He put on an imploring look. Magistrate Feng, please accompany me to the city god temple. Magistrate Feng asked in surprise. Taoist Master Shun, is there something you need? This subordinate is but a mortal. I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Taoist Master Shun smiled to himself. The officials of the Tang dynasty are far too superstitious. He said aloud, it's nothing. I just want to take you to meet someone. Taoist Master Shun strode into the temple and announced loudly, charlatan, look who's behind me. Seeing Taoist Master Shun arrive, city god Shun turned pale. The city god's retinue hastily materialized and bowed their heads. Why must Taoist Master Shun do this? Your vast divine power. We have long been aware of it. The Yin spirit of the city god also quickly chimed in. That's right. That's right. Princess Changle witnessed this scene, her jaw dropping. This is a true god manifesting. The attendant beside her couldn't contain her surprise either, exclaiming, Princess, I think we've met a living immortal. Taoist Master Shun looked smug. It's good that you know. As for what happened before, don't let it happen again. Got it, he thought to himself. A bunch of swindlers, as expected, even if there are a lot of you. When you meet an official, you still have to behave, don't you? Who told you to dare and steal business from me? City god Shun also thought to himself. It seems I angered Taoist Master Shun by looking down on the custom of ghost marriages. This is his way of reminding me not to be negligent in my duties. With that said, the city god nodded hastily. Yes, yes, we swear to the heavens that we will not repeat our mistake. Taoist Master Shun didn't make things any more difficult for them. It's good that you understand. The princess witnessed the entire event. She couldn't help but admire Chongqing. Her eyes lit up. The attendant beside her spoke up. Princess, this man is incredible. With a single sentence, he made the city god submit. The princess replied, but the most terrifying thing is that he gave direct orders to the city god, and the city god didn't dare to disobey. The handmaiden whispered into the princess's ear, Your Highness, do you think that priest Shun might be? Before she could finish, the princess cried out, Master Priest. She then ran and clung tightly to Shun Chongqing's leg. She pleaded through her tears. Please, I beg you, save my mother's life. Magistrate Feng recalled Shun Chongqing's invitation before they entered the temple. He couldn't help but be astonished. So this was Priest Shun's true intention? You wanted me to meet Princess Changla, the most beloved princess in the entire court? Meanwhile, Changla continued her desperate plea. My mother is gravely ill. My father has already summoned the divine physician, Sun Simiao, to treat her. But even after many years, there has been no improvement. I beg you, priest, please come back to Chang'an with me and save my mother's life. My father will agree to any condition you name. The city god approached. He whispered to Shun Chongqing, Priest Shun, regarding Empress Zhongsun. You were able to save Miss Baidong, but I fear no one can save her. Resentment boiled in Chongqing's heart. Damn it. Empress Zhongsun has asthma. I'm just an engineering student. How am I supposed to have some special cure for that? Even the divine physician Sun Simiao was helpless. How can I possibly save her? The princess's eyes were brimming with tears. She clasped her hands, begging, I know I am disturbing your peace, priest. But I, Chonglu, truly want to save my mother, no matter the cost. Please, show some compassion. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing. His face went pale. I want to be compassionate too, but I'm not a doctor. If I can't cure her, I'll lose my life. But if I don't go, I'm afraid the emperor will have my head anyway. What do I do? This is a dead end either way. The officials of the Great Tang are all superstitious. Perhaps the only way to survive is to keep playing the part of a divine trickster. He cleared his throat. He put on a solemn act. Ahem. It is not that I am unwilling to save her, but Empress Zhongsun's fate is already sealed. I can only offer a 2 in 10 chance of success. Hearing this, Princess Chonglu was overjoyed and quickly replied, even a 2 in 10 chance is still a chance. The beings in the city god temple were horrified. Unbelievable. Her date of death is clearly written in the book of life and death. And yet Priest Shun dares to claim he has a 2 in 10 chance? Terrifying. Chang Lu grasped Shun Changqing's hand tightly, saying, Priest Shun, we can't delay. Let's depart for Chang'an at once. Shun Changqing calmly replied, there's no need to rush. Let me return to my old home on Shirley Slope to retrieve a few necessary items. It won't be too late to set off after that. As he walked, he muttered to himself, that damn system only has 140 hours left. I don't know how long this trip to Chang'an will take. I'd better make a huge profit from this. Magistrate Feng spoke up reassuringly. Priest Shun, rest assured. While you are in Chang'an treating the Empress, I will protect your residence with utmost care. After saying this, they immediately boarded the carriage and set off. Without a moment's hesitation, the journey from Jingyang County to Chang'an was fraught with hardship. They had to cross countless rivers, mountains, and plains. They faced harsh weather, from wind and rain to scorching sun. Finally, they arrived in Chang'an, the Mingda Gate. Princess Changlu spoke up, Priest Shun, it's been a hard journey. Please, rest at the relay station for a day. I will go to the palace to inform my father. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you into the palace to treat my mother. Shun Changqing's mind was racing. If I weren't afraid your father would chop off my head, I wouldn't have bothered coming all this way to treat the Empress. Despite this, he maintained a polite exterior. I shall defer to Her Highness's arrangements. Strolling through the imperial city, Shun Changqing's eyes darted around, taking everything in. The prosperous age of Chang'an truly lives up to its reputation. Since I have some free time today, I'll take a walk around. I especially have to try the famous mutton soup. The scenery of Chang'an was magnificent and splendid. From the architecture to the cuisine, everything was captivating. Shun Changqing savored a piece of duck leg, although it had cooled down a bit from being kept overnight. Luckily, it was still delicious. An old official approached and asked, Pardon me, good priest. May I have your permission to share this table? The restaurant is full. Shun Changqing nodded. Please be my guest. It turned out this man was the Remonstrance Grandmaster, Wei Zhong. He expressed his thanks and placed a box on the table. The waiter brought over a dish of fragrant mutton. Sir, here is your mutton. The Grandmaster opened his box. Inside were vibrant green stalks of celery. A fragrant aroma wafted out. Shun Changqing recognized it immediately. Pickled celery. The perfect palate cleanser. The Grandmaster said proudly. The pickled celery my wife makes is the best in all of Chang'an. Even outsiders find it hard to resist. Suddenly, a wonderful aroma emanated from the duck leg Shun Changqing was holding. The Grandmaster was astonished. Was that incredible smell? He stared intently at the duck leg. He couldn't hide his craving. Seeing this, Shun Changqing proposed. I'll trade you this duck leg for your pickled celery. What do you say? The Remonstrance Grandmaster nodded eagerly. After swapping their dishes, both were satisfied. The Grandmaster thought to himself, trading such a delicious duck leg for some pickled celery, this priest seems a bit dim-witted. He lifted the duck leg to his nose and sniffed. He was shocked to discover this is dragon energy. He hurriedly took a bite. The exquisite taste sent him into a state of bliss. My God, I feel completely revitalized. Shun Changqing sat across from him. He was stunned by the scene. Are all the people of the Great Tang this dramatic? He stood up. He quickly left the restaurant. If I wait for him to come to his senses, he'll definitely grab my leg and thank me profusely. Ugh, better to disappear before things get complicated. And, just as expected, when the Grandmaster came to, Shun Changqing had vanished without a trace. He exclaimed in amazement. He used the pretense of trading for pickled celery to bestow a gift upon me, Wei Zhong, then quickly departed without getting entangled in karma. It seems he is a true master. The next day, Princess Changlu escorted Shun Changqing into the palace for an audience with the emperor. She introduced him, Father, this is the master I told you about. The emperor greeted him cheerfully, Priest Shun, we have heard of your great reputation. Thank you for enduring the hardship of the journey to come and treat our empress. If you succeed, we shall reward you handsomely. Though he spoke these words, the emperor was doubtful in his heart. This man looks so young. Could it be that he has reversed the aging process? Shun Changqing bowed respectfully in response. Your Majesty is too kind. But inside he was thinking, how could I possibly refuse? Afterwards, Shun Changqing was led to the Empress's chambers to examine her. The Empress sat by the bed. He held the Empress's hand and said, "My Empress, I have invited a great master to treat you." The Empress, with a pale and frail face, turned her head and nodded. "Come here." In her heart, she couldn't help but feel skeptical. This priest looks so ordinary. Could His Majesty have been deceived? The Emperor spoke. "I invite Priest Shun to proceed." Shun Changqing quickly replied, "That won't be necessary." He thought to himself, even the medicine king's son, Simiao, couldn't cure her asthma. What could I possibly do? Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Empress, I'm sorry. I can only continue to deceive you. Shun Changqing maintained his calm demeanor and said, "Fate is written in the stars. Medicine and stone can hardly save one from it. I have a method, but it only has a 2 in 10 chance of success. If it succeeds, the Empress will be completely cured. But if it fails, I fear she will not survive past the 21st day of the 6th month of this year." The Empress and Emperor were both alarmed upon hearing this. And what if it fails? Shun Changqing continued, "If it fails, she will not live past that day." The Empress was shocked. "For the past few days, I've repeatedly dreamt of Wu Chang telling me that I will die on the 21st of the 6th month. This priest knew this without even examining me. Could he truly be an immortal?" Shun Changqing thought to himself, "Thank goodness my 9 years of compulsory education weren't a waste. I know exactly when you people are going to die. Otherwise, how would I find a way to stay alive?" The Empress quickly agreed. "Your Majesty, please let Taoist Master Shun treat me. I'm willing to try." Shun Changqing began to explain. "My method is very simple. I just need a pear and a bowl of sourceless water. Wait for me to boil it into chilled pear water. Then give it to the Empress to drink." The Emperor immediately ordered a servant. "Go and get what Taoist Master Shun requires." As the servant stepped out the door, he saw 4 people approaching: Yuan Tiangang, Zhang Sun Wuji, Sun Simiao, and Wei Zhang. They said in unison, "Your Majesty, please do not harm the Empress. Please reconsider carefully." The Emperor angrily pointed at them. "Are you trying to stage a rebellion by barging into the Empress's chambers?" Shun Changqing stood inside, thinking to himself, "They're arguing. This is the perfect time for me to find a way back to Tenli village to sell my ducks." The Emperor continued to shout, "What do you mean by this? Do you think that by trusting Taoist Master Shun, I am a foolish ruler?" Sun Simiao knelt down and pleaded, "Your Majesty, this Taoist's origins are unknown. He is a fraud. Please do not believe his words and harm the Empress." Zhang Sun Wuji also added, "Your Majesty, heretical sects cannot be trusted." The Emperor grew even angrier, pointing at them. "Do you look down on me?" The eunuch inside was terrified. He quickly said to Shun Changqing, "Taoist Master Shun, please follow me to the imperial kitchen to prepare the divine medicine for Her Majesty the Empress." Changqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, please lead the way, eunuch." Shun Changqing glanced at the group of people standing there. A doubt arose in his heart. Could it be poison? To not trust the imperial physician Sun Simiao, but to trust a stranger like me? Li Shimin, the legendary wise Tang Taizong. Is he really like this? Sun Simiao prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, this Taoist's origins are unknown. He is very likely a fraud. Please do not believe his nonsense and harm Her Majesty the Empress." Zhang Sun Wuji also added, "Your Majesty, these heretics only know how to use deceptive words. They absolutely cannot be trusted." The Emperor became increasingly furious. He pointed directly at their faces and shouted, "What? Do you all think that if I believe Taoist Master Shin's words, then I am a foolish ruler?" The Grand Master of Remonstrance quickly intervened. "Your Majesty, please be careful with your words." The Emperor asked in a low voice, "Wei Zhang, do my family matters require your intervention?" The Grand Master of Remonstrance replied, "The Son of Heaven has no private matters. The Empress is the mother of the nation. As it concerns the life of the mother of the nation, this subject cannot turn a blind eye. This Taoist's origins are unknown. Where did he come from? What magic does he practice? How old is he? Your Majesty knows none of this. You are believing him solely based on the words of Princess Changle. That is not what a wise ruler should do." Just then, Princess Changle appeared and explained, "Lord Wei, everything I said is true. How could it be false? The Grand Master of Remonstrance angrily grabbed the princess's hand. You have a filial heart and want to save your mother. But you should not let evil people take advantage of you. These fraudsters have 100 tricks up their sleeves. Yuan Tiangang also spoke up, Your Majesty. This subject has seen countless hexagrams. It is the Empress's destiny to ascend to heaven. To go against it now, I'm afraid. The Emperor angrily shouted, Yuan Tiangang, you are the head of the Imperial Celestial Bureau, responsible for the calendar, exorcising demons and ghosts. And now you tell me that the will of heaven is hard to defy. Then what do I need you all for? Suddenly, there was an announcement. The divine medicine has arrived. Everyone looked in that direction. The four men were astonished when they saw Shun Chongqing. He spoke up, Your Majesty. This humble Taoist pear water is ready. Seeing how worried you gentlemen are, why don't we find someone to test for poison first? Shun Chongqing thought to himself. It's just regular pear water, after all. Drinking it won't do any harm. If you think it's too little, I can go and cook another pot. Sun Simiao said sternly. Your Majesty, you cannot. Pear water is inherently cold in nature. Even when cooked into pear water, its cold properties cannot be removed. It is even more useless for the Empress's illness. The Emperor roared in anger. Sun Simiao. Shun Chongqing gently stepped in front of Sun Simiao and bowed, saying, The divine physician is correct. This humble Taoist only has a few small magic tricks. I cannot compare to the divine physician's brilliant medical skills. Your Majesty should listen to the divine physician. When Sun Simiao heard this, he was so angry he clutched his chest. I have been practicing medicine for many years. Is he mocking me for being helpless against this disease? Could it be so? Could it be so? The Grand Master of Remonstrance observed silently, thinking to himself. So it turns out the divine Taoist I met on the street before. That chicken leg contained dragon energy. His pear water must be just as miraculous. The other two's eyes were filled with anticipation. This dragon is impressed, as expected of a true pillar of the state. Even with the true dragon, the son of heaven, it is still best to point out his mistakes. Lord Wei is truly a pillar of the nation. The Grand Master of Remonstrance said loudly. Taoist Master Shun's Taoist magic is profound. This subject has had the privilege of tasting it. Therefore, this subject objects to testing for poison. This subject believes that this pear water can be given directly to the Empress. The other two fell as if they were dead. You two? Yuan Tiangang thought to himself. To dare to snatch someone from the King of Hell, and even be 2/10 certain of success. Taoist Master Shun's cultivation is truly profound. Princess Changle also spoke up. Father, we cannot delay any longer. Let me test the poison for Mother. With that, she took a sip and exclaimed, This pear water. Taizong thought it was poisoned. He quickly turned to blame Chongqing. There is indeed a problem. Men, arrest this fraud. Shun Chongqing was also terrified. This time, I'm really done for. I already said so. How could pear water fool the Emperor? Am I going to be beheaded in the harem today? Princess Changle spoke up again. Oh my goodness. Drinking this pear water feels like my body is filled with immortal energy. It makes one unable to control themselves. With that, she began to dance. The people around her didn't understand what was happening. They whispered among themselves. Did Taoist Master Shun add something to the pear water? Princess Changle's condition doesn't seem right. I'm not a divine physician, so I can't be sure either. When Changle came to her senses, she was a little embarrassed. Father, please rest assured. It was actually because the pear water was so delicious that I was impolite. I believe this pear water can save Mother. Shun Chongqing could only shake his head. Princess, you're overthinking it. This is just ordinary pear water. I just added some sugar. The Emperor believed her words. He quickly brought the pear water to the Empress. Empress, this is the divine medicine that Taoist Master Shun personally brewed. Please drink it. After drinking it, the Empress felt the immortal energy spreading throughout her body. Her face was filled with enjoyment. She leaned on the Emperor's shoulder. Your Majesty, Taoist Master Shun's divine medicine is truly extraordinary. It makes this subject feel refreshed in both body and spirit. It seems this subject has recovered. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Chongqing was no exception. Sun Simiao didn't believe it. He wanted to take the Empress's pulse. Impossible. She's recovered. Taizong and Yuan Tiangang both praised him. Truly worthy of being Taoist Master Shun. His profound Taoist magic leaves no trace. Taoist Master Shun is truly a worldly, reclusive master. Shin Chongqing could only smile. Was the pair water poisoned? The medicine king, Sun Simiao, couldn't cure asthma, but a bowl of my pear water could? Strange. Sun Simiao quietly observed Shun Chongqing. This person looks so young, yet he is a master of medicine. He could even bring the empress back to life. With that, he ran and hugged Shin Chongqing's leg. Taoist Master Shun, please save me. That night, Li Shimin held a banquet to entertain Shun Chongqing, Yuan Tiangang, and the others. Beautiful women danced gracefully to the music. The emperor announced, "Today, thanks to Taoist Master Shun's divine medicine, the empress has recovered. I'm overjoyed. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves." Crown Prince Li Chongqian suggested, "Father, on this occasion, your subject proposes a general amnesty so that the people can rejoice together." Shin Chongqing and Wei Zheng objected in unison. "Impossible." The emperor was puzzled. "Why does Taoist Master Shun object? Could you explain it to us?" Shin Chongqing replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, the laws of the Tang dynasty are already lenient. Those in prison have committed many crimes. A pardon would only cause further harm to their victims. That would go against your Majesty's true intentions." In his heart, Shin Chongqing thought to himself, "I should be more humble. Don't want to give away my secrets." Li Chongqian was furious. His eyes, full of murderous intent, fixed on Shun Chongqing. "You bastard! Why must you always oppose me?" With that said, he respectfully asked the emperor for permission. "Father Emperor, your son would like to toast Taoist Master Shun and learn from him." The emperor agreed. Li Chongqian approached Shun Chongqing. His voice was laced with threat. "Taoist Master Shun, if you don't want to die a horrible death, you'd best stop meddling in other people's business and talk less. Otherwise," his words trailed off, heavy with unspoken meaning. Shun Chongqing, completely unafraid, replied, "I wonder if your highness the crown prince's illness has been cured? Is your heart still divided?" Li Chongqian was so startled he almost fell over backward. Shun Chongqing quickly steadied him. "Be careful, your highness." Then he leaned in close to Li Chongqian's ear. "I advise your highness to watch your words. We should stay out of each other's way." This statement struck Li Chongqian to the core. His face went pale. He had no choice but to turn and walk away. Shin Chongqing couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. "Umph. You dare threaten me? Let's see who scares who to death." Li Chongqian quietly plotted. "Impossible. How does he know I keep male companions? This man knows too much. I have to find a way to silence him." Shin Chongqing didn't give it another thought. He took a sip of wine and sighed contentedly. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was getting tipsy. The emperor, feeling lightheaded, asked, "Taoist Master Shun, we asked you how to achieve immortality, but you remain forever youthful." Shin Chongqing was already drunk out of his mind. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table. He staggered to the center of the hall and yelled, "Second set. The era is calling. Get ready. Go." Then he waved his arms, counting the beat. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. The sight was enough to sober up everyone in the room. Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. Every movement seems ordinary, but it's like the culmination of the 100 schools of thought. Yuan Tiangang added, "Every move aligns with the principles of heaven and the ethics of man. No wonder Taoist Master Shun can write the character for Tao. It turns out he reached this realm long ago." Shun Chongqing's movements unintentionally formed a fire trigram formation. He continued to count. 6, 7, 8. The formation then transformed into a water trigram. The emperor was astonished. "I've never even heard of such an immortal art." Shun Chongqing kept counting. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The water formation changed into a lightning formation. It was too bright to look at directly. Wei Zheng exclaimed in admiration. "Taoist Master Shun is truly at the pinnacle." Shin Chongqing continued to count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Then he collapsed to the floor. A palace maid panicked. Taoist Master Shun." The emperor asked old Yuan. "Taoist Master Shun is," Yuan Tiangang said respectfully, "as I see it, Taoist Master Shun is drunk. Everyone was surprised. Drunk? Can an immortal get drunk? A palace maid helped Shun Chongqing up. He rested his head on her lap, mumbling, "Drunk? I'm drunk." Yuan Tiangang whispered to the emperor, "Your Majesty." This technique aligns with the great Tao above and follows the 8 trigrams below. It manifests the 5 elements on its own. I fear it truly has the effect of granting long life. Taoist Master Shun must have deliberately pretended to be drunk to pass on this technique. The emperor nodded. Then what reward should we bestow? Minister Wei proposed, "Your Majesty. Worldly masters are often eccentric. It would be best to let Taoist Master Shun decide for himself." The emperor agreed. Yuan Tiangang concurred. Minister Wei speaks the truth. The emperor gave the order. Tonight, Taoist Master Shun will spend the night at Minister Wei's residence. Tomorrow morning, we will meet with him to discuss the reward. Minister Wei replied, "Your servant obeys." Shun Chongqing was carried back to the Wei residence by 2 servants. He was still mumbling. "Can't drink anymore. Drink anymore, and there'll be another story." The servants were told to clean up. The next day in Chang'an, Shun Chongqing walked happily down the street. His heart was filled with joy. I can't believe the emperor was so easy to talk to. He remembered the scene of being rewarded with a large chest of gold. "If Taoist Master Shun does not wish to serve in the court, we will not keep you. Consider this gold as travel expenses. We hope you will accept this token of our esteem." Of course, Shun Chongqing didn't refuse. Who could refuse such a kind gesture? He spoke up. Then it would be disrespectful for this humble Taoist to refuse. The small pouch at Shun Chongqing's waist began to glow. It sucked all the gold inside. Both the emperor and Minister Wei were stunned. "Immortal arts," Shun Chongqing quickly explained. "It's just a small trick. This humble Taoist has made a fool of himself." Inwardly, he cursed. "Damn you, system. Forced purchase and sale, are you?" That was a whole chest of gold. The system displayed. Remaining lifespan, 166 hours. Conversion of 646 successful. Requesting reward claim now. Shun Chongqing was furious. "Give me back my money." Returning to the present, he clutched his head in frustration. Sigh. The path to wealth is truly bleak. At that moment, a citizen ran past. "Old immortal, this is the first fish I caught today. As promised, it's for you." The scene caught Shun Chongqing's attention. "Hey, turns out there's an old fortune teller on the roadside. Divines yin and yang, knows past and future. That's Yuan Shouqing." Shun Chongqing sighed. To think a golden opportunity like Chang'an has come to this. This colleague is truly terrible at his job. He mumbled. Might as well go ask if time can be turned back. With that said, Shun Chongqing stepped forward. He placed a small gold ingot on the table. "Master, please read my fortune, my destiny." Yuan Shouqing handed him 3 coins and said solemnly, "Young master, please." Shun Chongqing took them. He thought to himself, "This old Taoist looks profound and unpredictable, but I wonder if he's really any good." He asked, "Just toss the coins casually, right?" Then he tossed his hand. The 3 coins immediately stood on their edges, lined up in a perfectly straight row. It left Shun Chongqing stunned. What kind of sorcery is this? Is this colleague going to think I'm a troublemaker? No one's going to jump out and kill me, right? Which way should I run? While Shun Chongqing was frantically looking for an escape route, Yuan Shouqing was equally astonished. "What is this? I've read countless fortunes, but I've never seen anything like this." An 8 trigram, 5-element formation suddenly appeared on the table. It radiated an energy that left one in awe. Yuan Shouqing immediately opened his yin-yang eye. "Let me see what kind of deity you are." Before his eyes, the image of the Jade Emperor appeared. The power was so immense that Yuan Shouqing couldn't bear it. He was thrown backward. Seeing this, Shun Chongqing panicked. "You got to be kidding me. Is he going to fake an injury because he can't read my fortune? Or is some immortal about to jump out? Is Chang'an really this intense?" Yuan Shouqing quickly got up. He knelt before Shun Chongqing and said respectfully, "Senior, you have transcended the 3 realms. You're no longer within the 5 elements. Your destiny is not something a junior like me can perceive. Today, Shouqing has made a fool of himself. Please, senior, take back your money." Shun Chongqing took back his money and turned to leave. He thought to himself, still doesn't know how to make money. No wonder he's still dressed so poorly. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man approached and said loudly, "Old man, you claim your fortunes are accurate. I say you're just a swindler. Tell me, will it be sunny or rainy tomorrow? If it's sunny, what time will the sun rise? If it rains, how much will it rain? Shen Changqing thought to himself. From his tone, he seems like a troublemaker. Yuan Shouqing replied calmly. Tomorrow, at the hour of Chun, it will be cloudy. At the hour of Si, there will be thunder. At the hour of Wu, it will rain. At the hour of Wei, the rain will be heavy. The amount of rain will be 3 Qi, 3 Cun, and 48 drops. The man said aggressively, if tomorrow is not exactly as you say, I will smash your stall to pieces. Shen Changqing sighed. Yuan Shouqing was astonished. Senior must have seen right through this person, instantly calculating their past and future. He sighed out of sympathy and helplessness for them. Shen Changqing turned to look at Yuan Shouqing. He couldn't help but think to himself, this priest really has no social skills. Giving so many details, isn't that just giving the person a reason to trash the place? At the city gates of Chang'an, Princess Changlu and Li Ji were already waiting for Shen Changqing. As soon as they saw him, they called out happily, Priest Shen, over here. Shen Changqing bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess Changlu. Changlu waved her hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, priest. This is my younger brother, Li Ji. He's 10 years old this year. Father asked us to wait here and see you off, Priest Shen. Li Ji bowed respectfully. Greetings, Priest Shen. Shen Changqing spoke. Princess, please thank His Majesty for his kindness on my behalf. Back in Jingyang County, at the Shen residence on Shirley Slope, Shen Changqing knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Instantly, the graceful figure of Bai Donger appeared. Her voice was filled with joy. Priest Shen, you're finally back. Donger was so afraid you wouldn't be able to return. With that, both Bai Donger and Xiao Bai rushed forward to embrace Shen Changqing. Princess Changlu, standing to the side, was too stunned to speak. On the night of Shen Changqing's return, the women had prepared a banquet to welcome him home. Everyone gathered around the feast. Shen Changqing raised his cup and spoke. I, Shen Changqing, have returned from Chang'an. From now on, I will surely lead you all to soar to new heights, to let you see a different world. In his heart, he thought, prepare to be amazed by technology from 200 years in the future. Dong Li, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Bai couldn't help but ask excitedly, Master, does this mean you'll lead us to ascend to the celestial realm together? The two sisters of the East Sea Dragon clan spoke up, Master Shen. We sisters would like to perform a dance to express our deepest gratitude. Shen Changqing replied cheerfully, Haha, excellent. Princess Changlu also joined in, Master Priest. I brought my zither. Allow me to provide the musical accompaniment. The melodious sound of the zither blended with the graceful dance. Dong Li asked, Master, how do you find our dancing? Xiao Qing chimed in quickly. Master, watch Xiao Qing too. Shen Changqing smiled and praised them. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Beside him, Bai Donger skillfully poured more wine. Priest, please have another cup. Xiao Bai climbed onto the table. She sniffed at a few spilled drops of wine. Is this the immortal brew made by the priest? She took a small lick. Instantly, she felt a surge of spiritual energy. Her whole body trembled. The spiritual energy is so potent. This taste is intoxicating. Shen Changqing nibbled on some meat and thought to himself, these ladies are so beautiful. Their movements are so graceful. The sweet voices of Dong Li and Xiao Qing create such a perfect scene. Haha. Oh, great master. He praised them endlessly. Wonderful. From a distance. The martial judge and the city god were watching. Their eyes were full of admiration. The city god remarked, that fox immortal and those two dragon maidens are truly blessed with great fortune. The martial judge agreed. Indeed, to be able to stay with a master like Priest Shen is truly enviable. The next morning, Shen Changqing was still in a deep, drunken slumber. He turned over and smelled a sweet fragrance. Then he unexpectedly embraced a soft, alluring body. Shen Changqing slowly opened his eyes, horrified when he realized, Bai Dong, why are you in my bed? Oh my God, what's with that expression? He flopped back onto the bed. His head was spinning. What in the world happened last night? What do I do? What do I do? Could it be I was too drunk last night and lost control? Bai Donger had woken up at some point. Her sweet voice rang out, Priest Shen. Shen Changqing immediately squeezed his eyes shut. He pretended to snore loudly. He tried to shirk responsibility. Her graceful back, Bai Donger's alluring figure and seductive gaze made his heart flutter. Only after Bai Donger had left the room did Shen Changqing shoot up, panicking. What do I do? Calm down, calm down. I'm a man of the 21st century. Something like this can't be allowed to happen. Worst case, we just get married. He told himself, if I were to Google, my boyfriend slept in the same bed with someone else. He said he was blackout drunk. What should I do? The answer would be, if a man is truly drunk, he can't perform, both in theory and in practice. So, nothing definitely happened. Shen Changqing comforted himself. That's right. I was so wasted last night, I couldn't have done anything. So, I'm in the clear. Outside, Bai Donger was still blushing. She stammered, Priest Shun. Last night was so... The other women were passed out on the floor. One of them murmured, this is exactly the kind of immortal life I've dreamed of. Dongli spoke up, little fox. Don't you dare try to monopolize the master. Xiao Qing agreed. That's right, big sis. The master belongs to all of us. A moment later, Princess Chang Lu walked over. She said to Shen Changqing, Priest Shun, my father wishes for Li Ji to become your disciple. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Shen Changqing hesitated slightly. This? He couldn't help but worry internally. Li Ji, the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang. As my disciple? Li Ji immediately knelt and said loudly, Master, please accept me. Even if it's just as an attendant to serve tea, I'm willing to serve you, Master. Shen Changqing was surprised. You said that yourself. Don't blame me for working you hard. Then he cleared his throat. All right, you can stay. Princess Chang Lu said happily. Thank you, Priest Shun. I will return to give father the good news. Li Ji was moved. Thank you, Master. Shen Changqing watched the carriage carrying Princess Chang Lu back to Chang'an and sighed. The whole Chang'an business is finally over. I can finally get a few days of peace. At the Imperial Palace in the capital, a thunder dragon roared with rage. Li Shimin, Yuan Tiangang, get out here. I want you to pay with your lives for what happened at the Ziku Hao residence. After Shen Changqing topped up the system, he received 3 secret manuals. Time remaining, 1,612 hours, 33 seconds, 23 ticks. Shen Changqing was suspicious. Last time I didn't put in that much, and you gave me 3 things. This time I put in 648. You'd better not be trying to rip me off, right? He clicked Claim Reward. Instantly, a gift box appeared. Shen Changqing was delighted. The reward for a 648 top-up is definitely different. It even comes in a box. Now, let's see what goodies are inside. A light flashed from within the box. And what was inside left Shen Changqing dumbfounded. Inside the box was the book 300 Questions on Pig Farming Techniques. He angrily threw the book on the ground. Why is it this damn thing? Hearing a noise outside, Shen Changqing called out, Who is it? Li Ji said respectfully, Master, your disciple wishes to know what my tasks are for today. Shen Changqing calculated in his head. Raising pigs can make money. And Li Ji is free labor. Plus, the system just happened to give me a pig-raising guide. He spoke in a stern voice. Li Ji, for the sake of the people of the Great Tang, so they may eat cheap meat, are you willing to endure hard labor? Li Ji answered at once. If Master has a way for all the common people to eat meat, never mind hard labor, I would give my very life for you, Master. Shen Changqing said, If you raise a herd of pigs according to the methods in this book, one day, the people of the realm will naturally have cheap meat. Can you endure the hardship? Li Ji said resolutely, Your disciple can endure it. Bai Donger ran over quickly. Priest Shun, there's an old man outside who calls himself Yuan Tiangang. He says he has business with you. Yuan Tiangang fell to his knees, crying out in anguish. Priest Shun, save me. Shen Changqing replied, Master Yuan, please get up and speak. Yuan Tiangang hesitated. Priest Shun, this matter is not for others' ears. Shen Changqing wondered. Don't tell me this old charlatan has some strange illness and wants me to treat him, too. He instructed Li Ji. You go and do as the book I gave you says. Go with Bai Donger and buy a few pigs to start with. Bai Dongyi immediately replied. Understood, Taoist Master Shun. Li Ji also said, Yes, Master. After everyone had left, Shen Changqing said to Yuan Tiangang, All right, now that they're gone, what's really going on? Are you sick with something that you can't see, people? Yuan Tiangang whispered, No. It's His Majesty. Shen Changqing was startled. I just cured Emperor Zhangsun, And now, it's His Majesty? Yuan Tiangang quickly said, "It's not like that. The imperial physicians say the emperor has epilepsy. He's always saying things like, 'Don't come over here. Don't come looking for me.' It turns out the emperor has been seeing a pair of terrifying, glowing red eyes following him. No, don't come over here. Don't you come looking for me." The emperor weakly instructed Yuan Tiangang, "Celestial Master Yuan, I'm afraid only Taoist Master Shen can save my life." Yuan Tiangang immediately said, "This subject will definitely invite Taoist Master Shen," he said despairingly. "After I examined him, I discovered he's being haunted by a ghost immortal. But my cultivation is not enough to dispel it. If we ignore it, I'm afraid His Majesty doesn't have much time left." Taoist Master Shen. Shun Chongqing pondered. "Hold on. Let me think." He was flustered inside. Hearing the old charlatan's description, the emperor seems to be suffering from persecutory delusions. I don't know how to treat this either. If I fail to cure the emperor, I could be beheaded. Moreover, if his illness really is persecutory delusions, he might see me as an assassin. Shun Chongqing rubbed his forehead. "I'm still young. I don't want to die a confusing death like this." Yuan Tiangang pleaded loudly, "Taoist Master Shun, His Majesty knows I wanted to find you, so he has placed all his hopes on you." Hearing these words, Shun Chongqing couldn't help but get angry. What a foolish teammate. If I go now, I could be executed. If I don't go, it's no different from watching someone die and doing nothing. He growled, "I really have you to thank for this. Such a great opportunity to earn merit, and you thought of me first. It's true what they say, don't fear an enemy as strong as a tiger. Fear a teammate as stupid as an ox." Yuan Tiangang replied happily, "Taoist Master Shun, you're too kind. His Majesty is in a critical situation. Please come at once." With that, he grabbed Shun Chongqing's hand and pulled him along. Shun Chongqing asked, "What about Li Ji? Aren't we taking him back with us?" Yuan Tiangang explained. His Majesty said, "The Prince of Jin is still young. He doesn't want him to see His Majesty's current state." Then he pointed to the two horses. "Taoist Master Shun must know how to ride a horse, right? I brought one for you from the inn." Shun Chongqing thought to himself, 100-mile journey by carriage was already tiring. Do I really have to ride a horse to Chang'an? Yuan Tiangang sighed in admiration. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun originally intended to fly to Chang'an on his sword, but reluctantly chose to ride a horse to accommodate me? As expected of Taoist Master Shun, he replied respectfully, "I still hope Taoist Master Shun will ride a horse there." Shun Chongqing sighed. "Riding a horse it is. Good thing I learned to ride a horse in college. At least I won't be completely clueless." He reluctantly added, "But I have to say this first. I'm not very good at riding. The speed might not be fast." Suddenly, the sound of barking woof, woof, woof was heard. Xiaobai ran over, its face full of excitement. "You didn't take me to Chang'an last time. You have to take me this time." Shun Chongqing picked up Xiaobai, his voice affectionate. "What's this? You want to go to Chang'an with me?" Xiaobai barked in agreement. "You petted it. I'll take you with me." Xiaobai looked like it was enjoying it. Yes, yes, yes. Right there. That feels so good." Everyone mounted their horses and set off. Shun Chongqing said, "Old Yuan, lead the way." He instructed Xiaobai, "After we get to Chang'an, you're not allowed to lick anyone's saliva, you hear?" Yuan Tiangang was surprised. As expected of Taoist Master Shun, the orthodox fox immortal of the Qingqiu lineage. Yet he's no different from a pet. At the Chang'an Imperial Palace, the servants all greeted them. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Yuan Tiangang pulled Shun Chongqing inside. Hurry, we're here." Shun Chongqing saw two people. One held a mace, the other a steel whip. He thought to himself, that must be Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, truly imposing and majestic. Yuan Tiangang said, "Please, Taoist Master Shun, perform your magic to subdue the ghost immortal and save His Majesty." Shun Chongqing cursed inwardly. "Damn it, old charlatan. You dragged me all the way here, and now you want me to go in alone? You're just looking for someone to take the fall, aren't you? I've been baptized by anti-fraud propaganda since I was a child. Don't even think about making me go in alone. If the Emperor really dies, we'll both take the fall together." He spoke up, "Celestial Master Yuan, please come in with me. I still need your help." Yuan Tiangang was surprised, but quickly replied, Qin Xiong watched Shun Chongqing's retreating figure, wondering, the young man who just went in doesn't look like he has any skills. Yu Qigong replied, at this point, we have no other choice. Qin Xiong sighed in frustration. Inside, the emperor's face was pale, clearly exhausted. Shun Chongqing thought, it has seemed to be a mental problem. Let's try the most common modern treatment method first. He turned to Yuan Tiangang and said, Old Taoist Yuan, please help this humble Taoist get the 4 treasures of the study. Shun Chongqing placed the magic treasure on the table and said seriously, there's an old saying, when jade dies, it becomes a demon. When a person dies, they become a ghost. Demons fear ghosts just as people fear demons. Xiaobai stood by his side, unable to help but sigh in admiration, as expected of Taoist Master Shun. Even his paperweight is no ordinary object. It is the sky-patching stone left behind by the goddess Niwa. Shin Chongqing used a brush to write the character ghost on the paper. Instantly, a black and white aura appeared, swirling around everything like a tornado. Shin Chongqing said, this ghost, when it appears, all ghosts must stay away. This aura immediately entered the emperor's body. The black dragon that was wreaking havoc in his dragon chi was also suppressed, writhing endlessly. Yuan Tiangang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The wondrous magic of an immortal. Taoist Master Shun is truly a man of great supernatural powers. Even the ghost immortal is no match for you. The dragon ghost roared, why? Why can't I use my magic? Instead, it's being devoured by the character ghost. I've died such an unjust death. Shin Chongqing snorted coldly. As expected, to deal with superstitious ancients, one must use the great art of verbal therapy. It is the most effective. At this moment, the emperor woke up. He looked at Shin Chongqing with delight. Taoist Master Shun, you've finally come. Before, Wei Zheng had already greeted the judge of the underworld, ensuring that I would be safe. Fortunately, thanks to you, I was able to avoid a trip to the underworld. Shin Chongqing replied respectfully, Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under this humble Taoist control. In his heart, he thought, Li Shimin is clearly not cured yet. He started to talk nonsense again. This is a symptom of delusions. At the same time, at the palace of Yama, King Yama paced back and forth anxiously. The judge was entrusted by Wei Zheng to receive Li Shimin. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? Unexpectedly, the book of life and death lit up. King Yama was alarmed. What's going on? Wasn't Li Shimin destined to die in the 13th year of the Jingguan era? Why has it been changed to the 14th year of the Jingguan era? King Yama angrily slammed the table. This cannot be tolerated. Oxhead and Horseface, Heibai Wuchang, they all appear at once. The gods bowed respectfully. Greetings, King Yama. King Yama was furious. That Li Shimin has altered his own fate. You are to immediately go to Chang'an and bring his soul back to me. They all accepted the order in unison. Yes, at the imperial palace in Chang'an. Yuan Tiangang was puzzled. Taoist Master Shun, although you have imprisoned that ghost immortal, why didn't you eradicate it completely? Shin Chongqing wanted to curse inwardly. You're here, of course, because of the verbal therapy. You idiot. Could it really be, as you say, that there's a ghost inside Li Shimin? Do you understand science? But he only said aloud, It has been temporarily suppressed by me, so there's no problem. On the contrary, we should ask His Majesty what has happened recently. Emperor Li Shimin recounted tiredly. After the Taoist master left, I met someone in my dream who called himself the Dragon King of the Jing River. In the dream, the Dragon King pleaded, Because I made a bet with your countryman, Wei Yuan Shouqing, to beat him, I secretly changed the time and amount of rainfall. Now, the heavens want Wei Zheng to execute me. Please save my life. After this is done, I will definitely ensure that Chang'an has favorable winds and rain for 10,000 years. Li Shimin continued. I agreed to the Dragon King's request, so I invited Wei Zheng into the palace. We played chess all day until Wei Zheng fell asleep. He didn't leave for a single step. After that, the Dragon King transformed into a ghost and came to claim my life. He said I didn't keep my word. Shin Chongqing couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the plot of Journey to the West? No, wait. From my observations, there are quite a few martial arts masters in the Great Tang. Leaping onto roofs and scaling walls is also very common. There is only one truth. Some lawless elements want to scare the emperor to death. This was deliberately orchestrated. The emperor was as aggrieved as a child. Although I was unaware that Wei Zheng killed the Dragon King in his dream. The Dragon King violated the heavenly laws and deserved to die. What did I do wrong? Shen Changqing patted Li Shimin's shoulder in comfort. This is indeed not your majesty's fault. In his heart, he sighed. These people of the Great Tang are too superstitious. They probably wouldn't believe me if I told them the truth. The only way is to continue down the path of a charlatan. At the door, Oxhead, Horseface, and the black and white impermanents appeared. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Horseface blew out a breath. The aura spread, making everyone afraid to move. Oxhead spoke up. Let's go. Today, we take Li Shimin back with us. There will be a reward from above. Upon entering, they were all startled. Shen Changqing, seeing someone enter, sighed. As expected, there are lawless elements who want to kidnap the emperor. How dare you do such a thing? Do you think everyone else is a fool? The black impermanence was furious. It's him. You evil Taoist, surrender your life. Shen Changqing broke out in a cold sweat. So it's you guys again. He used the paperweight from before to cast a spell. If it were another master, I might be wary. But with your cat-scratching skills. Shen Changqing snorted coldly in his heart. Then he lunged at the black impermanence. He nimbly dodged a blow from Shen Changqing. In his heart, he was contemptuous. This evil Taoist only relies on his forbidden demonic arts. But my martial arts alone are enough to make you no match for me. Shen Changqing continued his attack. You still dare to dodge? Watch this. The black impermanence ducked. He dodged the second blow. This evil Taoist really doesn't know any martial arts. Watch me. But just then he was shocked. Impossible. Shen Changqing delivered a blow as if from the heavens. It forced the black impermanence to his knees, then sent him sprawling to the ground. Shen Changqing placed a foot on his chest, his voice arrogant. Well, still want to fight? One-on-one or a group fight? This young master is always ready. All of you, watch carefully. This is a lesson. Oxhead, Horseface, and the white impermanents were so scared they were rooted to the spot. Shen Changqing thought to himself, when facing a crowd, I have to find a way to intimidate them. Oxhead was now bewildered. This person only looks handsome and dashing, elegant and refined. But there's no fluctuation of magical power on his body. He slammed his trident on the floor and said sternly, the underworld is on official business. Uninvolved personnel withdraw. Today was originally the day of Li Shimin's death. You old fish, even if you were here, you'd still have to face the three courts. Therefore, no matter what, you cannot remain in the mortal realm. As for you, Shen Changqing, you are a cultivator, yet you have repeatedly obstructed the underworld in its duties. You have violated the laws of heaven. Come with us. Shen Changqing lunged forward, holding the stone. Big guy, hey, watch this. A stream of lightning energy emanated from the stone. Oxhead snorted coldly. Just a mortal trick. Just scatter with a gust of wind. He unleashed a red magical power that enveloped the area. But he immediately felt that something was wrong. He couldn't control his magical power. Not good. I can't dodge. Seeing that Shen Changqing was about to strike him, he couldn't move. He had to take the blow head on. In his heart, he was bewildered. Why couldn't I dodge? What kind of demonic art is this? Shen Changqing pressed the stone against Oxhead's head and cursed. Your head is pretty hard. Pretty arrogant. Huh? You chicken. You trash. You little good-for-nothing. Oxhead was beaten so relentlessly that he had an epiphany. What's happening? My cultivation is weakening with his vulgar insults. Could it be the divine ability of words of law? Soon, Oxhead was beaten to death by Shen Changqing. Xiao Bai beside him barked loudly. Vuif, 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 vuif. Shen Changqing turned to Yuan Tiangang and said, Old Taoist Yuan, you see? You're not even as good as Xiao Bai. She even knows to help me when I'm fighting. Yuan Tiangang, who had witnessed everything, replied, Taoist Master Shen is mighty. This old man truly doesn't dare to interfere. When they saw Xiao Bai's true form, both the white impermanence and Horseface didn't dare to take another step. The white impermanence trembled and asked, Horseface, is that what I think it is? Horseface broke out in a cold sweat. That's right, a nine-tailed fox immortal. The two of us are probably. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Changqing had already thrown a large stone at Horseface's head. Watch this. It would be strange if he wasn't knocked out by a stone as big as a table. Shen Changqing picked up the stone. His voice was filled with pride. Huh. Now it's just you left. White impermanence. The white impermanence was so scared he almost lost his soul. I'll fight you to the death. With that, he lunged at Shen Changqing. He quickly blocked with the stone in front of the white impermanence. One palm strike, and the game was over. After finishing the job, Shen Changqing picked up Xiao Bai. All done. Good girl, Xiao Bai. You even know how to help me. With that, he rubbed Xiao Bai's soft, white belly. It made her tremble with delight. Yuan Tiangang finally spoke up. Taoist Master Shun. Oxhead and Horseface are marshals of the underworld. The black and white impermanents are also soul-reaping messengers of the underworld. Will it be alright if we've injured them? In his heart, Yuan Tiangang was worried. Although the underworld's power is not strong, they are, after all, orthodox deities, and behind them are all the gods of heaven. We really can't afford to offend them. Emperor Li Shimin, sitting in a corner, heard these words and clutched his head. What do we do? What do we do? Shen Changqing thought. According to old Taoist Yuan, the underworld organization called the Underworld seems to be very powerful. Well, that makes sense. They even dared to break into the imperial palace to kidnap the emperor. Their power is indeed not to be underestimated. But I've already offended the underworld. So the only thing to do is to curry favor with the emperor. As long as I can gain his trust, then I can just wipe out the evil again. At that time, never mind the underworld, even the heavens above will have to bow down to me. However, I should probably use my verbal therapy to cure the emperor first. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. Shen Changqing then bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the villains of the underworld have been punished. But I still need you to tell me in detail about the ghost immortal inside your body. If I may be so bold, Emperor Li Shimin immediately replied, Of course. The energy from the stone once again enveloped Emperor Li Shimin. He screamed in pain. The ghost immortal inside the emperor also revealed itself. It cried out in anger, Unjust! I died an unjust death. I died unjustly. Seeing the emperor in such pain, Taoist Master Shen shouted, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In his heart, he was flustered. I can't even communicate with the emperor's second personality. It seems that to untie the knot, I need to find the person who tied it. To completely resolve his mental illness, I need to make use of these charlatans first. With that, Taoist Master Shen slapped Oxhead and Horseface each. He said in a low voice, You too. Now, I want to ask you a few questions. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Do you understand? Seeing Shen Changqing's terrifying demeanor, Oxhead and Horseface, terrified, quickly replied, Understood, understood. Immortal Master, please ask away. Shen Changqing slapped Horseface again, saying angrily, I am a Taoist priest. Where did Immortal Master come from? Horseface was now glaring furiously, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Shen Changqing. Can a scholar endure such humiliation? Before he could finish, he was headbutted by Oxhead, splitting his lip. Oxhead quickly said, Taoist Master Shun, Taoist Master Shun. There's no immortal master here. You're right. After speaking, Oxhead glared at Horseface and whispered, Because the one before us could very well be a great immortal who has descended to the mortal realm. At the very least, a reincarnated golden immortal. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now? After hearing this, Horseface was horrified. Holy crap. His background is that great? Shen Changqing paced back and forth in front of Oxhead and Horseface. As he walked, he said, The Jing River Dragon King caused trouble for Yuan Shouqing to protect his people. Was that wrong? The ghost immortal, through Li Shimin's dragon body, quickly replied, I was not wrong. Horseface also said tremblingly, Not wrong. It was reasonable and just. Shen Changqing asked again. Then, Yuan Shouqing, wanting a better life, went to tell people's fortunes. Was that wrong? Oxhead replied tremblingly, Not wrong at all. Li Shimin also echoed. Indeed, not wrong. Shen Changqing continued. His Majesty is benevolent. He promised to save the Dragon King, but in the end, because he was not proficient in magic, he couldn't, and suggested Wei Zheng kill the dragon in a dream. Was that wrong? Horseface immediately said. His Majesty did his best. Of course, it was not wrong. Shen Chongqing said seriously. Then why are you still here causing trouble for His Majesty? And you still want to drag His Majesty away, Oxhead and Horseface? They were scolded speechless, but didn't dare to argue, quickly saying that we were wrong. In their hearts, they were screaming, "We're just following orders." Hearing those words, Shen Chongqing snorted coldly. Horseface then whispered, "After we go back, how are we going to explain this to King Yama?" Oxhead added, "Explain what? Let's just be glad the four of us can get back in one piece." The Ghost Immortal then spoke up. "Taoist Master Shun, this little dragon knows that my death this time is without question. But this little dragon's heart is filled with bitterness." Shen Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. In the end, if your name is in the book of life and death, it's hard to escape the underworld. It's hard to defy the will of heaven. Horseface then whispered, "Oxhead, I remember this great one has changed the book of life and death twice recently, right?" Oxhead immediately spoke up. "Shut your mouth. What if the immortal master hears our telepathy? Don't drag me down with you." Shen Chongqing's sharp ears had caught that conversation. He turned and said, "Are you two right?" The two underworld marshals, Oxhead and Horseface. Oxhead and Horseface were so scared they peed blood. Chills ran down their spines. Horseface said fearfully he heard it. The immortal master definitely heard it. Oxhead was both scared and annoyed. "Then why don't you shut up? What kind of whispering is it when the whole village can hear you?" Shen Chongqing then calculated. "Right now, I just need to convince this Dragon King personality to let go of its attachment and voluntarily disappear. Li Shimin should be about 70% better." With that, Shen Chongqing spoke up. "Dragon King, everything is decided by fate. In your previous life, you accumulated a lot of merit. Your next life won't be too bad. Don't get attached. Don't create more bad karma for yourself." The Ghost Immortal replied respectfully, "Sigh. This little dragon has been taught a lesson. Thank you, Taoist Master Shun, for your guidance." With that, the Dragon King's original form left Li Shimin's body. Shen Chongqing spoke up. "Let's go. Don't waste any more time." He sighed slightly in his heart. "This tone, I guess it's over, right?" Yuan Tiangang said quietly, "Taoist Master Shun, the demon dragon on His Majesty has been exorcised. But how should we deal with these four from the underworld?" Shen Chongqing was furious inside. He almost blurted out a reprimand. "Is this old Taoist Yuan joking? How can immortals like us sentence criminals on behalf of the authorities? Do you want to be beheaded?" He continued, "This crime falls under the 10 abominations in the Tang Code. But as for how to deal with it specifically, His Majesty is the sage ruler of a nation. Of course, it must be decided by His Majesty." Emperor Li Shimin's heart filled with gratitude for Shen Chongqing. "Taoist Master Shun, first you say this is one of the 10 abominations. Then you let me decide. This has given me face. It's also an opportunity for me to build a relationship with the underworld." Li Shimin then said, "Thank you, Taoist Master Shun. I know what to do." Horseface's face was pale. Oxhead whispered, "Taoist Master Shun is planning to use us as a gift for Li Shimin to build goodwill." Oxhead was furious. Every time his teammate opened his mouth, he put them in a dangerous situation. How could he not be annoyed? "Shut your mouth. I don't want to be punished by Taoist Master Shen again." The Emperor was helped up by Yuan Tiangang. He said with immense gratitude, "Taoist Master Shen not only saved the Empress, but also me. Please stay in the palace for the next few days so that I can prepare a banquet to thank you for your great kindness." Shen Chongqing thought to himself, what is the way of a superior? Why can people be emperors? It's knowing how to create opportunities for others to rely on. With that, everything will be as your Majesty arranges. When Princess Changle saw Shen Chongqing, she quickly bowed. "Taoist Master Shun, the banquet will be held tonight. Father has asked Changle to show the Taoist master around the palace." Shen Chongqing spoke up. "Thank you, Princess Changle." Changle continued, "Taoist Master Shun, ahead is the Eagle Ward. The eagles inside are extremely majestic. I'll take you to see them." With that, Princess Changle led Shen Chongqing away. They were surrounded by wild animals, tigers, and leopards, and birds, which made Shen Chongqing's jaw drop. Suddenly, Xiaobai ran out of Shen Chongqing's arms. It dashed across the rooftops. Shen Chongqing shouted, "Hey, Xiaobai!" Its movements were swift and agile. In a flash, Xiaobai had disappeared. Shen Chongqing thought worriedly, "This is bad. Xiaobai has run off. What if it bites some concubine's pet? Then it and I are both finished." Suddenly, Crown Prince Li Chengxian appeared and said, My, isn't this the miracle-working Taoist Master Shun?" Before, Chengxian was too worried about my mother, so I spoke rudely. "I hope Taoist Master Shun will forgive me." In his heart, Shun Chongqing wanted to stay away from Li Chengxian, but he still said sincerely, "What a pity. A crown prince like you, destined to rebel. I'd better stay away from you." Shun Chongqing quickly waved his hand. "This humble Taoist is just a crude person from the wild mountains. Your Highness doesn't need to be like this." With that, he turned to leave. "Right now, I need to find Xiaobai quickly. Even if it doesn't bite anyone's pet, if it gets bitten by another pet, that's not good." Suddenly, Li Chengxian's eunuch spoke up. "You scoundrel! Stop right there." In his mind, Li Chengxian was plotting. This is a good time to teach this arrogant Taoist a lesson." Shun Chongqing asked him, "Who is the scoundrel scolding?" He replied, "The scoundrel is scolding you." Shun Chongqing cupped his ear and replied with satisfaction, "So, the scoundrel is scolding me." The other side, having been tricked so easily, was furious and spat blood. He said angrily, "What? Where are the Imperial Guards? Arrest this villain who dares to disrespect the Imperial Majesty, and barge into the inner court of the Imperial Palace for me." The guards came and surrounded Shun Chongqing. He remained calm and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I never expected that a mere eunuch like him would dare to represent the majesty of the imperial family." Emperor Li Shimin stepped forward. His voice was full of authority. "How audacious! Why are you not kneeling?" Princess Changle also stepped forward and shouted, "All of you stand down. Taoist Master Shun is someone my father holds in special regard. He does not need to bow. Do you all want to die?" The guards immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, crying out, "Please forgive us, Taoist Master." Shun Chongqing spoke up, his tone full of challenge. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this humble Taoist has been granted an audience with the Emperor. I do not need to bow, so why should I kneel before you? Could it be that Your Highness the Crown Prince has lost his patience? You want to replace his majesty right now?" Crown Prince Li Chengxian trembled, stammering, "Taoist Master Shun, please don't joke like that. How could I?" With that, Li Chengxian quickly backed away. The eunuch angrily shouted, "You fool! Get down here and receive your 80 lashes. If it's even one stroke short, you could just go hang yourself." Shun Chongqing stepped forward. He patted Li Chengxian on the shoulder, his voice gentle. Now, Your Highness the Crown Prince. There's no need for all that. This was just a slip of his tongue. It has nothing to do with you. And there's certainly no need for 80 strokes. That's enough to beat someone to death, isn't it? Actually, this humble Taoist has recently encountered a slight obstacle in my cultivation. I was hoping to ask for a favor from the Crown Prince. Li Chengxian sneered inwardly. TCH, it seems this person is no different from any other commoner, only concerned with fame and fortune. Li Chengxian then said, "Taoist Master Shun saved my mother's life. It is only right that I repay him. Please speak your mind." Shun Chongqing nodded. "It's about this." With that said, he kicked the eunuch hard. The other man cried out in pain. "Io!" Li Chengxian was furious, gritting his teeth. "You!" Just then Xiaobai returned. She was covered in dirt. Her heart was full of anticipation. "I've defeated the monster in the Imperial Palace. Hurry up and praise me." Xiaobai yelped, "Woof." Shun Chongqing asked worriedly, "Did you get into another fight?" "Princess, did Xiaobai fight with one of the palace pets? Is it possible?" Princess Changle immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, Taoist Master Shun. Everything will be fine." With that, the two of them left. The eunuch who had been so arrogant just moments before was now kneeling and clutching Li Chengxian's leg, begging, "Your Highness." Li Chengxian said nothing. He viciously drew his sword and stabbed the eunuch. He cried out in pain. Li Chengxian gritted his teeth. "Well played, Taoist Master Shun. You humiliate me today. When I ascend the throne, the first person I kill will be you, you evil Taoist." At Wei's residence, she angrily questioned the servants. "Who hurt my black cat? Bring him to me at once." That evening, A grand banquet was held. All the officials were in attendance. Emperor Li Shimin spoke. This time we almost passed away. Fortunately, Taoist Master Shun defied the heavens and changed fate, extending our lifespan by several decades. Taoist Master Shun's Taoist arts are peerless. Even ghosts and gods fear him. We toast you. Shun Changqing quickly said, this humble Taoist is not worthy. Your Majesty is the one chosen by heaven, favored by the heavens. Your Majesty's accomplishments surpass those of the 3 sovereigns. Your virtue exceeds that of the 5 emperors. Even without this humble Taoist, your Majesty would have turned misfortune into fortune. Li Changxian sat in a corner, thinking contemptuously, humph. It seems he's just another bootlicker. The civil and military officials were also surprised. So His Majesty is truly that wise and powerful. Hearing this, Emperor Li Shimin laughed heartily. With these words from Taoist Master Shun, we can die without regret. My loyal subjects, let's drink together. They all replied in unison, thank you, Your Majesty. A while later, Shun Changqing was starting to get tipsy. He went over to Wei Zheng and said, you old man, you're great in every way. It's just that you care too much about your reputation. Be careful after you die. His cryptic words piqued everyone's curiosity. Wei Zheng immediately asked, after I die, what? Emperor Li Shimin thought to himself, is Taoist Master Shun using his drunkenness to reveal a heavenly secret to us? With that said, Li Shimin approached. Taoist Master Shun, although we have brought peace to the realm, we always feel that it is not enough. I wonder if Taoist Master Shun has any suggestions? Shun Changqing said, his voice full of mystery. Li Shimin, I give you these 8 words. A single spark can start a prairie fire. With that said, he downed a cup of wine in his hand and collapsed to the floor unconscious. The next morning, when he woke up, Shun Changqing found Xiao by lying comfortably on his face. He felt like he was suffocating. He shot up. He woke Xiao Bai and hastily fled. At the door, Princess Changle was already waiting. She asked gently, Taoist Master Shun, you're awake. Shun Changqing was startled. He was worried about the consequences of his drunken words the night before. He reassured himself, calm down. I just saved the Emperor's life. He wouldn't do anything to me. Princess Changle offered to prepare a hangover soup or breakfast, but Shun Changqing quickly refused. He made an excuse about having urgent business in Jingyang County. In his heart, he was trying to figure out a way to leave Chang'an and avoid the Emperor. Just then, a guard announced, a decree has arrived. It surprised Shun Changqing. The Emperor not only didn't blame him, but instead of punishing him, he rewarded him. He was granted the title of Changqing Temple. The Emperor was pleased. It seems we truly have a connection with the immortals. Shun Changqing mounted his horse. He was overjoyed that not only was he not being held accountable, but he was even being given a title. On the road to Jingyang, a horse-drawn carriage stopped at a tavern. Lady Bai, the 1,000-year-old white-boned spirit stepped down. Find a quiet place to stay. The waiter recommended. The house next to Taoist Master Shun's is available. It's the best environment in the county. The white-boned spirit sensed the abundant spiritual energy in the area. She immediately decided to rent the house. The waiter enthusiastically recounted Taoist Master Shun's various exploits, leaving her in awe. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Crown Prince, he was trying his best to herd pigs. He shouted, Dawa, stand still for me. In my capacity as the Prince of Jin, I order you not to run. The little pig, in its panic, bumped into Donger, causing her to fall. Fortunately, Shun Changqing was right there to catch her. That night, in his room, Donger, with a seductive look on her face, said, Taoist Master Shun, I recently found a book on dual cultivation and would like to study it with you. Her eyes seemed to want to squeeze him dry, making even Shun Changqing a little nervous. Ahem, then quickly bring it out for me to see. I can give you some pointers. Next door, the white-boned spirit was diligently cultivating, emitting a powerful green, magical energy. She sighed, this place is truly a blessed land for cultivation. One night of cultivation here is equal to half a year on the mountain. Her eyes became bewitching as she focused on breaking through to the next realm. A blue beacon of light floated in the air. Her body had, at some point, become a skeleton. Almost there. Just a little more, and I'll successfully break through. Just then, Donger's moans made her blush. All her hard work was undone in an instant. She looked resentfully towards his courtyard. You shameless, lecherous Taoist. I despise you. The white-boned spirit, ignoring the interruption, began to cultivate again, aiming for a breakthrough. But just as she recited the incantation, she heard the sound of kimochi and her spiritual power dissipated. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Her body emanated a terrifying, killing intent. You damn Taoist, I'm going to kill you. Despite her words, she stayed outside, eavesdropping on the young couple's activities. In her heart, she calculated, for the sake of the ancient luminous lantern, I will endure this for now. For hours later, she once again focused on her cultivation. They must be asleep by now. Her entire body erupted with magical power as she shouted, Ancient luminous lantern, condense. Magic rained down on the luminous lantern like a storm. Just then, the sound of one more round echoed through the night, causing her luminous lantern to shatter. The white-boned spirit was so aggrieved she started to cry. She cursed silently. You've ruined my great work. You've destroyed my 100 years of effort. You vile, despicable Taoist. Today, I will take your soul in your dreams. With a sharp, bony finger, she shot off. Great art of the nether soul dream scythe. The white-boned spirit easily flew into Shun Chongqing's room. At this moment, after their dual cultivation, the young man and Bai Donger were fast asleep. She thought smugly to herself, as expected of a Taoist who doesn't cultivate in his room. He doesn't even have a protective formation. The white-boned spirit gathered demonic energy into her 4 fingers. It formed a green ball of light. If you're a lecherous Taoist, then you can die in your dreams. With that thought, she touched her finger to Shun Chongqing's forehead. The white-boned spirit entered Chongqing's dream. In the dream, she was a beautiful and charming woman. After getting Chongqing drunk, she lured the young man to a private room to make her move. Young master, this servant is tired. Shall we go upstairs to rest? Chongqing, slightly tipsy, grinned lewdly and replied, Of course. Thinking everything was going according to plan, the white-boned spirit thought to herself, I will let your soul be scattered in your dreams. Thinking that Shun Chongqing was drunk. As soon as they got to the room, she revealed her true form. Oh my God, the beautiful girl from before was now a dry skeleton, bearing its ferocious fangs. Chongqing pretended to be oblivious and said nothing. Then, suddenly the young man struck. The white-boned spirit was sent flying. Well now, you dare to trick me, you fiend? I knew you weren't human from the moment I saw you. Taken by surprise, she could only scream. A few os. A circle of golden spiritual energy quickly appeared in front of the white-boned spirit. A giant golden dragon slowly flew out. The white-boned spirit's face turned purple with fear. She turned tail and fled, but still had some fighting words. You just wait. I'll be back. In the middle of the night, Bai Donger woke with a start. She rubbed her eyes a few times. She pulled the blanket over Chongqing and rolled over to sleep. The white-boned demon was nearly beaten to a pulp. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, that damned priest dared to destroy my white-boned avatar. Tonight, either you die or I do. Last time I was careless. I fell into his dream when he was at his most powerful. The white-boned demon schemed again, planning to enter Chongqing's dream as a child, where he would be easier to deal with. This time, I'll enter your childhood dream. Let's see you cast your spells now. But she was in for some rotten luck. She stepped into his dream right when Chongqing was reading a comic book. Of all things, young Chongqing was at the part where Sun Wukong beats up a demon. She sidled up to him, cooing sweetly, Oh, little priest. The boy looked up. Hey, this old lady looks exactly like the demon in my comic book. She thought to herself, Taste my staff, demon. Oh God. She took a full-on blow from Sun Wukong. She said through the pain, Very well. You may have broken my bone avatar once, but I refuse to believe you can survive all 3 of my fatal dream invasions. For the 3rd attempt, the white-boned demon split herself into 2 people to act out a scene. A mother was searching for her daughter. Little Chuayer, huh? Little Chuayer, why aren't you home yet? Chongqing just stood there silently, watching her act. You little priest, give me back my daughter's life. Suddenly, the young man's eyes blazed. They were the fiery golden eyes, able to see through all demons. You dare try to trick your grandpa's son again? Chongqing grabbed his staff and charged, yelling, Taste my staff. This time, the white-bone demon was sent flying 80 meters. Next, you're going to disguise yourself as your old man, right? Come on, if you're not afraid to die. Beaten until her head was cracked and dented, the white-bone demon finally knew fear. This priest Shun's cultivation is too profound. He's truly someone I can't provoke. I can't stay here any longer. I must restore my avatar tonight and leave first thing in the morning. The next morning, just as the white-bone demon was about to open the door and bolt, she was surprised to see Chongqing standing right outside, doing his morning exercises. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. A sense of dread washed over her. What is he doing blocking the door? Does he intend to kill me? Chongqing cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. Good morning. The white-bone demon panicked. She slammed the door shut and scrambled away. She almost forgot her slippers. Chongqing remained calm, as if nothing had happened, thinking to himself, my new neighbor is so shy. Rushing back inside, the white-bone demon fell into a state of crisis. What do I do? His greeting didn't seem like he wanted to kill me. But what does he mean by blocking the door? As she was muttering, 3 knocks on the door nearly made her heart leap out her chest. Shen Chongqing's voice came through. Benefactor, I'm often away from home. I hope you can help look after by Donger and the others for me. I will be sure to reward you handsomely. The white-bone demon frowned, thinking to herself. His words are so cryptic. Is he trying to lock me in here to be a housekeeper? No, that can't be right. Those 3 knocks just now must have a hidden meaning. 3 knocks, the 3rd watch of the night. He said he would reward me handsomely. Does he want me to go find him in the middle of the night? Later. Bai Donger sought out Shun Chongqing again. Priest Shun, there is still much Donger does not understand. I hope you will instruct me in the ways of dual cultivation. Shen Chongqing replied, Donger, tonight, I must observe the stars in the courtyard for my cultivation. You should go rest first, but it's so cloudy tonight. You wouldn't understand the matters of cultivation even if I explained them. Just go get some rest. Shen Chongqing turned away. Bai Donger thought to herself, am I being too hasty? But if I'm not, I'm afraid Priest Shun will leave me behind one day. I'm a successor to the socialist cause. A victor on the battlefield of the college entrance exams. An engineer determined to stay single for 30 years. How can I waste my youth on matters of love? When it came to being boy crazy, Xiaobai was no less than Donger. She stared at Chongqing. Oh my god, why is Priest Shun so attractive? I want to do things with him so badly. Xiaobai's mind filled with scenes of marrying Chongqing. Getting to touch those lips, just the thought of it was bliss. Thinking of this, Xiaobai giggled to herself. He. Meanwhile, Chongqing continued to look around, muttering, it is an honor to love the motherland. It is a shame to endanger the motherland. It is an honor to serve the people. It is a shame to betray the people. On the other side of the wall, the white-bone demon was choosing an outfit for the 3rd watch of the night. This must be my most modest dress. I wonder if it will pass the priest's discerning eye. She put it on. She paced back and forth, thinking, no, this isn't right. This priest Shun isn't like other cultivators. He's more like a rogue. I must choose a more delicate outfit, and my voice must be more ladylike. Priest Shun. Once she was ready, the white-bone demon climbed onto the roof to peek at Shun Chongqing's courtyard. She saw Chongqing pacing back and forth. Even if I'm just a plaything, I'll accept it. I just beg for a way to live. Priest Shun was lost in thought and didn't notice. When the white-bone demon fell with a thud, she face-planted into the ground. Ack, that hurt. Hearing the noise, Chongqing yelped. He looked down and saw a girl dressed like a modern-day cosplayer. Chongqing thought to himself, is this some kind of Tang Dynasty kink? Wearing a sexy outfit and climbing the wall into my courtyard? And she's acting all shy, too. Chongqing grabbed a nearby stick and pointed it at the white-bone demon. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing climbing my wall instead of sleeping? Didn't you knock on my door 3 times this morning to signal that I should come see you at the 3rd watch? Hearing this, Chongqing almost had a heart attack. Come see me at the 3rd watch? Who do you think you are, Sun Wukong? And I'm Patriarch Bodhi? Do you think this is Journey to the West? But then again, I really did knock on her door 3 times this morning. She couldn't have misunderstood, could she? The white-bone demon said shyly, Priest Shun, Susu should not have provoked you. It is all Susu's fault, whether it's being a house servant or warming your bed at night. Susu is willing to accept any punishment from you. Priest Shun. Hearing this, Shen Chongqing blushed. He thought to himself, what's going on? This is a huge misunderstanding. Is this lady, by pretending to be some kind of fangirl? It seems she's had her eye on me for a while. I have to handle this carefully. I can't let this misunderstanding go any further. A moment later, the young man patted her shoulder and explained, Madam, you've misunderstood. I only knocked this morning to greet you as a neighbor. I was hoping we could help each other out in the future. I meant nothing else by it. The white-boned demon mumbled an "oh," and then suddenly froze. Could this be a warning not to cross the line? Seeing her silence, Changqing thought she understood. He draped a coat over her shoulders and said, The night air is cold and heavy. You should go back and rest early, madam. In his mind, he thought, with this coat, I can probably handle it for now, even if she's pretending to be a clingy girlfriend. Putting on the coat, the white-boned demon felt her spirits lift considerably. She let out a few soft moans. He's transferred so much of his pure spiritual energy to me. Truly, even heroes have a weakness for beauty. Changqing leaned closer to her and whispered, Would you like me to escort you back, madam? The white-boned demon nodded shyly. At that moment, Changqing's body felt like it was on fire. The young man lamented, This is outrageous. How could someone like this be living right next door to me? Changqing muttered to himself, It is an honor to respect science. It is a shame to be ignorant and superstitious. It is an honor to work hard. It is a shame to be lazy. Xiaobai saw this and thought to herself, Priest Shun is so powerful. He's even defeated celestial gods. But he's always so polite and kind to everyone. He's so charming. That night, the white-boned demon's moans of pleasure echoed through the night. Priest Shun, Master, don't stop. After an exhausting night, the next morning, Changqing rushed out to the courtyard to exercise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. The white-boned demon looked at him shyly and said, Susu greets the master. You worked so hard last night, master. Your face looks so gaunt and tired. This won't do. I have to do something. I can't keep indulging in this gentleness. I'll die, she thought. Changqing shouted, Li Ji, bring Bai Long and Qing here right now. Master has important business. He held out a piece of paper. Take a look. This is our next project, the roast duck facility. Bai Long was surprised. Roast duck facility? Changqing said confidently, That's right. Build a roast duck facility and expand production. Use it as leverage to stimulate the regional economy. Everyone felt like they were being tortured listening to him. Taoist Master Shun, please stop chanting. He looked at everyone, not understanding. Everyone nodded their heads vigorously. All right, then forget it. Bai Long, find some reliable people to roast the ducks. You'll teach them how to roast. Bai Long happily accepted the task. Father has already entered reincarnation. We must follow his will. Cling tightly to Immortal Master Shun's thigh. Everything Immortal Master Shun says is to be followed like a command from heaven. Everyone said in unison. Everything Immortal Master Shun says is to be followed like a command from heaven. Bai Tusu, you hire some strong people to help build the roast duck facility. You decide on the wages. There's still silver in the roast duck shop. Tusu thought to herself, Taoist Master Shun is clearly testing my abilities. He's just a mortal. I just need to wave my hand to control this whole group. Bai Long, prepare the food. Don't let the workers go hungry. Big steamed buns here. Big steamed buns here. Li Ji, my good disciple, you need to represent the royal family and sign this contract with your master. This way, the royal family will receive 30% of the profits from the roast duck facility. Li Ji placed his hand on the paper, his face full of questions. Master, why is it like this? Changqing patted Li Ji's head and explained, Silly child. Only when the national treasury is full can national policies be implemented, helping the country to prosper and be safe. Not just the roast duck facility, but also the pork business that you'll be running yourself. The royal family will also receive 30% of the profits. At this point, Li Ji finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder Wei Zheng's proposals are sometimes very good, but father always delays them. It must be because the empty national treasury worries him. Even so, the young man's mind was still full of calculations. It's best if you believe it. Otherwise, I'll have to tell you the truth. That I'm only doing this to get on your father, Li Shimon's, good side by intentionally giving him money. If he knew, this little brat would probably have a complete breakdown of his worldview. The scene changes to where Changqing is preparing to build the roast duck facility. Li Zhang's son from Tenli village comes to cause trouble. Heibai throws a bucket of water, his voice arrogant. Stop, all of you. Who gave you permission to build here? Stop right now, you hear me? Thinking that everyone would be scared and stop. But everyone ignored him and continued working. Hulai was furious, shouting, Are you treating my words like the wind? Brothers, show these mudlegs whose territory this is. Yes. Suddenly, a hand was raised. A voice rang out, Stop, startling the group into stopping. Taoist Master Shun. Chongqing's face was as cold as steel. He growled, Mph. Hulai still hadn't realized the danger. He thought Chongqing was just an ordinary Taoist priest. He said, A smelly Taoist priest pretending to be a god. What are you all afraid of? The others' faces were pale. They said to Hulai, Boss, you just got back, so you don't know. This Taoist priest isn't pretending to be a god. The ghost dwelling on the slopes of Tenli and the ghost dwelling in the Zikahai in the county were both destroyed by him. This Taoist priest has real skills. Chongqing didn't want to cause a big scene. He gently advised Hulai, Young man, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Be careful not to bring disaster upon yourself. In his heart, he thought, It seems these guys know about me catching ghosts. Better to have one less problem than one more. It's best to trick my way through this. It seems the public security environment in the Great Tang needs to be improved. I should discuss this with Magistrate Feng. Hulai's face was now contorted in a grimace. His name is Hulai, reckless. Could it be that the fortune teller knew? Seeing the lively scene, Tusu was also excited. Taoist Master Shun. This person is so disrespectful. How about I take care of him? Chongqing whispered. Don't add to the chaos. If you go and deal with him, won't that be like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Hulai was grimacing, but when he saw Tusu, his eyes lit up. A fairy. Since when did Jingyang County have such a beautiful woman? Taoist Master Shun, right? Let the beauty by your side accompany me for one night. Not only will I not cause any more trouble, but I'll also give you silver. How about it? Chongqing's face was grim as he scolded her. Tusu, look at what you've done. It was fine when you weren't here, but as soon as you show up, you ruin things. You truly live up to the saying, a beautiful woman is a source of trouble. Sigh. Looks like a fight is unavoidable. The odds of winning are too low. If only Li Chunfeng were here. He can fight. Just as he thought that from behind, a disciple flew over shouting, You shameless fool. How dare you be so insolent in front of my master? Hulai was kicked. His teeth scattered. Mercy, great hero. Mercy. Seeing that the man was still advancing, Hulai used his father's name to threaten him. Don't you dare come any closer. My father is Li Zhang. If you dare to take another step, I'll have you thrown in jail, so that the rest of your life is spent in darkness. Just then, Magistrate Feng appeared, his voice cold. Just the son of Li Zhang, and you dare to bully a fellow villager? Today, not only will I throw you in jail, but I'll also punish your father for his failure to discipline you. Magistrate Feng, I told you not to act rashly. Disaster has already struck. Hulai cried out in pain as he was bound by the soldiers. His hands and feet tied and led away. Master, this disciple was late. I let a villain disturb your peace. Please punish me. It's all right. It's a good thing you came back in time. Get up now. Chongqing was secretly overjoyed. Ha ha ha. My free labor and enforcer has returned. I wonder what business Magistrate Feng has here. Taoist Master Shun. An urgent matter from Chang'an, 800 miles away. His Majesty has finished building the Chongqing Temple. He asks when you will be able to go and inspect it. Excellent. Excellent. After I finish my work here, I will immediately set out for Chang'an to see the Chongqing Temple. Chongqing was ecstatic. Good things are happening one after another. I am truly the son of fortune of the Great Tang. Magistrate Feng was curious. Taoist Master Shun. What is your work here? This humble Taoist must keep it a secret. In half a month, Magistrate Feng will know. A few days later, at the construction site of the roast duck facility, a crowd of people gathered to read the banners written by Chongqing and hung in front of the shop. They praised them endlessly, just as the princess said. Endless enjoyment. That's right. Just standing here for a moment, I feel my cultivation has increased by half a year. An old man who was well-versed in calligraphy stepped forward. A bunch of ignorant people. One can attain enlightenment from these characters. observing from a distance. Chongqing was quite satisfied, seeing that everyone values the banners I wrote so much. I can rest assured. Bai Tusu's face was full of frustration. Of the 85 immortal banners that Immortal Master Shen personally wrote, I can only understand 3/10. It is their good fortune that they can see them. Bai Long said gently, as long as Taoist Master Shen is happy. Sweet words are truly deadly. Chongqing turned and patted Bai Long's head. You don't have to always make me the center of your universe. You should have your own thoughts and hobbies. Bai Long gently hummed in agreement. Tusu saw the two of them being affectionate and thought to herself, damn it, I was beaten by this little vixen once. I forgot that Taoist Master Shen always sympathizes with the weaker one. But Bai Long is just a mortal. With that thought, she began to mumble a spell. Great sun so bright. Great moon so vast. The underworld so dark. May the fire avoid my skin and body. Go! She chanted until her throat was dry, but it had no effect. How can this be? Chongqing waved his hand. Tusu by Tusu. Don't spend all your time thinking about these evil and heretical things. As a person, you must take things one step at a time. Do you understand? Bai Tusu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Could it be that Immortal Master Shen doesn't like me using magic? Are these words advising me to live like a mortal? Tusu. Tusu understands now. After scolding Tusu, Chongqing felt a little guilty. Was I too harsh? Susu realized this was her chance. Taoist Master Shen's compassionate heart had been moved. She stepped forward. Immortal Master Shen, please, save me from my punishment. Chongqing raised his hands in surrender. Hold on. First, come with me to the construction site to inspect production safety. The overwhelming Yin energy made the young man fearful. These women of the prosperous Tang dynasty are really too much to handle. All of them are so forward. Truly, some have more than they can eat while others starve. Chongqing led the two girls to the construction site, but his ears got no rest. I will obediently accompany Taoist Master Shen to inspect the site. And tonight, I will await your punishment. Taoist Master Shen. Dong Yi's dual cultivation technique also needs your guidance. How shameless. Daring to compete with me for Taoist Master Shen. Utterly shameless. Scene changed to half a month later. Chongqing said to Dong Yi, the roast duck business has been officially open for 7 or 8 days now. If we continue at this rate, in less than a year, Dong Yi, you'll be able to live with me in our own large courtyard in Chang'an City. Still the same gentle, familiar voice. Dong Yi said softly, Taoist Master Shen. As long as I have you, Dong Yi will feel at ease no matter where I am. Huh, Dong Yi is still the most well-behaved girl. Chongqing laughed heartily. His face was full of pride. Outside the room, Dong Li had overheard the entire conversation. She thought to herself, little sister Dong Yi is indeed very well-behaved. Dong Li must also try harder. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. After thinking it over, she pushed open the door and entered. She announced, Taoist Master Shen. I've come to report on my work. Oh, it seems I've come at an opportune time. Dong Yi made both Chongqing and Dong Yi blush. Sister Dong Li, you talk to the Taoist Master first. I'll go cook. Dong Yi quickly left the room. Chongqing cleared his throat a few times. He tried to regain his composure. Dong Li, what did you need to see me about? Taoist Master Shen. I've come to report on my good behavior. Chongqing was surprised. No, I came to report on my hard work. Dong Li blushed. In her heart, she chided herself. Ugh, Dong Li, what are you saying? Chongqing sighed. Dong Li, did you come to report on the account books for the roast duck business from yesterday? Yes. Please, Taoist Master Shen, take a look. As Chongqing looked at the account books, he thought to himself, could it be that Dong Li also has feelings for me? Oh, complicated feelings are truly a pain. Suddenly, he was surprised to see that the cost of goods had increased to 130 taels. The cost of goods has tripled? The duck seller said he didn't have enough ducks, so he temporarily raised the price by 30%. They see that I'm rich and want to profit off of me? Dong Li, go and call those merchants here to talk. Just tell them that I need a very large number of ducks within 5 days. The price can be increased by 50%. They can bring as many as they want. Hearing Chongqing's words, Dong Yi exclaimed again. Chongqing continued, when you leave, call Li Chunfeng over. I have something for him to do. Oh, if you want to mess with my livelihood, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Changqing's sinister smile, Dongli thought to herself in fear. What do I do? The Taoist master's smile is so scary. At Changqing's roast duck business, inside the room, Changqing sat around a dining table with the merchants. Gulme, gulme. To our future prosperity. Everyone, let's drink up. Changqing held the wine cup in his hand. His face was flushed. He scratched his head and said, hee hee. To be honest with you all, my Shun Changqing's roast duck is the only one of its kind in the Great Tang. But if I don't have ducks, I can't just pull roast duck out of thin air. Therefore, this cup of wine, I, Shen Changsheng, toast to all of you. It is your continuous supply of ducks that has allowed me to have this business. Thank you all. Just as he finished speaking, a merchant in green robes raised his cup. Gulme, gulme, Taoist Master Shun. I'll toast you. I wonder about this transaction. Before he could finish, Changqing had already picked up the entire jug of wine and was pouring it down his throat. No, it was I who was not considerate enough. I didn't expect that mobilizing so many ducks would have such a big impact on everyone. I will punish myself with a jug. After downing a jug of wine, Changqing was completely drunk. His eyes could barely stay open as he slurred. Everyone, rest assured. This business deal, I will definitely. Then he collapsed onto the table and fell fast asleep in front of all the merchants. Seeing this, the merchants were startled. Taoist Master Shun. Taoist Master Shun. When are you going to pay for this transaction of ours? What do we do? I brought over several thousand ducks. That's a lot of money in feed and labor every day. That's right. Ducks need water. We brought so many ducks, just getting them water every day is a problem. So what do we do now? Are you really going to leave? Hearing this, Changqing grinned sinisterly. The second day, Changqing stood on a cliff with the merchants. He pointed to the magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers. Gentlemen, look upon the majestic scenery of our Great Tang. This beauty cannot be overturned. A merchant asked impatiently, Taoist Master Shun. When are we getting paid? The third day. Changqing led the group of merchants on a tour of the city. He proudly introduced, Gentlemen, you see, our roast duck has been sold in every tavern for a long time. It's a bestseller every day. Our prospects are limitless. The merchants nodded in agreement, but still didn't forget to ask, that's right. But Taoist Master Shun, when are we getting paid? The fourth day. The merchants began to lose their patience. They turned to ask Dongli, Miss Dongli, has Taoist Master Shun had a change of heart and decided not to pay? If that's the case, we'll have to leave. Another merchant added, that's right. The ducks are dwindling every day. We can't afford to wait any longer. Dongli smiled and reassured them. Gentlemen, rest assured. My master is a fun-loving person who enjoys his wine. When he remembers, he will come and pay you himself. After saying that, she thought to herself, Taoist Master Shun is truly formidable. Even these arrogant merchants have to be respectful to me. The seventh day, the merchants couldn't take it anymore. They stood outside Changqing's house, shouting, Shameless Taoist Master Shun, pay your debts. Give us back our hard-earned money. Just as they finished speaking, a guard appeared and shouted, How dare you cause a disturbance in front of Taoist Master Shin's house? You swindlers, don't you want to live anymore? Come with me to the yamen. The other guards chimed in, That's right. We've disliked them for a long time. Shouting like that, I'm afraid Taoist Master Shun will lose all his immortal energy. Arrest them. The fat old merchant was tied up. He shouted unwillingly, We're just trying to collect a debt. We're not causing trouble. You should be arresting that Shun Changqing. The guard shouted back, Shut your mouth. How dare you speak Taoist Master Shun's name directly? Are you looking to die? In the main jail. The three old merchants sat and discussed. What do we do? This Shun Changqing had a lot of power in Jinyang County. We all have connections. But now we're locked up in here. The situation outside. Before he could finish, a subordinate rushed in and reported, Master, this is bad. All of our businesses have been sealed by the authorities. The fat old merchant was stunned. They said our actions over the past 7 days were suspicious. They suspect us of hoarding and speculation, and disrupting the market. What is this? After a moment of silence, the old merchant sighed. No matter what, hoarding and speculation is a serious crime. Even our connections will have a hard time protecting us. At the docks, Chongqing and Magistrate Feng stood with the merchants. Chongqing said with a look of remorse, "I am truly sorry. Because of this humble Taoist's sudden whim to travel, I cause you all to be imprisoned." The merchants quickly replied, "Not at all. Not at all." Magistrate Feng stepped forward. He whispered to the fat old merchant, "Next time you come to do business, just let me know. I will help you all hold onto your assets and sell at the normal price." The old merchant nodded. Of course. Goodbye. See you again." With that, they boarded the boat and returned. Chongqing and Magistrate Feng stood watching the boat's retreating figure. Magistrate Feng said, "Taoist Master Shun, this time I helped you force down the price. I'm afraid they won't come back next time." Chongqing chuckled. It surprised Magistrate Feng. "Thank you for your concern, Your Honor. Chun Feng should be back by now. At that time, you will know the answer yourself." At the county yamen, Chun Feng stood before the crowd of villagers and announced, "Fellow villagers, in order to help everyone live a better life, Taoist Master Shun has specially invited a master from Chang'an to teach you all how to raise ducks." Chun Feng held up a box of ducklings, handing it to a man with a bright smile. "Taoist Master Shun has prepared the first batch of ducklings. They are free for everyone to try raising." In the room, Bai Long was negotiating with an old woman. "The healthy, adult ducks that you villagers raise will be purchased by our roast duck facility at market price. We'll take as many as you have. Payment will be made on the spot." The villagers were grateful. They set up an altar to give thanks to Chongqing. "May Taoist Master Shun bless us, so that this year the ducks will be free of illness and disaster, and grow up smoothly. Thank you, Taoist Master Shun, for helping us escape poverty." Observing from a high place, Chun Feng and Magistrate Feng saw the bustling scene of the villagers herding ducks. Their hearts were filled with peace. Magistrate Feng exclaimed, "I never thought that Taoist Master Shun would not only be proficient in Taoist magic, but also so skilled in business." Chun Feng chuckled softly, recalling his master's words. Master once taught, "First help the people get rich, then distribute the means of production." The Taoist master's words truly contain profound mysteries. Although he said this, Magistrate Feng was worried inside, his face pale. "What should I do? I don't understand any of this. Will Taoist Master Li Chun Feng laugh at me?" After careful observation, Chun Feng turned to Magistrate Feng and said, "The matters in Jingyan County, I'll have to trouble Magistrate Feng to handle. Once things are settled, I will follow my master back to Chongqing Temple." Magistrate Feng nodded and replied, "Taoist Master Li, rest assured, this subordinate will certainly do his best." The scene changes to Chongqing Temple outside Chang'an. In the courtyard, Chongqing, along with 3 young women, the little fox and his young disciple Li Ji, were doing their morning exercises. Li Ji was practicing a flexibility and stretching routine. Bai Dongyi was doing muscle-toning exercises. Xiao Qing was doing a waist-toning belly dance. The little fox was leaning on a crutch with one hand, the other hand raised high, standing still but sweating profusely. Chongqing exercised and was happy, his mood refreshed as he thought to himself, "Having my own big house, with beautiful women by my side, this is the success of a lifetime." That early morning, Chongqing woke up, his heart full of energy. He smiled and said, "A day's plan starts in the morning." The ancients were indeed right. But when he looked down at the doorstep, the main character was startled to see an old man kneeling and kowtowing. The man quickly said, "Taoist Master Shun, please accept this disciple's bow. This disciple, Yuan Shouqing, wishes to become your disciple." Shen Chongqing rushed to help Yuan Shouqing up, saying gently, "Get up quickly. Why would a Taoist master like you want to be my disciple?" Yuan Shouqing confided, "Before, my nephew, Chun Feng, the disciple of Yuan Tiangang, returned to Chang'an. I happened to overhear the two of them discussing the Tao, explaining Taoist Master Shun's 9 profound words. Feeling the profoundness of the great Tao, I inadvertently eavesdropped. I can only become your disciple. If you don't accept me, I can only commit suicide to preserve the Taoist lineage." Hearing this, Shen Chongqing sighed, "But Li Chun Feng is also my disciple. At that time, you too." Before he could finish, Yuan Shouqing held a sword to his own neck. If you don't accept me, I will leave to find a quiet place. Shen Chongqing helplessly replied, wait. I'll accept you. Yuan Shouqing immediately knelt down, his hands clasped in respect. This disciple, Yuan Shouqing, pays his respects to master. Just then, Li Chunfeng walked out, his heart full of questions. Grandmaster, why are you here? And he slowly approached. Yuan Shouqing was already prepared to bow to his senior martial brother. But Chunfeng was faster. He knelt down respectfully. Chunfeng pays his respects to Grandmaster. Yuan Shouqing replied. Shouqing pays his respects to senior martial brother. Witnessing this scene, Shen Chongqing shook his head in resignation. All right, each to their own. This is truly chaotic. While the main character and Yuan Shouqing were discussing the Tao in the courtyard, a stranger suddenly rushed in, his mouth endlessly shouting for help. Help me, help me, help me. This person, although his identity was unknown, looked very distressed and strange. He clutched his chest, trembling and crying out, Taoist master, please show compassion and save my life. Yuan Shouqing, on behalf of the main character, calmly ordered, please toss a coin. The stranger complied, taking a coin and tossing it up. After looking at the result, Yuan Shouqing pronounced, this gentleman, according to the hexagram, you are not in mortal danger. Hearing this, the stranger's tone changed. What? I think it frauds here. Last night, I went home, and as soon as I went out today, I felt short of breath and tired. I must have encountered something unclean last night. And you're telling me I'm fine? He turned around, looked at everyone, and said, everyone stop bowing. This is just a scam to scare people. It's not real. Being criticized without basis. Yuan Shouqing retorted, don't talk nonsense. Based on the hexagram, your problem is not with us. Shen Chongqing saw the tense situation and quickly intervened. All right, Shouqing, let me handle this. Yuan Shouqing bowed his head. This foolish Shouqing has troubled you, master. The main character reassured him. This is simple. He approached the stranger, circling around him. The stranger asked in confusion, what are you looking at? You bunch of frauds. You won't even let others speak? The main character asked with a dangerous tone as he walked. Do you want to live or die? At this point, the stranger's face had turned purple. His soul seemed to have left his body, but his mouth wouldn't stop flapping. In broad daylight. You want to kill someone to silence them? Shen Chongqing continued. Didn't you say you were cursed? I'm asking you, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, take off your clothes. The stranger was startled and panicked. Psychologically scared, he still didn't want to send them. The main character stepped closer to question him. You don't want to take them off? Then did you come here for help or to cause trouble? After a moment of hesitation, the stranger finally agreed to take off his clothes. I'll take them off. After I take them off, let's see what else you have to say. Shen Chongqing saw this and waved his hand, smugly. Isn't this better now? The stranger was surprised, his mouth agape. His eyes couldn't believe what was happening. He looked at himself and said, hey, I'm really better. He was so happy he raised his hands to the sky, running around like a child. The main character saw this and joked. Want to know what happened? Go and kowtow 3 times to the 3 pure ones. In his mind, he thought the stranger would never do such a thing. However, before Shen Chongqing was the scene of the man kowtowing so enthusiastically that his head was about to fly off. The main character was surprised. He's kowtowing so hard, but his head is fine. Has he trained before? The ancients are truly amazing. After the stranger got up, he asked, Taoist, I've kowtowed. Please tell me. The main character then said, put your clothes on. Remember not to wear the top. The stranger asked again, confused, Taoist, is there something evil about these clothes? Yuan Shouqing had the same question. Master, these clothes have no evil energy or magic. So what's the reason? Shen Chongqing quickly explained. You guys, can't you stop thinking about gods and ghosts all the time? There aren't that many unclean things in the world. When you go back, find a tailor to loosen the collar of your shirt. It's too tight. The main character's reply made everyone's jaws drop. The stranger happily bid farewell to Shen Chongqing. Thank you, Taoist master, for your help. See you again. Yuan Shouqing respectfully said, thank you, master, for clearing my doubts. This disciple has understood. At this time, The sun was setting. The gentle yellow sunlight played on the eaves. Yuan Shouqing bid farewell to Shun Chongqing. Master, it's getting late. This disciple will take his leave now. Just as he was about to kneel in farewell, the master quickly stopped him, offering a word of advice. Be very careful on your way home. If anyone calls out to you after dark, leave immediately. Do not answer. Yuan Shouqing asked, bewildered. Why is that? Shun Chongqing waved his hand. He put on a mysterious air. It is better left unsaid. Yuan Shouqing stepped out the door. He bowed his head in farewell. This disciple takes his leave. Back inside, Shun Chongqing sighed. I've told too many fortunes today. Mistakes are inevitable. I can't tell him the truth. I'm afraid someone will use the cover of night to harm him. On the road home, many people recognized Yuan Shouqing. They bowed respectfully. Greetings, Priest Yuan. Yuan Shouqing replied cheerfully. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed from behind him. Hith, hith, hith. Followed by a threatening voice, Yuan Shouqing. I hear your divinations are quite accurate. Then why don't you divine whether or not you'll die by my hand tonight? Seeing a bizarre flash of light, Yuan Shouqing immediately unleashed a spell. What demon dares to cause trouble in Chang'an? Taste my palm center lightning. But the demon was not afraid and even taunted him. Palm center lightning? Oh, I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Spare me, Priest Yuan. Ha ha ha. Plague ghost curse. Faced with the demon's arrogance, Yuan Shouqing chanted. Golden light, manifest swiftly. Guardian of the true man. At that moment, the demon truly couldn't touch him. Thinking he had won, Yuan Shouqing was triumphant. You scurrying rats are nothing special. But just a moment later, the demon breached his spiritual barrier. It made him cough up blood. The demon cackled arrogantly. Hith hith. It turned out, this demon was the plague ghost. She appeared, her eyes full of demonic power. Priest Shouqing, spare my life in Chang'an. Spare your life. Don't fight me. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shouqing asked suspiciously, the plague ghost? She drew closer, smirking. I never thought a priest of your stature would know a lowly plague ghost like me. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shouqing's eyes sharpened as he retorted, today, even if I must perish with you, I will absolutely not allow you to bring disaster upon the people of the Great Tang. With that said, he shot forward like an arrow. He coughed blood onto the plague ghost, chanting, Furious thunder, obey my command. Spirits tremble in awe. Golden light, illuminate the universe. Even as Yuan Shouqing chanted furiously, the plague ghost remained defiant. Hey, hith. It's useless, Yuan Shouqing suddenly realized. So, Master had already foreseen this, which is why he warned me. He continued to chant. Talisman to expel the 5 plagues, I command thee, allow no delay. But then he came to a realization. A pity, my own comprehension is lacking. And so I face this great calamity. Unwilling to give up, Yuan Shouqing resolved to chant one last time. By this talisman, I defy fate. Let the forms of ghosts be broken. Thunder gods, reveal your divine might. Swiftly, swiftly, as commanded. Even without knowing the result, he had prepared himself. Master, this disciple can only repay your great kindness in the next life. Suddenly, Su Su appeared. Priest Yuan, stay your hand. Let me handle this. Don't harm yourself. Yuan Shouqing asked, stunned. Lady Bai, did Master? Su Su replied coldly. If not for him, why would I even bother with an old man like you? The plague ghost recognized Su Su and sneered. Well, by Su Su, 100 years we haven't seen each other, and you've grown even more beautiful. Su Su was direct. Plague ghost, you have provoked an existence you should not have provoked. The plague ghost sidled closer, speaking maliciously. By Su Su, I remember you also have a form that looks like a handsome scholar. Why don't we tonight? Su Su was furious. Insolent, the plague ghost recoiled, feigning hurt. By Su Su, you're so heartless. Su Su's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied. From the very beginning, you've been trying to invade my spiritual body with your plague energy, and you still have the gall to speak so shamelessly. With that said, she didn't hesitate to unleash a fatal blow. 9 death in ghosts. Shatter the domain of this consumptive ghost. To everyone's surprise, Su Su's power was far from ordinary. In a flash, she forced the plague ghost to flee. Before leaving, the plague ghost managed to keep her sharp tone. By Su Su. You just wait. I will have my revenge. Su Su sighed. She offered sincere advice, Plague Ghost. We were once fellow cultivators. Listen to me. Turn back now, before it's too late. Seeing the Plague Ghost about to leave, Yuan Shoqing quickly asked, Lady Bai, are you just going to let her go? Su Su nodded. I hope she can change. Right now, the most important thing is to get you home safely. We mustn't let Master worry. Yuan Shoqing bowed his head, his voice sad. It is I who am incompetent. Meanwhile, back at home, Shen Changqing still thought the strange noise he'd heard when Yuan Shoqing left was just a mouse. He thought to himself, sounds like there's a mouse outside. I'll let Bai Su Su go check it out. It's been a while, and she's still not back. The scene before him was beautiful, like a celestial paradise. Shen Changqing had woken up at some point. He stretched, feeling refreshed. He smiled and said, a year's plan starts with the spring. A day's plan starts with the morning. As he was enjoying the view, Yuan Shoqing suddenly appeared. He kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you for saving my life, Master. He recounted the whole story. Last night, this disciple was ambushed. If not for Master's guidance, I fear I would have lost my life. But in his heart, Shen Changqing was still thinking. Looks like his fortune-telling wasn't accurate. So someone stuffed him in a sack and beat him up. After listening, Shen Changqing quickly helped Yuan Shoqing up. Come on. It's all a small matter. Just be a little more careful today, and you'll be fine. The Master's words struck like a bolt of lightning. Yuan Shoqing was bewildered. He could only manage to stammer, Master. He couldn't help but worry. I still have to be careful today. Could it be that I'll face danger again today? Shen Changqing looked at Yuan Shoqing's face and reassured him. I meant you shouldn't tell any fortunes for other people today. Just sit tight and listen to my arrangements. Yuan Shoqing replied happily, yes. In his heart, Shen Changqing sighed. He got beaten up on the very first day. If I let him tell fortunes for another day, I'm afraid someone will come and smash up my Changqing temple. At that moment, in a distant forest, a strange jade-green light appeared. It was the Plague Ghost. In her hands, she held several items. Her voice was demonic. Come. These are the treasures those guys gave me. With ease, you can all move freely under the sun. With that said, she tossed everything into a nearby cauldron of water. From the cauldron, a demon stepped out. It was Big Ghost. As soon as he appeared, he laughed loudly. Haha, Plague Ghost Dong. You really are generous. This stuff is great. So tell us, who do we have to kill? Just then, another figure appeared. Her voice was heard before she was seen. It doesn't matter who it is. We just kill them. It was a drowned ghost, Yanxi and I. Yanxi's stunning beauty made the Plague Ghost unable to resist. She reached out a filthy hand, intending to lick Yanxi and I. You truly understand me best, Sister Yen. Seeing that everyone had gathered, the Plague Ghost announced, this time we must kill that 1,000-year-old white-bone demon, along with the new master behind her. Hearing this, Ada and Yanxi and I said in unison, a challenge. I like it. Ha ha ha. In just a moment, the three of them, Plague Ghost, Ada, and Yanxi and I, had arrived at Shen Changqing's Changqing Temple. As soon as they arrived, Ada arrogantly pointed into the master's courtyard and roared, White-bone demon and your new master. Get out here and die. The common people who had come to pay their respects to Shen Changqing suddenly panicked, crying out, oh, my heavens! Who dares to cause trouble for the immortal Shen? Immediately, one person wept and retorted, look, those three don't look like normal people. They must be demons. Suddenly, one man spoke up, but I feel like I can take them. But immediately, everyone around him scrambled away as if he had the plague. Hearing the commotion outside, from inside the courtyard, Shen Changqing spoke. Who dares cause trouble at my Changqing temple? Then he appeared. He sternly warned, do you not know that heavenly might is inviolable? This is a Taoist temple bestowed by the emperor himself. If you dare to cause trouble, the emperor will exterminate your entire clan. Li Chunfeng looked at Yuan Shoqing and said, did you hear that? Master's heavenly might is truly astonishing. We are no match for him. Yuan Shoqing nodded. No wonder the demonic dragons of the underworld only dare to be angry but not speak out against Master. It turns out Master's status is even more revered than I imagined. Hearing this, Ada shouted, we're here to find you and the white-bone spirit. What does this have to do with heavenly might? If you don't want to die a miserable death, then obediently take my staff. Death will be less painful that way. In contrast to Ada's confidence, the plague ghost thought differently. This person dares to compare himself to heavenly might. It seems I must leave myself a way out. Suddenly, he realized, what's happening? My magic. I can't cast it. Seeing the plague ghost, Su spoke up. Master, let's handle this. Dongli and Xiaoqing said in unison. We asked for Taoist Master Shun's permission. Shun Changqing thought for a moment, then said, It seems Su's old affairs don't require my intervention. Go. Be careful. As soon as they stepped out, the two sides quickly clashed. The system then announced, maintaining the forbidden spell field. When Su attacked the plague ghost, he had completely lost his strength. He could only cry out, What are you doing? You traitor! Su shouted, the Yin Si and I suffered the same fate. When Xiaoqing attacked, he could only lie there motionless, wondering, Why are my spells working? Ada! Though he was prepared, when Dongli struck, Dongli's aura was overwhelming. Fiend! Prepare to die. Just as Dongli was about to finish off Ada, Shun Changqing spoke up. Take him alive. Thanks to that, the disciples managed to stop in time. Dongli asked Taoist Master Shun, How should we deal with these fiends? Shun Changqing turned and walked away, instructing, Let Su handle it. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. But in his heart, everyone has a past they don't want others to know about. Su obeyed. She looked at Yuan Shoqing and said, Taoist Master Yuan, these three fiends are all ghosts. We have subdued them with a restraining spell. Please take them back to the Qin Tianjian for interrogation. Yuan Shoqing nodded. Yes, this disciple obeys. After capturing the plague ghost, Ada and Yin Si and I, Yuan Shoqing stuffed them into a cloth bag and rode back to the Qin Tianjian. Soon, Yuan Shoqing was almost there. He encouraged himself. It's just ahead. But just then, a strange phenomenon occurred. A demon of some sort sneakily appeared. Yuan Shoqing sensed the danger. Another ambush. This demon chuckled softly. Yuan Shoqing, long time no see. Then he quickly freed his allies from the cloth bag. They laughed arrogantly. Taoist Master Yuan. You didn't expect me to have a backup plan, did you? The plague ghost shouted. You'll pay for messing with me. Get him. Let's kill him together. Yuan Shoqing realized. Master's foresight is truly divine. Today is indeed dangerous. But I'm afraid I can't escape. The plague ghost, who held a grudge against Yuan Shoqing, wanted to rush forward. My lord. Let me kill him. But this lord stopped him. Stop. I'm keeping him alive for now. I have a use for him. The plague ghost obediently replied, Yes, my lord. The lord continued to question the plague ghost. How is the task I gave you 3 days ago coming along? That was the mission the lord had given the plague ghost. If you succeed in spreading the plague, I will grant you 2,000 elite soldiers for you to cultivate. The plague ghost had promised at the time, I will obey. But her face suddenly turned pale. About that. Her hesitant attitude angered the lord. Seeing this, the plague ghost quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Please, my lord, give me a little more time. I promise I will complete it. The lord's voice softened slightly. I'll give you one more day. If you fail, there will be no mercy. With that said, he left as quickly as the wind. Only after the lord was long gone did Ada dare to speak. Who was she, so cursed? Yin Si and I reminded him. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The plague ghost stood gazing at the night sky. Her heart was full of anxiety. All right, tonight I must act. The lord in the palace is losing patience. As expected, she quickly appeared in the capital. Her target was a young scholar engrossed in his book. The young scholar read aloud. My ambition will not be extinguished. The plague ghost quickly blew her poison onto the young man. Ironically, a couple was arguing nearby. The wife complained. The scholar next door is so noisy. It's the middle of the night and he's still reading. The husband quickly comforted her. Calm down, my dear. Let's try a different position. And so, the couple and the 2 sleeping children were also infected with the poison. The next day, the entire city of Chang'an was in chaos. Some people were crying out in pain. Oh God, it's happening again. Others were shouting, the toilet. I need the toilet. When they saw Shun Changqing, one man said politely, Excuse me. Unfortunately, our protagonist, coming out of an alley, didn't have time to react and bumped into the man. And then, the inevitable happened. Fireworks went off after the explosive collision. The man's face looked very satisfied. I don't need it anymore. Our protagonist still didn't understand what was happening. He asked politely, "Are you alright?" The man just grunted and said nothing. Shin Changqing was suspicious. Strange. What's wrong with the people of Chang'an today? Defecating on the street is so unsanitary. Oh well. I should go find Sun Simiao to discuss the medicinal herb business. The plague ghost observed from a distance. She was pleased with her results. Hey. It seems last night's plague spreading was a great success. Before long, the entire city of Chang'an will descend into chaos. As she was enjoying her success, the plague ghost heard an announcement. Anyone who is feeling unwell, come over here. The imperial physician is here to examine everyone. The divine physician's son, having heard of the strange illness in Chang'an, has come especially to examine everyone. Then another person shouted, "Everyone, come over here." The common people heard this. Their hearts filled with hope. Great! A divine physician has appeared. There must be a cure. During a routine examination, the divine physician was carefully diagnosing a citizen. The man recounted his symptoms with a worried expression. Divine physician, I've been vomiting and having diarrhea since last night. Now I feel like I'm about to faint. The divine physician silently observed the patient's complexion and condition, then pondered. These symptoms are very similar to the plague. Let me take a closer look. After taking his pulse, the divine physician was surprised. Strange. Could this really be just the plague? Just by taking his pulse, I can feel a sinister energy invading his body. The citizen asked anxiously, "Divine physician, what illness do I have? Is there a cure?" The divine physician replied in a somber tone, "This is..." The citizens who witnessed this scene became even more panicked and fearful. We're doomed. Even the divine physician is helpless. We're definitely going to die. I don't want to die. Can anyone save us? Just then, Shin Changqing unexpectedly appeared, calling out cheerfully, "Divine physician's son. So you're here, witnessing the people suffering from the plague." The divine physician's son immediately began to brew medicine. With a calm voice, the divine physician said, "Everyone, try drinking a bowl of this medicinal soup." Known for his superb medical skills, the divine physician had the absolute trust of the people. As soon as they heard his words, everyone immediately pushed and shoved to get the medicine. "Give me a bowl. I was here first. I'll take it first." However, some people, after drinking the medicine, collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Divine physician's son immediately realized, this is bad. This plague is truly not simple. Ordinary medicinal soup not only fails to cure it, but also worsens the condition. Shin Changqing, being a patriotic and compassionate person, could not contain his anger seeing the people fall into misery because of the divine physician's medicine. He loudly reprimanded divine physician's son. "Do the people have a grudge against you? Why would you poison them?" Divine physician's son quickly clarified, "Taoist Master Shun, you misunderstand. Last night, Chang'an City was infected with a plague. They fell because they were infected." Hearing this, Shin Changqing was startled. A plague? Just then, someone ran over to report, "Divine physician's son, something terrible has happened." The divine physician quickly asked, "What's with all the panic?" The person replied, "Early this morning, all the ministers in the court fell ill. His Majesty has summoned you to the palace urgently." Divine physician's son's mind went blank upon hearing the news. He could only utter, "What?" Meanwhile, Shin Changqing was thinking, excellent. Even the ministers in the palace are infected. This plague is truly terrifying. I was just preparing to expand my medicinal materials business. Now that the epidemic has spread, isn't selling medicine a great opportunity? But if I'm not careful, I'll get infected myself. This won't be easy. I'll have to play it by ear. Divine physician's son then invited Shin Changqing, Taoist Master Shun. The palace is in danger. Let's go together. Before he could react, Shin Changqing was dragged away by the divine physician like a gust of wind. "Where are we going?" "I haven't even agreed yet." When they returned to the capital, the sight before them was devastating. Corpses were piled up everywhere. Divine physician's son was worried. "We're doomed. The plague has spread further than I thought. The palace is in chaos." The smell of death made Shun Chongqing constantly cover his nose. He was terrified. Damn it. I just want to do business. I don't want to lose my life. I need to find a place to bathe and disinfect immediately. Otherwise, I'll get infected. It seems to be a bathroom. After finding a place to bathe, Shun Chongqing decided to leave and said to the divine physician, "Divine physician, son, I'm going to run an errand. You go on ahead." The divine physician looked on with a suspicious gaze. Isn't that the imperial kitchen? What is Taoist Master Shun planning to do? Oh, right. There's equipment for decocting medicine in the imperial kitchen. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun is planning to decoct a cure for the plague? Excellent. With Taoist Master Shun taking action, this plague will surely be repelled. Upon entering, Shun Chongqing dazedly realized, this is not the bathroom I was hoping for. It turns out this is the kitchen. I've gone to the wrong place. He was about to leave, but when he saw a basin of water, he decided, oh well, this will have to do. Meanwhile, the emperor was anxiously waiting for divine physician's son. He shouted loudly, why hasn't Sun Simiao arrived yet? Just as the emperor was about to lose his temper, divine physician's son appeared in the nick of time. His voice was hurried. Your Majesty, I have arrived. The emperor then expressed his feelings. Sun Simiao, you finally arrived. Have you heard about the epidemic? Divine physician's son replied respectfully, reporting to your Majesty, I have. This epidemic is not simple. I suspect it's related to a demonic plague. The emperor asked worriedly, so do you have a cure? The divine physician shook his head helplessly. No. Those words were like adding fuel to the fire, making the emperor even more panicked. We're doomed. We're doomed. The epidemic has already thrown the court into chaos. If this continues, it will surely spread throughout the country. The divine physician mistakenly thought that Shun Chongqing was in the imperial kitchen preparing medicine. So he boldly reported, Your Majesty need not panic, although I have no solution. Taoist Master Shun does. The emperor asked in surprise, Taoist Master Shun? Sun Simiao continued, that's right. Taoist Master Shun has already entered the palace. He is decocting a cure for the plague. Your Majesty just needs to send someone to the imperial kitchen to retrieve it. The emperor was overjoyed, thinking he could save his people. He ordered, men, go to the imperial kitchen and get the medicine from Taoist Master Shun. The maidservant quickly accepted the order. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, the main character was relaxing in a warm bath, enjoying himself. So comfortable. All the dirt has been washed away. As he was enjoying himself, the maidservant had already arrived. She looked at him and said, Taoist Master Shun, I've come to get the medicinal soup. Unfortunately, the maidservant came at the wrong time. She saw something she shouldn't have seen. She blushed and ran away. Shun Chongqing asked in confusion, who are you? Don't you knock before entering? The maidservant stammered an apology. Taoist Master Shun, I just came to get the medicinal soup. The main character asked in surprise, medicinal soup? Where is the medicinal soup? The maidservant was also confused. Her eyes darted around. Where is the medicinal soup? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. The only liquid here is the bathwater. Could it be that Taoist Master Shun is using his body as a medicinal ingredient to decoct a special medicine? Quickly, the maidservant took a bowl and scooped up some bathwater, praising him endlessly. Taoist Master Shun is truly amazing. Even the way he decocts medicine is extraordinary. The main character shouted in panic. What are you doing? Men and women should not have physical contact. Half an hour later, the maidservant brought the bathwater. Still thinking it was medicine, she reported breathlessly, Your Majesty, the medicinal soup has arrived. The emperor was overjoyed. Excellent. Bring up the medicinal soup. The maidservant replied respectfully. The divine physician quickly said, Maidservant, give the medicinal soup to me. I will give it to the ministers to drink. Shun Chongqing shook his head in resignation. What medicinal soup? That's just bathwater. No one will believe me if I say so. If you die from drinking it, don't blame me. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, the ministers were invigorated. They brightened up immediately. Their faces were radiant. This refreshing feeling, strangely, after drinking the medicine, the ministers became full of vitality, praising it profusely. This medicinal soup is really potent. I feel better already. My body feels as vigorous as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. The emperor was overjoyed. Taoist Master Shun is worthy of being a great expert. The medicinal soup he decocted is truly miraculous. Sun Simiao also agreed. I told you so. With Taoist Master Shun taking action, the plague will surely be eradicated. I just don't know what secret technique Taoist Master Shun used. At this moment, the maidservant who was sent by the emperor to get the medicinal soup confessed. Reporting to Divine Physician Sun, this servant saw Taoist Master Shun decocting bathwater with his body. This servant took that water as the medicinal soup and brought it here. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They couldn't believe their ears. The emperor asked in surprise, "Bathwater?" The divine physician was no less astonished. "What?" The ministers all asked in unison, "Impossible. Could it be that we drank Taoist Master Shin's bathwater?" The main character felt uneasy. He thought to himself, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. They found out about the bathwater. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to be very angry. Running is the best option. Seeing Shun Chong Qing hastily leaving, the divine physician asked, "Hey, why is Taoist Master Shun leaving?" The emperor immediately ordered, "Men, detain Taoist Master Shun." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers all rushed to hold the main character back. They tried to persuade him. "Please stay, Taoist Master Shun." The divine physician still didn't understand the emperor's intentions and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" The emperor then explained, "Taoist Master Shun's bathwater can cure the plague. We must promote this virtue." Hearing this, Shun Chongqing asked, "Promote this virtue? How do we promote it?" The emperor calmly replied, "Naturally, by decocting more medicinal soup." Hearing this, the main character trembled with fear. He thought to himself, the emperor is truly inhuman. He wants to throw me into a pot and boil me to death. How cruel. In the end, the main character still couldn't escape the fate of being boiled to make medicine. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. They whispered among themselves, "Have you seen the public notice? Taoist Master Shin's bathwater can cure the plague." Really? I don't believe it. The crowd had now gathered in large numbers. Although there were many rumors about the efficacy of the water that Shun Chongqing had bathed in this desperate situation, everyone was of the same mind, regardless of whether it was true or not. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would take it. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the protagonist's disciples appeared. Shun Chongqing was overjoyed. "Hey, you're here." Witnessing their master being boiled in a pot, Dongli called out in astonishment, "Taoist Master Shun." Meanwhile, Donger cried sadly, "Boo-hoo, Taoist Master Shun." Susu investigated seriously. "Taoist Master Shun? What happened? Why is the emperor punishing you?" The protagonist sighed and explained, "It's all because of the plague. The ministers were infected with the plague. They cursed the heavens and the earth. After they drank my bathwater, the emperor brought me here." Susu said in surprise, "The plague?" Seeing Susu's confident demeanor, the protagonist immediately asked, "What about the plague?" Only then did Susu say confidently, "Taoist Master Shun, I have a way to get you out." Shun Chongqing asked excitedly, "What way?" Susu answered clearly, "I know who spread the plague. As long as we eliminate the spreader, the emperor will surely be pleased and spare you." The plague ghost had long been observing the situation from a distance. In her heart, she thought, "Bathwater can eliminate my plague?" Ah, duh. Standing beside her, added fuel to the fire. "Ha ha ha. They look down on you, plague ghost." Hearing the provocation, the plague ghost became even more arrogant. "Umph, you fools. My plague is not so easily cured." However, a commoner, after drinking a sip of the medicinal soup, laughed out loud. "This medicinal soup is truly miraculous. I'm cured." The surrounding people were all astonished and started asking excitedly, "Really? Is it that effective? It's a miracle." Hearing this, the plague ghost group felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The commoners immediately pushed and shoved each other. They fought their way to the protagonist. "Give me one. I want one too." Two. Faced with the crowd's fervor, Shun Chongqing quickly tried to think of a way out. "Everyone, don't be fooled. My bathwater can't cure diseases." Meanwhile, Susu, after careful observation, had found the one who had caused the plague. She immediately reported to the protagonist, "Taoist Master Shun, I found the one who spread the plague. He's over there." Shun Chongqing immediately asked, "Where? Where?" Then he looked in that direction and confirmed. There are 3 suspicious people. It must be them. However, the crowd was getting larger and larger. It made him feel helpless. Damn it, too many people. I can't get through. I have to find a way to catch them. Seeing that the plan to spread the plague was about to fail, asked the plague ghost. His bathwater really seems to be able to cure the disease. What are you going to do? Yanxi and I replied coldly. Just kill him and be done with it. The plague ghost nodded in agreement. The drowned ghost is right. Let's go kill him now. Despite being surrounded by the crowd, the protagonist still noticed something unusual from a distance. Hey, why is she coming over here on her own? The plague ghost was now like an arrow, shooting straight for the protagonist. Her hands brandished sharp fingers. Her mouth spewed threats. Brat, prepare to die. But Shen Changqing was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the plague ghost's hand. His face showed a triumphant expression. Gotcha. Suddenly, the plague ghost, instead of resisting, became weak. She wondered to herself, what's happening? My body has suddenly been drained of all its strength. Seeing this, Ada and Yin, Si and I rushed forward, cursing. The plague ghost is useless. She can't even deal with a mortal. But as soon as they charged, they both fell into the same predicament. Shen Changqing was bewildered. What's going on? Are you trying to frame me? Oh well, I'll catch them first and figure it out later. With that said, he quickly jumped out of the pot of medicine. The water in the pot splashed everywhere. The protagonist's face was full of determination. I've got them. The commoners standing around, splashed by the medicinal water, became invigorated. Their complexions improved dramatically. This medicinal soup is amazing. I feel like my body and soul have been purified. My illness is gone too. In the chaos, the protagonist grabbed Yin Sini's hand. He noticed something strange. That's odd. Every time I touch a demon, all of their strength is drained. Yin Si and I screamed in pain. What's happening? All of my magical power is gone. Shen Changqing calmly pondered. Could it be that they're really the ones who spread the plague? Or, he suddenly realized the hidden truth. He quickly said, my apologies, you 3. I know you are innocent. Fong Su, in her eagerness to save me, happened to see you and blamed you. As for our past grudges, I will help you resolve them later. After he finished speaking, the protagonist immediately assigned the task of disarming the plague ghost group to the soldiers in the court. The surrounding commoners couldn't hide their indignation. They repeatedly shouted words of dismissal. Scum! Despicable! Get out! Susu was still skeptical. She couldn't believe it was all over so simply. She turned to ask Shen Changqing, Taoist Master Shen, are you really going to hand these 3 over to the palace guards? How can mortals suppress those demons? The protagonist sighed. Susu, I understand the grudge between you, but don't call them demons and ghosts anymore. They clearly drank the divine physician Sun's medicinal soup. That's why it had such an effect. I once thought my bathwater could cure diseases, but now I know I'm really sick. Oh well, let's hurry back. Otherwise, we'll be thrown back into the pot. In her heart, Susu thought, what is Taoist Master Shen planning? Handing the 3 plague ghosts over to mortal soldiers. Isn't that just letting them escape easily? Or is this just a pawn? Is there a much bigger mastermind behind this plague? Is Taoist Master Shen intentionally using mortals to release them to catch a bigger fish? Scene changed to the Qin Tianjian, the residence of old man Yuan Tiangang. At this moment, he was sitting in his chamber. In front of him was an 8-trigram alchemy furnace. His face was full of sorrow. Suddenly, the old man's eyes shot open. He quickly calculated with his fingertips. In a flash, he shot out of his residence like the wind, accompanied by a loud shout. This is bad. Shu Wu is in danger. At the same time, in another development, the cat demon was in a chamber, along with old man Shouqing, who was tied tightly to a wooden wall. She held a sharp knife in her hand and chuckled softly. This old ox's nose is pretty good at finding things. With that said, the cat demon transformed into a black cat. She leaped out of the room. Forget it. I can't fight them head on. You can have this old man back. Just as the cat demon left, old man Tiangang descended from the sky into old man Shouqing's chamber, calling out loudly, Shu Wu. At this moment, old man Shouqing looked more pathetic than a dog. His naked body was clad only in a pair of pink lotus-colored underpants. with strange drawings all over his body. Seeing this, old man Tiangang, his eyes bulged. His face turned purple. His whole body trembled with fear. He let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the imperial palace. My Shu Wu, who dared to humiliate you like this? Nephew, why are you like this? Where are we? After a moment, old man Shouqing put his clothes back on. His cheeks were flushed with shame. The demon in the palace is truly audacious. Hearing this, old man Tiangang could only feel helpless. Shu Wu, calm down. This demon's cultivation is not shallow. I just cast several divinations but still couldn't find its location. I could only sense a demonic aura in the palace. But that's as good as nothing. This demon kidnapped you. Do you know its intentions, Shu Wu? Old man Shouqing stroked his beard and answered. It might be related to the plague ghost. This cat demon is hiding in the imperial palace. We must find a way to find it. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it will cause. Hearing the words plague ghost, old man Tiangong's face immediately turned dark green. His expression was one of terror. 2 days later, at the Changqing temple, O revered patriarch, please show your divine grace and protect my son's well-being. Keep him safe from the pox. I beg you, grant me your blessing so this old woman may soon be free of the disease that torments me. Let me no longer be ravaged by this agony. Meanwhile, Changqing, Li Ji, and the little fox were sprawled out on a table. Each let out a long sigh, muttering, these past few days, the plague in the city has left the people anxious and restless. Everyone's locked their doors, too afraid to go outside. Shouqing hasn't come to the temple to read fortunes in days. He must be swamped with work at the imperial court. At this, Changqing turned to Li Ji. He asked in a probing tone, Your Highness, Prince of Jin, what have you learned these past few days? What have I learned? Master, you haven't taught this disciple anything these past few days, so I haven't learned anything yet. Your Highness, though you're only 9, there are certain principles you must understand. Look, don't these common people often pray to the gods and seek answers for the most trivial matters? Some even come to pray just to know if they'll find a stray coin on the street today. Does this give you any particular thoughts? This is what the common folk are like. And this isn't even the capital, Chang'an. If you were to go to more remote regions, they will be even more worried about just having food and clothing. Do you know about the locust plague from 7 years ago? Back then, the harvest failed completely. The people had to eat their own children just to survive. It sounds cruel, doesn't it? The things they did were all crimes. But you must remember, they were only trying to survive. After hearing this, Li Ji looked downcast. He furrowed his brow and asked, Then, Master, if every common person had enough to eat and never had to worry about their livelihood, even in times of disaster, would there still be evil in this world? Changqing's expression was grave. His gaze darkened as he said, No, wherever there are people, evil will always exist. We can never turn this world into a perfect, ideal utopia. That is precisely why laws have existed throughout the dynasties. Our duty is to help people become as decent as they possibly can. But when necessary, we must also take up arms to protect our own rights. In short, it is a complex issue. It involves both human nature and reason. In time, you will gradually come to understand and find your own path. Master, if there are thousands of people in the world who wish to stop you, and even the very people you want to help are unwilling to change, what should be done? Changqing clasped his hands behind his back. He stared straight ahead with a look of unwavering resolve. His aura was overwhelming. Though thousands and tens of thousands oppose me, still I will go forward. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. 7 words were seared into his mind. Though thousands and tens of thousands oppose me, still I will go forward. After a moment, he clasped his hands together firmly. He raised them to his forehead and bowed his head. He smiled as he paid his respects. This disciple will obey. As they were talking, a person rushed frantically before Changqing and Li Ji, yelling, Priest Shun, I've finally found you. The eunuch had a look of great anxiety, panting heavily. Hurry, follow this servant to the palace. His Majesty summons you urgently. At the same time, in the imperial palace, a loud shout echoed from the imperial study. Your Majesty, an urgent dispatch from the Guanyi Circuit Plague Station. Your Majesty, a major plague in Hudong. Hearing this, the emperor, his face darkened. What? The plague is spreading that fast. He finished, raising his hand and shouting. Has Priest Shin arrived yet? Send someone to summon him at once. The emperor sat majestically on his throne. His sharp gaze fell upon the official kneeling below as he asked in a low voice, ministerly. Report with clarity. Your Majesty. According to urgent reports from the post stations, the regions of Yuzhou, Jizhou, Liangzhou, and Jinyang are all experiencing major plague outbreaks. All these locations report that it is dysentery. The infected populace often shows symptoms of high fever and heat toxicity. Their urine is yellow-red, like rotten blood. It congeals like fish brains. Then their intestines rot, and they ultimately die in agony. After hearing the report, the emperor's eyes widened. He pointed forward and roared. This situation is even more severe than the outbreak in Chang'an a few days ago. Immediately, dispatch riders to issue a decree to reassure the populace. Investigate the situation. At the same time, send the Imperial Medical Academy and the Imperial Pharmacy Bureau to contain the spread and quickly research a cure. Just as he finished, an announcement came from outside. His Highness, the Prince of Jin, has arrived. Priest Shun has arrived. Seeing the two enter, the emperor immediately rose. He strode quickly toward them. Master Shun, you've finally come. Thanks to you, the previous outbreak in Chang'an was contained. Your Majesty, as this servant mentioned on the way, a great plague is erupting in the Guanyi and Hudong circuits. I have come for this very matter. As Changqing spoke, he reached into his robe to pull something out. Your Majesty, the matter of the bathwater was merely a misunderstanding. It's superstition. Even if my bathwater did have some effect, it cannot cure the widespread epidemic in Guanyi and Hudong. With that said, Changqing presented a book. Your Majesty, please look at this. A handbook for plague prevention. Is this a cure for the plague? Hearing the word cure, Sun Simiao's eyes shot open. He stared intently. Then he rushed over. He snatched the handbook from the emperor's hands. Priest Shun, can this remedy cure dysentery? This servant cannot be certain. This remedy still requires further verification from Divine Physician Sunday. This type of plague is highly contagious. Treatment is one thing, but prevention is even more important. If Your Majesty orders all prefectures and counties to implement the measures in this handbook, the effect will be immense. But Your Majesty, natural disasters are often accompanied by man-made calamities. For the sake of the people in Guanyi and Hudong, I implore Your Majesty to immediately appoint someone to take charge of the overall epidemic prevention effort. Hearing this, the emperor did not hesitate. He turned and gave an order. Go and summon the crown prince, the Prince of Wei, and Yuan Tiangang here at once. A long while later, a footstep entered the imperial study. Li Chengxian approached the emperor. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. Father, this son was late. Please forgive me. The emperor turned his head away in anger. He bellowed, why is the crown prince so late? Li Chengxian was taken aback by the shouting. His eyes widened in shock. Then, in a panic, his face went pale as a sheet. He said, Father, not long ago, a sixth-rank inner official in the Eastern Palace was murdered. This son was urgently investigating all the eunuchs and palace maids. The emperor heard this as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his jaw agape. What? The person standing there was none other than old Yuan Tiangang. He announced solemnly just now, this servant divined that this great plague carries an ominous omen. I sensed a demonic aura in the Eastern Palace. There is most certainly a problem. Changqing stood to the side. He listened with a look of doubt and helplessness, thinking to himself, feudal dynasties are always like this. Whenever there's a natural or man-made disaster, they blame it on demons and ghosts. A murder in the Eastern Palace. It's definitely not that simple. It's probably a struggle for the throne. Recently, I fear the city of Chang'an will no longer be peaceful. The emperor furiously flung his arm forward, roaring. How dare they? Utterly audacious. A mere demon dares to cause trouble in the Eastern Palace. Yuan Tiangang, investigate this matter at once. Capture that demon for us. Yes, this servant obeys Your Majesty's command. After assigning the task to Yuan Tiangang, the emperor turned to Li Chengxian and the Prince of Wei, saying, Chengxian, Qingke, Guanyi and Hudong are deep in a great plague. The court needs to send someone to comfort the people and preside over the situation. Which of you is willing to go? Li Chengxian and Qin Ke were both silent upon hearing this. Qin Ke bit his lip hard. He glanced sideways at Li Chengxian. Li Chengxian also frowned. He glanced back at Qin Ke. Finally, both of them looked away. Well, don't you two normally fight to show off in front of us? Now that a great crisis has occurred, one is the crown prince, and the other is an imperial prince. Yet neither of you dares to take responsibility? Hearing this, Li Chengxian's face darkened. He glanced at Chongqing, thinking, damn it, father suddenly summoned us here to send someone to the plague zone. Could that man, Shun, have said something to father beforehand? Qingchue's face was also grim. He broke out in a cold sweat. This is dysentery. It's extremely contagious. It doesn't distinguish between age or gender. I hear those who are infected die a horrible death. If my elder brother were here, he's the crown prince. It should be his duty to step forward. While the two of them were hesitating, Li Ji stepped forward. He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and reported, Father, your subject is willing to go. The emperor, upon hearing this, frowned and asked, Why do you know that this time you may not return to Chang'an to see your father, your mother, and your brothers and sisters? Li Ji straightened his clothes, knelt down firmly, and replied with determination, Your subject remembers the teachings of my master and Taoist master Yuan. If I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening without regret. Your subject has also asked my master, What if I go and never return? For your subject also fears many things. But my master only replied, If you go and never return, then you go and never return. The emperor, upon hearing this, his eyes widened, was stunned speechless. The officials in the court were also astonished. Everyone knelt down, clasped their hands, and said in unison, We congratulate your majesty. Congratulate the people of the Great Tang. For your majesty to have such a son, for the Great Tang to have such a prince of Jin, is a blessing for the nation. The emperor, without a word, helped Li Ji to his feet and said, All right, then let Ji'er go. If you return safely, I will surely reward you. Chongqing stood behind, smiling to himself and thinking, I never thought this little friend's acting was not bad, as expected of my disciple. While the emperor was tearfully hugging Li Ji, the boy turned his head and winked at Chongqing. You little brat. Chongqing looked ahead, a faint smile on his lips, and thought, He still remembers my teachings. Although I don't know how much my transmigration has changed this world, I hope that when you become emperor in the future, you will help the people live better lives. After thinking this, Chongqing stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty. Chongqing is the master of His Highness, the Prince of Jin. So it is only natural for me to accompany him. The old master, Sun Simiao, will also be accompanying us. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Ha! Excellent. Thanks to immortal Master Shun's words, I'm much more at ease. The emperor turned to look at the officials. He raised his hand and shouted, Write an edict for the Prince of Jin to take over the epidemic prevention work with the assistance of Chongqing, Yang Shizhong, and Sun Simiao. Quickly prepare the relief supplies. We will depart for Hudong tomorrow. The scene changes to the underworld. The 18th level of hell. King Yama stood before a brightly shining golden Buddha statue. How is it going? I have sent people to investigate this person for 500 years, but there are still no clues. This Chongqing is definitely not simple. King Yama, it is best not to make an enemy of him. This Buddha statue is Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva. King Yama, upon hearing this, his eyes widened. Then his brow furrowed in anger. So what should I do? Oxhead and Horseface, Heibai Wuchang still haven't returned. Judge Chui, you go to Chang'an and meet the Tang Emperor. Do him a favor. If we don't help with the plague in Immortal World, they really won't have enough manpower. Back in Immortal World, groans could be heard from a mansion. In the boudoir, beautiful serving maids were stepping on the backs of Oxhead and Horseface. Great immortals, the dampness in your bodies is too heavy. You must live in a cold environment, right? That's right. The place we live is extremely cold. Do you have a way to step that can strengthen the yang and nourish the kidneys? Give me a few kicks. Nearby, Heibai Wuchang was also enjoying himself. Is it not good for us to indulge in pleasure here and not return to the underworld to report for duty? What's not good about it? We were captured by Shun Chongqing and locked in a prison. We can't escape. That's right. We are prisoners now. It's just that the prison conditions are quite good. As soon as he finished speaking, Judge Chui stepped into the boudoir, startling the serving maids. But Oxhead, Horseface, and Heibai Wuchang continued to make excuses. At that time, we'll say that Shun Chongqing used a demonic spell to seal our magic power. So we were trapped in the palace and couldn't escape. That's right. It's not that we don't want to leave. It's just that we're too seriously injured. We can't leave. After speaking, Oxhead opened his blindfold. He glanced up. Old woman. Why did you stop stepping? Judge Chui's face was dark. His red eyes stared at Oxhead, startling him into shouting, "Oh, crap. Bro, Judge Chui is here." Previously, Judge Chui had already gone to report to the Emperor. He pleaded with the Tang Emperor to release Oxhead and Horseface. The underworld would be extremely grateful, since Judge Chui had personally come to ask for them. The Tang Emperor naturally gave face to the underworld and released them. Thinking of that scene, Judge Chui was purple with anger. I was humbly begging the Tang Emperor to release you, and you're here indulging in pleasure. With that, Judge Chui, with his red eyes, swung his fist and punched Oxhead and Horseface. You good-for-nothings. When Lord Wei Zheng saw the two souls of Oxhead and Horseface floating in front of him, he was a little scared. Even if they were wrong, it's not enough to kill them, is it? This is the fastest way for them to return to the underworld. Heibai Wuchang was trembling. Judge Chui, we know we were wrong. Judge Chui turned angrily to them. And you, Heibai Wuchang, there is currently a plague spreading in Guanyi and Hudong of the Tang dynasty. You go and reap the souls. Don't let the wandering ghosts and wild spirits remain in the mortal world. Yes, we will go immediately. With that, Heibai Wuchang flew out of the palace. They didn't dare to make a sound. Afterwards, Judge Chui turned to look at Lord Wei Zheng, smiling warmly. Brother Wei must be amused by what just happened. I hope Brother Wei won't mention it, to avoid damaging the reputation of the underworld. Brother Chui, you're too kind. Wei Zheng is not gossip. While they were talking, Judge Chui suddenly raised his hand to perform a divination. Afterwards, he turned his head and stared intently in one direction, gritting his teeth and saying, "There's such a powerful demon in the palace? Brother Chui, are you serious? Why has Taoist Master Shen never mentioned this, despite having been to the palace many times?" Judge Chui glanced over. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Taoist Master Shen's magic is profound. He must have his reasons for never mentioning it. We shouldn't act rashly. That's right. Taoist Master Shen has always been flexible and decisive. With him here, we don't need to worry about any demons. The Great Tang is truly fortunate to have Taoist Master Shen. I really want to see his handsome demeanor with my own eyes. Meanwhile, in another place, Chongqing sat in a horse-drawn carriage with a pale face. His eyes were rolled back, his expression dejected. He, along with Li Ji and two court officials, all had dark faces. Their hands are covering their mouths. Riding in a horse-drawn carriage for such a long distance. I'm so sick. Master, your complexion is not good. Perhaps we should stop and rest for half a day before continuing. Chongqing gritted his teeth. He turned and growled, "No need. The plague does not wait for people." Lord Yang, despite his broken leg, is still persevering. I'm just carsick. It's nothing. Lord Yang Shizhong, upon hearing this, nodded in approval. A confident smile on his face. Taoist Master Shen is truly always concerned about the people. Then let us hurry on our way. With that, he ordered the driver, "Speed up." The driver immediately whipped the horses' rumps, causing the 9 horses to gallop. At that speed, Chongqing felt nauseous in the carriage. He was sweating profusely. Hey, we don't need to be in such a hurry. The scene changes to Taiyuan Prefecture. This is an ancient and prosperous city. When the main character's procession entered, the scene before them was truly sad. On both sides of the road were old, skinny, and weak people. They were wearing only thin and tattered clothes. Even, some were sleeping on the streets. A man with a broken leg was lying on the ground. Li Ji lifted the curtain and looked out. His face was pale with fear. "Master, I really can't bear to look." Chongqing frowned upon hearing this. His voice was full of anger. "Why can't your highness the Prince of Jin bear to look? Is it because they are too pitiful, too miserable?" Li Ji's face was pale. He stammered, That's right, master. I didn't expect this place to be like this. Chongqing clenched his fists in his lap. His gaze was serious, looking straight ahead. If your highness can't bear it, then let's go back. The promises we made when we set out, consider them non-existent. Cry a river before your father. His majesty will forgive you. Lord Yang Shizhong, upon hearing this, was furious. He shouted, Taoist Master Shun, His Highness is only 9 years old. Do you think about His Highness's feelings when you speak in such a sarcastic manner? The main character stared straight ahead, his voice firm. Out there, the people are dying of disease. Does anyone care about how they feel? With that said, Chongqing lifted the curtain and looked out. Coming all this way just to turn back is no different from deserting. If we abandon them, who else will save them? Li Ji, old Sun Simiao, and old Yang Shizhong all stared intently at the protagonist. Chongqing placed his hand on Li Ji's shoulder and said with a smile, the most important thing in doing anything is your attitude. You must be willing to take the plunge to have any hope of success. Teacher, I understand. I won't run away anymore. At the same time, in the Taiyuan Prefecture government office, an old man was angrily scolding several officials who were packing their bags to flee. The imperial envoys will be here soon. What do you all think you're doing? The plague is raging in the city. Packing our things and running is the right thing to do. Staying here is a death sentence. Besides, who knows if the court is just sending the old, weak, and sick here as sacrificial lambs. Just as he finished speaking, a shout came from outside the office. The imperial envoys have arrived. When the protagonist group entered the Taiyuan Prefecture office, they all looked exhausted. Their eyes were rolled back. The old man and the other officials in the office were startled to see them. In their hearts, they thought, the court really did send a bunch of old, young, sick, and disabled people as sacrificial lambs. The Taiyuan Prefecture is doomed. Thinking this, the old man quickly turned and fled with the other officials. This surprised the protagonist. Leaving me all alone? I came all this way too. What's going on? It seems the situation in Taiyuan Prefecture is very complicated. At the same time, from a distance, a young man in a conical hat was staring intently at Chongqing. He furrowed his brow. A sinister smile spread across his face. In his heart, he thought that surnamed Shun, you finally arrived. Old Yang Shizhong, his face full of anger, opened his mouth wide and shouted, the imperial envoys have arrived. How dare you all act like this? Have you no sense of decorum? Hearing the shout, the officials in the office stopped in their tracks. They turned to look at the protagonist's group. They all put on angry faces. Their mouths muttered incessantly. A bunch of sacrificial lambs sent by the court, and they dare to be so arrogant. They'll be dead from the plague in a few days anyway. You old, young, sick, and disabled people. What are you pretending to be so responsible for? This world doesn't belong to you. This is the court's business. If you don't want to die, then run. Hearing this, Li Ji exploded with anger. His cheeks puffed out. Who dares say this world doesn't belong to my family? The officials heard this and scoffed. The world belongs to your family? You're not going to say you're a prince, are you? How could the court possibly send someone as important as that to die in a plague-ridden area? Just as he finished speaking, the protagonist stepped forward. He slapped the young man on the shoulder and said, Brother, you have a very sharp tongue. It's a waste of your talent to be a government official. You'd be better off as a fortune teller. Old Yang Shizhong, his eyes white, stared straight ahead. He reached into his clothes and pulled something out. Absurd. Do you really not know who we are? Open your eyes and look. I am Sun Simiao, the divine physician of the Great Tang. And I am Yang Shidao, the prime minister of the Great Tang. And I am Li Ji, the prince of Jin of the Great Tang. And this is the super cool protagonist, Shun Chongqing, the immortal in training of the Great Tang. We are 4 such prestigious figures. And you dare to call us old, young, sick, and disabled? Hearing this, the officials in the office, their faces turned purple. They were drained of all color. Oh my God, was everything I said correct? The court really did send you all to the plague-ridden area? We're doomed. Will we be beheaded for what we just said? With that said, the officials immediately knelt down. They kowtowed at the feet of the protagonist group. The protagonist held up a finger and said cautiously, Please, your excellencies, forgive our transgressions. This humble one knows his mistake. Please, your excellencies, spare our lives. Hearing this, old Yang Sherdao turned around. He frowned and looked over, his voice stern. Masters of the plague-ridden prefecture, you will atone for your crimes with meritorious service. Follow me into the main hall for a meeting. I will assign you your plague prevention duties. A while later, Chang Qing, old Sun Simiao, and Li Ji split up to take action. I will go and check the plague cure. I will take people to the streets to comfort the common people and stabilize the situation. Then I will go. Shen Changqing looked thoughtfully at the busy Li Ji and old Sun Simiao, mumbling, "It seems I don't have anything to do either." With that, the protagonist closed his eyes. He wiggled his fingertips with a smile on his face. That's right. I can write slogans for plague prevention and remind everyone of the preventive measures. Scene change to the city god temple in Taiyuan Prefecture. Your Excellency, the city god, Taoist Master Shun, is writing slogans all over the streets and alleys of the city. Every character is filled with spiritual energy. The aura of the plague ghost is weakening. Hearing this, the city god Shun raised his hand and stroked his chin. What is Taoist Master Shun writing? Could it be a secret Taoist mantra? The subordinate then recounted the protagonist's words. With love, there will be no disaster. Let's work together to fight the epidemic. Behind you is the imperial court. If you get sick, don't be afraid. His Majesty will provide free treatment for you. This subordinate commented, what Taoist Master Shun wrote are all common folk sayings. I don't see anything special about it. Hearing this, City God Shun was startled. His face went pale. He placed his hand on his chest and exclaimed, could it be that Taoist Master Shun has reached the realm of naturalness? He can exterminate demons and ghosts just by writing Taoist magic at will. Just as he finished speaking, two subordinates approached the city god and asked cautiously, Your Excellency, the city god, should we go and pay our respects to Taoist Master Shun? He is such a powerful figure. If we delay, it would be improper. What you say makes sense, but we don't know Taoist Master Shun well enough yet. If we make a mistake, it would be disrespectful. Just then, the white impermanence entered the temple. His face was angry. He announced loudly, We have been ordered by the true monarch to collect souls in Taiyuan Prefecture. As soon as the city god Shin saw the black and white impermanence, he clasped his hands and bowed, saying warmly, The two great lords, black and white impermanence, have vast divine powers. You must know Taoist Master Shin well. Your Excellencies, a certain Shun Changqing, Taoist master, has just arrived in the capital. Before he could finish, the black impermanence's expression changed. His face went ashen. Has the news of our defeat at the hands of Shun Changqing spread this far already? Truly, good news doesn't leave the house, while bad news travels 1,000 miles. What a disgrace. After thinking for a moment, the two of them bowed their heads in embarrassment and said, There are complex reasons for our defeat at the hands of Taoist Master Shun. Your rank is not high enough to know. There are many hidden details. It's not as simple as you think. Do you understand? Hearing this, the city god subordinates exclaimed in surprise, What? The two great lords lost to Taoist Master Shun. Taoist Master Shun is even more powerful than I thought. The black impermanence slapped himself in the face and cried out, So painful. Then he clamped his mouth shut at a loss for words. It seems he didn't know about this. We've exposed our own weakness. It's all because of the psychological trauma that Shin inflicted on me. It's too great. How embarrassing. Let's go. Thinking this, the black impermanence transformed into two streaks of black and white light and shot away. Time is of the essence. We'll go collect souls first. Remember to keep what we just said a secret. Don't tell anyone. The city god subordinate scratched his head in confusion. Why are the two great lords in such a hurry today? They usually stay for a meal. Taoist Master Shun is so powerful. Taiyuan Prefecture is saved. I must go and pay my respects to Taoist Master Shun at once. Back to the protagonist. At this moment, he was dejected. He kept patting his shoulder and sighing. I've been writing for half a day. My hand is about to break. After that, the protagonist sat in a room with the two ministers and Li Ji discussing matters. After trying this remedy, it really is effective. The patient's symptoms have been significantly reduced, as expected of the divine physician's Sunday. It seems the epidemic is about to be brought under control. Don't be too optimistic. We must continue to implement various preventive measures. These people are at the point of opening champagne during their breaks and banning parties. What bad luck. Old Sun Simiao and Old Yang Shi Dao turned to look at the protagonist and said warmly, "No wonder Taoist Master Shen advised against being too optimistic. It turns out you had already foreseen this through divination, and knew early on that my remedy would be of no use. Taoist Master Shen's Taoist arts are divine. His words contain heavenly revelations." Yang is truly impressed. Despite all the praise, Chongqing felt no joy. In fact, he thought indifferently to himself. This flattery is way too sudden. Seeing the two old men looking at him with sparkling eyes, he felt even more helpless. They're not trying to pin the blame on me, are they? Just as he thought that, an official from the post station rushed in to report, "My lords, this is terrible. The critical patients who were taking the medicine have suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Some have already passed away." Old Master Yang Shi Dao and Sun Simiao shot to their feet, their eyes wide. "How could this be? Did you all care for the patients properly? This is impossible. I just checked on them. Their conditions were improving, and their pulses were stabilizing. We all care for the patients exactly as Divine Physician Sun instructed." Chongqing wasn't surprised. He spread his hands and shrugged with a sigh. "Just as I expected, something went wrong. I told you not to forbid things arbitrarily." Just then, a loud crash echoed from outside. It sounded like something had slammed heavily into the main gate. Chongqing frowned. He glanced toward the door. He opened his mouth and shouted, "What was that noise? Is it an assassin?" Outside, the city god was flying toward the Taiyuan government office when the spiritual energy inside him suddenly vanished. His eyes widened in shock. Where did the spiritual energy in my body go? The city god plummeted from the sky. He cried out in terror. He smashed face first into the ground. It created a large crater with cracks spreading outwards. The city god lifted his head. His face was drenched in sweat as he mumbled, "Why did I suddenly fall? Can't I fly?" When he realized something, he scrambled to his feet. He frantically felt all over his body. "This isn't right. Why is all the spiritual power in my body gone?" While the city god was still in shock, the old master of the residence and the protagonist group stepped out. They clasped their hands and bowed. "This humble official greets you, Lord City God." The city god turned around. He clasped his hands respectfully. "This lowly god, the city god of Taiyuan, has taken the liberty of visiting. I hope you will forgive my intrusion." Chongqing stood to the side. He stroked his chin, thinking, "This underworld organization is truly powerful and widespread. They have people in every single city." Old Master Yang Shi Dao stepped forward with a warm smile. "So, it is the city god who has graced us with his presence. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. May I ask what guidance the city god has for us today?" Chongqing was surprised to hear this. He glanced behind him, thinking, these guys are members of a secret underground society. Just a few days ago, they were in the Imperial Palace keeping an eye on the Emperor. Why are you all being so polite to him? No wonder the underworld organization continues to exist. It turns out they've already infiltrated the inner circle of the Imperial Court. Thinking this, Chongqing shot a sharp glance at Old Master Yang Shi Dao. It made the old man jump. "Yang Shi Dao, oh Yang Shi Dao. I never thought a man with such big eyes like you would also betray the court." Seeing the protagonist's expression, Old Master Yang Shi Dao broke out in a sweat. Something's not right with Priest Shun's expression. "Oh, that's it. Priest Shun thinks I'm being careless with my duties. There's no reason to receive a guest in the courtyard." Having figured it out, Old Master Yang Shi Dao pointed towards the door and said cheerfully, "Lord City God, this is no place to talk. Please come inside." With that, he turned to look at the protagonist. He beamed with a confident smile. "Is Priest Shin satisfied this time? You old fool, what are you still smiling about? What's a traitor like you so happy about?" Afterwards, the entire group went into a private room. The city god stood in the center. He clasped his hands behind his back and said seriously, "This plague is not a simple matter. Even with the presence of Priest Shun and Divine Physician Sun here, it has not yet been eradicated at its root, and the epidemic will continue to drag on." Hearing this, Old Master Yang Shi Dao raised a hand and replied, "Does the city god know the source of this plague? I have already contacted the city gods of several other plague-stricken regions. We are all in agreement that this epidemic is not caused by humans, but by a plague ghost. Changqing sat majestically in his chair, chin in hand, with a look of disdain, thinking to himself, "We've been working our butts off to control this disease. And all you have to do is say it was caused by a ghost to negate all my efforts?" Old Sun Simiao stroked his beard. His voice was full of frustration. "No wonder. My remedy was ineffective. It turns out a plague ghost is causing all this trouble. If it is truly a plague ghost wreaking havoc, why doesn't the city god step in to eliminate it?" Hearing this, the city god immediately recalled being beaten to a pulp by the plague ghost. He bowed his head in shame. The plague ghost cultivation is too high. This lowly god is unable to deal with it. Then he quickly pointed towards the protagonist. A broad grin appeared on his face. "For now, we can only rely on Priest Shun to take action." After hearing this, old Master Yang Sherdao slapped his palm and exclaimed, "That's right. With Priest Shun here, any demon or evil spirit would have to tremble in fear. His spiritual arts are connected to the heavens. That plague ghost is surely no match for him. We can use iron water to drive away the pestilence. But this plague ghost can only be dealt with by Priest Shun. I beseech you, Master, to act and eliminate this ghost." Hearing this, the protagonist pointed to his own face. His expression was twisted. "You want me to go and get rid of some plague ghost? There are no such things as ghosts in this world. I knew you were all just flattering me, so you could dump the responsibility on me." Thinking about the two old men reporting him to the emperor for failing to eliminate the plague ghost, a cold sweat broke out. "This won't do. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear the consequences." After thinking it through, he waved his hand to the senior officials and said with his eyes closed, "Why is this all being dumped on me? You all have to come with me." Hearing this, old Master Yang Sherdao gave the protagonist a firm nod. Priest Shun is truly virtuous. He doesn't take all the credit for himself. Even while eliminating the plague, he still remembers to guide us. Following Priest Shun, the future is truly limitless. Master is teaching me not to compete for credit with my subordinates, but to yield the glory instead. This student has understood. Hearing this, the protagonist, his face turned green. He gritted his teeth, helpless. "What are you people talking about? You're clearly just morally blackmailing me." The city god stood to the side. He smiled with his eyes closed, thinking, with His Highness the Prince of Jin stepping forward, Priest Shun will surely agree. The people of Taiyuan are saved. Changqing saw the city god's friendly smile. He felt a slight chill. What does he mean by that smile? Wait a minute. The underworld is powerful and widespread. Assassinating the emperor is nothing to them. They must already know the source of the disease. Thinking this, Changqing quickly stroked his chin. There is only one truth. They've known all along that someone is intentionally spreading a virus. The so-called plague ghost is just a cover. They want me to take the credit. They want to pull me into their faction. An opportunity actively presented by the underworld. I can't possibly refuse. After thinking it through, the protagonist stepped forward with a warm smile. If that is the case, then I shall obey. I accept this task. The plague in the city was entering its most dangerous phase. The number of infected people was skyrocketing. The prison was being used as an isolation ward for the patients. From within the dark cells, endless moans of pain could be heard. Aksop, the people brewing medicine, whispered amongst themselves. The officials were clever to think of using the prison as an isolation ward. A pity it's so hard on us. Didn't you see how many patients died today? So pitiful. Among the soldiers brewing medicine was an infiltrator. He overheard the two soldiers talking. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Control the plague? In your dreams. In the infiltrator's mind, a scene played out of him sneaking into the patient's rooms. He would personally introduce more pathogens to make their conditions even worse. He imagined the two guards crying out in alarm. This is bad. The patient's conditions have suddenly worsened. What's happening? Weren't they just fine a moment ago? Just then, their bodies would begin to contort. Before their eyes, a demon would appear, surrounded by a thick, toxic aura. At its feet, the corpses of the patients were reduced to scattered skulls. The demon would laugh triumphantly. Die all of you. However, this was all just a product of his imagination. Even though it was just his imagination, he still couldn't suppress a laugh. Just as he was about to act, An official appeared. He glanced at the three people wearing black masks approaching. Seeing Chongqing's group, everyone immediately knelt down and paid their respects. This lowly one pays his respects to the masters. Only he remained standing, clasping his hands tightly without bowing. This caught the city god's attention. The city god thought to himself, wait a minute. The plague demon is clearly right in front of us. Why isn't Taoist Master Shen reacting? That's right. A great master is a great master. Even if the plague demon is powerful, it's not worth Chongqing's concern. Chongqing turned and said to the guards, you've all worked hard. We, representing the imperial court, have come to visit you. This is a small token from the imperial court. As he spoke, he handed each person an envelope. Everyone replied in unison. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace. Chongqing smiled, thinking to himself, win over the people's hearts first. Create a good image for myself. In the future, the underworld will be in my hands. Fame and fortune, all in one. Haha, my plan is truly brilliant. When he got to the plague demon, Chongqing was surprised and let out a huh. What are you standing there for? Come here, I'll reward you. The plague demon was confused. What trick is this Shun trying to pull now? Did he realize I'm pretending to be a Yamen runner and wants to humiliate me? With that thought, he took off his mask and threw it away, growling, damn it. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Since you've recognized me, I won't hide it anymore. I am a plague demon. At this moment, Sun Simiao, Lord Yang, and the Prince of Jin all turned pale. You are the plague demon. Yang Shidao turned and whispered to Sun Simiao. Could it be that Taoist Master Shen suggested coming here because he knew the plague demon was hiding here? Sun Simiao nodded. Taoist Master Shen is truly a master of strategy. This son is impressed. Chongqing still didn't understand the situation. He thought, someone admitted to being the plague demon. What is this turn of events? Can someone explain this to me? City God, could this person be? Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly realized, everyone's gone. Hey, why did you all run so far away? Lord Yang summoned all his courage and replied, Taoist Master Shen, we won't hinder you from exorcising the demon anymore. We'll cheer for you. The others also chimed in, go Taoist Master Shen. Go Master. Taoist Master Shen. I believe you can do it. Chongqing's eyes sharpened. He thought to himself, could it be that the city god is hinting that this person was arranged by them? I just need to play along? With that thought, he confidently smoothed his hair. Are you the mastermind behind this plague? Speak. Who is behind you? The plague demon spread its sharp claws, growling. You want to trick me into talking to ruin my plan? I'll kill you first. Immediately, he used the fatal poison palm to attack Chongqing, but the move didn't work. The plague demon began to tremble, his face pale as if drained of blood. He cried out in panic. What's going on? Where's my magic power? Chongqing pinched his nose, frowning in disgust. What are you doing? Fatal poison palm? Did you just fart? The plague demon was so angry he roared. I get it. You've set up an ambush. You're using the absolute spirit formation to seal my magic power. But unfortunately, you can't use magic in this absolute spirit formation either. The plague demon continued to shout. But I don't just have magic power. I also have a secret technique. At this moment, his face began to contort, becoming incredibly hideous. Lord Yang's group and the city god saw this scene. Their faces changed, and they exclaimed, the plague demon's appearance is truly terrifying. I'm still a child. This scene is too stimulating for me. The plague demon has revealed its true form. Just a touch, and you'll be poisoned. Your flesh will rot immediately. The plague demon slowly approached Chongqing, but this young man remained calm, unflinching. In Chongqing's eyes, the plague demon was still the same. Nothing had changed. Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, city god, what did they just say? This plague demon has revealed its true form, and it looks very hideous. He stared intently at the plague demon, not blinking. He still didn't see anything different. He clearly hasn't changed at all. He's just trying to scare people. Meanwhile, the others were terrified by this scene. The plague demon laughed loudly. Huh, are you all so scared you can't even speak? This is my true face. Chongqing held his hands out to the sides and shrugged. True face? What are you talking about? Where's the change? Chongqing's words astonished Lord Yang's group. Lord Yang exclaimed, Taoist Master Shen is truly a godlike person. I'm so scared I'm about to wet myself. But he's not fazed at all. The city god also spoke up. I thought only the judges of the underworld were this brave. I didn't expect Taoist Master Shun to be even better. The Prince of Jin stood behind, unable to hide his fear. Although I don't understand what this gesture of my master means. It feels very stylish. At this moment, for people, 8 eyes were staring at Chongqing as if he were an alien. Chongqing turned to look at them, thinking to himself, are we even on the same channel? Or do I not fit in with you all because I'm not perverted enough? A thought suddenly flashed in Chongqing's mind. That's right. The city god is from the underworld. Old Yang and the others have been bought by the underworld. This plague demon was also arranged by the underworld. They're hinting at me to play along. Since this is the act of catching the plague demon, I have to say something grand. Then we'll all go and beat up the plague demon. With that thought, Chongqing shouted, is that all you've got, plague demon? You dare to aspire to profound and shameless cultivation? Why don't you just kill yourself? Chongqing smirked, thinking to himself, this is the highest level of writing I can achieve right now. I must look so cool right now. Chongqing's words gave the plague demon a headache, so bad he couldn't stand it. He roared, no, it can't be. The source of all things. How can you? Immediately, the plague demon collapsed to the ground. Chongqing was startled. Oops. This plague demon's acting is a bit over the top. He scratched his head. Even if it's just an act, your acting is a bit too much. You even have to be dramatic when you die? After careful observation, Chongqing realized something's wrong. His stomach isn't moving. Even if he's faking death, it can't be this realistic. He knelt down, placing 2 fingers on the plague demon's neck pulse. Suddenly, Chongqing jumped back, his eyes wide. No pulse. He's really dead. He thought to himself, hey, you people from the underworld, don't you do a background check when you recruit? This person clearly has a sudden death condition. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Chongqing thought to himself, it seems I also didn't expect the fake plague demon to die suddenly. Sigh. The world is unpredictable. Lord Yang couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed, that plague demon seemed so powerful, yet he was talked to death by a single sentence from Taoist Master Shun. The city god was also astonished. To speak and have it become law. Taoist Master Shun is even proficient in such profound causal magic. Standing behind, the Prince of Jin's face was pale. He was speechless. After regaining his composure, the Prince of Jin asked the city god, may I ask, city god, what is to speak and have it become law? Is it really that powerful? The city god explained, to speak and have it become law is to represent the heavenly Tao and carry out its commands. What is spoken is the will of heaven. It cannot be defied. He continued, since ancient times, those who can perform, speak, and have it become law can communicate with the heavenly Tao of the great immortal realm. Taoist Master Shun is definitely an immortal. The city god's words astonished Lord Yang. To speak and have it become law, the will of heaven is hard to defy. Then doesn't that mean that on the battlefield, Taoist Master Shun could defeat 1,000,000 troops with a single word? In Lord Yang's mind, he began to imagine a scene where Shun Chongqing was like Zhuge Liang. He just needed to point and say, all of you die, and he could easily wipe out all his enemies. This world is just a sentence from Taoist Master Shun. Lord Yang thought to himself, if Taoist Master Shun supports the Prince of Jin, even if the Prince of Jin is a child or a fool, he can still become emperor. At this moment, the city god prostrated himself at Chongqing's feet. The city god of Taiyuan, on behalf of the people of Taiyuan City, thanks Immortal Shun for eradicating the plague ghost and saving Taiyuan City. Chongqing smacked his own forehead. Say it again. I'm not an immortal. The young man mumbled. Do people from the underworld all like to act? These 2 terrorist organizations were founded by actors. Minister Yang spoke up. Taoist Master Shun is indifferent to fame and fortune. We're all aware of that. Sun Simiao said to Chongqing, we will not reveal this matter to the public. Taking this opportunity, the young man said to everyone, just now, a mortal infected with the plague virus suddenly died from a violent illness. Everyone, let's get our story straight. Don't spread rumors later. Minister Yang and Sun Simiao beamed with joy. Taoist Master Shun doesn't want to cause a panic. We understand. We will tell the common people this tomorrow. We will all follow Taoist Master Shun's instructions. We will absolutely not mention the matter of the plague ghost. While the two ministers were beaming, Chongqing's face was pale. The young man said to himself, "Forget it. Let me be destroyed. I'm tired." Just as the plague ghost was eradicated, and Minister Yang and Sun Simiao were feeling relieved, at that very moment, the Prince of Jin suddenly vomited a dark red liquid. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" The Prince of Jin was quickly taken into a room for treatment. The Prince of Jin's face was pale, his breath coming in short gasps. He looked pale and exhausted from the plague. Minister Yang was anxious. "Divine Physician's son, why did His Highness suddenly fall ill?" His Highness is still young. He was already tired from the long journey before, and in the past few days, he's been busy fighting the epidemic. His weakened body has allowed external evils to invade and infect him. How is His Highness's condition? Is the illness serious? Chongqing was no less worried about his disciple. "Can you just tell me straight, can he be cured or not?" After a moment of diagnosis, Sun Simiao stood up. "His Highness is young and his body is weak. His pulse is complex. The prognosis is not good. This old man will do my best. But whether he can be cured or not," Sun Simiao lowered his head. There was not much hope on his face. "Will depend on His Highness's own fortune." Hearing this, the Prince of Jin trembled all over. Teacher, am I going to die?" Chongqing went to him and took his hand, encouragingly. "Silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Nothing will happen to you. We have the divine physician, Suima." Chongqing's grip on the Prince of Jin's hand tightened. The Prince of Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. His pale face suddenly became rosy. "Teacher, I feel much better now." Sun Simiao rushed to the Prince of Jin's side to take his pulse. "Taoist Master Shun, let me see. His Highness's chaotic pulse has stabilized. His condition has improved. This old man just needs to prescribe the right medicine, and His Highness will be fully recovered in a few days." Sun Simiao looked at Chongqing with joy and said, "This old man once heard that an immortal's touch can grant longevity. I thought it was just a rumor. Today, seeing Taoist Master Shin cure an illness just by holding a hand has truly opened my eyes." Minister Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Taoist Master Shun is truly a man of mystery. I wonder what other surprises you have in store for us." Chongqing gently raised a finger and asserted, "I did nothing. It was all due to His Highness's heavenly fortune." The young man thought to himself, "It seems you've never heard the saying, when a child is sick, it's mostly faking." Thinking this, Chongqing turned to the Prince of Jin. He gently advised, "Since the divine physician's son has said you're fine, then you can rest and recuperate with a clear mind." In his heart, Chongqing said to himself, "A child faking an illness out of laziness. I can only go along with the situation. I won't make things difficult for the boy." After everything was settled, Chongqing left with the two ministers. On the way, Minister Yang and Sun Simiao couldn't stop praising the young man. Now that the plague ghost has been vanquished, the epidemic in Taiyuan City is under control, and His Highness's condition is stable. This is all thanks to Taoist Master Shun's efforts. Your merit is truly great. You deserve a monument to be erected in your honor." The two of them laughed heartily. Having just helped Taiyuan City accomplish a great feat, however, Chongqing was not happy at all. The young man's heart was always filled with strange thoughts. You want to open champagne mid-game again? Still want to get slapped in the face? Chongqing looked at the two ministers with sharp eyes. He reminded them sternly, "Minister Yang, Divine Physician Sunday, although the epidemic is now under control, we cannot let our guard down. Especially, we must strictly enforce the regulations. People coming from outside must be quarantined for 7 days." Chongqing's words made the two ministers even more impressed. They clasped their hands and replied respectfully, "We obey Taoist Master Shun's orders. The epidemic in the city has just been brought under control. If a patient from outside comes and spreads the disease again, all our efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, Taoist Master Shun, this humble official will personally handle this matter. There will be absolutely no negligence." In Chang'an City, the emperor was anxious. He called for Chengxian to ask for his opinion. "Chengxian, have you seen the urgent secret report from Taiyuan? Jir has fallen ill. What do you think?" Chengxian bowed his head. "Reporting to Father Emperor, according to the secret report, My younger brother fell ill because Taoist Master Shan arranged for him to go and care for the infected commoners. The younger brother is of the imperial bloodline, honorable and noble. How can he be made to do such things as caring for the sick? The emperor nodded. He gestured for Changqian to continue. He bowed his head. His eyes twinkled with a dark intent. Judging by Father Emperor's expression, it's clear he is very unhappy about Li Ji falling ill. I can use this opportunity to eliminate Taoist Master Shen. Thinking this, he said to the emperor, Taoist Master Shen clearly knew how terrible the plague was. Yet he still let my younger brother go and care for the sick. This is clearly an attempt to harm the prince. I cannot forgive this. For the sake of the great Tang, I implore Father Emperor to punish him severely and behead Taoist Master Shen as an example to the public. The emperor stroked his chin and closed his eyes. He showed his agreement. Harming a prince, an unforgivable crime. Seeing the emperor's attitude, Changqian was smug. He thought to himself, Taoist Master Shen, let's see you escape this time. At this moment, the emperor spoke gently, Your Majesty. This concubine believes that Taoist Master Shen let Zhi'er go and care for the sick so that the boy could understand the suffering of the common people. The people are the most important. The state comes next. The ruler is the least important. Zhi'er is a prince. It is only natural that he should care for the common people. There is nothing wrong with what Taoist Master Shen did, bluntly refuted by the empress. Changqian's face turned green. He stammered, but before he could finish, the emperor cut him off. The empress is right. It was right to have Zhi'er become Taoist Master Shen's disciple. Taoist Master Shen's Taoist arts are divine, and he has a benevolent heart. It is truly admirable. Changqian failed to harm Changqing. His heart was filled with frustration. Damn it. Not only did I fail to eliminate that surnamed Shen, but I made Father Emperor admire him even more. This person cannot be left alone. However, the emperor was still worried about Li Ji's health. But Zhi'er is still young after all. For his safety, he should come back early. He is still young. There will be many opportunities for training in the future. Send a decree to Taiyuan. Summon the Prince of Jin to return to Chang'an immediately. The eunuch bowed. As you command. Then he quickly left. As he passed by Changqian, the servant received a secret signal from him. He immediately understood. Watching the servant ride off to deliver the imperial edict, Changqian mumbled, No one knows that the eunuch beside Father Emperor is actually a death warrior I have been training for many years. One of my strongest trump cards. In his heart, he was filled with resentment. Father Emperor's favor towards Shen Changqing is growing by the day. At this point, I can only use this opportunity to deliver the edict to eliminate him and put an end to this trouble once and for all. The edict was quickly delivered to Taiyuan City. In the servant's mind, a scene of Shen Changqing about to be killed flashed. Taoist Master Shen received the edict. Changqing knelt down with the two ministers to receive the edict. The servant took advantage of Changqing being on his knees and attacked with a hidden weapon. Shen Changqing. In an instant, the young man was pierced through the heart by the hidden weapon. He screamed in pain. His whole body trembled. What's happening? Why do you want to harm me? The servant was smug. This is the Tang family's hidden weapon, the soul-piercing fist, and the storm and rain pear blossom needle. Within 3 steps, anyone who is hit will die. Just as he finished speaking, the young man had fallen to the ground. His face was pale. Lord Yang cried out in alarm. Priest Shen then shouted an order, Guards! Seize him! Lord Yang roared. Interrogate him under severe torture. We must find the mastermind. The servant chuckled softly. Red fluid trickled from his mouth. It's useless. I've already taken poison. You won't get anything out of me. However, that was only what the servant imagined. The plan in his head was perfectly arranged. Flawless. He chuckled smugly. Hith. A perfect plan. As long as that Shen fellow comes before me to receive the edict, he will surely die. He took out a pill. This is this soul-chasing, life-ending powder from the Tang clan. After taking it, death will come in half an hour. For His Highness the Crown Prince, this worthless life of mine is not worth regretting. I only have half an hour. I must hurry. With that thought, the servant rode his horse swiftly towards Xiazhou City. When he arrived, he was stopped. You cannot enter. The gate guard explained. Lord Yang has given orders to prevent the spread of the plague. Any outsiders who arrive must be quarantined for 7 days before entering the city. The servant was furious. I have come to deliver an edict from His Majesty. You dare to stop me? Are you not afraid of losing your heads? The guard did not waver. He spoke even louder. Lord Yang has given orders. Even if His Majesty himself were to arrive, he would have to comply with the quarantine policy. I ask for your cooperation, eunuch. The servant gritted his teeth. You. Suddenly, he saw 2 people approaching on horseback. They were chatting cheerfully. I'm so used to carriages. Riding a horse for a change isn't too bad. If not for these mortals holding us back. Priest Shun would have already ridden the clouds to Xiaozhou. As they drew closer, the servant recognized Shun Chongqing. The servant's call caught Chongqing's attention. Priest Shun, Lord Yang, His Majesty has an edict. Chongqing recognized him immediately. Isn't this eunuch Li? What edict does His Majesty have? The servant grew anxious and shouted louder. Shun Chongqing, come and receive the edict. Chongqing raised a hand, signaling for Lord Yang to stop. No, you are an outsider. You must be quarantined first. Whatever edict His Majesty has, you can just read it aloud. Lord Yang agreed. That's right. The eunuch is an outsider. He could be carrying the plague. He must be quarantined for 7 days. The servant was furious that his plan was ruined. He thought to himself, damn it. Why won't that Shin fellow come over? From this far away, I can't shoot him. An idea popped into his head. His Majesty has a secret edict for me to deliver to Priest Shun. I must trouble Priest Shun to come a little closer. Chongqing replied, did you not understand what I just said? You could be carrying the plague. We cannot have contact with you. As for the secret edict, you can just write it down and pass it to me. A guard brought over a brush and paper. Please just do as Priest Shun says. Write down the secret edict. We promise we won't peek. The eunuch was so angry he could barely speak, only stammering, this is... Finally, he had to reveal the secret edict. His Majesty has ordered His Highness the Prince of Jin to return to the capital immediately. Lord Yang frowned, puzzled. The plague has not yet been suppressed. Why is His Majesty so eager to recall His Highness to the capital? Chongqing quickly understood the Emperor's intention. He probably heard that the Prince of Jin was ill and is worried about his son. Lord Yang whispered into Chongqing's ear, Priest Shun, should we obey the edict and return to the capital? Chongqing shook his head resolutely. The plague has not been resolved. What's the point of returning to the capital? A general in the field has the authority to disobey a direct order. Our top priority is to suppress the plague. After you've completed your quarantine, go back and report to His Majesty that the Prince of Jin is fine. We will go to Xiaozhou, resolve the plague, and only then return to Chang'an. After saying this, Chongqing and Lord Yang turned their horses and rode away. We can't go through this gate anymore. We'll have to go around. The eunuch's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. Did I hear that right? This Shun fellow dares to openly defy an imperial edict? He suddenly remembered something. He quickly took out the antidote pill. That's right. I have to take the antidote immediately. I can't die for nothing. Just then, the guard approached and reminded him, Eunuch, please follow us to the quarantine area. The eunuch swallowed the pill and thought to himself, you want to go to Xiaozhou, do you? The prefect of Xiaozhou, the Zhao family, has always been a trusted confidant of the crown prince. You're just walking into your own deaths. Meanwhile, before the city gates of Xiaozhou, the soldiers stood on high alert. A man was kneeling on the ground, begging, please spare them. They're not sick. Why are you arresting them? A woman and a little girl standing behind him were being handcuffed by the guards. The gate guard spoke in a challenging tone. If they don't pay the epidemic prevention fee, then they are sick. They must be arrested. When they pay the money, then they'll be cured. The man trembled and cried out, please have mercy. It's not that this humble one doesn't want to pay. It's that I truly have no money. The bailiff pointed a finger in the man's face and roared, I see you don't lack the money. You just don't want to comply with the court's epidemic prevention policy. Isn't that right? The man felt wronged. He cried out even louder, have mercy. There is no plague in our Xiaozhou city. There are fundamentally no infected people in the city. But you collect an epidemic prevention fee every single day. This is absurd. The bailiff's face flushed with anger. He screamed, what do you understand? He kicked the man hard. It sent him sprawling to the ground, spitting blood. The reason there are no infected people in the city is because of Lord Zhao's excellent management. Your refusal to pay is clearly a defiance of the imperial court. After saying this, he ordered 2 other soldiers, Li Lao-san. He's openly defying the court. Arrest him for punishment. Confiscate his family's assets. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chongqing's group was passing by. They witnessed this scene. Lord Yang roared in anger, "Stop! What are you all doing? You're government officials, yet in broad daylight. You're robbing people in the middle of the street. Is there no law and order left?" Chongqing frowned, thinking to himself. Old Yang suspected there was something wrong with the plague situation in Xiazhou, which is why he suggested we come here quietly. It's just as we expected. The bailiff still hadn't recognized their identities. He yelled in Lord Yang's face. What idiot dares to obstruct an officer of the law from carrying out his duty? This remark enraged Chongqing. His face turned ashen. Carrying out his duty? What duty? Arresting innocent people and pretending they're patients? Lord Yang was no less furious. You're all acting so lawlessly. Is the prefect not managing this place at all? I want to question him personally. One of the soldiers quickly whispered into the bailiff's ear, Chief, these people's clothes are not ordinary. If they want to see the Lord, why don't we? The bailiff heard this and nodded in agreement. Right. Lure them to the prefect's mansion. Let the Lord deal with them. He turned and said to Chongqing, if you sirs wish to see our Lord, then please come this way. We will lead you to the prefect's mansion. Lord Yang glanced at Chongqing. Though neither spoke, they understood each other. We were just about to go to the prefect's mansion to see what they're plotting. Chongqing nodded in agreement. Then please lead the way. Meanwhile, at the prefect's mansion, a man named Zhao was being massaged by several beautiful women. The women were all very beautiful and alluring. The man named Zhao just lay there, relaxing and enjoying the comfort. The guard led Chongqing's group in. My lord, there are some people from the street who wish to see you. I've brought them in. Just as the guard had expected, Lord Zhao didn't even bother to look up before giving an order. Can't you see I'm busy? Lock them in the main prison and tell their families to pay a ransom. The guard was triumphant, laughing loudly. You heard what the Lord said, didn't you? You can all look forward to prison food. Lord Yang was furious. He strode in and roared, Zhao Jia. As the prefect of Xiazhou, how dare you engage in such lewd behavior right here in the prefectural office? Zhao Jia heard the familiar voice and lifted his head. That voice sounds awfully familiar. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Lord Yang approached him and shouted, Zhao Jia. Do you still recognize me? When Zhao Jia saw Lord Yang, his face turned pale. Lord Yang. The guard was also terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Lord Yang? Zhao Jia, and the guard knelt down. Lord Yang, please understand. These past few days, this subordinate has been busy with epidemic prevention work. I was so tired that my back ached and my waist was sore, so I sought out someone for a massage to relax. I was not slacking off. Sun Simiao said coldly. I only believe what I see. You know the truth in your heart. Zhao Jia raised his hand and swore. This subordinate swears to the heavens. Everything I just said is the truth. If there is one false word, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Chongqing sat to the side, took a sip of tea, and said, swearing random oaths. If it comes true, it would be quite embarrassing. Suddenly, the sky thundered and lightning flashed. The guard was struck and burned black. Zhao Jia was terrified. Fortunately, the one line there was not him. The guard wailed. It wasn't me who swore the oath. Zhao Jia's face turned pale. No way. It's that effective. He had only casually sworn an oath. Who would have thought it would be so efficacious? Lord Yang looked at Chongqing with admiration. Zhao Jia. That lightning just now was no coincidence. It was Taoist master Shun Chongqing performing the heavenly might thunder art. Lord Yang's words surprised Chongqing, nearly causing him to spit out his tea. Chongqing muttered, so, what does the lightning have to do with me? Lord Yang continued, Taoist master Shun's Taoist magic is profound. In his presence, you'd better confess your crimes obediently. When Zhao Jiang heard Chongqing's name, he trembled on the outside, but his heart was filled with hatred. The smelly Taoist priest that His Highness the Crown Prince hates the most. He was originally a man of the Crown Prince, which is why he dared to extort money from the villagers during the epidemic. Although he hated Chongqing very much, Zhao Jia still managed to restrain himself and kowtowed, begging, "Lord Yang, please understand. Even in front of Taoist Master Shun, this subordinate dares to say that I did not slack off." Lord Yang was furious. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Then let me ask you. You reported to the court that the epidemic in Xiazhou was serious. Why do I not see any infected commoners in the city?" Zhao Jia bowed his head and reporting to Lord Yang. "In order to prevent the spread of the epidemic, this subordinate has gathered all the infected commoners on the mountain outside the city. This subordinate can take you all there to inspect." Lord Yang was eager to know the truth. He ordered, "Get up. You lead the way. I want to see how you are handling the epidemic." Zhao Jia was overjoyed. "Masters, this subordinate will arrange for a carriage to go up the mountain." Outside the city, he didn't forget to glare at Chongqing and thought to himself, "That Shun, once he's on the mountain, it will be his time to die. I will eliminate this disaster for the crown prince." Chongqing also keenly noticed Zhao Jia's strange gaze towards him. An illusion? After that feeling just now, the moment he looked at me, his gaze was a little off. Soon after, Zhao Jia arranged for Chongqing's group to be taken up the mountain for easy disposal. "The mountain road is not flat. The carriage cannot go up, so I'll have to trouble you all to walk up the mountain." Lord Yang was sweating profusely from walking. "Zhao Jia, where did you arrange for the commoners? Why don't I see any houses on the mountain?" Zhao Jia laughed loudly. He pointed to the top of the mountain. "Your Excellency, in order to prevent the spread of the epidemic, this subordinate has arranged for the commoners to be deep in the mountains. You can only see them from the top of the mountain." On the surface, he said this, but in his heart, he had already planned a conspiracy to kill Chongqing for the crown prince. "I have arranged for my men to ambush you in this forest. Today, all must die." Suddenly, Chongqing came forward and caught Zhao Jia's sinister smile. "Lord Zhao, what are you smiling at in that forest? Is there something there?" He was startled. He waved his hand in denial. No. This subordinate was just thinking of something happy." "Masters, let's hurry on our way." Chongqing then told Lord Zhao, "Wait." Hearing this, Zhao Jia's face turned pale. He snorted. His heart was burning with anxiety, afraid that his plan would be exposed. Zhao Jia thought to himself with a contorted face. Could it be that Shun has discovered something? They all say his Taoist magic is profound. Could it be true? He turned to look and saw Chongqing leaning against a large tree. "Sorry, my back is a little itchy. Wait for me to scratch it." Only then did Zhao Jia breathe a sigh of relief. The sweat on his forehead was also pouring like rain. After Chongqing had relieved his itch, he exclaimed, "Phew, that's so much better, so comfortable. No wonder blind people like to scratch their backs so much." Sun Simiao and Lord Yang looked at each other and muttered. In ancient times, Huatua used birds and beasts as inspiration for the 5 animals play. Today, Taoist Master Shin uses a bear dog as inspiration for scratching his back. Taoist Master Shun. This is the true Taoist magic of nature, not bound by trivial matters. When Chongqing heard this, he thought to himself, "You shameless old man. Do you get any benefits from praising me like that?" At this moment, Zhao Jia approached the young man and urged Taoist Master Shun, "It's getting late. Let's get going." Chongqing stood up, causing a beehive on the tree to fall into Zhao Jia's hands. He naturally caught it. When he realized it was a beehive, he was horrified and cried out, "A beehive!" When Chongqing heard the words beehive, he shouted, "Run. What are you still standing there for?" Lord Yang, Sun Simiao, and the Prince of Jin also tucked their tails and ran. At that time, deep in the forest, a group of men in black were waiting for Chongqing's group to arrive. "Lord Zhao has spoken. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Leader, rest assured, this is not the first time we brothers have disguised ourselves as mountain bandits to kill people. There will definitely be no mistakes." Suddenly, they heard a cry of "Ah!" The leader ordered, "I hear a voice. Lord Zhao has arrived. Let's go out." Seeing someone running towards them, a man in black started his act, saying, "This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me." But before he could finish his sentence, Chongqing had already rushed past him at lightning speed. Next were 3 others who also ran for their lives. Zhao Jia was no exception. He ran with all his might to escape the bees. So much so that when he ran past his own men, he didn't even notice. The leader of the men in black found it strange. It's different from what Lord Zhao said. What are they running from? How can Lord Zhao run so fast? Could it be that Lord Zhao is actually a master? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a few bees buzzing in front of his face. He exclaimed, I know what they're running from. After running for their lives for a while, Chongqing's group finally escaped the swarm of bees. Everyone was panting heavily. Sun Simiao leaned against a large tree, panting and saying, this old man really can't run anymore. Lord Yang was no better off. He was catching his breath to speak. We've run so far, we must have shaken off that swarm of bees by now, right? The Prince of Jin, being young and strong, seemed to be in the best shape. The Prince of Jin looked at Lord Yang and said politely, You've worked hard, Lord Yang. After Zhao Jia had escaped the swarm of bees, he also saw the heavens. I seemed to see the beehive smiling at me. While everyone was panting, Chongqing still appeared calm, not tired at all. He smiled faintly. You all need to exercise more. You're already out of breath after just a little run. Hearing this, Zhao Jia was furious inside and thought to himself, Isn't this all your fault? Chongqing calmly admired the majestic scenery of the mountains and rivers before him. What a beautiful landscape. Zhao Jia saw Chongqing standing at the edge of a deep abyss. An evil thought arose in his heart. The opportunity has come. Just a gentle push, and he will fall into the abyss. Meanwhile, Chongqing was still leisurely enjoying the beautiful scenery. Oh, the mist on the mountain. The cliff below is like a fairyland. Behind him, Zhao Jia began to act. He raised his hands to push Chongqing off the cliff. He was triumphant in his heart. Go to hell. But just then, Chongqing suddenly squatted down to admire a flower. This flower is so beautiful. Zhao Jia missed his push. He lost his footing and plunged towards the abyss. Panicked, he grabbed the edge of the cliff but couldn't keep his balance. His body teetered precariously. Zhao Jia's face went pale as he screamed, I can't hold on anymore. He flailed his arms, trying to regain his balance, but it was useless. Seeing this, Chongqing's group cried out in unison, Master Zhao. Chongqing reached out to pull him up, but, realizing the danger, warned, Don't get any closer. The cliff edge can't support this many people. Master Zhao, try to hold on. We'll figure out a way to save you. Chongqing turned around. He suddenly spotted a patch of vines. There are vines here. We can use them as a rope to pull Master Zhao up. Sun Simiao took out an axe. Thank goodness. I brought an axe in my bag of treasures. Let's all work together. Zhao Jia felt himself about to fall. He screamed in desperation, Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Chongqing quickly threw the vine towards him. Master Zhao, grab the vine. Zhao Jia caught the vine. His face lit up. I'm saved. But Chongqing suddenly realized, oh no, we haven't tied the vine to anything. And so, Zhao Jia plummeted straight into the abyss. He cursed endlessly as he fell. You've doomed me. Even as a ghost, I won't forgive you. Chongqing looked down into the abyss. His heart was filled with sorrow. Master Zhao has fallen. We can't save him now. Sun Simiao frowned. I felt that Master Zhao's actions just now seemed like he was trying to push Priest Shun into the abyss. The Prince of Jin nodded. That's right. If Master hadn't bent down to admire the flowers, I fear he would have been pushed off. Chongqing was surprised. Are you sure you saw that correctly? I thought Master Zhao was a pretty good guy. Why would he want to harm me? Lord Yang spoke up. In any case, Zhao Jia has fallen into the abyss and died. We should focus on resolving the plague issue in Shazhou Prefecture first. 3 days later, Lord Yang examined the account books and discovered the truth. He roared in anger. Zhao Jia is truly audacious. He dared to use the plague to deceive the court into allocating funds. He's been in Shazhou for many years, forming factions and cliques, treating human lives as if they were worthless. This is an unforgivable crime. The Prince of Jin was also furious upon hearing this. How the people must have suffered if Lord Yang hadn't taken over. I fear we would never have discovered these things. Chongqing sighed. I once thought he was a good man. Now I see he deserved to die. After a moment of thought, Lord Yang made a decision. If there is no plague in Shazhou, we should return to Chang'an. This official will report the situation in Shazhou clearly to His Majesty. The Prince of Jin was delighted at the prospect of returning to the capital. Excellent. We can finally go back to Chang'an. Chongqing also nodded. We've been away long enough. It's It's time to go home. I miss my Changqing temple so much. Images of the girls he hadn't seen in a long time flashed through his mind. Changqing smiled to himself. Haha, I'll get to see everyone soon. Elsewhere, a subordinate rushed to report to the crown prince. Your Highness, as per your orders, those rabble-rousers have been taken care of within the palace. Excellent. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. It must not be leaked. The crown prince frowned. His eyes were as sharp as two daggers. Under the hazy moonlight, a cat perched on a rooftop stared at him with a similar gaze. Then, both of them broke into a conspiratorial smile. After settling everything, Changqing's group boarded a carriage to return to the capital. On the way, the young man smiled to himself. Finally, back to the Changqing temple. There's no place like home. The coachman's voice called out. Immortal Master Shun, we've arrived at the Changqing temple. Haha, I'm home. Changqing happily stepped out of the carriage. But when he looked up at the sign above the gate, he was utterly shocked. What is this? Why has the Changqing temple become the Great Tang Twin Palaces? Has my house been robbed? This isn't my Changqing temple anymore, is it? Changqing called out. I'm back. Hearing his voice, Xiao Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Immortal Master Shun. She let out a sigh of relief, telling herself, no, I'm a 1,000-year-old fox immortal. I must maintain my image. Seeing Xiao Bai, Changqing was overjoyed. He opened his arms wide. Xiao Bai, come here and give me a hug. I missed you so much. At this point, Xiao Bai couldn't care less about her image. She leaped down to where Changqing was. The immortal master said he missed me. He has me in his heart. Changqing caught Xiao Bai and laughed heartily. The master is back. Just then, Donger also came running. Seeing Dong, Changqing quickly dropped Xiao Bai. I'm back. Master, you've been gone for so long. Donger missed you to death. Changqing hugged Donger and comforted her. Xiao Bai almost fell flat on her face. She thought resentfully, all men are pigs. He still doesn't have me in his heart. Changqing turned to ask Xiao Bai, by the way, why has the Changqing temple changed into this? Master, your fame is growing. The Changqing temple naturally had to be renovated to match your status. But Sister Dong Li and I had a bit of a disagreement. Donger believed that since the master is not immortal, you would surely prefer a more elegant and refined style. But Sister Dong Li thought that since the master is so renowned, it should be grand and majestic. We argued for ages. In the end, this was the only compromise. Changqing helplessly slapped his forehead. As expected, only children make choices. Adults take it all. Hearing that Changqing was back, Dong Li also rushed over. Master, you're finally back. You must help me get rid of this poisonous woman by Dong. Master, it seems Sister Dong Li has some misunderstanding about me. Changqing looked at this scene, exasperated. What is this drama? A long-awaited reunion should be a happy occasion. Why has it turned into a melodrama? Dong Li shouted angrily, Things have come to this, and you still want to argue? You bribed Xiao Qing to deliberately poison me. Xiao Qing told me everything. Xiao Qing also chimed in. I am loyal to my lady. I will not be bribed by others. With that said, she took out a small bottle. Master, we have never opened this bottle. The proof is right here. Bai Donger can't escape the blame. Changqing's head was spinning. He thought to himself, what is this harem drama feeling? If someone were to say, this concubine has discovered that noble consort she is having an affair, it would be the ultimate checkmate. Donger spoke up to explain. Sister Dong Li, this is hawthorn powder that I specially made for you to help with digestion. I saw that you've been so busy selling roast duck lately that you've lost your appetite, so I asked Xiao Qing to give it to you. Changqing sniffed the bottle. It was indeed hawthorn. This smells like hawthorn. Dong Li, you've truly misunderstood Donga. Xiao Qing was puzzled. Then why did she give it to me so secretively? And she even gave me money, telling me to secretly put the powder in my lady's food? That's right. If it was just hawthorn powder, why couldn't you give it to me directly? Donger continued. Sister Dong Li, you come from a noble background. You've always looked down on me. I was afraid that giving you the medicine directly would only cause more misunderstanding. Hearing this, Dong Li grew even angrier. Nonsense. These are all your schemes, you conniving woman. The two girls immediately launched into a heated argument. Changqing looked at this scene and felt like he was going to have a stroke. The two girls each grabbed one of his arms and said in unison, Master, you must stand up for me. Master, you should be standing up for me. Changqing sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, no wonder every emperor has a headache over his harem. Indeed, this situation is truly difficult. Just then, the gates of the Changqing temple swung open. By order of His Majesty, escort Immortal Master Shun to the palace for an audience. Changqing was as happy as if his mother had just come back from the market. Excellent. I'm safe. The scene shifts to the imperial palace. The emperor, with a scowling face, stared straight ahead. His voice was full of frustration. Priest Shun, you dare to deceive us. This has been quite an ordeal. Hearing these words, Changqing stood frozen in stunned silence. His face went pale. A cold sweat broke out as he thought. Has Li Shimin found something out? Could it be that my identity as a transmigrator has been exposed? The emperor clasped his hands behind his back. Approaching Changqing step by step, his voice cold. Things have come to this. And Taoist Master Shun is still not being honest? Hearing this, Changqing, his face turned pale, his heart in turmoil. What is Oli talking about? What have I lied to him about? Indeed, being close to a king is like being close to a tiger. It's not wrong at all. Could it be that I won't be able to keep my life today? In Changqing's mind, a plan quickly formed. He glanced at the ancient vase behind him, imagining himself smashing it, then rushing towards the emperor. When the shard was at his throat, as the guards surrounded them, Changqing shouted, "Everyone back off, or else I'll kill him right now." The emperor was terrified, his face covered in sweat. He screamed, "Everyone back off. Do you want me to die? You'll have your 9 generations exterminated." However, before the plan could be executed, the emperor's attitude suddenly changed. He smiled brightly. I heard from Yang Sherdao that Immortal Master Shun's ink treasures can exorcise evil and bring blessings. They're the most effective. Hearing this, Changqing immediately let go of the shard of the ancient vase, laughing awkwardly. I thought this vase was a fake, so I was just smashing it for your majesty to see. The emperor laughed loudly. Ha. Taoist Master Shun is also knowledgeable about antiques. What a surprise. Afterwards, he pointed to the blank paper on the table. Immortal Master Shun, please write as you wish, as long as it is your ink treasure. Changqing picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and then wrote 2 characters on the paper. Cultivate oneself. The emperor marveled. I have never seen this style of calligraphy before. May I ask, Immortal Master, what style of calligraphy is this? Changqing smiled. Slender gold. Casually created by Changqing. Ha. Sorry, Emperor Huizong of Song. The emperor was extremely pleased. He held up the ink treasure to admire it. This is witnessing the birth of history. I will definitely frame the Immortal Master's calligraphy here for everyone to admire. Changqing crossed his arms, a confident smile on his face. Transmigrators who copy inventions in books. Aren't they just doing it for fun? The emperor then said, Oh, right. Immortal Master, there is one more thing. The emperor took out a box. Inside was a jade that radiated a dense energy. A few days ago, King Yama sent someone to tell me to give this soul pearl to the Immortal Master. After hearing this, Changqing bowed his head, stroking his chin in thought. This jade looks so familiar. Before, the underworld tried to assassinate Old Li. Now, they're telling Old Li to give me a gift. Could it be that Old Li has been bribed? I understand. Old Li is afraid that if he directly rewards me, it will make me a target. It would have a bad influence, so he's using the underworld's name. After thinking this through, Changqing turned, clasped his hands, and bowed. The gift is small, but the thought is great. Changqing, thanks, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is truly a thoughtful person. The emperor, upon hearing this, was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, a soul pearl made from a 10,000-year-old soul is the most precious thing. And Immortal Master Shun says the gift is small, but the thought is great. And he praises me for being thoughtful. Oh, so Changqing is implying that I haven't been thoughtful enough. That I'm not giving him a gift, but just relying on his calligraphy. I should have given him a great reward. This was my oversight. With that thought, the emperor immediately issued a decree. Reward Immortal Master Shun with 1,000 taels of silver. Confer upon him the title of Great Virtue of the Taoist Gate. He will enjoy the stipend of a second-rank official. He is not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. He is permitted to meet the Son of Heaven. He does not need to bow when meeting officials. He is in charge of the court's sacrifices and divination. Hearing this, Chongqing was stunned, his eyes wide. He immediately knelt on one knee, his hand to his forehead. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." With that, he grinned with delight. Although I don't know why Old Lee is rewarding me. I'm now a public official, enjoying the court's stipend. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace, a loud voice rang out. "I just received news that father has heavily rewarded that shun. He even hung a piece of his calligraphy in the most prominent position in his study. This shun is truly too favored." Li Chengxian angrily slammed his hands on the armrests of his chair. "That shun is always ruining my plans. The death of the Zhao family. He cannot escape responsibility. He is the one targeting me. If he doesn't die, I will not be able to sleep peacefully." The cat demon sitting next to him spoke up. "What's the big deal? He's just a wild Taoist priest who appeared out of nowhere." The cat demon raised its leg, condensing its energy, and said confidently, "I will help you get rid of him." With that, the cat demon stomped its foot on the ground, creating powerful shock waves that headed towards the main character. At this moment, Chongqing walked out of the study with a bright expression. "La la 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 la." Being an official puts you in a better mood. Just as he was blushing with joy, the cat demon's giant foot descended from the sky with terrifying power, emitting a dazzling light. However, just as the foot got close to Chongqing, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, gradually shrinking and disappearing without touching a single hair on his head. Chongqing casually put his hands behind his neck, walking normally. Meanwhile, the cat demon in the Eastern Palace stared at its own foot with a bewildered expression, radiating a powerful aura. Has the great immortal already eliminated that shun? The cat demon licked its paw, emitting a faint light. That Taoist priest has some skills. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. The scene changes to Chongqing Temple. In the dining room, 2 servings of food were laid out. One side had fragrant fish and meat. The other side had fresh and light green vegetables. Chongqing held his chopsticks and bowl, looking at the dining table with a dark expression. "It's just a meal. Does it have to be so grand?" Bai Long and Donger stood opposite each other, arguing. The immortal master is a cultivator. His food must be simple and light. What does my sister Donger know? The immortal master is concerned with the affairs of the nation, traveling far and wide for the sake of the people. It's very tiring. Of course, he must eat a lot of meat. The main character, hearing this, could only close his eyes and force a smile. All right, a combination of vegetarian and meat dishes is the most reasonable. I can eat both, can I? A real-life palace drama is truly a headache. At this moment, Chongqing glanced to the side, his face suddenly darkening. He stared when he saw Xiao Bai take a pill and put it in its mouth without any hesitation. Chongqing rushed towards her, but Xiao Bai had already finished chewing. "Xiao Bai, don't do that." As soon as he finished, he fell flat on his face, making the surrounding atmosphere strangely silent. Afterwards, Xiao Bai walked over, licking the main character's cheek with its tongue, startling him. "I told you, eating random things is very dangerous. Thank you for your grace, great immortal. My cultivation is now sufficient to absorb this soul pearl." Chongqing hugged Xiao Bai tightly, his hands squeezing her stomach. "You all should learn this. You might need it in the future. There are no pet hospitals here. I don't know if this first aid method will be effective." Hearing this, Bai Long stepped forward, hugging Donger tightly around the waist. Could it be that the immortal master is about to perform a celestial technique? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Long squeezed Donger's stomach tightly, making her blush. She thought to herself, could this be a new dual cultivation technique that the immortal master has been researching? This position is so nice. Chongqing continued to squeeze Xiao Bai's stomach with force, causing water to gush out. What exactly does the immortal master want to do by hugging me? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning rumbled. Donger and Bai Long screamed in panic. The clothes are still drying in the backyard. The duck food is also hanging outside. The 3 of them turned their heads to look at the sky with fear. Chongqing frowned in annoyance. Could it be a 1,000-year-old demon using its demon core to trigger a heavenly tribulation, initiating a resonance between heaven and earth? Immortal Master, You must be careful. Chongqing looked up at the sky and muttered. Why did the sky suddenly turn so dark? It wasn't supposed to rain today. In just a moment, a ball of light shone on the dark clouds, causing them to vanish without a trace. Xiao Bai's face darkened. She thought to herself, the 1,000-year great demon's heavenly tribulation. It's just gone just like that? Chongqing raised his hand to his forehead. He looked at the light shining on his face. The June sky is like a child's mood. It changes in an instant. Wait a minute. Is it June now? The immortal master dispelled the great demon's spell. The great demon is probably about to elsewhere. The cat demon was suffering from a magical backlash. She vomited blood violently. The cat demon sat on her wooden sword, wiping the blood from her mouth. She was sweating. She thought to herself, damn it, the backlash cost me 8 of my lives. If it weren't for the fact that cats have 9 lives, I would have died. Scene changed to the East Palace. A voice called out, Liuli, Liuli, where are you? The cat demon glanced at Li Chongxian and said, the noble consort is looking for me. I have to go out. Liuli's eyes narrowed. Her face was full of displeasure. That surnamed Shun broke my spell and ruined my foundation. I'm not finished with you. Back on Chongqing's side, he let out a loud sneeze. He was sitting with the 2 old men, Yuan Tiangang and Wei Zheng. Excuse me, you two. Please continue. Immortal Master Shen clearly knew there was a fiend in the Imperial Palace, but didn't say anything. He must have been testing our abilities. A pity. Yuan is incompetent. I still haven't found where the fiend is. The Tibetan envoys are arriving soon. We must eliminate the fiend before then. If they discover that a fiend is hiding in the Imperial Palace of the Great Tang, our national reputation will be damaged. Old Wei Zheng and old Yuan Tiangang stood up. They clasped their hands and bowed their heads. They sincerely asked for Immortal Master Shun's help. Chongqing raised his hand and scratched his head. His face was full of bewilderment. There's a monster in the palace? Have you all verified this? Hearing this, Yuan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. He replied sternly, Immortal Master Shun has reminded us to reinvestigate from the beginning. The incident stemmed from the strange suicide of a palace maid. The unresolved case made us suspect that a monster was at work. Could there be some hidden story? Hearing this, Chongqing's face went blank. He thought to himself, the perspective of the ancients is truly limited. They can't solve a case, so they blame it on monsters. After thinking, Chongqing flashed a bright smile. If that's the case, I'll lend a hand. A moment later, Xiaobai stood beside the Taoist compass. Her face was full of excitement. The protagonist looked at the compass, then at Xiaobai, and sighed. The only way is to rely on Xiaobai and the compass combined as an investigative tool. As he was thinking, Yuan Tiangang and his subordinate approached. He was holding a wooden box. Immortal Master Shun. Minister Wei is busy with official duties, so he has sent Li Fuzhua of the Dali Temple to assist in solving the case. Sun Fuzhua stepped forward and bowed. This subordinate, Sun Fuzhua, pays his respects to Immortal Master Shun. Chongqing glanced at him. His gaze was sharp. Minister Sun, have you brought what I need? Sun Fuzhua immediately placed the wooden box on the table. Immortal Master Shun. The deceased's clothes and belongings are all here. Chongqing opened the box. He took out the clothes. His face turned ashen. He was silent. Yuan Tiangang asked curiously, Immortal Master Shun, have you discovered anything? Before he could answer, Sun Fuzhua smiled smugly. As expected of Immortal Master Shun, the master's technique is truly special, but in the protagonist's heart, he was thinking, these things are useless. Solving cases is really tough. If I say I haven't found anything, won't I be ridiculed? I have to stay calm. After thinking, he pointed at the pile of clothes and shouted, Xiao Bai, sniff this for me. Hearing this, Xiao Bai's face turned green. She thought to herself, what does the Immortal Master mean by this? I'm not a dog. Sun Fuzhua immediately said, Immortal Master, I've already used hunting dogs to sniff it, but they didn't find anything. The Immortal Master must have his reasons for doing things. What do you understand? Chongqing was angry. He pushed Xiao Bai's head into the pile of clothes. You quickly. Xiao Bai sniffed. Her eyes widened in surprise. A demonic aura. This demonic aura is very familiar. It's from a monster that ambushed Chongqing Temple back then. The Immortal Master was afraid my strength was weak, so he fed me the soul bead first. The Immortal Master held me so that I would remember the smell of the demonic aura. Now the immortal master is testing me to see if I can find that great demon. Thinking this, Xiaobai flirted with the protagonist. She gave him a thumbs up. Immortal master, leave everything to me. After that, Xiaobai shot off like an arrow, surprising all three of them. Chongqing was bewildered. He scratched his head. When did Xiaobai learn that new skill? Did the crowd teach her? After thinking, he ran after Xiaobai. This is the Imperial Palace. Don't run around. After a while of chasing, the three of them stopped, panting. Damn it, Xiaobai runs too fast. I can't keep up. The case hasn't even progressed, and now I have to run around the Imperial Palace for half an hour. Immortal Master Shun, has your immortal hound really discovered something? Just as he finished speaking, an explosion occurred. Smoke and dust billowed up. As the smoke cleared, the image of Xiaobai chasing a civet cat appeared. Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fuzhua were stunned. Is it that the black cat that Empress Wei raises? Looking closely just now, that black cat is indeed not ordinary. Could Empress Wei be involved with the fiend? Hearing this, Chongqing, his face turned purple. He was sweating. Isn't it normal for cats and dogs to fight? Why are you all analyzing it so deeply? Chongqing was startled. Wait a minute. Could this be a palace struggle? Does old Yuan want to frame Empress Wei? They're not afraid of death, but don't involve me. Thinking this, Chongqing raised his hand and said frankly, let's not jump to conclusions. Don't involve Empress Wei. What does the immortal master mean by that? Just then, Empress Wei and her maids rushed over. Her voice was full of anger. Chase after that stray dog. How dare it chase after my Liuli? Just as she finished speaking, old Yuan Tiangang stepped forward. He raised his hand to stop her. We suspect that someone in the palace is involved with the fiend. We hope the Empress will cooperate with the investigation. This matter is very serious. Please understand. Hearing this, Empress Wei looked bewildered. She didn't understand what was happening. What? At this point, Chongqing could only hold his head and sigh. I spoke in vain just now. After some discussion, Empress Wei finally agreed to cooperate. This palace is willing to cooperate. If the investigation reveals that Liuli is not involved, you must give this palace an explanation. If it turns out that I am not involved, Yuan will resign from his post and apology. Chongqing's eyes narrowed. He whispered to old Yuan Tiangang, Old Yuan, aren't you taking this too far? Don't you care about your future anymore? If the immortal master's dog has determined that the Empress's cat is problematic, then it will be difficult for the Empress to escape suspicion. Old Yuan replied, his voice full of determination. A moment later, Sun Fuzhua suddenly returned. His face was panicked. He shouted, that dog and cat have entered the Crown Prince's chambers. Hearing this, the group of people rushed into Li Chengxian's bedchamber. From inside, a loud shout could be heard. Kill them for me. Charge. Kill him. Why is there the sound of killing in the Crown Prince's chambers? From the sound of it, there must be dozens of people. Could there be an assassin in the Crown Prince's palace? Everyone was bewildered. Inside the bedchamber, a fierce battle was raging between a group of men in fur and their subordinates. Li Chengxian was wearing a fur-trimmed robe. He was holding a sickle. His face was excited as he shouted. His face was purple, his eyes rolled back. He grinned sinisterly. He lunged forward and slashed a subordinate's neck. I'm dead. You can still talk after you're dead? How sloppy. The men in fur rushed forward with their sickles, attacking. Li Chengxian's eyes were rolled back, his cheeks flushed. He opened his mouth wide and laughed like a madman. How exciting. This is fun. It wasn't a waste of my effort to bring you all into the palace. In the chaos, a young maidservant fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Chengxian, holding the knife with a demonic expression, stepped closer. Oh, little flower. He pulled down his robe. It frightened the girl. Her eyes widened. She screamed, Crown Prince. Don't do this. Li Chengxian's eyes bulged, his face flushed. He grinned menacingly. I am no Crown Prince. I'm a Turk. And what kindness do the Turks possess? Just as he finished speaking, the young maid's clothes were shredded by an unseen force. Li Chengxian was like a mad bull. Steam puffed from his nostrils as he approached. This is more exciting than playing with those ordinary sleeping girls. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, shouting, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. This is terrible. Empress Wei, Shun Chongqing. and Yuan Tian gang have brought men here. Hearing this, Li Changqian, his face went pale. His mouth dropped open as he shrieked. Why are they here? He hastily pulled his clothes back on. He straightened himself up, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. They can't see me dressed like this. Quick, get me changed. Outside, the guard at the door had been beaten up by the protagonist group. Empress Wei, esteemed lords, the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace cannot be entered without permission. The Dali Temple is investigating a case. Who dares to obstruct and delay the proceedings? Can you bear the responsibility? Just as he finished speaking, the protagonist group froze for 5 seconds. They stared ahead in horror. Li Changqian appeared disheveled. His dark eyes were filled with fear as he looked out. The air suddenly fell silent. Only the tension between the two sides remained. Even Empress Wei couldn't help but tremble at the sight. Before long, Changqing couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing. He looked at Li Changqian with an expression full of ridicule, his eyes crinkling with amusement. So the Crown Prince is in a cosplay, huh? How fun! Good heavens! As the Crown Prince, to be dressed like this. There's no dignity left at all. A moment later, Li Changqian emerged properly dressed. He clasped his hands in a salute. His face was stiff, a forced smile on his lips. Changqian pays his respects to Empress Wei and the esteemed lords. I was just having a bit of fun in the palace. If I have been impolite in any way, I hope you will all forgive me. Sun Fujia, with a solemn expression, clasped his hands and spoke urgently. Your Highness, we are investigating the matter of a demon in the palace. The situation is very serious. We hope for your cooperation, Your Highness. We saw Xiao Bai and a black cat run in here. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please do not obstruct us. Hearing this, Li Changqian raised a hand, a bright smile on his face. Please, Sir Sun, feel free. Changqian has a clear conscience. There is nothing to fear. I am willing to cooperate fully with any investigation. Immediately, Sun Fujia ordered 2 of his subordinates. Find that black cat at once. Search quickly. Yes, sir. Old Yuan. We will go and search with Li Changqian. Li Changqian walked past the protagonist. He shot him a sharp glance, his face grim. Then, he glanced behind him. His face was purple with rage. He thought to himself, Shun Changqing, it's you again. Why do you always oppose me? When Li Changqian turned back, he realized Empress Wei was standing right beside him. He clasped his hands behind his back and stepped closer, smiling as he said, Empress Wei, aren't you going to join the investigation? I was dragged into this inexplicably. How can a cat and a dog communicate? Li Changqian leaned in closer, smirking. Empress Wei, if I'm not mistaken, you were also dragged into this because of Immortal Master Shun, weren't you? How did you know? Immortal Master Shun's dog was chasing my Lu Li. Before she could finish, Li Changqian took the opportunity to slander the protagonist. Immortal Master Shun enjoys creating trouble for himself, and then stepping in to solve it, just to highlight his own importance. His schemes are deep and unfathomable. Hearing this, Empress Wei, her eyes widened in anger. The Crown Prince has a point. Recalling Immortal Master Shun's actions, it does seem to be the case. I must remind His Majesty to stay away from such a petty person. Seeing his plan succeed, Li Changqian, a smug smile played on his lips. At the same time, outside, Xiao Bai had Lu Li pinned in her paws. Lu Li's eyes widened, her jaw agape, on the verge of tears. Lu Li lay in a heap. She thought resentfully, damn it, if I hadn't been bitten and seriously injured before, you would be no match for me. Just then, Changqing and old Tian gang rushed over. Seeing Xiao Bai with Lu Li in her mouth, they shouted angrily, Don't bite Empress Wei's cat to death. Hearing this, Xiao Bai spat Lu Li out. She looked up at the protagonist. Lu Li stood up. Her eyes blazed with a golden light. All of you are human. Old Yuan Tiangang stood behind them. He was startled. Such powerful, demonic energy. Lu Li stomped her foot on the ground. It created a shockwave. A dazzling golden light erupted. So you are indeed that demon. Changqing looked at Lu Li and asked dubiously, What? It's a great demon? Isn't this just an ordinary cat? With that said, Changqing slapped his palm, his eyes wide. He thought, I get it now. He shot a furious look at old Yuan Tiangang. Old Yuan wants to start a harem drama, so he dragged Empress Wei into this. He's claiming that cat is a demon. Lu Li was now in a towering rage. The demonic energy radiating from her body was intense. Old Yuan Tiangang clenched his fists. He took a step back. He took a defensive stance. Immortal Master Shun, this great demon is about to go all out. If I can't hold it back, I can only rely on you. Old Yuan, you're overacting. Don't you care about your future anymore? Lu Li stomped her foot on the ground and then quickly fled in one direction. This left Old Yuan Tiangang and the protagonist gaping in astonishment. No, don't let it escape. Why is it running away? Is this a criminal investigation or a marathon in the Imperial Palace? Just as he finished speaking, the protagonist, Old Yuan Tiangang, and Xiaobai, chasing after Lu Li, unexpectedly ran into Empress Wei and Li Chengxian. Sun Fujia stepped forward, his face grim. He raised a hand and said in a low voice, Empress Wei, we suspect your cat is a demon. Please hand it over. Hearing this, Empress Wei flew into a rage and screamed. My Lu Li is well-behaved and understanding. How could she possibly be a demon? Li Chengxian glanced over and spoke up. If you claim the Empress's cat is a demon, then present your evidence. Without evidence, it is nothing more than slander. Old Yuan Tiangang pointed at the protagonist and replied, trembling. Immortal Master Shen's dog is the evidence. It confirms that the Empress's cat is a demon. Old Yuan, what are you talking about? What did Xiaobai confirm? Xiaobai sat on the protagonist's shoulder. She secretly communicated with Lu Li through telepathy. All right, that's enough. Stop acting. Do I have to force you to reveal your true form? Don't get too cocky. Although I'm no match for you, I won't just stand by and be captured today. Old Yuan Tiangang clasped his hands behind his back and said with a frown, as expected of a mortal master Shun's dog, to be able to communicate with a cat. There's a limit to flattery, you know, a different species. At that moment, the young men cosplaying as Turks in the background began to whisper, Big brother, didn't we sneak into the palace to carry out an assassination? What should we do now? No need to rush. Wait for an opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Li glanced over at the young man. An idea seemed to have sparked. Soon after, Lu Li's eyes glowed red as she stared at them. Instantly, the leading young man was controlled by an invisible force. His face turned purple, his eyes rolled back. Veins bulged on his forehead. He drew a sharp dagger. He charged forward, his eyes red. Big brother, did the opportunity come this quickly? Two of the Imperial Palace subordinates cried out in alarm. What's going on? What are you doing? Sun Fujia roared in anger. This is bad. Stop them. They are assassins. Li Chengxian's face went pale as he screamed. Why do you have knives on you? What are you trying to do? Lu Li leaped from Empress Wei's arms. It made her cry out in alarm. Lu Li, come back. It's dangerous up ahead. Xiaobai jumped down from the protagonist's shoulder. Lu Li communicated telepathically. I have hidden in this palace for many years, secretly approaching the crown prince to help him ascend the throne. With the help of his dragon energy, I can cultivate and soon achieve immortality. A beautiful dream, isn't it? With my master here, your scheme will never succeed. Lu Li possessed the four assassins. Glared at Xiaobai. Can your immortal master stop these crazed demons? You're the ones who forced me to go all out. Old Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fuji stomped their feet and charged forward. This place is near His Majesty's sleeping quarters. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Even if we die, we must stop them. The two of them charged straight at the assassins. Old Yuan Tiangang threw a punch straight into the leader's face, dislocating his jaw. Sun Fuji delivered an elbow strike to his subordinate's face. He fell backward. Then he punched the one in front of him, knocking him out. Chongqing clenched his fists and shouted, Old Yuan and Lord Sun are both brave. I can't lose either. The crazed assassins rushed towards Li Chengxian and Empress Wei. Charge! Kill that dog emperor! Kill him! Li Chengxian and Empress Wei's faces turned pale. They panicked and ran in separate directions. Old Yuan Tiangang and Sun Fuji pushed the assassins aside and shouted, Quickly inform the Imperial Guards. There are assassins in the palace. Stop them. Chongqing's face turned purple with anger. He thought to himself, better to be a hero for a minute than a coward for a lifetime. After careful consideration, Chongqing gathered all his courage and walked straight towards the assassins. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, startling them. With a furious expression, he waved his hand, creating circles of brilliant golden light. Who dares to be so insolent here? Roars. Do you think I'm a kitten? The assassins were overwhelmed by the power emanating from Chongqing's body. They couldn't get close. The leader, his bloodshot eyes turned pale white, his face bewildered, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Chongqing looked at the scene, a thought flashing through his mind. They're really scared of me, aren't they? After thinking, he pointed directly at the assassins. He opened his mouth and shouted, emitting powerful circles of five-colored light, still not kneeling down to surrender. As soon as he finished, the assassins suddenly and strangely collapsed to the ground. Chongqing saw this scene and quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Why do they all faint? Your acting is so fake, you guys." Old Yuan Tiangang saw this from a distance. Overjoyed, he slapped an assassin across the face. So refreshing, as expected of a mortal master Shun. His mouth holds the mandate of heaven. A single word from him, and the evil spirits are scattered. As old Yuan Tiangang beat the assassins to a pulp, he endlessly praised Chongqing. Immortal Master Shun, I am now completely convinced of your abilities. You are truly a living immortal. Hearing this, Chongqing pointed at his own face and said awkwardly, "To be honest with you all, your acting is really fake." At this moment, Liuli saw the assassins lying on the ground, her eyes wide with astonishment. My magic has been broken again. At the same time, Xiaobai slowly approached from behind, her sharp gaze fixed on Liuli. She thought to herself, I must surround and attack this stupid cat. I can't let it escape. However, when Chongqing saw Xiaobai, he immediately showed his anger. You naughty dog, is this Xiaobai trying to bully Empress Wei's cat again? What will Empress Wei think? She only causes trouble for me. After thinking, he put his hands to his mouth, his eyes wide as he shouted, startling Liuli, Xiaobai, come back here. Hearing this, Liuli turned to look at Xiaobai with an annoyed expression. I knew it. This vixen is behind everything. This person looks like he has no magic power. He must be Yo's host in the human world. Now I have to call the vixen back to protect him. With that thought, Liuli stood with her legs apart, glaring at Xiaobai, her fur standing on end. Afterwards, Liuli used her sharp claws to scratch the ground. She charged straight ahead. Seeing this, Xiaobai opened her mouth and let out a loud roar, unleashing a rich and powerful spiritual energy. Liuli leaped into the air, using her paws to kick Xiaobai forcefully. Crazy fox, get down here. Xiaobai was hit and landed lightly on the ground. She glared up and thought to herself, you think you can beat me with just that little skill? Dream on, darling. Soon after, something made Xiaobai's eyes widen. Liuli, her body covered in a dense demonic aura, charged straight for Chongqing, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Liuli looked at the main character and smiled smugly. This stupid vixen is so scared she can't even react, right? With that thought, Liuli raised her claws, rushing towards Chongqing, her eyes shining with a golden light. You ruined my plan. Old Yuan Tiangang saw this scene from a distance, gritting his teeth. Such powerful demonic energy. This demon has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. In Liuli's imagination, she sped past Chongqing, using her claws to attack him. Under a fatal scratch from Liuli, blood splattered everywhere. Soon after, Xiaobai also unconsciously fell backward. Shin Chongqing is my host. If the host dies, I will also be severely wounded by the backlash. Liuli glanced over, a sinister smile on her face. Nobody. After thinking through the plan, Liuli opened her mouth and laughed like a mad cat. Ha ha ha, go to hell. However, as Liuli got close to Chongqing, the demonic energy on her body immediately dissipated. Chongqing quickly reached out and caught Liuli. He held Liuli in his arms with a friendly expression. He thought to himself, I must save the Empress's cat. Otherwise, I'll definitely be severely punished. Liuli was now nestled in Chongqing's arms. She suddenly jumped. She screamed in her heart, damn it, where did the demonic energy on my body go? Xiaobai, standing beside them, sighed at the sight. The gates of heaven are wide open. But you didn't go. You just had to charge into the inescapable hell. If you dare to anger immortal Master Shun, then you truly don't know how to live or die. Liuli's mouth hung open, her eyes fixed on Chongqing's dark face. Her heart was filled with fear. That's not right. He's not someone without magic power. His cultivation is too profound. He was pretending to be weak to trick me. At this thought, Liuli struggled in Chongqing's arms. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. I must get out of here quickly. As long as I can escape, I will definitely have a chance. When Chongqing saw Liuli struggling, he quickly grabbed the scruff of her neck. Being grabbed by the scruff, Liuli trembled. Damn it, he's found my weakness. Grabbing a cat by the scruff of its neck will make it more obedient. This is what is known as the scruff of fate. The scene changes to the imperial study in the palace. Sun Fuji presented a memorial to the emperor. Your Majesty, this subject has investigated thoroughly. The group of people that the crown prince secretly brought into the palace were assassins sent by the Turks. The emperor, upon hearing this, his face flushed with anger. His eyes widened. Good, very good. Truly my crown prince. To cause such a huge commotion. With that, the emperor stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table. Issue a decree. The crown prince's conduct is improper. He is indulging in debauchery. He refuses to change despite repeated teachings. Ground the crown prince for 1 year. He is not to take a single step out of the Eastern Palace. Every day, he must copy the classic of the way and virtue and the classic of filial piety 100 times. With that, the emperor clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the ink treasure that Chongqing had written, smiling. This time, Immortal Master Shun has once again performed a great service. I don't know how to reward him anymore. As soon as he finished, Yuan Tiangang rushed in from outside. He shouted, Your Majesty, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. After everything was resolved, Chongqing got on a horse-drawn carriage to return to Chongqing Temple. On the way, he recalled the scene. Everyone was afraid of that black cat. This cat is a demon. I don't want it. Take it away. Immortal Master Shun, your magic is profound. This cat should be handed over to you to deal with. Reluctantly, Chongqing had no choice but to take the cat with him. Such a good cat. Why don't they want it? He stroked the cat's cage. Meow. From now on, you'll follow me. The name Liuli is not very catchy. I'll call you Xiaohei. Seeing the black cat's indifferent attitude, Xiaobai said, You stinky cat. It's your great fortune to be taken in by Immortal Master Shun. Don't be ungrateful. Being captured is called good fortune. If you want to flatter, go ahead. I don't need it. You'll understand soon enough. Immortal Master Shun has returned to Chongqing Temple. Chongqing ran in, holding the cat. Xiaobai, Xiaohei, we're home. The black cat, seeing the dense immortal energy in Chongqing Temple, exclaimed, This is... Xiaobai smiled. Opened your eyes, haven't you? The black cat thought to itself. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Even the dragon energy in the palace can't compare. The black cat was sweating profusely, while Xiaobai grinned with delight. Stunned, aren't you? If you want to cultivate here, the results will be much better than in the imperial palace. The black cat thought again. The last time I tried to bring down a heavenly tribulation, my spell was broken too quickly. Now, even if I could see a flaw in Chongqing Temple, I wouldn't dare touch it. Immortal Master. Chongqing held up the cage. Dongli, come and see. I brought something back for you. The Immortal Master is back. Dongli is working at the roast duck restaurant. She's not home right now. The black cat looked at Dong and thought to itself, I'm not mistaken, am I? This woman has the rare pure Yin body. If I could cultivate with her, the results would be doubled. Chongqing continued. This is the new member of our temple, Xiaohei. Do you like him? Dong looked at the black cat with delight. So cute. Can he stay with me? I like him a lot. Of course. If you like him, you can keep him. Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. What a relief. With Dong to take care of him, I won't have to worry about cleaning up after him anymore. Dong petted the black cat. She smiled happily. Immortal Master. Look, Xiaohei is snuggling up to me. Really, I tease him the whole way here, and he wouldn't even look at me. Chongqing was a little surprised. Xiaobai was curious. She turned to the cat and asked, Hey, aren't you a female cat? The black cat giggled. With such a beautiful sister, who wouldn't like her, so are you still planning to run away? Xiaobai asked again. This place isn't bad. I'll stay for now, the cat replied. Just then, the voice of a eunuch rang out. A decree has arrived. Immortal Master Shun, please receive the decree. Immortal Master Shun, I hope you are well. Do you still remember me? The eunuch asked. I remember now. You're the eunuch who delivered the decree in Taiyuan. When did you return to Chang'an? Changqing replied. Thanks to the Immortal Master's blessing. This servant was quarantined in Taiyuan for 7 days before returning. It was all for the sake of plague prevention. The eunuch explained. Thank you for your cooperation, eunuch. I haven't had the chance to ask. How should I address you, eunuch? Changqing asked. Immortal Master, you are too kind. Everyone calls me Gao Li Shi. Hearing this, Changqing was startled. Wait, Gao Li Shi? Could he be the most famous eunuch of the Tang dynasty? No, I remember Gao Li Shi lived during the time of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Right now, Li Ji is still a child. They can't be the same person. Thinking this, Changqing clasped his hands in respect. So if it is Gao Li Shi, forgive my disrespect. In his heart, Changqing told himself, there are many people with the surname Gao. It must just be a coincidence. Why am I getting so worked up? Gao Li Shi observed Changqing's expression and thought to himself. This surname Shun was first surprised, then somber, and finally he sneered. He must have guessed my identity. Then he thought about the Crown Prince's punishment and felt that he didn't need to be afraid of me. His information is quite fast. To know about the Crown Prince's punishment so soon, the person behind him must be very powerful. Seeing Gao Li Shi standing there as if in a trance, Changqing called out loudly, Gao Li Shi, Gao Li Shi, please forgive me, Immortal Master. This servant just remembered something and was momentarily lost in thought. Gao Li Shi quickly replied. In his heart, Gao Li Shi told himself, the Crown Prince is currently under house arrest. I can't cause any more trouble for him. Right now, I need to maintain a good relationship with this surname Shun. His Majesty has decreed. Immortal Master Shun, after receiving the decree, please come to the palace at once. Changqing read the imperial edict and was surprised. The Tibetan delegation has already arrived? Didn't they say they wouldn't arrive until next month? I heard from the chief astronomer that there is a very powerful person in the Tibetan delegation. He knows how to use magic to help them fly from Tibet to Chang'an, which is why they arrived so quickly. Fly to Chang'an? Changqing smiled. Nonsense, he thought. Where would you find someone who can fly? It's more likely that the Tibetan delegation took a shortcut and wasn't discovered along the way. Immortal Master, the carriage is waiting at the gate. Please. Changqing sighed. He felt tired. I just got back from the palace, and now I have to go back in. I haven't even had a chance to eat yet. At the main hall of the imperial palace, the officials had already gathered. Everyone was enjoying tea and watching a dance performance with the 2 guests from Tibet. The emperor and empress had also arrived early. Everyone was impeccably dressed. Changqing arrived late and mumbled. It seems I'm late. Is there still a seat for me? He glanced around. He caught sight of Princess Changle, who was also present. As soon as she saw Changqing, the princess waved at him. Princess Changle, long time no see. Why haven't you come to visit Changqing Temple? The Immortal Master is busy with matters of state and the people. Changle is just a woman. How could I dare to disturb the Immortal Master? Are you still being so formal with me? You can come and visit whenever you want, but I'm starving. Let's eat first, then we can talk. Changle asked curiously, Immortal Master, I wonder what you think of Songtsen Gampo. Changqing, chewing on a piece of food, replied. Songtsen Gampo, the books say he was very capable. He unified Tibet and established friendly relations with the Great Tang. He married Princess Wensheng to promote national unity and integration. The words the Immortal Master had just spoken left Changle stunned. She had never heard of such things before. She couldn't help but wonder. Which book did the Immortal Master read this from? Changqing was startled. He almost dropped the chicken leg in his hand. Damn it, I accidentally revealed a piece of history. These things haven't happened yet. While speaking, he waved his hand, signaling to the princess. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Changle nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Immortal Master. Changle will not reveal a single thing. Well then, let's drink. Everyone raised their cups. After the song and dance performance ended, the leader of Tibet, Songtsen Gampo, stepped forward and bowed before the emperor. Heavenly Khan. Songtsen Gampo has come here with the hope of establishing a marriage alliance with the Great Tang. I asked for Princess Changle's hand in marriage. As soon as the words were spoken, both Changqing and the princess spat out their tea. Their faces changed color. The two of them looked at each other. Their hearts were full of doubt. He wants to marry me? This is completely different from history. Shouldn't he be marrying Princess Wenchang? The emperor replied slowly. Princess Changle is still young. She is not yet of age to discuss marriage. There are many other princesses in the imperial family. Please choose someone else. Sansan Gampo was insistent. Heavenly Khan, I truly admire Princess Changle. If I could marry the princess, the relationship between the Great Tang and Tibet would become even closer. We would become one family. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Could it be that your majesty is unwilling to part with what you love? Or is it that you look down on Tibet's army and horses? The emperor was in a difficult position. In his heart, he calculated. Sansan Gampo has unified Tibet. His military strength is formidable. The Great Tang cannot take him lightly. But to let Changle go for a marriage alliance, we really can't bear to. Thinking this, the emperor asked his court for their opinions. My loyal ministers, what are your thoughts on this matter? In his heart, he hoped someone would share the burden. The court fell into silence. Sansan Gampo smiled smugly. A voice rang out, why don't you tell us just how much you love Princess Changla? Changqing's words startled Sansan Gampo. He slowly stood up. He walked up to him. His eyes were sharp. Who are you? What did you mean by that just now? Changqing smiled faintly. My meaning was exactly as I said. Do you not understand Chinese? I have long admired Princess Changla. I am so smitten that no one can compare. He laughed heartily. So Sansan Gampo is just a lovesick fool. My apologies, my apologies. Sansan Gampo was furious. What are you trying to say? Changqing suddenly broke into song. To love the country more than the beauty. What hero is willing to be alone? Why are you suddenly singing? And what tune is that? Then let me ask you. Between the Tibetan Empire and Princess Chang, which do you choose? Sansan Gampo was flustered. This. Changqing's expression grew serious. You just said you love the princess. And now you hesitate? Pushed into a corner. Sansan Gampo roared. I choose Princess Changla. Changqing smirked. Very well. You will stay in Chang'an as the imperial son-in-law by the princesses side day and night. As for the Tibetan Empire, gifted to the Great Tang as a dowry. That would show your sincerity. The emperor also smiled. If that is the case, we will betroth Changla to you. From now on, the Tibetan Empire will belong to the Great Tang. Sansan Gampo was horrified. No, I choose Tibet. Changqing scoffed. You can't even give up your country. How dare you say you love the princess? It's clear you have ulterior motives. Sansan Gampo was furious. Why do you keep forcing me to choose? I want to see if you truly love the princess. So what do you like about the princess? I like that the princess is intelligent and knowledgeable. Her soul is as noble as an orchid. Then, princess, please remember these qualities and change them immediately. What? What are you talking about? Changqing smiled smugly, while Changla looked as if she had suddenly understood something. Sansan Gampo pointed at Changqing. You dare to mock me? Do you think the men of Tibet are so easily deceived? Changqing clapped him on the shoulder. All suffering stems from forced attachment. You're conflicted because you don't truly love the princess, are you? The emperor suddenly spoke. His tone was thoughtful. Immortal Master Shun's words are truly profound. My dear minister, go back and think carefully. I am sure you will reach a good conclusion. As for the marriage alliance, we will discuss it later. Sansan Gampo nodded repeatedly. Then let's discuss it later. The emperor was secretly pleased that he had resolved a difficult issue. Immortal Master Shun is truly brilliant. He easily helped us resolve this troublesome matter. Princess Changlu also did not hesitate to praise him. The Immortal Master is truly remarkable. The young man's voice was low as he chuckled softly. It was a small matter. It's not even worth calling a logical takedown. As he returned to his seat, Sansan Gampo was suddenly startled as he realized something. It seems I was dazzled by that priest. How hateful. What loss of face. That cunning fox. He has no feelings for the princess at all, does he? This won't do. I must regain my dignity. With that thought, he turned to the emperor. I have heard that the Great Tang is full of talented people. Master craftsmen from all over the world. Treasures, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. The treasure I have obtained in Tibet was created by a brilliant artisan who spent 20 years of his life on it. It looks simple, but it is extremely difficult to solve. The Great Tang is a land of great talent. I am sure you can solve this treasure as easily as turning your hand. Would your majesty like to try? The emperor thought to himself, he's trying to test our Great Tang. This treasure is called the Luban Jade Cube. It has 6 faces, each face a different color. It can be freely rotated. With that said, he randomly scrambled the faces. I will now mix up its order. The Heavenly Khan is wise and divinely martial. Your wisdom surpasses all others. You will surely be able to restore it to its original form with ease. The emperor took it and tried to turn it. I have heard of the Luban lock, but not the Luban Jade Cube. Is it really so miraculous? The emperor focused on turning it, but the more he turned it, the harder it seemed. Sansan Gampo smiled smugly. Do not rush, Heavenly Khan. Even its creator took several hours to restore it. The emperor looked at him, thinking, he's clearly trying to regain the face he lost to a mortal master shun. Seeing that he could not solve it, the emperor asked his officials, we are old and weak. We cannot play with such things. My dear ministers, who would like a try? If you can complete it within an hour, we will reward you handsomely. The officials were all anxious. This concerns the dignity of the Great Tang. This is no laughing matter. Even His Majesty could not solve it. We fear we are also helpless. Sansan Gampo grew even more smug. He thought, so much for the great heavenly dynasty of Tang. They can't even pass my test. He turned to Changqing. You were very eloquent just now. You must be a person of great wisdom. Why don't you give a try? Changqing smiled. Isn't this just a high-end Rubik's Cube made of jade? You're acting as if it's so rare, so pleased with yourself. Sansan Gampo asked again. It seems you look down on the Luban Jade Cube. Can you solve it then? To play with this, all you need is hands, right? I've known how to play since I was a child. Nonsense. This Jade Cube was created by a master craftsman of my Tibetan Empire over many years of painstaking work. It was only recently completed. How could you have known how to play since you were a child? It was originally an educational toy for children in my Great Tang. I didn't expect your esteemed country to consider it a treasure. It seems Tibet is truly a remote place. So backward, it's almost pitiful. If the Jade Cube is an educational toy for the children of the Great Tang, why is it that the princes and ministers here, and even the Heavenly Khan himself, cannot solve it? At this point, the emperor and his officials all shot him sharp glances. They thought, even if that's the truth, did you have to say it so bluntly? How rude. Changqing replied softly. If a 3-year-old child holds a wooden stick and calls it a treasured sword, would you argue with him? We held back from exposing you, and yet you became smug and arrogant. In a tense exchange, Sansan Gampo was backed into a corner, unable to respond to his opponent's accusations. He could only remain silent, bowing his head in defeat. Changqing, with a subtle gesture, signaled to the emperor that he had handled the matter. In his heart, Changqing thought proudly, that should be enough to save face for Old Li. The pugilistic world is all about demonstrating the art of dealing with people, and my EQ is truly superb. The emperor, though still a little worried, also felt a sense of relief with Immortal Master Shun by his side. He thought to himself, Immortal Master Shun is so reliable. He can share some of the burden for us. But can he really restore the Jade Cube to its original form? Sansan Gampo handed the Rubik's Cube to Changqing, challenging him. If you can restore it to its original form in half an hour, I will believe your words. Otherwise, this matter between us is not over. Changqing stroked his chin, thinking, half an hour, you say? Sansan Gampo looked at Changqing's expression and sneered. Humph. Anyone can talk big, but when it comes to actually doing it, you can't, can you? Even the Buddhist elders of Tibet, with their profound spiritual power, took an hour to restore this Jade Cube. While Sansan Gampo was still talking, Changqing had already started turning the Rubik's Cube. When Sansan Gampo turned back, he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Changqing had already finished. Sansan Gampo exclaimed in astonishment. Changqing crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, 15 minutes is more than enough. Who needs half an hour? Sansan Gampo's face fell as he looked at the Jade Cube. I can't believe it. Impossible. How can it be so fast? Are you cheating? Changqing shook his head and explained. This game has a formula. Once you know the formula, anyone can play it. Sansan Gampo still didn't believe it, thinking that Changqing was cheating. You must have remembered the order I scrambled it in just now. Song just has to reverse it to succeed. Are you done scrambling it? Hurry up. I don't believe you can restore it in just a moment this time. Chongqing smiled confidently. Then you'd better open your eyes and watch carefully. The next moment is the time to witness a miracle. At a dizzying speed, Chongqing twisted the Rubik's Cube and completed it in an instant. Sansen Gampo was astonished. How is this possible? Chongqing was grinning from ear to ear, so much so that he didn't notice a man in red appearing in front of him. Do you have anything else to say this time? When he looked again, the young man nearly fell over. Damn it, where did this living, breathing person come from? The person who appeared was a Taoist master in red. He said to Chongqing, Taoist master, your wisdom is extraordinary. This square jade is too mediocre. Why not compete with this humble monk? With that, the old man in red raised his hand to his mouth and chanted something. The spiritual energy emanating from him astonished everyone. I'm not seeing things, am I? Where did this old ancestor come from? Is this magic on par with that of an immortal? Chongqing thought to himself. Just a simple magic trick of making a person appear has fooled you all. The ancients were truly ignorant. But where is the mechanism for this magic trick? Chongqing's eyes darted around, searching. He couldn't see it. It seems this Lama's skill is no less than that of Lu Qian. The emperor frowned in thought. This Lama was able to bypass the imperial palace's restrictions and suddenly appear in the main hall. His cultivation is truly formidable. It seems he is the Tubo's trump card. If it were before, I'm afraid I would also be frightened. But now that I have Immortal Master Shin here, I have nothing to worry about. Sansen Gampo smiled smugly. Oomph. This fellow seems to have been scared out of his wits. He's looking for a way to escape. He said to the emperor, Khan, this is Elder Thurny of our Tubo's esoteric sect. The elder's Buddhist teachings are profound. He has come here this time to have a discussion with the great experts of the Great Tang. This humble monk, Thurny, pays his respects to the heavenly Khan. I respectfully request your majesty's permission for this humble monk to have a discussion with this Taoist master. The emperor smiled and replied, since the great master is in such high spirits, then I will accept on behalf of Immortal Master Shun. Immortal Master Shun, Great Master Thurny has come from afar without minding the distance. Why don't you have a little discussion with him? Being put in a difficult position. Chongqing let out a ha. The young man scratched his head. Let's not do that. Thurny looked at Chongqing. This humble monk just now proposed a competition with the Taoist master. The Taoist master changed the subject. Now that the Khan has given the order, the Taoist master is still hesitating. Could it be that you are afraid? In Chongqing's heart, his eyes were sharp. Where did you get the idea that I'm afraid? Chongqing muttered under his breath. This old monk is really something. Isn't he just a magician? Who are you trying to mock with your mysterious act? The emperor laughed even louder. He couldn't hide his pride in having a talent like Chongqing. Immortal Master Shun, you need not be so modest. In this city of Chang'an, you are the most qualified person to represent the Great Tang. Chongqing glanced at the emperor. He thought for a moment and suddenly understood. I understand old Li's meaning now. This is the territory of the Great Tang. Even the referee is one of our own. Could it be that we're afraid of an unknown magician? Magic relies on props and assistants. So I just need to choose a location where his props and assistants can't be used. Wouldn't that guarantee victory? With that thought, Chongqing continued, all right then. This Shun will accept the Great Master's challenge. The Great Master can choose the content, and I will decide on the location. How about that? Thurny spoke up. This humble monk would like to compete with the Taoist master in praying for rain, fortune-telling, and descending into a cauldron of oil. Chongqing muttered, what is this? Aren't these the magic contests from Journey to the West? They're all tricks that have long been exposed. I will definitely win. Everyone quickly moved to the martial arts arena. Chongqing thought to himself, this is an open area. There can't be any magic mechanisms. There are no assistants or props around either. Let's see what you can do. Thurny stepped onto the stage and said, this humble monk will pray for rain first. Chongqing smiled. Great Master, please go ahead. Thurny began to pray for rain. His mouth continuously chanted spells. Suddenly, strong winds began to blow. Everyone exclaimed, it's really getting dark. I've never seen anyone pray for rain so quickly. Even the Dragon King is no match for this. Chongqing thought to himself, The weather in June is like a child's face, constantly changing. I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Ernie shouted, "Rain come!" The Dragon King received the signal from Ernie. He immediately understood his intention. The monk has given the signal. I will make it rain. Suddenly, King Yama appeared, grabbing the Dragon King's hand to stop him. Old brother Dragon King, don't be reckless. The Dragon King was surprised. Old brother, what are you doing here? King Yama asked with a serious face. Are you planning to give that llama rain? The Dragon King replied. That llama has always worshipped the East Sea Dragon Palace. It's no big deal to give him some rain. King Yama was furious. Old friend, you're being foolish. If you make it rain, I'm afraid the job of making rain will have to be given to someone else in the future. The Dragon King trembled and asked, Old brother, why do you say that? Do you know who the Taoist priest competing with the llama is? I don't know. He looks like just a mortal. A mortal? If he's a mortal, then there are no more gods in this world. At this moment, the sky thundered. Dark clouds gathered, preparing for a heavy rain. Sansan Gampo said smugly, Khan, it seems Tubo has won this first round. However, the Emperor said calmly, My dear minister, don't be in a hurry. Immortal Master Shun has not yet made his move. If both of them succeed in praying for rain, it's a draw. Moreover, the rain hasn't fallen yet. Sansan Gampo continued. The elder called for rain twice. It will definitely rain heavily. Heavenly Khan, please wait and see. On the stage, Ernie shouted, Rain come, rain come. Chongqing looked at him, annoyed. It's just the weather changing. What's all the shouting for? Suddenly, an insect flew over and crawled into Chongqing's sleeve. The young man jumped up, but it was too late. On the stage, Ernie was still trying to pray for rain, but the sky suddenly cleared up again. Ernie's face turned pale. He was sweating profusely. He looked towards Chongqing and thought to himself, I made an appointment with the Dragon King. After 3 calls of rain come, there would be rain. This Taoist priest was actually able to dispel the clouds and rain. What kind of cultivation is this? Impossible. It must be a coincidence. I'll just pray for rain again. But the more he prayed, the clearer the sky became. Chongqing also noticed this. Ernie was furious. Where are the clouds? Where's the rain? Chongqing was grinning from ear to ear. The weather has changed again. It seems I'm the lucky one. Up above, the Dragon King continuously thanked King Yama. Thank you, old brother, for the reminder. Otherwise, this little brother would have made a big mistake. King Yama said, if you want to build a good relationship with Immortal Master Shun, just doing this little thing is not enough. The Dragon King was curious. Old brother, teach me. King Yama leaned in and whispered, do you know why I could be the ghost ruler of the underworld, while you're just a small Dragon King? Because I'm better at sucking up to the leadership than you. I want to suck up too, but I don't have the opportunity. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you know how to build a good relationship with Mr. Shun, why worry about not having a bright future? Whether you get promoted from the local level to the heavenly court and receive a myriad of official posts or not, all depends on how you perform today. This old brother understands. Old brother, just wait and see my performance. A moment later, it was Chongqing's turn to step onto the rain-praying platform. The young man thought to himself, the llama's rain prayer failed. Even if I fail, everyone will feel that it's fair. Everyone will be happy. But I'm not planning to pray for rain anyway. On TV, how do the great immortals pray for rain? While Chongqing was at a loss for what to do, the llama was secretly plotting. He ruined my rain prayer spell. It's only fair to return the favor. When he prays for rain, I will also cast a spell to obstruct him. However, before the llama could act, it started to rain. The llama stood in the middle, stunned. He stared blankly at the falling rain. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Thunder also rumbled everywhere. King Yama stared wide-eyed at the Dragon King. Old brother, Mr. Shun hasn't even started praying for rain yet. He was bewildered. Could this be a demonstration of Mr. Shun's profound Taoist arts? Sansan Gampo was on the verge of tears. He exclaimed in his native tongue, is this rain brought by that Taoist? The Emperor was also extremely shocked. Does Mr. Shun possess such great power? The civil and military officials exclaimed in unison. Look at Mr. Shun on the platform. Chongqing was bewildered. He didn't understand what was happening. Is this a typhoon passing by? As expected, there's no wind in the eye of the storm. Science programs don't lie. The Emperor shouted, Mr. Shun, quickly, Retract your divine power. Sansen Gampo also yelled. Stop at once. Tubo concedes this round. Chongqing thought to himself, I haven't done anything. How did I win? The llama was so angry he was about to go mad. You rotten Taoist. You were good this round. Next round, I'll make you pay. A while later, the sky was clear and the clouds had dispersed. The rain had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Watching the servants clean up, Chongqing thought to himself, everyone thinks I caused that storm just now. This misunderstanding is a bit too big. The llama approached and said, the Great Tang is truly prosperous. To be able to make the Dragon King so devoted, this humble monk did not lose in terms of Taoist arts, but in the fact that Tubo's evil power is not as strong as the Great Tang's. Chongqing mumbled, although I don't understand what he's saying, it's clear that he's admiring me, right? The worst kind of person is one who won't admit defeat, so I'll have to put on a little show. Thinking this, the young man smirked. A frog in a well. What do you know? Just now, this humble Taoist only used a small trick. If you're not convinced, I will make you lose so badly you'll be convinced. At this moment, the emperor had also arrived. The duel of magic between the two of you just now was truly spectacular. How will the next round of divination be contested? The llama bowed his head. Please trouble the heavenly Khan to find 3 boxes. In them, place 3 different types of objects. The Taoist master and I will stand 100 paces from the boxes and divine the objects within. Chongqing said bluntly. Then you just need to find someone to tell you what's in the box beforehand. The young man thought to himself, As expected, he started to look for someone to give him a heads up. I won't let you get your way. The llama raised his hand. Therefore, please, Heavenly Khan, place the objects yourself to ensure fairness. What do you think, Taoist master? The emperor nodded. Then I will place the objects. I will definitely be fair and impartial. Mr. Shun, the Great Tang and Tubo are on friendly terms. You shouldn't be too ostentatious. I will obey your majesty's decree. Although he said this, in his heart, the emperor really wanted Chongqing to win. Mr. Shun, don't win too brutally. At least leave some face for Tubo. Chongqing also thought to himself, oh, Oldly is afraid of losing face for Tubo. He's hinting that I should lose the next round. The two of them looked at each other with meaningful glances. After an incense stick's time, 3 boxes of different colors had been prepared. The emperor announced, I have placed the objects. Absolutely no one else saw what I placed. The 2 sirs can begin the competition at ease. As soon as they began, the llama clasped his hands together. He mumbled an incantation. The old man's eyes bulged. It looked incredibly terrifying. Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. His voice was full of sarcasm. Master, your eyes are so wide. Can you really see the objects in a box? The llama replied calmly. This humble monk cultivates the heavenly eye. I can see the cause and effect of the future. Naturally, I can also see the objects in the box clearly. Chongqing sneered. Master, this isn't any heavenly eye. It's clearly conjunctivitis. Get it treated quickly. These words startled the llama. The old man thought to himself, was that an illusion just now? Why did I feel a slight fluctuation of demonic energy? This is the royal palace of the Great Tang. It's full of talented people everywhere. How could there be a demon? It must have been an illusion. A moment later, the llama proposed, Taoist master. Let's each write our answers on paper and present them together, shall we? Chongqing nodded. No problem. As he held the brush, he mumbled, anyway, I have to lose this round, so I'll just do something strange. After they finished writing, they both held them up. The emperor looked at them, stunned. This Tibetan monk is truly formidable. He got all of them right. But what did Mr. Shun write? Could there be a deeper meaning behind it? The civil and military officials whispered amongst themselves. Could a mortal master Shun be joking? How could his majesty put these things in the boxes? The llama was puzzled. Writing down such an answer, Taoist master Shun, are you perhaps toying with this humble monk? Chongqing was surprised. Isn't Lu Jishin punches Zheng Guanqi a riddle? It doesn't matter as long as it's fun. On the platform, the eunuch began to open the boxes. Inside, to everyone's confusion, was a half-eaten peach. The old monk was just as confused. I clearly saw a teacup inside. I couldn't have been mistaken. Beside him, he couldn't help but be bewildered. I just wrote something random and got it right. This is surreal. In the second box was a bowl of noodles. Chongqing was shocked again. I guessed right again? With this kind of luck, I should buy a lottery ticket this afternoon. The old monk, furious, threw his brush and paper. Impossible. There must be cheating involved. He angrily rushed to the third box and opened it himself. Inside was a bald bird, which left him stunned. The emperor on the side was also confused. I clearly put the things the llama wrote inside. Why is it that when they're opened, they match what Taoist Master Shin wrote? Later, the emperor and Gampo approached the protagonist. He smiled and said, "Immortal Master Shun's divine power has once again broadened my horizons. I wonder if Immortal Master Shun could reveal a little of how you did that." Gampo glanced at the old llama. He frowned with a look of displeasure. Elder Thurney's heavenly, I has never been wrong before. But this time he was wrong all 3 times. It is truly hard to imagine. Hearing this, the emperor was a little angry and exclaimed, "The meaning behind the words. Is Your Excellency perhaps suggesting that I colluded with Immortal Master Shun to cheat?" Chongqing, standing beside them, heard this and immediately imagined a scene of the emperor cheating. That's right. Old Lee could have arranged for someone to cheat. Then, he turned to look at the young eunuch who was cleaning up the boxes right beside him and covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. 80% chance that eunuch is a master magician. With his help, it will be difficult for Tubo to win. Gampo held up his hands in front of the emperor and explained, "I absolutely have no such intention. I was just curious as to how Immortal Master Shin did it. I have never seen Elder Thurney make such a mistake before." Hearing this, the emperor glanced at the protagonist and said coolly, "It is of course because Taoist Master Shun's Taoist arts are profound. How could we mere mortals possibly know? Is Old Lee hinting that I should respond?" After thinking, Chongqing stepped forward. He pointed to his own face and smiled brightly. "That's right. Just now, this humble Taoist was just performing a small magic trick. I made a fool of myself in front of all of you." After a moment of conversation, the emperor turned and gestured towards Gampo, asking, "Your Excellency, my Great Tang has won 2 of the 3 rounds. Is there a need to compete in the 3rd round?" Gampo suppressed his annoyance. "Heavenly Khan, the Han people have a saying, what started must be finished. I feel we should still compete in all rounds." The emperor then turned to ask for the protagonist's opinion. "What are Immortal Master Shin's thoughts? The 3rd round is a competition of entering a cauldron of oil. Do you wish to compete?" The protagonist calmly replied, "Then let's compete. I have no objections." An image of a bubbling cauldron of oil immediately appeared in his mind. I've seen the secrets of the entering the oil cauldron trick revealed before. Isn't it just adding a bit of vinegar to the oil to lower its boiling point? I can totally expose this trick right here and now. Gampo turned and walked away. His face was filled with frustration. Immortal Master Shun is truly as formidable as his reputation suggests. In that case, I will discuss the 3rd match with Elder Danny. After he left, the emperor glanced at the protagonist. He pursed his lips and nodded in approval. Seeing this, Chongqing also responded with a cheerful nod. On the roof, Xiao Bai and Xiao He looked down, giggling. Immortal Master Shun is praising us. Look, I told you. He was testing us. It seems he is very pleased with us. It turned out the contents of those boxes were the result of these cats' mischief. A moment later, Gampo approached Danny. He glared and frowned, speaking loudly. "Elder, the situation is not as we discussed. We've already lost 2 of the 3 matches." Danny looked towards the protagonist and mumbled, "That Shin fellow is too strong. This humble monk was too overconfident. For this final match, this humble monk will use my ultimate technique to regain face for Tibet." Then he continued, "Your spiritual arts may be profound, but my spiritual arts are rare and hard to find. I refuse to believe you can defeat me. To be able to compete with Priest Shin today makes this humble monk feel my skills are inferior." This 3rd match was destined to be a competition of entering a cauldron of oil. With Immortal Master Shun's cultivation level, you must have already achieved an indestructible golden body, correct? Chongqing overheard this from afar and turned to ask, "What is that llama saying? Is he preparing to concede defeat?" Danny raised one hand in front of him. The other he brought to his mouth, chanting a mantra. His face was full of determination. "Immortal Master Shun, this humble monk will now perform my strongest ultimate technique. Do you wish to compete to see who is superior?" With that said, he began to gather spiritual energy. It created a strong gust of wind that blew up the maidservant's skirts and made the eunuch stumble. The protagonist saw this scene. He raised his hands to shield himself. His face was filled with worry. What is this ultimate technique of the lamas? Is it specifically for being a pervert? After gathering the spiritual energy, Danny held a square block of ice in his hand, panting heavily. This is this humble monk's ultimate technique. Creating something from nothing. Condensing air into ice. Xiaobai and Xiaohei looked down, discussing. That's no exaggeration. Condensing the surrounding water vapor into ice. This lama is truly formidable. If one uses the 5 elements spiritual arts, condensing ice is nothing strange. But he did not rely on the synergy of the 5 elements. He purely relied on his internal cultivation to condense the ice. It truly is an ultimate technique. The protagonist pointed at the block of ice. Your whole grand display just now was to make that ice. To condense ice without relying on spiritual arts. Could it be that Priest Shin also knows how to do this? Hearing this, Changqing placed his hands on his hips. He looked forward with confidence. Isn't it just making ice? Uff. Let me show you the power of the peerless poison master. In Changqing's imagination, he transformed into a bearded old man. He pointed forward, his English as swift as the wind. Back in reality, Changqing pointed a finger straight at old Danny's face. A silly grin was on his face. He thought to himself, I finally have a chance to say this line. Truly a die-hard fan of Old Bai. Seeing this attitude, Danny frowned. His voice was full of doubt. Those words Immortal Master Shun just spoke. What kind of mantra was that? Changqing crossed his arms, his eyes closed, and calmly replied, It's understandable. The peerless poison master has not been mentioned in the world for a long time, let alone by someone from the Tang dynasty. With that said, he opened his eyes. He glanced at old Danny and exclaimed, Isn't it just making ice? How much do you want? I can make as much as you want. Danny immediately retorted, Priest Shun. This humble monk did not use spiritual arts to condense the ice. Do not try to change the subject. Hearing this, Changqing's eyes twinkled as he smirked. Then I, too, can make anyone condense ice at will. Can you do that? Danny's face was cold as stone. He replied sternly, Priest Shun, please do not joke. If condensing ice were so easy, wouldn't my decades of hard training become a laughingstock? Just as he finished speaking, Changqing pointed towards the group of young maidservants standing behind him. Just pick any palace maid. I will have her create ice right before your eyes. Let's see what you have to say then. Danny glared at Changqing. His voice was full of determination. This humble monk would like to see how Priest Shun will make a common mortal create ice. The young maidservants immediately started buzzing with excitement. They called out eagerly, This is a great opportunity to show off in front of His Majesty. Master, pick me. I'm very smart. Master, pick me. Danny looked at the eager faces of the palace maids. His cheeks flushed. He thought to himself, These palace maids are indeed all mortals. They don't have a single bit of cultivation. Can that Shin fellow really make them create ice? Just as he thought this, he glanced over. He saw Changqing whispering to a eunuch. He grew suspicious. He's definitely up to something. I can't let him have his way. A moment later, the eunuch prepared a tub of clear water. Changqing held a small bowl in his hand. He sprinkled black particles into the water. He hummed a tune as he did so. His expression was incredibly excited. Danny walked over. His suspicious gaze was fixed on the tub of water as he asked, Priest Shun, what are you doing? Are you playing some kind of trick? Changqing glanced over. His voice was full of confidence. The great master only said I couldn't use spiritual arts to condense ice. He didn't forbid me from adding things to the water. Look, with that said, he had the eunuch dump a plate of fruit into the tub. Then he turned to ask old Danny, Have you ever seen anyone play a trick by adding peaches, plums, and melons? Hearing this, Danny was stunned. He thought to himself, There isn't a single bit of spiritual power in the water. I'd like to see how he condenses ice. After thinking, Danny looked at Changqing and spoke. Immortal Master Shun, this humble monk will take on the task of condensing the ice. Changqing was surprised. What? You? Can you do it? Danny frowned. His voice was full of frustration. Immortal Master Shun chose someone to condense the ice. Does it have to be a palace maid? If necessary, this humble monk can also wear a woman's dress. Upon hearing these words, an image of old Danny in a maid's outfit flashed through the protagonist's mind. It made him jump. He broke out in a cold sweat. Is such a great sacrifice really necessary? This is just a competition of making ice. It's not a competition to see who's more of an idiot. Imagining the scene, Changqing covered his face. He waved his hand dismissively. The thought alone is terrifying. Fine, just pick anyone. In that case, I'll trouble the great master to stir the bucket of water. Hearing this, the old man walked over. He rolled up his sleeves. He stuck his hand into the tub of water and began to stir. Great master, this water is very cold. Would you like to use this wooden stick instead of your hand? Danny glanced behind him and replied frankly, Priest should need not worry. This humble monk has an indestructible golden body. It's just cold water. It's nothing. The trick must be in that wooden stick. I absolutely cannot let him carry out his plan. Great master, if your arm gets too cold and you can't stand it, pull out quickly. Although the water is cold, compared to the freezing lakes and icy streams of the snowy regions, it's still nothing. At the same time, the emperor and Gampo stood to the side. They watched intently. After a while of being stirred by old Danny, from the bottom of the tub of water, small blocks of ice floated to the surface. Danny's eyes widened. He shouted in astonishment, Holy, it's really turning into ice. Just keep stirring. The ice will keep forming. The water is freezing. But Danny was sweating profusely, his eyes wide as he stared at the water vat. The water in the barrel was normal, yet it could create ice. Such a strange thing has never been heard of before. Could this Taoist priest be a celestial being who has descended to the mortal realm? While he was pondering, Changqing raised his hand from behind. His face as green as a frog's bottom. Hey, it's time for some fruit. When Danny heard this, his face turned pale with fear. Sweat dripped down his face. His mouth agape, he thought to himself. Fruit. In his eyes. Were the prince and I just fruits for him to enjoy at his leisure? Does he want to kill us? After thinking, he quickly withdrew his hand from the water vat. Then he bowed his head, startling Changqing into taking a step back. This humble monk concedes. Tubo concedes. What are you doing, old man? Next. He raised his head and stared straight ahead, shouting loudly in Tibetan, Great King. The sun set on the snowy mountain peak. The wind blows and the clouds scatter. When Gampo heard this, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, This is the prearranged signal between the elder and me. It means there's great danger. We must leave quickly. After thinking, he turned, clasped his hands, and bowed to the emperor. Please, Khan. Tubo concedes. We will leave now. With that, Gampo's group and old Danny scrambled out of the imperial palace, not daring to look back even once. A moment later, Changqing fished out the chilled fruits from the water vat and said, I just want to get some fruit to eat. Why did the llama react so strongly? These are frozen fruits. Now is the best time to eat them. The emperor took the frozen peach, took a small bite, and his expression immediately brightened. I have never eaten a peach frozen so transparently in this weather. Today, my dear Minister Shun has brought glory to our country. It is truly gratifying. Changle nibbled on a cherry, her cheeks rosy red. She thought to herself, Taoist Master Shun is truly amazing. How can there be such a perfect person? Suddenly, from outside, a eunuch rushed in, announcing loudly, Urgent news from Longxi, 800 miles away. Hearing the news, the emperor immediately frowned and stood up abruptly, his face filled with worry. Longxi borders Tubo. Sans and Gampo's recent actions were indeed unusual. Could there be some disturbance on the Tubo border? The emperor showed caution, his eyes glued to the memorial. This made the main character's group fall silent, not daring to make sound. A moment later, the emperor placed his hand on the table, sighed and said slowly, This is truly troublesome. However, a giant white pig has appeared in Longxi. The local officials consider it a good omen. They have sent an urgent message from 800 miles away to inform me. Hearing this, Changqing raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, a white pig? I remember that white pigs were introduced to our country in 1974. After a process of breeding and raising, the problem of meat shortage was solved. If it has appeared now, does that mean we can enjoy pork freely? With that thought, the main character stepped before the emperor, clasped his hands, and reported, Your Majesty, this white pig is indeed a good omen. Please allow this subject to go and bring the pig back to the imperial palace. The emperor, upon hearing this, showed curiosity and asked back, "It's just a white pig. Is it worthy of a mortal master Shun's attention?" Chongqing replied seriously, "Of course. This matter is directly related to the lives of the people." Hearing this, the emperor nodded happily. "Since a mortal master Shun has said so, then I grant you permission. How many people does immortal master Shun intend to bring along?" Chongqing smiled. "It's just bringing a pig back. There's no need to mobilize troops. This subject alone is enough." The emperor turned to Changle and gently suggested, "Changle, you have never been to Longxi, have you? Why not go with immortal master Shun to broaden your horizons?" Upon hearing this, Changle's face immediately lit up. She clasped her hands and asked, "Immortal master Shun, can I go with you? I promise I won't be a bother." Chongqing immediately refused. The princess is a precious jade. How can she travel thousands of miles? Moreover, men and women should not be so close. It would be inconvenient to travel together. Hearing this, Changle bowed her head in disappointment. "Then never mind." The emperor sighed. "Sigh, Changle, I can only help you this much." Seeing this, Chongqing gently comforted her. "Princess, don't be sad. I will take you to more interesting places in the future." Upon hearing this, Changle's face lit up again. "Really? Then let's make a promise." The emperor looked at the two of them, smiling to himself and thinking, immortal master Shun is truly a living immortal. If Changle can marry him, it would be a good match. The scene changes to Chongqing Temple, when Bai Long and Donger heard that the main character was going to catch a white pig. They immediately became excited. "The immortal master is going to Longxi? Take us with you." Bai Long crossed her arms, glancing at Dong. "If the immortal master wants to take someone with him, it should be me. What can you do if he takes you?" Donger stuck her chest out and replied defiantly, "I could do a lot. I could do many things, in fact." Donga looked at Donger's chest, angry. "You shameless thing." Chongqing sat cross-legged, shaking his head and thinking to himself as he watched the two girls argue. "I suspect you two are deliberately causing trouble. Moreover, the evidence is too obvious." A moment later, Donger approached Chongqing, saying shyly, "Immortal master, take me with you. I can serve you in your daily needs on the way. I can also warm your bed for you." Hearing this, Chongqing thought of Donger's chest and muttered, "Not bad." But right after, Bai Long rushed over and pushed Donger aside, angry. "The immortal master is not that kind of person. It's better to take me with you. I know how to cook, organize clothes, so—" And even away, Chongqing stood up, dusting off his clothes. "All right, no matter which one of you goes, the other will be unhappy. It's best if no one goes." The two girls watched Chongqing's retreating back. "You two take care of the house. I'll be back in about half a month." As soon as he stepped out of Chongqing Temple, Chongqing saw a bald driver waiting for him. "Immortal Master Shun, this humble one is the driver arranged by the court to serve you. Please forgive the intrusion." Chongqing got on the carriage. The bald man then carefully adjusted it for him. "Immortal Master, please hold on to this. Isn't this a horse-drawn carriage? Why does it need a handrail?" The bald man turned around, looking at Chongqing with a serious expression. "Immortal Master Shun, once you get in my carriage, you're my family. Please trust me." With that, he took a deep breath and whipped the horse's rump, causing it to bolt off like an arrow. Chongqing felt his hair stand on end, his face turning pale. "Are you kidding me? Riding in a horse-drawn carriage feels like being pushed from behind." The carriage is flying. As soon as he finished, he discovered something moving behind him. Changle emerged from under a white cloth, her face flushed, panting. "This is bad. I'm suffocating." Chongqing shouted in alarm. "Princess Changle, what are you doing here?" Changle smiled, her eyes wide. "Father has allowed me to leave the palace, so I arranged for the fastest driver in Chang'an to take us." So that's what the driver meant by special. "But this won't do, princess. You came out with me without any guards. What if we run into bad people? I must take you back immediately." "Driver, turn back to Chang'an." The bald man continued to whip the horse, replying, "Immortal Master, we've already left Chang'an by more than 100 miles. It will be difficult to go back quickly." Hearing this, Chongqing, his eyes rolled back, his mouth agape. "Oh, for crying out loud. What kind of robbery is this that you have to run so fast?" Changle stared at him and said, "Immortal Master, Father already said so. As long as I'm here, No one in this world can harm me. Just take me with you. Chongqing held his head in defeat. All right. We'll go together then. To be able to travel with immortal Master Shun. How wonderful. Huh? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? The scene changes to a desolate village in a dense forest. The carriage stopped for a rest. The bald man stroked his prized horse and chuckled. Immortal Master and Princess, please go into the village and find lodging first. We two will stay here for the night. The horse glanced at the bald man. Its expression was sassy. The bald man was bewildered. What's wrong, old friend? All right. Don't make a fuss. I'll go get you some hay to eat. After he left, the horse glanced behind it. Suddenly, the surrounding space became unusually gloomy. The ancient tree behind it transformed into a demon. It used its branches to impale the horse. It swallowed it into its gaping maw. Meanwhile, Chongqing and Changle had entered the village. What's going on? Is this village deserted? Immortal Master, I feel like this village is so gloomy. Just as she finished speaking, a brick fell from above. It made a loud noise. Changle was startled. Her face turned purple. She rushed over and clung to Chongqing's arm. Immortal Master, I'm so scared. Chongqing blushed. His eyes were glued to her ample chest. He smiled calmly. Don't be afraid, Princess. It's just a broken tile that fell. Changle looked down at the broken tile at her feet and sighed in relief. It really is just a broken tile. She quickly let go of his arm. Her cheeks were flushed. Please don't blame me, Immortal Master. Changle was a little careless just now. Forgive my impoliteness. Chongqing stepped forward. He looked down at Changle with a gentle and comforting gaze. Don't worry, Princess. There are no such things as ghosts and demons in this world. Changle clasped her hands together. Her large, round eyes looked at Chongqing. Her smile was as bright as if she had just achieved a great success. That's right. With the Immortal Master here, no demon or ghost is scary at all. There's a temple up ahead. We can rest there tonight. The protagonist and Changle entered the temple. He touched the altar and mumbled, strange. The village is deserted, but this temple is clean. As if someone cleans it every day. Changle stared at something in surprise. Immortal Master, why is this statue covering its face? It's probably a local custom. We'd best not be too curious. With that said, Chongqing pointed toward the door. Princess, let's go check the back hall and see if there's anything we can use as bedding. We'll spend the night here. Everything is as you say. After the two of them left, the cloth covering the face of the statue suddenly flew up. It revealed the demonic face underneath. A moment later, Chongqing found 2 cushions to use as bedding. Thank goodness. The back hall has clean blankets and cushions. The monks here must have left them behind. I thought we'd have to sleep on the cold stone floor. Changle knelt down. She placed her hands on her thighs and smiled. As expected of the Immortal Master. You can even sleep in a place like this. I wouldn't dare to sleep. Chongqing sat down on the cushion and said cheerfully, if the princess can't sleep, we can have a lying down chat session. I used to love having these with my roommates. Changle placed her hand on her chest. Her eyes were wide with curiosity. A lying down chat session? What's that? Chongqing tilted his head. He held up a finger and explained. It's just chatting. In other words, sitting next to each other and talking. That sounds nice. I wanted to have a proper conversation with the Immortal Master for a long time. Didn't you always want to learn from me? This is a good opportunity to teach you. With that said, Chongqing took a stone and drew some geometric theorems on the floor. Here, let me try to explain it to you. But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw that Changle had already fallen asleep. It seems that no matter the era, math is still the most sleep-inducing thing. Changle was sound asleep. She had accidentally pulled down her clothes, revealing her ample bosom. Chongqing quickly looked away. His cheeks flushed. He mumbled, do not look at what is contrary to propriety. The night was long and endless. Chongqing sat in the room, deep in thought. He looked toward the door and thought. I never thought that one day I would be in the Tang dynasty, spending the night with a Tang princess in a run-down temple. Thinking this, he placed his hand on his chest and sighed. A drop in the ocean. Is there any hope for my short life to return? The next morning, Chongqing and Changle walked out of the temple. Changle was shy, her cheeks blushing. She glanced at Chongqing and asked, Immortal Master, did I do anything strange while I was sleeping last night? Chongqing raised his eyebrows and answered bluntly, No. The princess slept very soundly. The tacit understanding of adults automatically skipped over the awkward topic. A moment later, the two of them walked to the ancient tree where the carriage had been resting. But they saw no one. Where are the drivers and the horses? Chongqing's eyes widened in shock. Could there have been a robbery and murder? Hearing this, Changle, her face went pale. She was terrified. Robbery and murder? She imagined being chased by a group of bandits. The men would rob them of their possessions. And the women, immortal master, save me. Thinking that, Changle was startled. Her eyes filled with tears. She clung to Chongqing tightly. If there are robbers and murderers, doesn't that mean we're in danger? Immortal master, use your magic to fly us away from here right now. Hearing this, the protagonist scratched his cheek and thought to himself, I think I scared the princess too much. And now she's starting to talk nonsense again. How am I supposed to make her fly? This isn't a game of climbing the ranks. I'd better calm her down. Thinking this, he gently patted Changle's shoulder and reassured her. Don't worry, princess. It's probably just that the horses got spooked and ran off. The drivers are probably chasing after them. Changle stroked her chin. She looked up at the protagonist doubtfully. Really? You seemed so suspicious just a moment ago. Chongqing quickly cut her off. In broad daylight like this, the Great Tang is prosperous and the people are at peace. How could a group of bandits suddenly appear? I was just joking scare you earlier. While they were talking, Chongqing didn't notice that a group of men holding hoes had appeared behind him. They were stealthily approaching. A group of shabbily dressed young men pointed at the protagonist and shouted, Quick, get him! The protagonist turned around. He was startled to see the young man. His eyes went wide. Oh my God, am I a jinx? Immortal master, there really are bandits. The young man stepped forward. He stood in front of Chongqing and asked directly, Who are you? Where did you come from? A terrified young man turned his head back. Quick, save my brother. If we're too late, I don't know if this tree will swallow him whole. Hearing this, the young man rushed towards the teenager. Changle's eyes were wide with surprise. A man-eating tree? I've never heard of such a thing. Does such a tree really exist in this world? The young men surrounded the ancient tree. They were all talking at once. Isn't this the divine tree? Muramasa already said that this tree is a forbidden area. Huzi went in there. A bearded man stepped forward, his arms crossed. He asked sternly, Did you two go near the divine tree to play? We were just passing by. We heard a cry for help and came running. When we got to the ancient tree, we saw a money bag hanging from it. Hey, look, there's a money bag on the tree. There must be a lot of money inside. Brother, I think this is a forbidden area. The divine tree Muramasa has warned us. The older brother didn't listen to his younger brother. He immediately climbed the tree. With this money, we'll have a full meal. We'll grab it and go. It'll be fine. But just as the older brother was about to touch the money bag, a strange vibration caught his attention. The roots from the tree trunk wrapped tightly around the older brother. It pulled him into the tree without him even being able to scream. The younger brother watched the scene. Tears streamed down her face. My brother is in the tree. Please save him. Hearing this, the young men hesitated. Muramasa had warned them not to enter the sacred tree's forbidden grounds. If they did, the villagers would be in trouble. Chonglu turned to Chongqing, pleading, Master Priest, please use your spiritual arts to save him. Hearing this, the protagonist didn't know how to refuse. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. All right, leave it to me. I don't believe in any of this man-eating tree nonsense. It's probably just a playful child who fell into the base of a tree. He's probably just making up stories because he's afraid of being scolded. Seeing Chongqing approach the ancient tree, the young men were shocked. You stranger! What are you doing? Climbing the tree to save someone, of course. Hearing this, the crowd vehemently objected. Insolent! Get back! Don't anger the sacred tree. That's right. Come and kneel with us to beg for the sacred tree's forgiveness. Chongqing tilted his head. A contemptuous smile played on his lips as he thought, how foolish. There's no such thing as a man-eating tree. Even a science show wouldn't dare to film something like that. After thinking, he turned around. He walked straight towards the ancient tree with a confident smile. On the contrary, I want to see what's so special about this so-called man-eating tree. Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout echoed from the distance. Who dares to make a ruckus in the forbidden grounds? Don't you want to live anymore? As soon as the crowd saw the three figures, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Muramasa." Old Muramasa pointed forward angrily and roared. "Instead of going to the shrine to worship, you're all here causing a disturbance. Aren't you afraid of the tree, God's punishment?" A bearded man pointed at the teenager. "Tianhua asked us to come and save his brother. Uzi must have been swallowed by the tree god." Tianhua's face was pale. Tears welled up in his eyes. He trembled as he begged, "Muramasa, please save my brother. He's all I have." Hearing this, old Muramasa glared furiously and shouted, "How many times have I told you? Everything we have is thanks to the tree god's compassion. We just need to worship devoutly." As he was speaking, he suddenly fell silent. His eyes widened as he saw Chongqing climbing the tree. "Damn it! How dare he climb up there?" Chongqing calmly gripped the tree trunk. He climbed up step by step. His hands gripped the trunk tightly. Instantly, sparkling lights appeared. His feet rubbed against the trunk to maintain his balance. As he reached the treetop, a golden light began to emanate from around the ancient tree. Just then, the light swirled. It gradually formed a face in the middle of the trunk. Its eyes were filled with fury as it glared down. Soon after, a grotesque, demonic face with sharp, rake-like teeth became clear. Seeing this, the crowd knelt down. They kowtowed repeatedly. "The tree god has revealed itself." The ancient tree glared at Chongqing. "I have a feeling that after eating this person, I will achieve enlightenment and become an immortal. I will become a god in the heavens. What a stroke of luck." Meanwhile, Chongqing was still oblivious. He casually spat on his hands. "This damn tree is slippery." Then, he slammed his hand against the trunk. It created a wave of golden spiritual energy that enveloped the entire ancient tree. But he continued to climb. Without faltering, the ancient tree's eyes widened. It opened its mouth and roared. "What is happening? Where's the spiritual power that controls my branches?" Just as it finished speaking, Chongqing kicked the tree right in the face. He used it as a foothold to climb higher. In a flash, he had reached the hole in the tree, chuckling, "Hee hee. This makes it much easier to climb. This guy dares to step on my face. I'm so angry I could die. Where's my spiritual power?" Old Muramasa stood hunched over. He glanced upwards, thinking, that compassionate person has become nourishment for the sacred tree. The sacred tree's power has grown again. At this moment, Chonglu stepped forward. She looked at old Muramasa with suspicion. "If that tree eats people, why haven't you reported it to the imperial court?" Old Muramasa's face turned purple. He glared at Chonglu and roared. "The sacred tree has cultivated for 1,000 years. Priests with weak spiritual power can only anger it. If that happens, this entire village will face a great disaster. We don't dare to go to the Forbidden Grounds, but we can't leave either. So we can only live on the mountains outside. We return every day to worship the sacred tree. No wonder the village is deserted. So you've all gone to live in the mountains." Chonglu turned to look at the curious villagers. "Then why can't you leave this place?" Old Muramasa stood behind them. A murderous aura emanated from him. According to the village records, people in this village have been implanted with a seed by the sacred tree since birth. Once they leave, the sacred tree will activate the seed, causing it to take root and sprout, turning that person into a tree. At that time, passers-by will only see a village full of trees wearing clothes. No trace of humans left. Those who pass by will also become new nourishment for the sacred tree. If you don't want to turn into a tree, you must obediently worship and make offerings to the sacred tree on time. Only then will the sacred tree not destroy the village." With that said, he pointed at the sacred tree and shouted, "If you dare to anger the sacred tree, it will eat you, just like that stranger." Just as he finished speaking, a young man in the village pointed at the sacred tree and stammered, "Muramasa, that person." The old man turned around. He saw Chongqing kicking the sacred tree right in the face. His eyes widened. "How is this possible?" Chonglu crossed her arms, her eyes closed. Her voice was full of authority. "Do you still not know who he is? He is the immortal master Shun of Chang'an. His spiritual arts are the greatest in the land. A terrifying tree demon like this. This must be the first time Priest Shun has had to use his divine magic. We are fortunate to witness it." Hearing this, the villagers, their faces lit up. A priest from Chang'an? Then he can definitely deal with the sacred tree. That's right. Don't you see the sacred tree doesn't even dare to move? This is great. We're saved. However, in contrast to everyone's joy, old Muramesa's face darkened as he mumbled. A priest from Chang'an? On the tree, Changqing looked down, thinking, the villagers must have been terrified by this tree. That's why they believe it eats people. There's no such thing as a man-eating tree in this world. But then, something made his face turn ashen. He sat down heavily on top of the sacred tree and looked down. I'm screwed. My stomach feels awful. Just then, Changqing looked into the hollow of the tree. He saw a pair of a boy's legs sticking straight up. He immediately shouted, I see the kid. He's still alive. I'll pull him out right now. Changqing pulled with all his might. The boy cried out. At the same time, he pressed his butt against the top of the tree to maintain his balance. Damn it. It seems this kid is stuck in the hollow of the tree. Changqing grabbed the boy's 2 legs tightly. He pulled with all his strength. Hey kid, can you hear me? Let's both pull at the same time. I'm saving you, old man. The sacred tree glared upwards. It was furious. Don't even dream of taking out what's already been swallowed. Just then, Changqing, his stomach in turmoil, couldn't hold it in any longer. He dropped a foul-smelling atomic bomb onto the sacred tree's face. The sacred tree inhaled the full scent. Its face turned purple. It stuck out its tongue, panting. Holy, I used too much force and farted. Isn't this too embarrassing? Under the horrific smell. Even Changqing himself couldn't stand it. He pinched his nose. My God, it stinks. Luckily, there's no one else up here. Otherwise, I'd die of embarrassment. The sacred tree's eyes widened. Tears streamed down its face. Is this a fart that a human can produce? It stinks. I can't. I'm going to be sick. Finally, the sacred tree couldn't take it anymore. It opened its mouth and vomited out the boy, much to Changqing's surprise. Although he didn't understand what was happening. Seeing the boy was safe, Changqing laughed heartily. Huh, this kid is amazing. He even managed to get himself out. He quickly caught the boy. He slung him over his shoulder and announced to everyone, he's saved. Success. Hearing this, Changli looked up at the protagonist. She smiled to herself. Master Shin truly is an immortal. He took down that terrifying tree monster just by pinching its nose. Changqing gently carried the boy toward the crowd, offering words of comfort. The child is fine. He probably just fainted from the shock. Leaning on his staff, old man Muramasa approached, full of praise. Just as expected of Master Shun from Chang'an. Truly remarkable. Even the tree god wouldn't dare to touch you. Changqing moved closer to her and whispered. He's the one who spread the rumor about the man-eating tree god. She was surprised. Really? So he's the source of the rumors. Old man Muramasa gestured toward the village with an inviting air. Master, would you be willing to honor our village by being our guest? Hearing this, Changqing furrowed his brow in suspicion. Is this a trap? He turned and whispered to Changyu. This guy's up to no good. We can't go. Changyu nodded. Master, aren't we supposed to be looking for any trace of our driver and the horse? They've probably been captured. Changqing glanced at old man Muramasa, thinking, damn it. No matter how strong an outsider is, dealing with the local power is always a headache. This old man is probably trying to get the villagers to tie us up. Old man Muramasa spoke up again, startling Changqing. You too. My invitation is sincere. What's there to hesitate about? The crowd behind him stared them down, their eyes filled with malice. Changyu was terrified. Her face went pale. She grabbed Changqing's arm tightly. Master, he's obviously a bad guy. Please, use your immortal arts to punish him. Changqing cringed at the words immortal arts. I don't know any immortal arts. Shouldn't we report this to the authorities? Is there no one in charge of this village? Just then, another group appeared. The leader, carrying a sharp broadsword, bellowed, Muramasa. Shouldn't you all be at the temple making offerings at this hour? Why is everyone gathered here? Changqing and Changyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The authorities are here. Old man Muramasa asked irritably. Head Constable Wong. What brings you here? Head Constable Wong replied. Just passing by. Saw the commotion and thought I'd check it out. When the world happened, Changyu pointed at old man Muramasa. Arrest him. He's the one spreading rumors about a man-eating tree god. And he captured our driver and horse. Old man Muramasa retorted, You little brat. I have no quarrel with you. Why are you making false accusations against me? Changqing whispered to Changyu. Princess, the matter of the driver and the horse needs a proper investigation. We can't convict him without any evidence. Changyu was adamant. I'm a princess. Do I really need evidence to arrest him? Hearing this, Changqing grew angry. He stood with his hands on his hips, his voice sharp. It is precisely because you are a princess that we must follow the law. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon the royal family. Changyu faltered slightly, conceding. You are right, master. That was foolish of me. Changqing continued. Princess, can you make sure these constables stay here? As long as they're around, that old man won't dare to try anything reckless. We can investigate without revealing our identities. Changyu nodded. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. After their discussion, Changyu strode toward head Constable Wang's group and declared, I am Princess Changyu, traveling in disguise. You will all stay here and await my command. Head Constable Wang's men sneered upon hearing this. One of them spoke up. What's this all about? Who did you just say you were? You can't just say things like that. This little girl is quite a looker, though. If you're willing to come along with us, big brothers, we'll forget this ever happened. From a distance, old man Muramasa called out. Head Constable Wang. The girl may be talking nonsense, but her clothes are clearly expensive. Why not take her back to the yamen? I'm sure it'll be profitable for you. The two constables exchanged lewd grins. Instantly, Changyu produced a royal token from the palace. A royal crest. Do you recognize this? Seeing the token, head Constable Wang's men broke out in a cold sweat. Their faces drained of color. They immediately bowed their heads. Our apologies, princess. We have wronged you. Changyu's voice was stern. If any of you dare to reveal my identity, I will have your entire families executed. Standing behind them, Changqing watched the constables stand at perfect attention before Changyu and thought, wow, these three look like they're about to break into a dance routine. Head Constable Wang cleared his throat and said, Miss, regarding your accusation against Muramasa, I will investigate it thoroughly. Then, he pointed at old man Muramasa and ordered, arrange a place for my men and me to sleep. I'll be staying in the village tonight. Old man Muramasa's face darkened, his mind racing. That little brat must have given those constables some kind of bribe, but once they're inside the village, all these treasures will be mine. Head Constable Wang strode forward, pointing his broadsword at old man Muramasa's face. He growled, get us settled now. Find a place for this gentleman and lady to stay as well. If you don't treat them with the utmost respect, I'll hold you personally responsible. Muramasa was seething, glaring at Changqing with eyes full of hatred. But he still replied obsequiously, of course. I will arrange for you all to stay in the village. Inwardly, he thought, just wait until nightfall. You'll all get what's coming to you. Once everything was settled, Changqing turned to Changyu with an encouraging smile. A long while later, as evening began to fall, Changqing walked into the village with head Constable Wang's group, muttering to himself, we've been searching all day. We've turned this village upside down and still haven't found a single clue. How can a living person and a horse just vanish into thin air? Head Constable Wang asked cheerfully, Princess Master, we've been searching the village for an entire day. What exactly are we looking for? Changyu replied coldly, you were told to follow, so just follow. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Changqing stroked his chin, gazing into the distance. If only Xiaobai were here right now. His dog nose is perfect for finding things. Then he turned back, speaking warmly to head Constable Wang. I'm sorry to trouble you all, but please follow me up the mountain for the night. We might find some clues there. Head Constable Wang gave a thin smile. You're too kind, master. It is our great fortune to be of service to the princess and yourself. From a distance, old man Muramasa watched Changqing's group head toward the mountain. His heart sank. Why are they going up the mountain? Weren't they supposed to spend the night in the village? My treasures. Meanwhile, in another place, a horrifying scene unfolded. Human skeletons emerged from the earth, creating a gruesome atmosphere. Back at Changqing Temple, where Changqing lived, Donger was diligently washing and hanging clothes in the courtyard. On the roof, Xiaobai and Xiaohei sat, resting their chins in their hands as they looked down and muttered, he's really rich and generous. You're a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, after all. Can't you try a little harder? Suddenly, Xiaobai shot to his feet, his brow furrowed as he stared intently into the distance. I can feel it. The master is calling for us. Immediately, the two of them sped toward Longshore Trail. When they arrived, they stopped before a divine tree, causing it to tremble in fear. This tree demon looks terrifying. I wonder how strong it is. Maybe the master wants to use it to test whether we've been diligent in our cultivation. Xiaobai took a deep sniff. He caught Changqing's scent. It's the master's scent. He must have come here to test us. Let's work together and take it down. Xiaobai transformed. His body grew immense, sprouting dragon horns. His eyes sharpened as a powerful spiritual energy radiated from him. Let's see what you've got, Master. I won't disappoint you with this test. Then, Xiaobai roared, unleashing a fire technique. A vortex of flames erupted, incinerating the divine tree's canopy. The sacred tree glared. It cried out in alarm. There's a dragon-horned fox demon. Xiaohei was also astonished. How are you so strong? If you sincerely follow the immortal master, you will also become this strong. Xiao Xian, when we get home, I will definitely seek the immortal master's guidance. I must become stronger too. Xiaobai looked at the golden spiritual energy. Even I can't defeat this demon. The immortal master must have summoned us here for another purpose. Xiaobai imagined herself in human form. She was talking with the protagonist. My performance this time was very good. Maybe the immortal master will reward me. Xiaohei was surprised. Then what is his purpose? Hey, Rotten Wood, have you seen a priest recently? Xiaobai transformed her face into Changqing's. He looks like this. The sacred tree did not dare to hide anything. I have seen him. Today he saved a child and followed the villagers up the mountain. Xiaobai turned to Xiaohei. If the immortal master saves someone without eliminating the demon, he must be testing our cultivation. Xiaohei was so happy she cried. No matter where he goes, the immortal master is always concerned about our cultivation. Xiaobai took a long sniff. She sniffed the air. I smell a familiar scent. Then she began to dig frantically at the ground. This astonished Xiaohei. What's under the ground? After digging for a while, Xiaobai pulled out a pile of white, mud-caked bones. It looked incredibly grotesque. So, what's that 1,000-year-old fox demon? Stop pretending to be a dog. Do you have any dignity left as a fox immortal? Continuing to dig, Xiaobai created a deep hole. She stared down into it. What do you understand? This is what's down here. The person lying in the hole was Bai Su Su. She was bound tightly by tree roots. Her clothes were in disarray. She was covered in dirt. Oh, is that Lady Bai? Xiaohei asked in surprise. Do you know each other? She is one of the white bone demon spirits that the immortal master subdued before. She said she wanted to go home and see. Then she disappeared. Why is she here? I get it now. The immortal master summoned us here to save Lady Bai. This is also part of our test. Hearing this, Xiaohei turned to Xiaobai. You already fought the tree demon just now. How about I say that I saved this white-boned spirit? It was a beautiful reign. How about I cultivate for you instead? After some discussion, the two of them ran over. They used their mouths to pull Bai Su Su up. Help me pull her out. At that time, I'll put in a few good words for you. All right, that's settled. We've saved Lady Bai. Let's go find the immortal master. The immortal master truly puts so much effort into our cultivation. The sacred tree now looked resentful. Damn it. First, it was a strange priest. Now there are two powerful demons. The sacred tree glared down, growling. It seems I must make a show of force, no matter the cost. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Meanwhile, he was soaking his feet with a blissful expression on his face. The princess was also very relaxed, praising him. Priest Shin's method is truly comfortable. He quickly replied, Of course, this is the method used at foot massage parlors. The princess asked innocently, Is that the cave of some immortal? He could only sigh, speechless. Give me a break. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. He looked toward the window. Why is the wind blowing so hard? The leaves on the trees are swaying so much. Hearing this, Chong, her eyes were wide and innocent. Master Priest, I don't remember there being any trees in the courtyard. That's right. There really aren't any trees in the courtyard. Chongqing was suddenly startled. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. He hurried to the window. What is that shadow on the window? Master Priest. Could it be some kind of ghost? Could that priority tree be here for revenge? Just then, a knock on the door startled Chong Lo. Her eyes widened. She and Chongqing stared at the main door. It's so late. Who could it be? Chongqing opened the door. He peeked outside. He was stunned by the sight before him. Standing at the door was the little boy he had saved this morning. His body was covered in injuries. He was covered in blood. His face was pale. His eyes were dark and sunken. Chongqing stepped closer. He looked at the boy intently. Isn't this the boy I saved this morning? Just as he finished speaking, Chonglu poked her head out to look. Master Priest, who is it? When she saw Huzi, Chonglu broke out in a cold sweat. Her eyes widened in terror. She let out a piercing scream. The sound echoed throughout the village. Constable Wang's group heard the scream. They turned around with angry expressions. That's the princess's scream. Could it be an assassin? The three of them immediately gathered together. They faced the door. If there's an assassin, we must leave quickly. Constable Wang peeked through a crack in the door. There's only a dirty child in the courtyard. There's no one else. That child must have scared the princess. This is our chance to show our worth. With that said, Constable Wang kicked the door open hard. Princess, do not be alarmed. This humble servant is here to save you. The two bailiffs behind him immediately rushed forward. They pushed Huzi to the ground. They pinned his arms tightly. Constable Wang raised his saber. His eyes were stern and serious. Your Highness, your humble servants will risk their lives to protect you. Hearing this, Chongqing's face was dumbfounded, while Chonglu could only manage a wry smile. I think you're all overacting a bit. He's just a kid. Didn't I tell you not to reveal my identity? Huzi looked up with a terrified expression. Please, save my younger brother. He was taken by the tree god. Hearing this, Chongqing immediately knelt down beside Huzi and asked, What tree god? What on earth happened? That evening, Tianhuazi brought Huzi a bowl of water. Big brother. Today, we were lucky to have that priest. Otherwise, I would never have seen you again. That's right. I heard that priest is staying at the village chief's house. Tomorrow, we must go and thank him properly. As they were talking, Tianhuazi suddenly glanced out the window. Huzi saw his dazed expression and asked, Younger brother, what's wrong with you? Big brother, do we have a locust tree in our yard? Hearing this, Huzi burst out laughing. Ha, silly younger brother. We don't have any trees in our house. Tianhuazi pointed towards the window. He glanced at Huzi and said clearly, But big brother, look at the shadow on the window. Doesn't it look like a locust tree? Huzi looked over. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Sweat poured down like a stream. In a flash, Tianhuazi had vanished without a trace. Recounting this, Huzi's voice trembled. He was taken by the tree god, and I was lucky enough to escape. Hearing this, Constable Wang's group was wide-eyed with astonishment. Impossible. Could the man-eating tree god be real? I thought that was just a legend. Can we still escape now? Chong Li's face was drenched in sweat, but the protagonist remained calm. Propagandist. Could the man-eating tree god be real? Impossible. Someone must be playing tricks. Just as he finished speaking, old Muramasa entered, leaning on his staff. What's this? It's the middle of the night. Why is there so much noise? Chongqing looked at the old man with suspicion, thinking, the village chief only appeared after half a day. He must be up to something shady. Constable Wang gritted his teeth and pointed at Huzi. Village chief, this child says his younger brother was taken by the tree god. Old Muramasa approached Huzi and asked sharply, Huzi, are you sure your younger brother was taken by the tree god? I saw it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken? Old Muramasa glanced at Constable Wang. Priest, a child's words cannot be trusted. Why don't we all go to Huzi's house and take a look? Constable Wang shouted angrily. Are we still going to look? If the tree god really exists, aren't we just walking to our deaths? Chongqing stroked his chin. He glanced at old Muramasa. This old man is too calm. There's definitely something wrong. After thinking, he said sternly, if the village chief says so, then let's gather everyone and go see what's happening. The group of bailiffs were terrified. Mississippi, are we going too? It sounds very dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't go. Changle smiled brightly. With the immortal master here, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go. Then let's go get more people. A moment later, the village chief and the protagonist group were preparing to light torches. They gathered and started walking around the village. After walking for a while, old Muramasa turned to look at the protagonist. Over there is Huzi's house. We need to pay more attention to this old man. The group looked ahead. They were shocked and horrified. Oh my God. Before them was an ancient tree wearing Tianhuazi's clothes. Huzi's face was pale. His eyes were wide as he clutched his hair. This tree is my brother. With that, Huzi collapsed to the ground. He fainted, causing the villagers to scream in terror. Huzi's dead. He probably just fainted. The villagers pointed at the ancient tree. They were all talking at once. Did Tianwazi really turn into a tree? Is the legend true? I've only ever heard of the tree god turning people into trees. Now I've seen it with my own eyes. Old Muramasa said calmly. Huzi was the sacrifice chosen by the tree god, but he was rescued. That angered the tree god, so he turned Tianwazi into a tree. At this point, the old man turned around. He pointed a finger straight at Chongqing. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, Tianwazi is bearing the wrath of the tree god for his brother. This is all your fault. Hearing this, the villagers chimed in. They were shouting and cursing. The village chief is right. These outsiders have desecrated the tree god in the forbidden land. That's why he sent down this punishment. He turned Tianwazi into a tree. Another person asked worriedly, will the tree god punish us too? Another person shouted, what are you waiting for? Chase these outsiders away. Then we'll all go to the ancestral hall and kneel down to beg the tree god for forgiveness. Old Muramasa glared at them, annoyed. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to be the next tree? Chase them away. Hearing old Muramasa's words, the villagers went berserk. They picked up their hoes. They raised their shovels. They were shouting furiously. That's right. Chase these outsiders away. Don't let the tree god punish us anymore. I'll be praying for 8 hours later. Chongqing looked at the scene. Sweat beaded on his face. He thought to himself, crap. The villagers are being led by the nose by the village chief. A riot is about to break out. These bailiffs can't fight them. On the roof, Su Xiaobai and Xiao Hei were watching the show. Xiao Hei's fur stood on end. He was angry. This old man dares to plot against the immortal master. He's got a lot of nerve. Xiaobai was calm. She crossed her arms and looked at the sky. Look at that Chongqing. He must have a plan. What are you so worried about? Bailiff Wang stood beside Changle. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Princess, I'm afraid a riot is about to break out. Should we go to the nearby barracks and call for troops? Changle was terrified. She was drenched in sweat. She glanced at the protagonist and asked urgently, Immortal Master Shun, what do we do now? Chongqing crossed his arms. He thought calmly, I've got it. Destroying the tree was a man-made affair. I can definitely turn the tables. It's just a small matter. Please don't panic, princess. With that said, the protagonist stepped in front of old Muramasa and said coolly, Village chief, you're quite the leader. In the future, you would definitely be a top-tier keyboard warrior. Old Muramasa's eyes narrowed. He was annoyed. What hero? Taoist Master Shun. I don't care about any hero. If you don't leave, do you want to be turned into the next tree by the tree god? Changle stood to the side. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, what are you bailiffs shaking for? What's wrong with you? Draw your swords. She bit her lip. Her face was full of displeasure. I have to use my royal arrogance. At this point, Chongqing was helpless. He thought to himself, I really can't count on these bailiffs. I'd better do it myself. With that thought, he waved his hand at the villagers and shouted, you are all subjects of the Great Tang. What do you think you're doing? Get out of my way. If nothing serious happens, I'm about to start pretending. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Hearing Chongqing shout, Xiaobai jumped up from her seat. It startled Xiao Hei and Su Su. What's wrong? You guys are so stupid. Don't you understand the Immortal Master's words? Is the Immortal Master talking to us? Could it be a 1,000-mile voice transmission? I didn't hear anything. The Immortal Master's words just now were clearly meant for us. The Immortal Master knows we're being lazy, so he's urging us to hurry up and help. This is serious. Hearing this, Xiao Hei's eyes went wide. He was stunned. Serious? Xiaobai looked down with a smile on her face. The Immortal Master wants to deal with that old man, so the other matters are naturally left to us. I see. So is all part of the Immortal Master's plan. This is the trust the Immortal Master has in us. We must do a good job. After their discussion, Su Su, Xiao Hei, and Xiaobai left. Down below, Chongqing had his hands behind his back. He walked towards the tree. Just now, Huzi's clothes were covered in blood. Everyone was shocked. Only the village chief was calm. Did you already know what would happen to Huzi? Looking at the clothes on the tree. The buttons are crooked. The beam is tilted. It looks like someone dressed the tree up. Moreover, the mud at the base of the tree is still fresh. It was clearly just planted. Village chief, you planted this tree, didn't you? Did you collude with the Huzi brothers? Right? Bailiff Wong glared at old Muramasa, angry. Hey, village chief, is the immortal master right? Do we need to take you back to the yamen for some tea and a chat? I'm afraid I can't cause any more trouble. I have to act quickly. If the princess returns and investigates this to the end, it'll be a disaster. Old Muramasa was startled. He was sweating profusely. How did you know these things? Simple. The more secretive something is, the simpler the truth. Chongqing glanced away and thought to himself. A person turning into a tree, and even wearing clothes. The ancients would believe it without question. If the kids at the kindergarten across the street are short a person for their play, they'll use a tree as a substitute. Indeed, as expected of an immortal master from Chang'an, my plan was completely seen through by you. That's right. I arranged all of this. Huzi revealed it all? You should at least try to make an excuse. Struggle a bit, will you? It's over. I've been seen through. Forget the money. I have to save my own life first. Hearing old Muramasa's confession, the villagers were very emotional. Village chief, what's really going on? Does the tree god eat people? What do you mean you arranged it? Old Muramasa stared straight ahead. He answered clearly. Before he died, the old village chief wanted me to fulfill his last wish. That was to bring glory to the village. But the young people in the village kept leaving for the county town, Jiangnan, Chang'an. All the young people left. Only a few old men and women and a bunch of children were left in the village, which became more and more desolate. I was extremely anxious. Hearing this, the villagers were also sympathetic. That's right. In the past, the young people in the village would rather go out and be servants than stay in this village. They've seen the outside world. Who would have a heart to stay in this countryside? Hearing this, the protagonist stroked his chin. So you pretended to be the tree god to scare everyone, so no one would leave this place. Is that right? The old man calmly replied. The legend of the man-eating demon tree already existed in the village. I just went along with it and embellished it a bit. The more afraid people were, the easier it was for me to control them. To be more certain, I led the villagers up the mountain to settle. At first, everything was fine. But today, because of those two brothers, the villagers began to doubt the story of the tree god. I had no choice. I had to come up with this plan. Tonight, I met with the two Tianhu brothers. I told them to pretend to be attacked by the tree god, so everyone would believe the tree god was real. Just as he finished speaking, Huzi suddenly shot to his feet, retorting, Village chief, what are you talking about? When did you come to see us? Old Muramasa was startled and asked, Huzi, when did you wake up? Huzi insisted, that's not right. Half an hour ago, my brother and I were attacked by the tree god. My brother was taken away, and I was lucky enough to escape. Hearing this, the villagers were confused and started murmuring. So what's really going on? Village chief, was this also arranged by you? We're so confused. Chongqing heard everything clearly. He said with a serious face, now the things have come to this. There's no need for the village chief and Huzi to lie anymore. Your stories don't match. There's only one possibility. The person you saw was not Tianwazi. Hearing this, old Muramasa was shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, what? After a moment of panic, he looked forward and exclaimed, the person I saw wasn't Tianwazi. Then who could it be? Could it be that the tree god really did appear? Chongqing turned to question Huzi. You and your brother were attacked by the tree god. So how did you escape? Huzi trembled. His face was ashen. My brother and I were dragged into an underground cave. I was stronger, so I managed to struggle free from the branches. I clung to the ground and crawled out. With that said, Huzi pointed to a hole in the ground. I still remember where that cave is. Chongqing and the villagers all looked towards the hole. The old village chief frowned. Are you saying the tree god took you into that cave? Yes. Just as he finished speaking, the village chief and the villagers behind him panicked. They screamed in terror. The tree god isn't still in the cave, is it? That's terrifying. I don't want to become a tree. Just then, the three constables, Wang Budu's group, quickly picked up Chong Lo. They fled in panic. Oh no. Forgive us, young lady. This place is too dangerous. This humble servant will escort you away from here immediately. Damn it. Put me down right now. Chongqing turned his head to watch the scene. He frowned in surprise. Do you all have to be in such a hurry? With that said, Changqing walked over and sat down right next to the hole in the ground. He stared down into it thoughtfully. What's really in this cave? Let's assume the tree god really exists. It captured the two Tianhu brothers, but then disguised itself as Tianhua to talk to the village chief. What is its scheme? The village chief has already admitted that the story of the man-eating tree was just something he made up. But now, everyone believes in the existence of the tree god even more. Could this also be part of the village chief's plan to deceive everyone? The village chief anticipated my reasoning. He knew I would expose him, so he admitted it first, then staged the incident of the tree god disguising itself as Tianhua to counter me. What a cunning old fox. What should I do now? The villagers all believe the tree god exists, and are convinced that I am the one who harmed them. If I don't resolve this matter properly, I fear we won't be able to leave this place. That's right. Didn't the village chief say the tree god appeared in the village? Let's go to the locust tree and see. If the locust tree is still there, the rumor will naturally disappear. After thinking, Changqing glanced at old Muramasa. Everyone, why don't we go to the locust tree and see if tonight's events were caused by the tree god? We'll know for sure once we see it. Hearing this, the villagers vehemently objected. Go to the locust tree? Isn't that just walking into our own deaths? Does this person really want us to die? Hearing this, Changlu was furious. Immortal Master Shun has said he wants to go to the locust tree. You, quickly order the villagers to go with him. Princess, you saw it too. That locust tree must be the tree god. Changlu shot them a sharp glance. If you do this one thing well, I will promote you all by 3 official ranks. Hearing this, Constable Wang's group stared in astonishment. Promoted by 3 whole ranks. My god, what's a tree god? As long as the princess commands, we would dare to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of fire. With that said, Constable Wang's group stepped before old Muramasa and the villagers. If Immortal Master Shin has said he wants to go to the locust tree and see, then everyone will go together. Anyone who dares to refuse can look forward to prison food. Faced with Constable Wang's words, old Muramasa and the villagers did not dare to resist. All right then, let's all go together. Seeing this, Changqing glanced at Chang Lu and smiled. Although Chang Lu using her authority to pressure everyone wasn't entirely appropriate, it was certainly effective. Thinking this, he put on a serious expression. His brow was furrowed, his face wrinkled. He looked up at the sky. The whole truth will be clear once we see the locust tree in a moment. At the same time, in another development, Bai Su's group was still soaring through the air. Are you sure the Immortal Master is telling us to go and eliminate that tree demon? Otherwise, what else is there for us to do here? Xiaohei's eyes were wide as she looked ahead and exclaimed, if I had known this earlier, I would have dealt with that tree demon back then. That's right. If I had realized the village chief's intention was to find those 2 children to set up a plan against the Immortal Master, I would have dealt with him right then and there. Hearing these words from Xiaohei and Su, Xiaobai couldn't help but get annoyed. She said, that's because our vision is too narrow. If we had been more perceptive back then, things wouldn't have come to this. We need to cultivate more under the propagandist's guidance. Rewinding time to the moment before Tianhua Z was captured. At that time, Su's group was standing on a rooftop and happened to witness the scene. They whispered amongst themselves. What did that tree demon capture that child for? Who knows? As long as it doesn't cause trouble for the Immortal Master, we don't need to care. Let sleeping dogs lie. Quiet. Someone's coming. Down below, old Muramasa was carrying a large wooden log on his shoulder, a shovel in his hand. He called out, Who's he? Tianhua Z. Seeing the old man's sneaky actions, Su's group on the rooftop couldn't help but be suspicious. It's the middle of the night. What is this old man looking for those 2 children for? Lady Bai, you, transform into that child, and listen to what that old man has to say. A moment later, Bai Su transformed into Tianhua Z. She walked up to old Muramasa. Tianhua, where is your brother? Hearing this, Bai Su instinctively replied, my brother has already gone to sleep. Just as she finished speaking, the old man stripped Bai Su of her clothes, making her blush and panic. Take off your clothes. I will put them on this tree. After that, you will hide and tell your brother to find me. Say that the tree god has captured you. Oh, what are you doing? Just do as I say. Don't ask so many questions. Old Muramasa turned back. He put Tianhuazi's clothes on the tree. Remember to have your brother make a few wounds on himself to make it look more real. Hey, what are you doing? It's not like you're a girl. You'll never know what you're missing. After setting up the scene, old Muramasa turned and left. Xiao Bai and Xiao He landed from the rooftop. What on earth does this old man want to do? Could it be that he already knows about the tree demon capturing people? Susu was completely naked. She used her hands to cover her chest. So, can I put my clothes back on now? You transform back into your clothes form. I want to see what that old man is planning. That's right. I'm also very curious. Back to the present. Xiao Bai had a look of frustration. Curiosity almost ruined the immortal master's grand plan. We've arrived. That loser seems to have gotten stronger. Just then, Bai Susu's group approached the sacred tree. The sacred tree's eyes widened. It glared at them with angry eyes. The demonic energy around the sacred tree was thick and pungent. It opened its mouth and roared. It's you again, but now I'm not afraid of you anymore. Hearing these words, Xiao He was annoyed and scowled. People say fish have bad memories, but it seems trees are no better. That's right. Have you already forgotten how Lord Fox Immortal dealt with you? Xiao Bai's eyes widened. He stared straight ahead. Are you fighting me for this child? The divine tree gave a ghastly smile, its eyes glaring. That's right. This child possesses a body of pure yang from birth. I was planning to wait until he was older to devour him. But now, to deal with you lot, I've decided to swallow him whole right now. With that, the divine tree opened its mouth wide, absorbing streams of purple energy. Witnessing this, Xiao Bai's brow furrowed deeply. His razor-sharp gaze fixed forward as he yelled, whatever he's doing, we have to stop him now. As soon as he finished, Xiao He and Bai Susu, without a moment's hesitation, charged toward the divine tree with iron resolve. You don't have to tell us twice. We already know. Today, we settle the score for being buried alive. Seeing the two of them rushing forward, the divine tree swung its arm forward. A surging spiritual energy enveloped its entire body. The demonic energy it unleashed slammed into Susu and Xiao He, causing them both to cry out in agony. They were thrown backward. Bai Susu exclaimed, his demonic energy is too strong. We're no match for it. How'd it get so much stronger? We need to go back and find the master. Only he can handle this tree demon. Xiao Bai stepped forward, his cold gaze locked onto the divine tree. He said loudly, the master has calculated everything. If he sent us here, it's because he believes we can defeat this tree demon. After speaking, Xiao Bai fanned out his tail. He took light, deliberate steps toward the tree, a smile on his face. We must have overlooked something. Seeing this, the divine tree ground its teeth in frustration. It swung its arm at Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai simply tilted his head up, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. I get it now. Xiao Bai stopped just out of reach of the divine tree's arm. He looked at it and mocked. It seems your arm isn't quite long enough, is it? Hearing this, Xiao He looked at the divine tree and sneered. So, you're just a tree stump that can't move from its spot. What's so scary about that? The divine tree bristled with rage, its leaves shaking. It immediately pulled its roots from the ground and roared. Who says I can only stand in one place? But after pulling its roots from the earth, the divine tree suddenly froze. Its eyes went wide with shock. Instantly, it plunged its roots back into the ground. Because no tree in this world can survive after being uprooted, the divine tree's power rapidly drained away, withering. Not a trace of life force remained. Xiao Bai watched the scene and smirked. I see. When you leave your spot, you can't use your power. But if you stay still, you're just a sitting duck. Hearing this, the divine tree, as if provoked, opened its mouth wide and screamed, just wait until I've completely refined this child. Then I'll be able to move freely. With that, the divine tree spread its arms wide. Its mouth opened as it absorbed demonic energy, creating a deafening roar. Xiao He and Susu looked up at the divine tree, worried. If the master doesn't step in, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle this thing. Maybe the master is casting a spell to save us right now. Just as they said that, Chongqing let out a sneeze. A bit of spit flew out. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the divine tree directly, blasting it to smithereens. Susu, Xiao He, and Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. My God, good thing the master didn't strike us like that. I thought the master would come and fight the tree demon himself. I didn't expect him to be so direct and crude. It's our own fault for being too weak. We still failed the mission the master gave us. We must double our training when we get back. A moment later, Changqing's group arrived. They saw the divine tree burning fiercely. The blazing red flames consumed everything. Beside it, Tianwazi lay motionless. The villagers witnessed the scene, stunned into silence. The tree god is on fire. How did this happen? Could it be that these outsiders angered the tree god, causing it to set itself ablaze? Old man Muramasa, his face slick with sweat, stood with his mouth agape. It's all over, he thought. Everything is gone. Changqing glanced at the scene with a satisfied look and said quietly, wasn't there just a thunderstorm? It's perfectly normal for lightning to strike an old tree. What tree god? It was just a fake. Luckily, the heavens have eyes. The lightning struck at the perfect moment. The village chief's lies have collapsed on their own without any need for proof. With that thought, he clasped his hands behind his back, stuck out his chest, looked to the sky, and laughed. Well done. Just then, Susu's group, watching from the sky, also saw the scene. One of them giggled. The master is praising us. It seems he's very pleased. He's encouraging us even though the job isn't finished. He treats us so well. Changqing stepped before the villagers, his voice clear. From this day forward, you all no longer need to worry about the legend of the tree god. Hearing this, the villagers' faces lit up. The tree god is gone. Does that mean we can leave the village now? That's right. The master already said it. The story of the man-eating tree god was just a rumor he made up. Changqing turned to old man Muramasa with a faint smile. Village chief, whatever you were plotting, it has failed. Old man Muramasa shook his head. How could this be? The scene changes to the Western Turkic Khaganate, the royal court of the Golden Tent, a small settlement amid a dense forest. A man on horseback, his face frantic, shouted, I must see the great Khan. There is urgent intelligence from Chang'an. Things have gone terribly wrong. Inside the main tent, a troupe of voluptuous dancers performed mesmerizing routines. Watching them was a portly man, his beard wild and unkempt. He was lounging comfortably on his throne. He took a bite of meat, his eyes half closed as he glanced toward the entrance. Why is there still no news from Chang'an? Could something have happened? This was Yahello, the great Khan of the Western Turks. He had just finished speaking when another man entered and said, Great Khan, do not worry. My strategy is meticulous. It cannot possibly fail. First, we spread a plague. Then, we planted a spy within the imperial palace in Chang'an, and we enlisted the help of a 1,000-year-old cat demon. With an attack on 3 fronts like this, how could the Great Tang not fall into chaos? This was Masterson, the chief strategist for the Western Turks. After speaking, he took a deep breath, watching the dancers with a lecherous grin. Let's continue to sing and dance. Good news will arrive soon enough. At that very moment, a subordinate ran in frantically. He held up a letter. Great Khan, urgent intelligence from Chang'an. Yahello smiled brightly. He took the letter. Finally, let me see it at once. Masterson sat beside him, beaming with delight as Yahello read the letter. Great Khan, that Li Shimin is a fool and a tyrant. He has a god-tier talent in his hands, but doesn't know how to use him. And so, that talent has come to you. I played a great part in making this happen. Surely, that is worthy of being granted the title of Marquis, is it not? But just then, Yahello's expression soured, looking like a pile of cow dung. He frowned, glaring at Masterson with eyes full of fury. Credit for what? Have you had too much to drink? Faced with that sharp tone and harsh words, Masterson couldn't help but be taken aback. He exclaimed, Great Khan, why would you say such a thing? Has something gone wrong? After speaking, he composed his features, raising a hand with a confident smile. Please, Great Khan, do not be angry. I have devised a 3-in-1 strategy. Success in even one part is enough to throw the Great Tang into chaos. Hearing this, Yahello threw the letter in Masterson's face and roared, but not a single one of your plans succeeded. You useless fool. Masterson picked up the letter, reading it with a grimace, grinding his teeth. The plague demon, with 100 years of cultivation that killed countless people. A 1,000-year-old cat demon gets top priority, and those spies even managed to become the crown prince's confidants. How can you possibly say this isn't a failure? The spies in the Imperial Palace have been completely wiped out. The Plague Demon was also killed. The Cat Demon was captured. It was all the doing of that Taoist priest, Shun Chongqing. Hearing this, Chili sure clenched his fists. His face turned ashen. So many years of planning, only to end in such a spectacular failure. Just who the hell is that Taoist priest? As he spoke, he furiously dismissed the troupe of dancers. Get out, all of you. One of his subordinates placed a hand over his chest, sweat trickling down his cheek. Reporting, Great Khan. That Shen Chongqing remains the most trusted Taoist priest of the Great Tang Emperor. The Great Tang's crown prince is currently under a year of house arrest, also because of him. Hearing this, Chili sure scowled and asked, "You're telling me the crown prince's house arrest is also Shun Chongqing's doing? Well then, let's have the crown prince deal with him. The Tang Emperor trusts Shun Chongqing the most, doesn't he? I'd like to see who he chooses between his own son and Shun Chongqing. Who will it be? Mr. Tsung, I'm entrusting this to you. Whatever it takes, you must eliminate Shun Chongqing." Mr. Tsung stared straight ahead, his eyes narrowing. He gave a grim nod. "Rest assured, Great Khan, I will personally see to it that this man, Shun, is eliminated." The scene shifts to a remote mountain range. At the foot of a mountain, the procession of the Tufan Kingdom moves forward. Gamo, leading the way with old Danny, looked ahead and exclaimed, "We've finally returned to Tufan, Your Majesty. Have you given any thought to what we do next? Have you reached a decision?" Gamo turned his head to look at old Danny. "Elder," he inquired, "if Tufan and the Great Tang go to war, can the esoteric sect help us handle Shun Chongqing? Priest Shun will not interfere. If he were to take part in a war, his level of cultivation would shatter the balance between heaven and earth, unleashing countless disasters. Our esoteric sect would be no exception." Hearing this, Gamo's face darkened. "If that's the case, the esoteric sect can just sit back and enjoy the show. I will dispatch men to attack the Great Tang. We have to make them understand." As he spoke, he raised his head, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "My Tufan is not to be trifled with by anyone." Meanwhile, back with Chongqing, he was sitting inside the carriage, chin in hand, gazing out the window. The tree demon case has hit another dead end. We've resumed our journey to Longshire Commandery, but ultimately, we still haven't found the driver or the horses. The village chief and the villagers all insisted they saw nothing. Perhaps it's just as the head constable said. The driver simply took the horses and fled. Speaking of the head constable, he's the one who has taken over as our driver to get us back. Changla looked out anxiously. "Head Constable Wong," she called out, "are you managing all right with the driving?" Hearing her, Head Constable Wong flashed a confident smile. "Please rest easy, Princess and Immortal Master. This humble servant has many years of experience behind the reins. I'm familiar with horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, and rickshaws alike. There won't be any issues, I assure you. Head Constable Wong, I shall promote you 3 full ranks." The 2 bailiffs nearby overheard this, their faces lighting up with sheer excitement. "Why did you want to come along with us? So what if he gets promoted 3 ranks? He'd still just be a big fish in this tiny pond of a yamen. But following the princess is different. It's a chance to see the wider world. There's so much more room to prove yourself. I want to aim higher. You make it sound so serious." He couldn't even finish his sentence. Suddenly, Head Constable Wong yanked on the reins, bringing the horses to an abrupt halt. The carriage lurched violently. Chongqing was thrown forward, right on top of Changla. His face was buried right in her chest. The hero panicked. He scrambled off those 2 soft, white pillows. "Princess, I am sorry. It's fine." Chongqing turned to Head Constable Wong. "What happened? Why did you stop so suddenly?" "Immortal Master, there is someone blocking the road ahead." Before them stood a young man in light yellow robes, flanked by 2 other youths. Shun, the city god of Dingxi County, pays his respects to Immortal Master Shun. "Immortal Master Shun, I implore you to save the people of Dingxi County." The scene shifts to Dingxi County. A simple, impoverished village appears. Chongqing and Chong Lu had followed the city god here. A few months ago, many villagers here began suffering from ghost-shaved heads. Afterward, they would go blind and eventually die in agony. 2 young men with patchy, thinning hair watched with despair, tears streaming down their faces. The village brought in many doctors, but none could help. The cause of the sickness is still a mystery. We're going to die. Immortal Master, please save us. Hearing their pleas, Chong Li's eyes widened with worry. Medicine doesn't work. The cause is unknown. Could it be the work of some evil spirit? Chongqing sighed. He shook his head, thinking to himself, these are clearly symptoms of heavy metal poisoning, and they're blaming it on ghosts. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He raised a finger and declared gravely, it is likely that a demon associated with metals or minerals resides here. The city god heard this, his brow furrowing as he replied solemnly, Immortal Master, your insight is truly divine. I had my own suspicions, but now I see you're every bit the living immortal they say you are. Chongqing glanced at him. Does he really have to lay it on that thick? The city god continued. There is a demon in these parts known as the Rock Fiend. It is a spirit born from minerals that cultivates deep within the mountains. We haven't heard anything from it in a very long time. I suspect it has released its latent poison, causing the villagers to fall ill. Chonglu asked with curiosity, then why hasn't the city god taken care of it? The city god shook his head. I have been unable to detect its aura or find any trace of it. Chongqing crossed his arms. Hard to find something that doesn't exist. The ancients certainly had powerful imaginations. Then, he turned to the two young men. Take me to your homes. I need to investigate this further. They arrived at a small hut. Inside, an old woman with patchy hair lay unconscious on the bed. The young man explained, this is my mother. My wife has also fallen ill. Chongqing spoke gently. Ma'am, do not worry. I'm here to help you. The old woman's eyes fluttered open. Can we be saved? She asked weakly. Chongqing took her hand and smiled. Rest assured, you are going to be fine. Suddenly, the old woman felt a wave of strength return. She cried out in joy. I feel better already. The city god's eyes widened in shock. This lowly god always thought miracles were just the stuff of legends. But today, I have been fortunate enough to witness one with my own eyes. Hearing this, Chongqing shot a look over his shoulder. He thought with irritation, you're quite the suck-up, aren't you? Are you a professional flatterer? That woman is clearly just experiencing a placebo effect. Chongqing turned his attention back to the old woman, stroking his chin in thought. Hair loss, blindness, followed by death. These are the exact symptoms of thallium poisoning. Could there be red thallium or nearby? With that thought, Chongqing turned to the city god. City god, have any new types of minerals been discovered in this area recently? The city god's face lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. He beamed. Immortal Master Shun, you are truly magnificent. How did you know? As a matter of fact, a deposit of beautiful cinnabar was just discovered on a nearby mountain. Chongqing put a hand on his hip. He raised a finger and stated plainly, then that's it. Based on appearance alone, red thallium looks very similar to cinnabar ore. However, red thallium ore is radioactive. That is the true culprit causing the villager sickness. The city god and the young man stared at each other in blank confusion. What's radioactive? I suppose I'll have to explain this in terms they can grasp. A very malevolent demon has recently tainted the water and soil in this area. You must all relocate somewhere else immediately. The city god's face brightened. Immortal Master, he asked, if they move, will everyone make a full recovery? As long as they are removed from the source of the contamination, their conditions will not worsen. I will contact the divine doctor, Sun Simiao, to prescribe medicine for all of you. Everyone will definitely get well. At his words, the city god and the villagers clasped their hands and bowed deeply to Chongqing. On behalf of all the people of this county, this lowly god thanks you for your immense grace, Immortal Master Shun. Chongqing held up a hand and glanced away. All right, that's enough. It wasn't that big of a deal. Now hurry and arrange for everyone to be moved. That is the most urgent matter at hand. A short while later, the group left the villagers' home. From a nearby rooftop, Susu watched them go. The master solved the problem himself. Looks like there's no chance for us to shine. Xiaohei stared wide-eyed at Xiaobai. You were doing that divination thing with your fingers earlier. What exactly did you foresee? Xiaobai gazed into the distance, replying frankly, I foresaw that someone was plotting against the master. Who is it? They got some serious nerve. The scene shifts to the imperial palace in Chang'an. On the table sits a roast duck, alongside many other enticing dishes. The emperor and empress are enjoying their meal with great delight. Beaming with joy, This roast duck the master invented is absolutely incredible. Truly a delicacy fit for the gods. Gao Lishur, tell me what's so special about Master Shun's roast duck? Gao Lishur clasped his hands and reported. This servant went to the roast duck workshop that the master opened. The place is enormous. It's even larger than a royal prince's mansion. All the windows are made of lioli crystal. There must be several hundred panes. The emperor frowned upon hearing this. Is that so? Larger than a prince's mansion? And several hundred panes of lioli crystal? Even the imperial palace isn't that extravagant. Seeing the emperor's displeasure, Gao Lishur thought with growing satisfaction. That man Shun, his majesty advocates for frugality, yet you openly defy his principles. That is a capital offense. Back at the crown prince's eastern palace stands a wooden training dummy. Shun Chongqing's face is pasted onto it. The crown prince is striking the dummy with all his might, cursing, Shun Chongqing, the state I'm in now. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. Just then, Gao Lishur arrived to report. Your Highness, the crown prince. What are you doing here? He replied. This servant has come to visit your Highness under imperial orders. The crown prince, still bitter about his confinement, said, Go back and tell my father that I'm still alive. Gao Lishur glanced around before lowering his voice. Your Highness, please do not be discouraged. Within the Forbidden City, every word must be chosen with care. What's there to be afraid of? A disgraced prince like me, banished to this cold palace. What chance do I have of making a comeback? Gao Lishur stepped closer, whispering into the crown prince's ear. Are you certain about that? That Shun Chongqing has dared to exceed the imperial regulations on extravagance. I have already reported this matter to his majesty. Though he was furious, he has yet to punish him. The crown prince rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Shun has done his majesty a great service. It won't be easy to punish him. Do you really think you can take him down with something so trivial? Don't be so naive. Does that mean we can't do anything about him? The crown prince replied coldly. You, with your lowly status, cannot. But the imperial court is another matter. This is the perfect opportunity to stir things up. I heard Shun is on his way back to report on his mission. All right, I will write a few letters. You find a way to get them out of here. When Shun Chongqing returns, there will be quite a show to watch. The two of them shared a sinister smirk. As long as we can get rid of Shun Chongqing, I still have a chance to make a comeback. Indeed, your Highness will surely turn this situation around and reclaim your rightful place. In the main palace hall, the emperor was holding court. At that moment, Shun Chongqing had returned to give his report. The emperor laughed heartily. Your words are always so exceptional, master. You have performed a great service this time. We shall bestow upon you a generous reward, one that is sure to please you. Shun Chongqing thought cheerfully. What kind of reward? I feel like I'm about to reach the pinnacle of my life. Suddenly, a high-ranking minister stepped forward to make an accusation. Minister of Personnel, Chun Shuda, accuses the Taoist master of Shangqing Temple, Shun Chongqing, of the crime of exceeding imperial regulations. Wait a minute. Shun Chongqing pointed to himself in surprise. I did what now? Minister Chun, do you have any evidence for your accusation against Master Shun? Of course I do. I am the witness. Master Shun's Taoist temple is as luxurious as the imperial palace. That's right. His estate is even larger than those of the royal princes. I recently visited a few tea houses, and I heard the common folk buzzing about how Master Shun's temple is as magnificent as the palace itself. My curiosity piqued. I went to investigate in secret. I shouldn't have looked. The moment I saw it, I was shocked. Every single window in the temple is made of high-grade lioli crystal. I did a rough count. There are over 100 panes per square meter. Some panes are nearly as tall as I am. Hearing this, Shun Chongqing nodded. Your count is pretty accurate. Impressive. The minister turned and pressed his accusation. With that much lioli crystal, the value is at least in the tens of millions of silver taels. Even the Daming Palace itself is not so grand. How dare a mere cultivator like Shun Chongqing display such ostentation? Hearing this, the court officials exclaimed in unison, Your Majesty, the construction of the Daming Palace cost only 1,000,000 silver taels. Yet the lioli windows alone in Master Shun's temple are worth over 10 million. This is not merely exceeding regulations. This is a clear defiance of imperial law. His motives are treacherous. Your Majesty, this subject implores you to punish Shun Chongqing severely, in accordance with the law of the court. The officials chorused, this subject agrees. This subject also supports this course of action. The emperor, seated on the dragon throne, had a hesitant expression. He said this matter, whether Master Shun has truly exceeded regulations, still requires a thorough investigation. Today, we have only heard Minister Chen's side of the story. He then turned to ask Shun Chongqing, do you have anything to say about this? Shun Chongqing's expression was calm, almost unconcerned. Is that all this is about? If that's the case, then so what? An official immediately reacted. Your Majesty, Shun Chongqing shows no remorse. His words are arrogant. If he is not dealt with, it will be difficult to maintain peace and order in the court. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. His Majesty spoke with a stern face. Master Shun, with that kind of response, even we will find it difficult to protect you. At this point, Shun Chongqing finally spoke slowly. Official Chun, you keep talking about exceeding regulations. Do you dare to ask me exactly which regulation I have exceeded? Official Chun bellowed angrily. It has come to this, and you still feign ignorance? You used Lioli crystal worth tens of millions of silver taels. This is absolutely forbidden. Shun Chongqing replied calmly. Official Chun, that is not Lioli crystal. It is glass, a material I recently created myself. Its value is completely different from the Lioli you speak of. What is this glass? How dare you spout such lies before His Majesty? Shun Chongqing turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, as it happens, I have already sent for a few panes of glass to be brought as a gift for you. Calculating the time, they should have arrived by now. The emperor was surprised. Is that so? Gao Lisher, standing beside him, quickly interjected. This servant will go and confirm. Holding the pane of glass, Gao Lisher thought to himself, I don't know what this Shun is planning, but by voluntarily presenting this Lioli, he's clearly digging his own grave. Your Majesty, this servant has brought the Lioli that Master Shun presented. Shun Chongqing took the pane of glass and announced, Gentlemen, I invite you all to guess how much this pane of glass is worth. The officials observed it closely, then began to comment one by one. For its size and clarity, it is truly a rare find. I have lived more than half a century and have never seen such a magnificent piece of Lioli. Official Chun pointed at Shun Chongqing and said, Shun Chongqing, a piece of Lioli this exquisite must be worth at least 10,000 taels. Shun Chongqing didn't answer. Instead, he brought the glass before the emperor. Your Majesty, how much do you feel this piece of glass is worth? The emperor frowned and said, such a rare piece of Lioli must be very expensive. This piece must be worth over 1,000 taels, surely? Shun Chongqing held up 3 fingers and said, this pane of glass is worth only 30 copper coins. Many of the items in the homes of the officials present here are far more valuable. If my use of glass is considered exceeding regulations, then isn't the entire court guilty of breaking the law? Official Chun was stunned. Impossible. How can its value be only 30 copper coins? Shun Chongqing smiled and said, if Official Chun doesn't believe me, I'm willing to sell it to you for 30 copper coins a pane. You want more? I can supply as much as you want. What do you say? In his mind, Shun Chongqing thought confidently, if this item were truly valuable, no one would sell it so cheaply. This way, they'll have to believe that it's inexpensive. However, Official Chen's reaction was not what Shun Chongqing had anticipated. He roared with fury. Master Shun, do you have any awareness of your actions? Shun Chongqing dares to sell me an item worth a fortune for a mere 30 coins, right in front of His Majesty. This blatant act of bribery is a clear insult to me. Enough. Could his reaction be that he thinks it's too expensive? That's right. Seeing as you're driving such a hard bargain, I'll give you an even better price. If Lord Chen still thinks that's too much, then how about 15 coppers? The price, now cut in half, only infuriated Lord Chen further. Shun Chongqing, why must you insult me? Old Chen, you're the one going too far. I already offered you the cost price, and you still say it's too much? Fine. If I can close this deal with the Imperial Court, I can use it to advertise my glass. It's not like I'll lose anything. With that thought, the young man offered a jaw-dropping price. All right then, 5 coppers. I'm even willing to cover the labor costs myself. Anything to make a friend. At this, Lord Chun was driven mad with rage. Lord Chun, Are you all right? I'm fine. This old man was just momentarily overcome with anger. Witnessing this scene, that blockhead Changqing was left speechless. He's still complaining that 5 coppers is too expensive? Lord Chen really knows how to drive a bargain. I can't do business like this. The emperor, having heard the entire exchange, thought to himself, Immortal Master Shen truly sees money as worthless. Losing tens of thousands, or even millions of taels is no different to him than a few copper coins. But why must he use this to provoke Lord Chen? It seems the Immortal Master really is going a bit too far. I guess I'll have to stir the pot a little. At this point, the emperor spoke up. Immortal Master, about the matter of the glass. Changqing raised a hand, cutting him off. Your Majesty, I plan to build a glass workshop. The revenue will be split 50-50 with the imperial court. Seeing a chance to make money, the emperor's mood brightened considerably. Let's conclude the matter of the glass here. Since Immortal Master Shan is prepared to build the workshop, we grant our permission. Production must begin as quickly as possible. This glass is a rare commodity. Once it enters production, it will certainly open up the market. This is truly a great bargain. Ha! Immortal Master Shen always manages to bring us such pleasant surprises. Gao Lishur, however, was sweating nervously. How can such a major affair be handled so casually, without following proper procedures? Just then, another minister spoke up. Your Majesty, this servant, Ho Junji, has a question for Immortal Master Shun. He stood behind him, also surprised. Ho Junji? Isn't he the one who was executed for a failed rebellion? What could he want with me? I've often heard that Immortal Master Shun is a man of great learning and many talents, and that you're also well-versed in the art of war. Therefore, this humble servant wishes to ask the Immortal Master a few questions. Ho Junji is a capable general in his own right. Why would he ask me for advice on military strategy? There's a trap here. I need to be careful. Thinking this, Changqing let out a hearty laugh and said, General Ho, you flatter me. You are a brilliant general. How could I be worthy of discussing military strategy with you? Could it be that the Immortal Master looks down on me and is unwilling to indulge me in a brief discussion? TCH, this old fox. I gave you a way out and you refuse to take it. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Even if I don't know anything about military strategy, I know my history. Since General Ho insists, then I will presume to show off my meager skills. I will discuss the art of war with you, General. Having achieved his goal, Old Ho said with satisfaction, Immortal Master Shun, you defeated the Tubo envoys at the Dharma Assembly. The Tubo people have always been vengeful. In your opinion, Immortal Master, what will the Tubo kingdom do next? Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. When it comes to the Tubo, no one knows better than me. This is simple. Next, the Tubo kingdom will attack the Great Tang. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Changqing with grave expressions. Old Ho pressed forward, demanding, You believe the Tubo will attack our Great Tang? What is your reasoning? Immortal Master, Shun replied. Sansin Gampo, the ruler of the Tubo kingdom, is a cruel and ambitious man. He doesn't just want to receive rewards from the Great Tang. He wants the Great Tang to acknowledge their strength. The Tubo failed to secure a marriage alliance, so they will use other means to prove their might and strike fear into the hearts of neighboring kingdoms. The long-bearded man, who had been listening intently, nodded and said, The Tubo and the surrounding states fear only strength, not death. Immortal Master Shin's words are very reasonable. The man with the goatee next to him also chimed in. The Great Tang is far stronger than the Tubo. Do they really think they can swallow us whole? Ho Junji followed up with Immortal Master Shun. The Tubo kingdom was only recently established. Their strength is still limited. If they attack the Great Tang, do they not fear being punished to the point of annihilation? Changqing laughed. General Ho, the geography of the Tubo kingdom is unique. They're on a high plateau, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Are you confident you could annihilate their entire nation? Ho Junji thought for a moment, then said, If we were to truly go to war, destroying the Tubo would indeed be very difficult. But if the Tubo want to attack the Great Tang, their only route is through the Longxi corridor. The Great Tang has operated there for many years. The Tubo would have no opening to exploit. Changqing shook his head. The Tubo will not take the Longxi route. They will advance to the southeast. Ho Junji was surprised. The southeast. That is the territory of the Tiohan tribe. Are you saying the Tubo will ally with the Tuyuhan, or will they go around them? Chongqing answered, neither. They will attack the Tuyuhan first, then use their territory as a staging ground to attack Songzhou. After hearing this, Ho Junji burst out laughing. I thought Immortal Master Shen truly understood the art of war. Turns out you're just an armchair general. The emperor spoke up with a warning. We are in the throne room. Junji, do not be rude. Ho Junji quickly apologized. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Immortal Master Shun's words were just too absurd. I could not restrain myself. It seems the Immortal Master knows nothing of military matters. Allow me to enlighten you. Chongqing calmly replied. The strength of the Tubo and the Tuyuhan are comparable. If they attack the Tuyuhan first, the Tubo might win, but they would suffer heavy losses. To then attack Songzhou will be certain defeat. At that point, the Tuyuhan would not stand idly by. The Tubo would be caught in a pincer attack, facing the risk of total annihilation. Just then, a man rushed into the Great Hall. Holding an urgent dispatch, he shouted, an 800 Li Express military report. The Tubo have attacked Songzhou. Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. Good thing history unfolded as I remembered. Otherwise, that would have been a huge embarrassment. The emperor read the urgent report, his brow furrowed. The Tubo attacked the Tuyuhan first, then struck Songzhou. Everything is exactly as Immortal Master Shen predicted. Ho Junji, are you a prophet? Chongqing smiled. I can see far because I stand on the shoulders of the giant that is history. Ha! Tell me, are you scared now? Ho Junji immediately addressed the emperor. The Tubo have attacked Songzhou. I request your majesty's permission to lead our forces to engage them and quell the Tubo rebellion. Force them to submit to the sharp blades of the Great Tang. The emperor nodded. Your words are sound, my dear minister. Proceed as planned. It is decreed that Ho Junji will lead the army to engage the enemy and suppress the Tubo. Ho Junji spoke again. Your Majesty, I have one more request. The emperor smiled. Speak freely, my dear minister. Don't be shy. Ho Junji glanced towards Immortal Master Shun, his voice laced with cunning. Immortal Master Shun is a prodigy in the art of war. He saw through the Tubo's scheme from the very start. If he were to accompany me on this expedition, our great army would be assured of victory. Unexpectedly, the emperor agreed at once. Junji's words are not wrong. Then we shall trouble Immortal Master Shun to go forth with the army and crush the Tubo. Shin Chongqing thought to himself, TCH, are you kidding me? Can't you just let me be an armchair strategist in peace? Ho Junji smirked, thinking to himself, Humph. Once we're on the front lines, your life will be in my hands. As Chongqing dragged himself home, his heart was filled with frustration. Oomph. A bunch of heartless bastards.